Misunderstood dance between the two. Morgan Housel's The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness. Have you ever wondered why some people, despite earning massive incomes, struggle with financial peace, while others, with more modest means, build lasting wealth and live fulfilling lives? The answer, as Housel brilliantly reveals, lies not just in spreadsheets and stock market charts, but in the intricate workings of our minds, our emotions, and our unique experiences. This isn't just another book about finance. It's a deep exploration into the human element of money, the biases, the behaviors, and the often irrational decisions that shape our financial destinies. In this captivating summary, we'll unravel Housel's timeless lessons chapter by chapter, presented in a warm, storytelling tone that feels like a friendly guide is speaking directly to you. We'll explore why luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, the insidious nature of never enough, the true cost of financial independence, and the profound power of simply saying enough. Get ready to gain powerful insights that will not only change how you manage your money, but more importantly, how you think about life itself. So, lean back, relax, and let the wisdom flow. But before we begin, if you find value in these insights, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries. Your support helps us bring more profound wisdom to your ears. Let's begin this journey into the psychology of money. Chapter 1. No One's Crazy. Imagine you're watching someone make what seems like an utterly foolish financial decision. You might shake your head, baffled by their choices. But Morgan Housel argues that no one's crazy. What seems irrational to you might be perfectly logical to someone else given their unique experiences, upbringing, and understanding of the world. Our individual experiences with money are incredibly diverse. Someone who grew up in poverty will have a drastically different relationship with saving and spending than someone who grew up in affluence. Think about it. Your parents' financial struggles or triumphs, the economic recessions you lived through, the opportunities you were exposed to, all these factors shape your personal financial worldview. For example, someone who lived through the Great Depression might hoard cash even in times of prosperity because their past taught them the brutal reality of economic collapse. Their behavior, while seemingly irrational to a younger generation, is a direct, logical response to their unique history. Housel emphasizes that judging others' financial decisions without understanding their full context is a futile exercise. Instead, we should recognize that our own financial behaviors are equally shaped by our own peculiar experiences. This chapter is a powerful reminder of humility and empathy in the world of money. It tells us that there's no single right way to think about money, only ways that make sense to individuals based on their own unique journeys. Chapter 2. Luck and Risk. Luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, often indistinguishable in retrospect, yet profoundly impactful on our financial outcomes. Housel illustrates this with compelling stories of individuals who achieved extraordinary success only to attribute it solely to their hard work, completely overlooking the role of luck. Conversely, those who fail often blame external circumstances, ignoring the inherent risks they undertook. Consider Bill Gates. Undeniably brilliant and hardworking, but Housel points out a crucial element. Gates attended one of the few high schools in the world at the time that had a computer, and he had practically unlimited access to it. This was an immense stroke of luck, a rare opportunity that propelled his early genius. Many equally brilliant minds born elsewhere or a few years earlier didn't have that same access. The lesson here is profound. While effort and skill are vital, we must acknowledge the invisible forces of luck and risk. When evaluating financial success or failure, it's rarely 100% merit or 100% misfortune. It's a complex interplay. Housel encourages us to be humble when successful, recognizing that luck played a part, and to be forgiving when we fail, understanding that risk is an unavoidable companion in any endeavor. It's about building a financial strategy that acknowledges both the things within our control and the powerful, unpredictable forces beyond it. Chapter 3. Never Enough. Never Enough explores the perilous trap of insatiable desire, even among the incredibly wealthy. Housel recounts the story of Rajat Gupta, a brilliant and successful CEO who, despite accumulating immense wealth, risked it all for insider trading and ended up in prison. Why? Because even with hundreds of millions, it wasn't enough. This chapter delves into the dangerous psychological boundary between having enough and constantly striving for more. The problem isn't the desire for wealth itself, but the inability to define when enough is enough. Social comparison, especially in today's hyper-connected world, fuels this insatiability. We see others with bigger houses, fancier cars, or more lucrative investments, and suddenly our own substantial achievements feel inadequate. Housel's crucial insight is that the highest form of wealth is the ability to control your time and live life on your own terms. Chasing more indefinitely often leads to taking excessive risks, sacrificing relationships, and ultimately losing the very freedom and happiness that wealth is supposed to provide. The antidote is cultivating contentment and defining your own enough before the endless pursuit consumes you. Chapter 4. Confounding compounding. The power of compounding is often understood mathematically, but Housel shows us its psychological difficulty. Compounding is counterintuitive because its most powerful effects are often invisible for stretches of time. It requires patience, discipline, and the ability to delay gratification, traits that go against many of our immediate desires. Think of Warren Buffett. His genius isn't just about picking great stocks, it's about consistently doing so for over 70 years. Housel points out that the vast majority of Buffett's multi-billion-dollar fortune was accumulated after his 50th birthday, thanks to the exponential growth of compounding. If Buffett had started investing in his 30s and retired in his 60s, he would be wealthy, but nowhere near the legendary status he holds today. The compounding confounding chapter teaches us that truly incredible results don't come from a single brilliant decision or a massive one-time gain, but from the consistent, almost boring application of good principles over extended periods. It's about letting time be your most powerful ally. This requires an almost Zen-like approach to investing, trusting the process, ignoring the noise, and understanding that the magic happens not in a flash, but in the relentless ticking of the clock. Chapter 5. Getting Wealthy versus Staying Wealthy. Getting wealthy often involves taking risks, being optimistic, and constantly seeking growth. Staying wealthy, however, is an entirely different beast. It demands a paranoid mindset, a deep understanding of survival, and a willingness to be defensive. Housel articulates this crucial distinction by highlighting that many people focus solely on the accumulation phase, neglecting the preservation phase. He uses the example of long-term capital management, a hedge fund run by Nobel laureates who created complex algorithms that were supposed to be fail-proof. They got incredibly wealthy incredibly fast, but their lack of a survival mindset and their excessive risk-taking led to a catastrophic collapse. They focused on optimizing for return, not for resilience. The key lesson here is that financial success isn't just about hitting home runs, it's about not striking out. Staying wealthy means building a margin of safety into your life. It means having enough cash reserves to weather unexpected storms, diversifying your investments, and avoiding bets that could wipe you out entirely. Housel argues that the ability to stay in the game, to survive market downturns and personal setbacks, is ultimately more important than any single investment return. Survival is the ultimate goal of long-term wealth building.
Chapter 6. Tails, You Win. This chapter introduces a concept that's often overlooked: the impact of extreme outliers. Housel argues that a small number of events, or tails, drive the majority of outcomes in finance and many other areas of life. We often spend too much time analyzing the average or the median, when the true impact comes from the rare, exceptional events. Think about venture capital. A VC firm might invest in 100 startups, knowing that 80 to 90 of them will fail, a few will break even, and perhaps one or two will generate 90% of the returns for the entire fund. The strategy isn't to pick every winner, but to ensure you're in a position to benefit from the rare, massive success. The implication for personal finance is significant. Don't dismiss an investment just because some of its components might fail. For example, if you invest in a diversified stock portfolio, you're not expecting every single company to be a winner. You're counting on a few tails, a few exceptionally successful companies to drive your overall returns. This chapter frees us from the need for perfection and encourages us to embrace diversification and patience, understanding that the biggest rewards come from allowing those rare, powerful tail events to unfold. Chapter 7. Freedom. What is the ultimate benefit of money? Housel argues it's not fancy cars, luxurious homes, or designer clothes. The highest form of wealth is freedom. It's the ability to control your time, to wake up each day and say, I can do whatever I want, with whomever I want, for as long as I want. He points out that working a high-paying job you hate just to afford status symbols is a form of poverty. You might have a lot of money, but you lack true autonomy. Conversely, someone with a more modest income but significant control over their schedule and choices might be far wealthier in the truest sense. This chapter shifts our focus from simply accumulating money to thinking about what money buys. And what it truly buys, Housel asserts, is independence. It's the option to retire early, to pursue a passion project, to spend more time with family, or simply to not have to deal with annoying people. Financial independence gives you the ultimate luxury, time. It encourages us to prioritize savings and investments that create this freedom, rather than falling into the trap of lifestyle inflation that keeps us tethered to our jobs. Chapter 8. Man in the Car Paradox. Have you ever seen someone driving a luxurious car and thought, wow, that person must be successful and important? Housel reveals the man in the car paradox. When you see someone driving a fancy car, you rarely think about the person driving the car. Instead, you imagine yourself in that car, experiencing the prestige and admiration. The paradox is this. People buy expensive things to signal their wealth and success to others, but those others are often more interested in themselves than in the person driving the car. They're not thinking, look at that amazing person. They're thinking, if I had that car, I would be amazing. This chapter is a powerful critique of status spending. It highlights how many of us spend money on things that we believe will impress others, but which often fail to do so. True respect and admiration don't come from material possessions. They come from character, kindness, and genuine achievement. Housel suggests that living below your means and focusing on experiences and relationships rather than external validation leads to greater happiness and financial security. The real flex is not needing to flex at all.
Chapter 9. Wealth is what you don't see. Following on from the man in the car paradox, this chapter deepens the idea that true wealth is often invisible. What you see, the big house, the fancy car, the expensive watch, is usually debt, not wealth. Wealth is the money you have saved, the investments you've made, the financial options you've created for your future. It's what you don't spend. Housel argues that it's easy to look wealthy, but much harder to be wealthy. Someone driving a Ferrari might have taken on massive debt to do so, while someone living in a modest home and driving an older car might have millions in their investment accounts. The problem is, you can't see their investment accounts. This lesson encourages us to redefine our perception of wealth. Stop comparing yourself to what others display, because what they display often tells you nothing about their true financial health. Focus instead on building your own invisible wealth, your savings, your diversified portfolio, your emergency fund. These are the components that truly provide security, freedom, and peace of mind, far more than any flashy possession ever could. Chapter 10. Save Money. This chapter's title seems straightforward, but Housel delves into the profound psychological reasons why saving money is so crucial, far beyond just accumulating a nest egg. He argues that your savings rate, more than your investment returns or your income level, is the most powerful determinant of your financial future. Why? Because saving is the only variable entirely within your control. You can't control market returns, you can't guarantee a massive salary increase, but you can control how much you choose to save from your income. Housel emphasizes that the ability to save is a reflection of your lifestyle choices, your priorities, and your willingness to delay gratification. He also introduces the concept of optionality. The more you save, the more options you create for yourself. It allows you to take a career break, to start a business, to negotiate for better terms, or to simply walk away from a bad situation. Saving isn't just about retirement. It's about building a buffer against life's uncertainties and giving yourself maximum flexibility. It's the ultimate tool for controlling your own destiny, providing peace of mind that no luxury item can ever match.
Chapter 11. Reasonable, greater than rational. When it comes to money, we often strive to be rational, to make decisions based purely on logic and data to maximize our financial outcomes. But Housel makes a compelling case for being reasonable instead. The difference is subtle but critical. Rationality often demands perfection and can lead to paralysis or choices that are technically optimal but emotionally unsustainable. Reasonableness acknowledges our human nature, our biases, and our need for peace of mind. For example, a purely rational investor might try to time the market perfectly, buying at the absolute bottom and selling at the absolute top. This is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to achieve consistently. A reasonable investor, however, might opt for a diversified portfolio and consistent dollar-cost averaging, knowing they won't always hit the optimal points, but they will achieve good, consistent results over time without immense stress. This chapter teaches us that financial success isn't about being a supercomputer. It's about finding a strategy that you can stick with for the long term, even when emotions run high. It means accepting good enough rather than always chasing perfect. A reasonable approach prioritizes long-term consistency, mental well-being, and avoiding catastrophic errors, even if it means missing out on some theoretically higher returns. This approach is far more sustainable for most people. Chapter 12. Surprise. History is filled with surprises. Events that nobody saw coming yet had massive impacts on our lives and our finances. Housel reminds us that the past is a guide, not a definitive roadmap to the future. We often extrapolate current trends indefinitely or assume that past patterns will repeat precisely. This is a dangerous assumption because the truly impactful events are almost always the ones that defy prediction. Think about the invention of the Internet, the fall of the Berlin Wall, or the COVID-19 pandemic. These were surprises that reshaped economies and societies. If you built a financial plan based solely on pre-internet assumptions, you would have been woefully unprepared. The lesson here is profound. Plan for the unexpected. Build a robust financial life that can withstand shocks you can't foresee. This means having an emergency fund, diversifying your investments, avoiding excessive leverage, and maintaining flexibility. Housel suggests that instead of trying to predict the next big surprise, we should focus on building resilience so that whatever comes, we are in a position to weather the storm and even capitalize on new opportunities that emerge from the chaos. Prepare for surprises by being anti-fragile. Chapter 13, Room for Error. Room for error is Housel's elegant term for what many call a margin of safety. It's the idea that when you make financial plans, you should build in a buffer, an extra cushion to account for things going wrong or simply not going as planned. Life rarely follows a perfectly linear trajectory. Recessions happen, jobs are lost, health crises emerge, and unexpected expenses crop up. He points out that the biggest risk in finance is not making a bad investment, but being forced to sell your investments at a loss because you desperately need cash. A lack of a margin of safety forces you into bad decisions when you are most vulnerable. This chapter champions conservative planning. It means having an emergency fund that can cover several months of expenses even if you think you'll never need it. It means not taking on the maximum amount of debt possible. It means diversifying your investments so that if one goes south, your entire portfolio isn't wiped out. Housel argues that the purpose of a margin of error isn't to perfectly predict the future, but to accept its inherent unpredictability and build a system that can absorb the punches. It's about protecting your downside so your upside can flourish. Chapter 14, You'll Change. One of the most profound psychological challenges in financial planning is our inability to accurately predict our future selves. We make financial decisions today based on our current values, desires, and life circumstances, assuming that these will remain largely constant. Housel argues that this is a fallacy. You'll change. Think about your goals 10 years ago. Are they exactly the same today? Probably not. People evolve. Priorities shift. A career path that seemed ideal in your 20s might feel suffocating in your 40s. A dream house might become an empty burden. This constant evolution makes rigid, long-term financial plans incredibly difficult to maintain. The key takeaway is to avoid extreme financial commitments that might trap your future self. Housel suggests that flexibility is more valuable than optimization when it comes to long-term planning. Avoid taking on enormous debt for a lifestyle you might not want in a decade. Keep your options open. The most successful financial lives are often those that allow for room for adaptation and change, recognizing that the person making decisions today won't be the same person living with those decisions years down the line. It's about building a financial life that can pivot with you. Chapter 15, Nothing is Free. In finance, there's a pervasive myth that you can get something for nothing, a risk-free, high-return investment, or a way to achieve your financial goals without any trade-offs. Housel debunks this myth in Nothing is Free. Everything has a cost, and often that cost isn't measured in dollars, but in less tangible things like uncertainty, volatility, or lost opportunities. Take investment returns, for example. High returns usually come with high volatility. The cost of those potential gains is the emotional discomfort of market downturns and the risk of losing principal. If you want safety, the cost is typically lower returns. If you want the thrill of speculative investing, the cost is a higher probability of losing money. This chapter encourages us to identify and accept the price of whatever financial goal we are pursuing. Instead of wishing for a risk-free path to wealth, recognize that volatility is the fee for long-term equity returns. Emotional discipline, patience, and the willingness to endure short-term pain for long-term gain are the costs of financial success. Understanding and accepting these costs, rather than trying to avoid them, makes you a more realistic and ultimately more successful financial actor.
Chapter 16, You and Me. Housel highlights a crucial distinction, you and me. Your financial goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon are unique to you, and they are likely very different from mine or from those of a professional investor. Yet we often get caught up in comparing ourselves to others, or worse, trying to emulate the strategies of institutional investors who operate under entirely different constraints. A professional money manager, for example, is judged quarterly, often by relative performance benchmarks.
They might take short-term risks that are completely inappropriate for an individual saving for retirement over decades. Their incentives are different, their time frames are different, and their ability to absorb losses is different. The core message here is to stop playing someone else's game. Define your own financial goals, understand your own risk capacity, and build a strategy that works for you. Don't get swayed by the latest market fads or the impressive returns of a hedge fund manager. Your personal financial goals, retirement, a down payment on a house, your children's education, are what truly matter. Your unique life circumstances dictate your optimal strategy, not the headlines or the actions of professional traders. Focus on your own lane. Chapter 17. The Seduction of Pessimism. Why does bad news often feel more intelligent, more convincing, and even more sophisticated than good news? Housel explores the seduction of pessimism. He argues that pessimism sounds smart because it's easier to identify and explain what can go wrong. Optimism, especially long-term optimism, often sounds naive because it requires imagining solutions and progress that haven't happened yet. Catastrophic events are often sudden and dramatic, making compelling headlines. Progress, however, is typically slow, incremental, and less sensational. The media, therefore, tends to amplify fear and negativity because it grabs attention. This chapter encourages us to resist the allure of constant doomsaying. While it's important to be aware of risks and challenges, a default pessimistic outlook can paralyze us and prevent us from taking advantage of long-term growth and opportunities. Housel reminds us that despite countless crises and predictions of doom, humanity has a remarkable track record of innovation and adaptation. A balanced, long-term, optimistic view backed by a resilient financial plan is a far more effective stance for building wealth and living a fulfilling life. The world tends to get better, albeit slowly and with setbacks. Chapter 18. When You'll Believe Anything. This chapter delves into the psychological phenomenon of belief persistence, particularly in financial markets. Housel explains that once we form a belief, especially one tied to our investments, it becomes incredibly difficult to change our minds, even in the face of contradictory evidence. We seek out information that confirms our existing views and dismiss information that challenges them. This is known as confirmation bias. He gives the example of market bubbles. During a bubble, people often cling to the belief that this time is different, dismissing historical precedents and fundamental valuations. They interpret every upward tick as proof of their brilliance and every warning sign as misguided pessimism. When You'll Believe Anything reminds us of the importance of intellectual humility. Be open to changing your mind. Be willing to admit you were wrong. The financial world is dynamic, and holding on to outdated or incorrect beliefs can be incredibly costly. Housel suggests that a willingness to constantly question your assumptions and to seek diverse perspectives is a crucial trait for long-term financial success. The stronger your conviction, the more carefully you should scrutinize your beliefs.
Chapter 19. All Together Now. In this concluding chapter, Housel brings all the previous lessons together, emphasizing that the psychology of money is less about complex formulas and more about simple, timeless truths applied consistently over time. There's no single secret to financial success. It's a combination of behaviors, mindsets, and principles. He reiterates that true wealth is about freedom and control over your time. It's about understanding that savings rate is more important than investment returns for most people. It's about recognizing the power of compounding, the necessity of a margin of safety, and the importance of defining enough. It's also about avoiding the traps of social comparison and the seduction of pessimism. All Together Now serves as a powerful synthesis, urging readers to integrate these psychological insights into their financial lives.
It's a call to action to move beyond the purely analytical aspects of finance and embrace the human element, our emotions, our biases, and our unique experiences as the most significant drivers of our financial destinies. The book concludes by emphasizing that financial success is not necessarily about intelligence or education, it's about behavior. Simple behaviors, consistently applied, lead to profound long-term results. And there you have it, a journey through the profound and often counterintuitive world of The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. We've explored why no one's crazy, the intertwined nature of luck and risk, the insidious trap of never enough, and the silent, powerful magic of compounding. We've learned that staying wealthy is different from getting wealthy, that outlier events or tails drive most returns, and that the ultimate prize of money is not luxury, but freedom. We've unmasked the man-in-the-car paradox, recognized that true wealth is invisible, and understood why saving is your most powerful financial lever. We've also embraced the wisdom of being reasonable over rational, prepared for life's inevitable surprises with a room for error, acknowledged that our future selves will change, and accepted that nothing in finance is truly free. We've been reminded to run our own race, you and me, resisted the seductive call of pessimism, and learned the crucial importance of intellectual humility. Morgan Housel has given us a timeless gift, a framework for understanding not just how money works, but how we work with money. This book isn't about telling you what to think, but how to think more effectively about one of the most impactful aspects of our lives. The lessons are simple, yet profoundly powerful. They remind us that financial success is less about what you know and more about how you behave. It's about patience, discipline, humility, and a clear understanding of what truly brings you peace and happiness. So, as you step back into your day, carry these insights with you. Apply them to your own financial journey. Define your enough, prioritize your freedom, and build a financial life that is resilient, flexible, and aligned with your deepest values. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please hit that like button, share it with friends and family who could benefit from these timeless lessons, and subscribe to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best in wisdom and knowledge. Until next time, may your financial journey be filled with wisdom, peace, and abundance.
Welcome, dear listeners, to Vibes Audiobook. Today, we embark on a profound journey, one that promises to quiet the noise, soothe the soul, and reveal the hidden beauty of a life lived with intention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to feel constantly rushed, overwhelmed, and disconnected. But what if the secret to a richer, more meaningful existence wasn't about doing more, but about slowing down? Imagine a world where clarity replaces confusion, where peace triumphs over pressure, and where every moment holds the potential for joy and discovery. This is the world Hyman Sunam invites us to explore in his transformative book, The Things You Can See Only When You Slow Down: How to Be Calm and Mindful in a Fast-Paced World. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a gentle whisper from a wise friend, a compassionate guide showing us how to reclaim our inner calm amidst the chaos. Through its pages, we learn to observe our thoughts without judgment, to understand our emotions with kindness, and to discover the simple yet profound truths that often elude us in our hurry. Prepare to shift your perspective, to breathe more deeply, and to embrace a newfound sense of presence. By the end of this summary, you'll have a roadmap to greater peace, clearer understanding, and a heart brimming with compassion, not just for others, but for yourself.
So find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let's dive into the wisdom of slowing down. Before we begin, if you find solace and inspiration in our episodes, please remember to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who might benefit from its message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into wisdom. Your support helps us bring these valuable insights to more people around the world.
Chapter 1. Rest. In a world that constantly glorifies busyness, the very idea of rest can feel like a luxury or even a weakness. Hyman Sunim, however, elevates rest to a necessity, a foundational pillar for a mindful life. He begins by challenging our ingrained belief that our worth is tied to our productivity. Think about it. How often do we feel guilty for taking a break, for simply being, rather than doing? This guilt, he suggests, is a learned response from a society that values output above all else. Sunim gently reminds us that our true essence is not defined by our achievements or our to-do lists. We are valuable simply because we exist. This concept is revolutionary for many of us who have spent a lifetime striving to earn our worth. He encourages us to distinguish between physical exhaustion and mental exhaustion. We might lie on the couch, scrolling through our phones, believing we are resting, but our minds are still racing, bombarded by information. True rest, he explains, involves disengaging both body and mind from the constant demands of the external world. He introduces the practice of conscious resting. This isn't about collapsing in front of the TV. It's about intentionally choosing activities that genuinely rejuvenate us. This could be a silent walk in nature, a quiet moment with a cup of tea, or simply sitting in stillness, observing our breath. Imagine a busy stream, constantly rushing over rocks and branches. It needs quiet pools and calm eddies to settle, to become clear. Our minds are similar. Without these periods of stillness, our thoughts remain turbulent and muddy. Sunim also delves into the importance of sleep, not just as a biological requirement, but as a sacred ritual of renewal. He advises creating a peaceful bedtime routine free from screens and stimulating activities, allowing the mind to naturally wind down. He even suggests that sometimes the best solution to a problem isn't to frantically search for an answer, but to simply rest, letting the subconscious mind work its magic, often revealing insights when we are least expecting them. Consider the analogy of a garden. No matter how much you try to force growth, the plants still need periods of darkness and dormancy to truly flourish. Similarly, our minds need these periods of darkness, of rest, to process, integrate, and regenerate. The chapter emphasizes that rest is not a reward after productivity, but a vital component for sustained well-being and productivity. It's about honoring our human need for pause, recognizing that our creativity, compassion, and clarity all stem from a well-rested mind and spirit. To truly slow down, Sunim teaches, we must first learn the art of truly resting. It's an invitation to release the relentless grip of doing and embrace the liberating power of being.
Chapter 2. Mindfulness. Mindfulness, often seen as an esoteric practice, is demystified by Hyman Sunim and presented as the cornerstone of living in the present moment. He illustrates it not as something you do for a few minutes each day, but as a quality you bring to everything you do. It's about paying attention, intentionally and without judgment, to the unfolding of experience, moment by moment. Think of it like this. Most of us live our lives on autopilot, our minds constantly drifting to the past, regrets, nostalgia, or the future, worries, plans. We eat without tasting, listen without hearing, and walk without feeling the ground beneath our feet. Sunim encourages us to wake up to our lives by consciously engaging our senses. He provides simple yet profound exercises, truly tasting your morning coffee, feeling the water as you wash your hands, noticing the sounds of birds outside your window. Each of these small acts, when done mindfully, can become a mini meditation, anchoring us to the present. He explains that our minds are like a wild horse, constantly galloping in different directions. Mindfulness is not about stopping the horse, but about gently bringing its attention back to the path. When distracting thoughts arise, and they will, the practice isn't to suppress them, but to acknowledge them without getting swept away, and then gently redirect our attention back to our chosen anchor, whether it's the breath, a sound, or a sensation. It's like watching clouds pass in the sky. You see them, but you don't cling to them. Sunim also addresses the common misconception that mindfulness means being perpetually calm and happy. He clarifies that mindfulness is about being fully present with whatever arises, be it joy, sorrow, anger, or peace. It's about developing an inner witness, an observing self that can see emotions and thoughts as transient phenomena, rather than allowing them to define us or overwhelm us. This detachment, he argues, is what liberates us from reactivity. If you're caught in a storm, observing the storm from a safe distance is very different from being in the middle of it, tossed about by its winds. Mindfulness gives us that safe distance. The chapter emphasizes that mindfulness cultivates a deeper appreciation for life. When we are truly present, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. A simple meal becomes a feast for the senses. A conversation becomes a genuine connection, and even mundane tasks can be imbued with purpose. It's about realizing that life is happening now, not when we achieve a future goal or escape a current difficulty. By practicing mindfulness, we learn to live more fully, to experience life's richness, and to find peace not by changing our circumstances, but by changing our relationship to them. It's the art of seeing things as they truly are, here and now.
Chapter 3. Relationships. In this chapter, Hamin Sunim turns his gentle gaze to the intricate web of human connections, revealing how slowing down can profoundly transform our relationships. He begins by addressing the pervasive issue of superficial connections in our fast-paced, digitally saturated world. We might have hundreds of friends online, yet feel deeply lonely. He suggests that genuine connection requires presence, empathy, and the willingness to truly see and hear another person. Sunim highlights the crucial role of mindful listening. How often do we listen to reply rather than to understand? We're formulating our next sentence while the other person is still speaking, or we're distracted by our phones or internal monologues. He encourages us to give the gift of our full attention, to truly absorb what the other person is saying, both verbally and non-verbally. This isn't just about hearing words, it's about sensing emotions, understanding perspectives, and validating experiences. Imagine trying to catch a delicate butterfly with a frantic swipe of your hand. It will fly away. But if you move slowly and gently, it might land on you. Similarly, deep understanding and trust in relationships are cultivated through gentle, patient presence. He also delves into the importance of self-compassion as a prerequisite for compassion towards others. If we are constantly judging ourselves, projecting our insecurities, or failing to acknowledge our own worth, it becomes challenging to offer genuine kindness and understanding to those around us. He reminds us that everyone, including ourselves, is doing their best with the resources they have. This perspective fosters forgiveness and patience, allowing us to navigate misunderstandings with grace. Sunim addresses the pain of conflict and misunderstanding, advocating for a mindful approach to disagreement. Instead of reacting impulsively, fueled by ego or past grievances, he suggests pausing, taking a breath, and attempting to understand the other person's underlying needs or fears. Often, arguments are not about the surface issue, but about deeper unmet needs. He encourages us to choose kindness over being right, and to remember that true connection is more valuable than winning an argument. Furthermore, he touches upon the art of setting healthy boundaries. While compassion is vital, it doesn't mean sacrificing our own well-being or allowing others to exploit us. Mindfully understanding our own limits and communicating them gently but firmly is an act of self-respect that ultimately strengthens relationships. It's like tending a garden. You nurture the plants you want to grow, but you also prune away what is harmful or excessive to ensure overall health. Ultimately, this chapter teaches us that authentic relationships are built not on grand gestures or constant communication, but on the accumulation of small, mindful moments of presence, empathy, and kindness. By slowing down, we create the space for deeper connection, allowing us to truly see, understand, and cherish the people in our lives.
Chapter 4. Love. In Love, Hamin Sunim explores the multifaceted nature of love, moving beyond romantic notions to encompass self-love, familial love, and universal compassion. He posits that love, in its purest form, is an act of deep acceptance and understanding, beginning with oneself. Often we seek love externally, hoping someone else will fill a void within us. Sunim gently redirects us, asserting that until we cultivate a loving relationship with ourselves, all other relationships will be tinged with expectation and insecurity. He encourages us to practice self-love not as a narcissistic act, but as a recognition of our inherent worth and a commitment to nurturing our own well-being. This involves acknowledging our imperfections without judgment, treating ourselves with the same kindness and patience we would offer a dear friend. Imagine a cracked vase. Instead of trying to hide the cracks, self-love means appreciating its unique history and beauty, cracks and all. When we love ourselves, our hearts expand, creating more space to genuinely love others without clinging or demanding. Sunim also addresses the challenges of love, particularly when it comes to dealing with difficult people or painful endings. He suggests that true love sometimes means letting go, not out of indifference, but out of a deeper understanding of what is healthy and right for all involved. He advises seeing difficult people not as adversaries, but as fellow human beings, often suffering themselves, whose actions stem from their own pain or limited understanding. This perspective, born from slowing down and cultivating empathy, allows us to respond with compassion rather than reactivity. The chapter gently reminds us that love is not a transaction, nor is it about possession. True love gives freely, without expectation of return. It is a state of being, a boundless wellspring within us that can be tapped into when we quiet the ego and open our hearts. He describes the transformative power of small acts of love, a kind word, a helping hand, a moment of shared silence. These seemingly insignificant gestures, when offered mindfully, ripple outwards, creating a more compassionate world. Sunim likens love to light. When we shine our inner light, it naturally illuminates those around us. We don't need to force it or demand it. We simply allow it to radiate. This radiation begins with cultivating inner peace and acceptance. He also touches upon the impermanence of all things, including relationships. Embracing this truth allows us to cherish the present moments of connection more deeply, without the fear of loss overshadowing our joy. Ultimately, love is a powerful reminder that love is an active choice, a conscious cultivation of connection, starting from within. By slowing down, we create the inner space to recognize, experience, and express love in its purest and most expansive forms, enriching not only our own lives, but the lives of everyone we touch.
Chapter 5. Life. In this expansive chapter, Haemin Sunim widens his lens to encompass the entirety of our lives, encouraging us to embrace its ebb and flow with wisdom and equanimity. He addresses our innate human tendency to strive for perfection, to chase external markers of success, and to feel incomplete until we achieve some future goal. Sunim gently dismantles these illusions, asserting that true contentment lies not in having everything, but in appreciating everything we already have. He encourages us to see life not as a linear path with a fixed destination, but as a dynamic process of continuous growth, learning, and transformation. Mistakes and failures are not roadblocks, but valuable teachers. Pain and suffering are not signs of weakness, but integral parts of the human experience that can deepen our compassion and resilience. Imagine a majestic tree. It doesn't grow perfectly straight. Its branches twist and turn, bearing the marks of storms and droughts, yet these very imperfections contribute to its unique beauty and strength. Sunim emphasizes the wisdom of acceptance, not passive resignation, but an active embrace of what is rather than a constant struggle against what isn't. When we accept our current circumstances, our current self, and the inherent impermanence of all things, a profound sense of peace can emerge. This doesn't mean we stop striving for improvement, but that our striving comes from a place of wholeness, not inadequacy. He also touches upon the fear of death, a fundamental human anxiety. By living mindfully and appreciating each moment, he suggests, we can lessen this fear. When we live fully, we leave no room for regret, and we come to understand death as a natural part of the cycle of life, rather than an abrupt ending. It's like watching the sunset. There's a beauty in its fading light, knowing that it will rise again, perhaps in a different form, but the cycle continues. The chapter advocates for cultivating gratitude, not just for the grand blessings, but for the countless small miracles of everyday life. A warm meal, a clear sky, the sound of laughter. When we slow down, we become attuned to these subtle gifts, transforming our perspective from one of lack to one of abundance. He encourages us to regularly reflect on what we are grateful for, shifting our internal narrative towards appreciation. Ultimately, life is an invitation to live with intention, to embrace all experiences with an open heart, and to find meaning not in external achievements, but in the richness of our inner world. By slowing down, we learn to dance with life's uncertainties, to find beauty in imperfection, and to live each moment as a precious gift. It's about finding our true home, not in a place or a future, but in the ever-present moment of our own existence.
Chapter 6. The Future. In The Future, Haemin Sunim offers a calming antidote to our often anxiety-ridden relationship with what lies ahead. He acknowledges that planning and setting goals are natural human tendencies, but he warns against allowing the future to consume our present, leading to endless worry, procrastination, or a feeling of never being enough. He begins by reminding us that the future, by its very nature, is uncertain and largely beyond our control. While we can take steps to prepare, we cannot predict or dictate every outcome. Clinging too tightly to specific expectations for the future often leads to disappointment and suffering when reality inevitably diverges. Instead, Sunim advocates for a flexible and adaptable approach. Imagine a skilled sailor. They have a destination in mind,
but they also know how to adjust their sails to unexpected winds and currents. They don't fight the ocean, they work with it. Sunim emphasizes the power of focusing on the present as the most effective way to shape a positive future. Each mindful action, each kind word, each moment of genuine effort in the now is a seed planted for what is to come. He argues that rather than being paralyzed by future fears, we should channel our energy into living fully and meaningfully in the present. The quality of our present moments directly impacts the quality of our future. If you continuously build a strong foundation, the structure you eventually build upon it will be resilient, regardless of external storms. He also addresses the fear of failure and the pressure to succeed, which often prevent us from even starting new endeavors. Sunim suggests reframing failure not as an endpoint, but as a valuable learning opportunity. Every stumble provides insight. Every setback offers a chance to grow stronger and wiser. The future is not about achieving perfection, but about continuous evolution. The chapter encourages a sense of trust in the unfolding of life. While it's important to take responsible action, it's equally important to surrender to the larger flow of existence. This trust doesn't imply passivity, but a release of obsessive control. It's about doing our best and then allowing the universe to play its part. This perspective alleviates much of the anxiety associated with anticipating every possible outcome. Sunim advises us to cultivate patience, especially when our efforts don't immediately yield the desired results. Many significant achievements require time, perseverance, and a willingness to embrace the journey rather than just focusing on the destination. He concludes by gently reassuring us that if we live our present moments with awareness, kindness, and purpose, the future will naturally unfold in a way that is ultimately beneficial, even if it looks different from what we initially envisioned. It's about learning to trust the process of life itself.
Chapter 7. Spirituality. In this final chapter, Haemin Sunim delves into the essence of spirituality, presenting it not as adherence to dogma or ritual, but as a profound inner awakening to our interconnectedness and true nature. He explains that slowing down is essential for this spiritual journey, as it allows us to quiet the external noise and listen to the whispers of our inner wisdom. Sunim begins by challenging the notion that spirituality is separate from everyday life. He argues that every moment holds spiritual potential, whether we are washing dishes, walking in nature, or engaging in conversation. When we bring mindfulness and an open heart to these ordinary activities, they become infused with sacredness. It's about seeing the divine in the mundane, recognizing that the extraordinary is hidden within the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. He explores the concept of emptiness, or no self, a core tenet of Buddhist philosophy, not as a nihilistic void, but as the understanding that our individual self is not a fixed, independent entity, but a dynamic, ever-changing collection of experiences, thoughts, and sensations, interconnected with everything else. When we release the rigid grip of our ego, we open ourselves to a vast, boundless sense of being, a connection to something much larger than our individual identity. Imagine a wave in the ocean. It appears as a separate entity, but it is intrinsically connected to and part of the entire ocean. Sunim emphasizes the cultivation of compassion as the highest form of spirituality. When we recognize our shared humanity, our shared suffering, and our shared desire for happiness, our hearts naturally open to others.
He encourages us to extend kindness not only to those we love, but also to strangers and even to those who challenge us, understanding that everyone is struggling in their own way. This universal compassion arises naturally when we slow down and cultivate empathy. He also touches upon the role of gratitude in spiritual awakening. When we truly appreciate the gift of life, the beauty of the natural world, and the kindness of others, our hearts swell with a sense of wonder and connection. This gratitude, he suggests, is a direct pathway to experiencing the sacred in every moment. The chapter concludes with a powerful invitation to recognize our inherent perfection and completeness. We often seek external validation or believe we need to achieve something profound to be spiritual. Sunim gently reminds us that our true nature is already enlightened, already whole. Spirituality is not about becoming something, but about uncovering what is already there, beneath the layers of conditioning, fear, and distraction. By slowing down, we create the space for this profound realization, allowing us to live from a place of deep wisdom, unwavering peace, and boundless compassion. It's about remembering who we truly are, beyond the roles we play and the stories we tell ourselves.
And so, our journey through Heimin Sunim's The Things You Can See Only When You Slow Down comes to a gentle close. We began by acknowledging the relentless pace of our modern lives, and have now discovered that the most profound insights, the deepest peace, and the most authentic connections are not found by speeding up, but by deliberately, compassionately, and mindfully slowing down. From embracing the necessity of rest to mastering the art of mindful presence, to nurturing our relationships with genuine empathy and experiencing love in its purest forms, we've learned that true fulfillment emerges from within. We've explored how to navigate the vastness of life with acceptance and how to approach the uncertainty of the future with trust, ultimately arriving at the profound realization of our own interconnected spirituality. This book is not just a guide, it's a gentle invitation to pause, to breathe, to look closely, and to rediscover the quiet wisdom that resides within each of us. The things you can see only when you slow down are not grand revelations that suddenly appear, but the subtle, beautiful truths that have always been there, waiting patiently for your attention. May you carry these lessons into your everyday life, finding moments of stillness amidst the rush, cultivating kindness in your interactions, and embracing the profound beauty of your own existence. Remember, a life lived slowly is a life lived fully. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with a friend, and subscribing to our channel for more enriching content. Until next time, may you find peace in every moment, and may your journey be filled with quiet joy.
The Master Key System by Charles F. Haanel is a 24-part course designed to help individuals unlock their full potential and achieve their goals through the power of thought. Haanel emphasizes that understanding and applying the principles outlined in the system can lead to mastery over one's circumstances and the creation of a desired reality. The core premise revolves around the idea that the universe operates on immutable laws, and by aligning our thoughts and actions with these laws, we can attract success, abundance, and personal fulfillment. This system is not merely a collection of motivational sayings, it is a systematic and scientific approach to understanding the mechanics of creation and how our consciousness plays a pivotal role in shaping our lives. Haenel presents these lessons in a logical, progressive manner, building one concept upon another, encouraging readers to practice the principles diligently for optimal results. He insists that mastery over oneself and one's environment is not a privilege for a select few, but an attainable reality for anyone willing to invest the time and effort in understanding and applying these fundamental truths.
Part 1. The Power of Thought. Haenel begins by introducing the concept of the master key, which he identifies as the ability to consciously direct one's thoughts. He asserts that thought is the fundamental creative force in the universe, and every material manifestation, every invention, every artistic creation, and every personal experience first originates as a thought. Our thoughts, whether positive, negative, constructive, or destructive, have a direct and undeniable impact on our experiences. He uses the analogy of a magnet, explaining that our minds are constantly attracting conditions, circumstances, and individuals that harmonize with our dominant thoughts and mental attitudes. Therefore, to enact any significant and lasting change in our external world, we must first initiate a profound transformation within our internal world of thought. This part stresses the paramount importance of understanding the intricate relationship between the inner and outer world, highlighting that the outer world is merely a faithful reflection or mirror of the inner mental landscape. Haenel emphatically encourages readers to embrace full responsibility for their thoughts, recognizing that they are not merely passive recipients of fate, but the active architects of their own destiny. He explains that by consistently cultivating constructive, empowering, and positive thoughts, we can systematically build a future that is precisely in alignment with our highest aspirations and most cherished desires. This initial lesson lays the groundwork for the entire system, establishing thought as the primary tool for self-mastery.
Part 2. The Subconscious Mind. This section delves deeply into the workings of the subconscious mind, which Haenel describes as a vast, powerful, and largely untapped reservoir of infinite intelligence and energy. He explains that the subconscious mind operates without the filter of conscious reasoning. It accepts and acts upon any thought, suggestion, or belief given to it, regardless of whether that input is factually true or false, beneficial or detrimental. It does not question or debate, it simply executes with unwavering efficiency. This profound characteristic makes it absolutely crucial to consciously and deliberately feed the subconscious mind with positive, empowering, and life-affirming thoughts, as it will tirelessly and automatically work to bring those thoughts, beliefs, and images into tangible fruition. Haenel provides practical and actionable exercises for consciously impressing the subconscious with desired outcomes, such as sustained visualization, powerful affirmations, and focused mental imagery. He masterfully likens the subconscious to incredibly fertile soil, where seeds, our thoughts, are meticulously planted and then naturally grow and blossom into reality. He issues a clear warning against the insidious dangers of negative thinking, fear, and anxiety, explaining that the subconscious, being impartial, will just as diligently manifest those undesirable fears and anxieties into our experience. The key to unlocking and harnessing the immense power of the subconscious mind, he asserts, lies in consistent, deliberate, and positive suggestion, coupled with unwavering faith and absolute belief in the desired outcome. This part emphasizes that the subconscious is the operational engine that transforms thought into form.
Part 3. The Laws of the Universe. Haenel meticulously outlined several immutable universal laws that govern all existence, with the law of attraction being a central focus. He explains that like attracts like, and our thoughts, being dynamic vibrations, actively attract similar vibrations from the vast energy field of the universe. This implies a critical truth. If we persistently focus on lack, scarcity, or deprivation, we will inevitably attract more of those very conditions. Conversely, if we deliberately focus on abundance, prosperity, and opportunity, we will naturally attract more of those positive experiences. He also thoroughly discusses the law of vibration, stating unequivocally that everything in the universe, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy, is in a state of constant vibration, and our thoughts generate specific vibrational frequencies. By consciously raising our personal vibrational frequency through positive thoughts, uplifting emotions, and a constructive mental attitude, we can attract higher-level experiences, opportunities, and relationships into our lives. This part strongly emphasizes that these universal laws are entirely impartial, utterly consistent, and operate ceaselessly, whether we are consciously aware of them or not. Understanding and consciously cooperating with these fundamental laws allows us to become active co-creators with the universe, deliberately fashioning our desired reality. This knowledge transforms us from victims of circumstance into masters of destiny.
Part 4. Concentration and Visualization. Building logically on the previous parts, Hanel introduces the indispensable practical tools of concentration and visualization. He stresses that sustained, unwavering concentration on a particular idea, a specific goal, or a desired outcome imbues it with immense energy and creative power, making its manifestation significantly more probable. Visualization, he meticulously explains, is the dynamic process of mentally creating a clear, vivid, and detailed image of precisely what you wish to achieve. Actively engaging all your senses in this mental picture, seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, and even tasting it as if it were already real. This detailed mental image acts as a precise blueprint or a detailed set of instructions for the subconscious mind to diligently work with. Hanel provides specific, actionable exercises to systematically develop and strengthen these crucial skills, such as focusing intently on a single physical object for extended periods, silencing all distracting thoughts, and creating intricate, detailed mental scenes of your desired future. He confidently asserts that a well-developed, highly imaginative faculty, when combined with focused, unwavering concentration, constitutes the true master key to unlocking one's boundless creative power. The more clearly, consistently, and emotionally vividly we can visualize our desires, the more swiftly and effortlessly they will materialize in our physical reality.
Part 5. The Creative Power of Thought. This section reiterates and significantly expands upon the foundational idea that thought is the primary, indeed the sole, creative force in the universe. Hanel emphasizes that the inherent power to create is not external or bestowed, but is resident within each individual, and it is actively exercised through the consistent quality, intensity, and emotional charge of our thoughts. He profoundly explains that every invention, every scientific breakthrough, every artistic masterpiece, and every successful human endeavor ever conceived and brought into existence originated as a pure thought, an idea in someone's mind. He passionately encourages readers to recognize, acknowledge, and embrace their inherent, God-given creative power, and to commit to using it deliberately, consciously, and constructively. This part also thoughtfully touches upon the concept of spiritual energy or the universal mind, suggesting that our individual minds are not isolated, but are intricately connected to a larger, infinite intelligence, and when we consciously align with this greater intelligence, our individual creative potential becomes truly limitless. He provides compelling historical examples of how extraordinary individuals throughout history have instinctively or deliberately used this inherent creative power to achieve astonishing feats and leave indelible marks on the world. Part 6. The Scientific Attitude. Hahnel strongly advocates for adopting a rational, scientific attitude towards personal development and the application of the Master Key system. He meticulously explains that the principles outlined in the system are not abstract or mystical, but are rather based on observable, demonstratable, and consistently operating universal laws, much like the laws of physics or chemistry. He vehemently encourages readers to approach these principles with an experimental mindset, to test them rigorously, to apply them diligently, and to meticulously observe the results for themselves. This scientific and empirical approach fosters a profound sense of certainty, conviction, and personal validation, as direct personal experience becomes the ultimate and most convincing proof. He emphasizes the critical importance of maintaining an open mind, being receptive to new ideas, while simultaneously being analytical, discerning, and pragmatic in one's application. This part aims to thoroughly demystify the seemingly abstract concepts, presenting them as practical, actionable tools that can be consistently applied with predictable, repeatable results. He encourages systematic practice, diligent record-keeping, and careful observation of one's progress, much like a scientist conducting an experiment.
Part 7. The Law of Growth. This section thoroughly explores the pervasive and undeniable law of growth, asserting that everything in the universe, from the smallest seed to the largest galaxy, is in a constant state of evolution, expansion, and development. Our thoughts, too, as living energy forms, are undeniably subject to this universal law. By consciously and consistently focusing on growth, continuous improvement, and expansion in all areas of our own lives, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and materially, we naturally align ourselves with this fundamental universal principle. Hahnel explains that stagnation, inertia, or regression is fundamentally contrary to the very nature of the universe, and therefore we must continually strive for personal and intellectual growth, learning, and self-mastery. He strongly encourages lifelong learning, relentless self-improvement, and the continuous development of new skills, talents, and perspectives. This part highlights the immense importance of consistent effort, diligent practice, and unwavering perseverance in cultivating positive thought patterns, as true sustainable growth inevitably takes time, dedication, and sustained commitment. He masterfully illustrates how every single aspect of nature, from a sprouting acorn to a flowing river, demonstrates this continuous, upward, and expansive movement, reflecting an innate drive towards greater expression.
Part 8. The Inner World and Outer Manifestation. Hahnel further clarifies and deepens the intricate relationship between the inner world of our thoughts, beliefs, and emotions and the outer world of our observable experiences and circumstances. He unequivocally stresses that the outer world is never truly independent, but is simply a faithful reflection or a mirror image of the inner world. Therefore, to effectively change, improve, or transform external circumstances, one must first initiate a profound and lasting change within one's internal mental and emotional state. This crucial process involves consciously cultivating specific, empowering mental attitudes, such as unwavering faith, indomitable courage, serene confidence, profound gratitude, and optimistic expectation regardless of current external conditions or appearances. He explains that by consistently holding these powerful, positive internal states, we naturally and inevitably draw corresponding positive experiences, opportunities, and people into our lives. This part serves as a powerful reminder that true, enduring power resides intrinsically within us, and by diligently mastering our inner world, we gain profound control and influence over our outer circumstances.
He emphasizes that the definitive solution to any apparent problem or challenge lies not in trying to manipulate external factors directly, but in fundamentally changing one's mental and emotional approach to it.
Part 9. Causes and Effects. This section meticulously focuses on the universal and irrefutable principle of cause and effect, explaining with clarity that every single thought we entertain is a potent cause, and every condition, circumstance, or experience we encounter is an undeniable effect. We are constantly, whether consciously or unconsciously, creating causes through the quality and nature of our thoughts, and these causes inevitably lead to corresponding effects in our lives. Hanel strongly emphasizes the critical importance of thoroughly understanding this principle to consciously and deliberately choose thoughts that will produce precisely the desired beneficial effects. He encourages profound self-awareness regarding our predominant thought patterns, underlying beliefs, and their potential inevitable consequences. This deep understanding empowers individuals to take complete responsibility for their current reality and to deliberately, systematically create a more desirable, prosperous, and fulfilling future. He reiterates with conviction that there is no such thing as random chance or mere luck in the universe. Everything is inextricably governed by this immutable and impartial law of cause and effect. Our thoughts are the seeds, and our experiences are the harvest.
Part 10. Intuition and Inspiration. Hanel introduces the concepts of intuition and inspiration as vital forms of higher guidance and insight. He explains that by calming the incessant chatter of the conscious mind and consciously aligning with the expansive universal mind, or infinite intelligence, we can become receptive to intuitive insights, creative breakthroughs, and sudden flashes of inspiration. These often manifest as spontaneous understandings, novel ideas, or ingenious solutions to complex problems that seem to come from beyond our ordinary conscious reasoning. He suggests that intuition is often the subconscious mind communicating profound wisdom and guidance to the conscious mind, often tapping into a deeper, collective wellspring of knowledge. This part strongly encourages practices such as daily meditation, quiet contemplation, mindfulness, and periods of solitude to develop heightened sensitivity and receptivity to these subtle yet powerful inner promptings. He asserts that by learning to trust and courageously act upon these intuitive nudges and inspired ideas, we can make more effective, aligned decisions, discover innovative pathways to success, and unlock previously unseen opportunities.
Part 11. The Power of Affirmation. This section delves into the immensely practical and transformative application of affirmations. Hanel explains that affirmations are positive, declarative statements, consciously formulated and repeatedly spoken or thought, designed specifically to impress the subconscious mind with a desired belief, mental attitude, or specific outcome. He emphatically emphasizes that for affirmations to be truly effective and powerful, they must be consistently spoken or thought with unwavering conviction, deep feeling, profound emotion, and an absolute, unshakable belief in their inherent truth and inevitable manifestation. He provides detailed guidance on formulating truly effective affirmations, ensuring they're always positive, stated in the present tense as if already achieved, and as specific and vivid as possible. He also explains that repeated, consistent affirmations eventually reprogram the subconscious mind, systematically overriding limiting beliefs, negative self-talk, and self-defeating patterns, replacing them with empowering, constructive, and success-oriented ones. This fundamental mental shift inevitably leads to a profound change in perception, attitude, and expectation, and a corresponding, demonstrable change in external circumstances and results.
Part 12. The Secret of Success. Hahnel reveals the profound secret of success as the unwavering ability to consistently hold a definite purpose, maintain absolute and unshakable faith in its ultimate attainment, and cultivate an absolute conviction that it is already within reach, existing as a blueprint in the mental realm. He explains that this particular mental attitude, a powerful blend of clarity, faith, and expectation, creates an incredibly potent magnetic field that actively attracts precisely the necessary resources, the right people, the opportune circumstances, and the perfect synchronicities to manifest the desired goal into physical reality. He stresses with great emphasis that true, lasting success is never accidental or a matter of luck, but is invariably a direct, predictable result of understanding and diligently applying these universal principles. This part highlights the paramount importance of absolute clarity of purpose and profound emotional conviction in achieving any aspiration, regardless of its magnitude. He details how focusing intently on what you unequivocally want, rather than dwelling on what you emphatically don't want, is an absolutely essential paradigm shift for anyone seeking to achieve their highest potential.
Part 13. The Law of Supply. This section thoroughly explores the immutable law of supply, stating that there is an infinite, inexhaustible abundance in the universe, and we are constantly drawing from this limitless supply through the nature and quality of our thoughts. Hahnel explains with great clarity that any perceived lack, scarcity, or limitation we experience is invariably a direct result of our own limited thinking, restrictive beliefs, or fear-based mental patterns, and not an actual, inherent shortage in the universe itself. By consciously cultivating a mindset of unwavering abundance, profound gratitude, and generous expectation, we automatically open ourselves to receive more of the universal bounty. He strongly encourages releasing all thoughts of scarcity, poverty, or deprivation and replacing them with the firm conviction and absolute knowing that all needs can be met, all desires fulfilled, and all resources are readily available. This part empowers individuals to tap directly into the universal, infinite source of all good and to confidently expect prosperity, well-being, and boundless opportunity. He provides guidance on how to systematically create a mental and emotional environment that is perfectly conducive to attracting wealth, health, happiness, and every conceivable opportunity.
Part 14. The Power of Desire. Hahnel emphasizes the absolutely crucial and foundational role of intense desire in the process of manifestation. He explains that a strong, burning, persistent, and clearly defined desire, when purposefully combined with unwavering faith, positive expectation, and an active will to achieve, acts as an incredibly powerful catalyst for bringing things into tangible existence. He makes a clear and important differentiation between idle wishes or fleeting whims and true, profound desire, noting that genuine desire is invariably backed by deep conviction, emotional intensity, and a resolute willingness to take inspired action. He strongly encourages individuals to cultivate clear, specific, and emotionally charged desires, as vague or ambiguous desires inevitably lead to vague or unsatisfying results. This part highlights that desire is the initial, essential spark that ignites the entire creative process and sets it into motion, and it is absolutely essential to continually fuel this desire with positive emotion, enthusiastic expectation,
and an unshakable belief in its ultimate fulfillment. Desire in this context is not a mere longing, but a powerful, creative force. Part 15. The Power of Faith. This section focuses intensely on the profound, transformative power of faith. Hanel explains that faith, in this context, is not a blind, unsubstantiated belief, but rather a deep inner conviction, an absolute knowing, and an unshakable certainty that our desires will unquestionably manifest, even before there is any tangible physical evidence or outward sign of their impending arrival. He asserts with conviction that faith, as a powerful mental and emotional state, creates a dynamic magnetic field that actively attracts precisely the desired conditions, circumstances, and opportunities into our experience. Without this vital component of faith, our thoughts, no matter how clear or positive, lack the necessary power and energy to bridge the gap between the unseen and the seen to manifest. He provides practical and actionable advice on systematically cultivating unwavering faith, such as consistent and vivid visualization, powerful and emotive affirmation, regular meditation, and consciously focusing on past successes and instances where belief brought about positive outcomes. This part profoundly underscores that faith is the essential emotional fuel, the vital energy that propels our desires from the realm of thought into the reality of physical manifestation. He connects faith directly to the subconscious mind's incredible ability to act upon deeply impressed beliefs.
Part 16. The Law of Compensation. Hanel introduces the fundamental and universal law of compensation, which states unequivocally that we inevitably receive in direct proportion to what we genuinely give. This profound principle applies not only to material wealth, financial gains, or tangible goods, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to the quality of our thoughts, the energy we expend, the service we render, and the value we contribute. By giving generously of our time, sharing our unique talents, offering our skills, and radiating positive energy and goodwill, we automatically create a dynamic channel, an opening that allows us to receive a greater return and greater blessings. He strongly encourages an attitude of selfless service, sincere contribution, and proactive value creation, explaining that true and lasting abundance inevitably comes from actively adding value to the lives of others, improving communities, and uplifting humanity. This part profoundly emphasizes that selfless giving, in its truest sense, is not a sacrifice or a depletion, but rather a strategic investment that inevitably yields rich and abundant returns, often far exceeding the initial outlay. He illustrates how the universe, in its perfect wisdom, always balances every input with an equal and often multiplied output.
Part 17. The Law of Attraction in Practice. This section transitions from theory to highly practical applications of the Law of Attraction. Hanel offers specific, actionable exercises and proven techniques for consciously and deliberately using the law to attract desired outcomes in all areas of life. This includes, but is not limited to, creating a clear, compelling mental picture or vision board of your ideal life, meticulously detailing every aspect of your desired future, consistently focusing on and cultivating positive emotions, joy, gratitude, love, enthusiasm, and maintaining a pervasive, unwavering attitude of profound gratitude for all that you already have and all that is on its way. He explains that consistent daily practice, disciplined application, and unwavering commitment are absolutely essential to fully integrate these powerful principles into one's daily life and make them an automatic part of one's being. This part explicitly aims to move readers from a purely theoretical understanding to active, practical implementation, showing them precisely how to make the law of attraction work dynamically and effectively for them in every single aspect of their existence, thereby transforming their desires into tangible realities.
Part 18. Overcoming Obstacles. Hanel sagaciously addresses the inevitable challenges, difficulties, and apparent obstacles that may arise on the path to achieving one's goals and success. He explains that these challenges are not necessarily roadblocks or signs of failure, but are often integral tests of our faith, resilience, and unwavering resolve. He strongly encourages readers to reframe their perspective, viewing obstacles not as insurmountable barriers, but as valuable opportunities for profound growth, insightful learning, and the development of deeper strength and wisdom. He provides practical and effective strategies for overcoming setbacks, such as maintaining persistent positive thinking, reaffirming unwavering belief in one's objective, learning valuable lessons from mistakes, adapting strategies as needed, and developing mental fortitude. This part profoundly emphasizes the importance of resilience, tenacity, and an unwavering, unbreakable commitment to one's goals and aspirations, even in the face of temporary adversity, criticism, or doubt. He suggests that what appear to be problems are in truth simply opportunities disguised in challenging apparel, demanding a fresh perspective and a new approach.
Part 19. The Power of Self-Reliance. This section profoundly emphasizes the critical importance of self-reliance, self-trust, and the systematic development of unshakable inner strength. Hanel explains with conviction that true, enduring power originates from within each individual, not from external sources, fleeting circumstances, or unhealthy dependence on others. He strongly encourages individuals to cultivate deep trust in their own intuition, to bravely make their own decisions, to take full and complete responsibility for their own lives, and to develop an internal locus of control. This fosters a profound sense of personal empowerment, reduces reliance on external validation or approval, and liberates one from the opinions of others. This part highlights the enriching journey of self-discovery, the cultivation of an independent, confident mindset, and the understanding that one possesses all the necessary resources within to navigate life's complexities. He stresses that true genius and extraordinary accomplishment are often developed by systematically learning to trust and act upon one's innate inner wisdom and guidance.
Part 20. The Conscious Use of Power. Hanel brilliantly synthesizes all the previous concepts, emphasizing the paramount importance of consciously, deliberately, and consistently using the inherent power of thought. He explains that merely knowing these profound principles, while a good start, is absolutely not enough. They must be actively, diligently, and systematically applied in daily life, transforming knowledge into wisdom through action. This involves consistently choosing positive, constructive thoughts, practicing vivid and regular visualization, consistently using powerful affirmations, and maintaining a pervasive mental attitude of enthusiastic expectation, profound gratitude, and unwavering faith. This part serves as a powerful call to action, urging readers to transition from being passive observers of life to becoming active, intentional creators of their own reality, masters of their destiny. He reiterates with conviction that consistent effort, disciplined practice, and conscious, deliberate application of these universal laws are the non-negotiable keys to achieving and sustaining lasting success, well-being, and personal fulfillment in all areas of life.
Part 21. The Rhythmic Breath.
This section introduces a specific yet powerful technique, the rhythmic breath. Hanel explains that controlled, conscious, and rhythmic breathing not only offers significant physical benefits, such as improved circulation and reduced stress, but also profoundly helps to calm the often turbulent conscious mind, sharpen mental focus, and enhance overall mental clarity and receptivity. He suggests that deep, slow, and rhythmic breathing can help to harmonize the conscious and subconscious minds, creating an optimal state for impressing desired thoughts, images, and beliefs onto the subconscious with greater efficacy and ease. This technique is presented as a practical, accessible tool for systematically improving concentration, fostering inner peace, and enhancing overall mental and emotional well-being, thereby further aiding and accelerating the manifestation process. He provides clear step-by-step instructions for practicing this specific rhythmic breathing exercise, emphasizing its role in mental and energetic alignment.
Part 22. The Law of Reciprocity. Hanel further explores the profound and interconnected law of reciprocity, which is closely related to the law of compensation, but with an added nuance of mutual exchange. He explains that by giving freely, generously, and without expectation of immediate return, we effectively create a dynamic vacuum, a space that the universe, in its infinite wisdom and abundance, then invariably fills with even greater good, blessings, and prosperity. This reciprocal exchange is presented as a fundamental, inherent principle of the universe, a natural flow of energy. He strongly encourages readers to find proactive ways to serve others, to contribute their unique talents and gifts, to share their resources, and to spread positivity and goodwill, knowing with absolute certainty that these actions of generous giving will inevitably bring positive returns, often in unexpected and multiplied forms. This part reinforces the profound idea that true and sustainable prosperity, deep satisfaction, and genuine happiness are inextricably linked to an attitude of selfless giving, heartfelt contribution, and reciprocal exchange.
Part 23. The All-Encompassing Mind. This section delves into the profound concept of the all-encompassing mind, or the universal mind, suggesting that there is a single, infinite, omnipresent intelligence that permeates all of existence, the very fabric of the cosmos. Our individual minds, Hanel explains, are not isolated entities, but are integral parts of this greater, infinite mind. And by consciously aligning and harmonizing with it, we gain direct access to unlimited wisdom, boundless creativity, infinite power, and profound insight. He explains that this fundamental connection is the ultimate source of our intuition, our flashes of inspiration, and our inherent creative abilities. This part powerfully encourages readers to recognize their profound interconnectedness with this universal intelligence, to cultivate a conscious relationship with it, and to confidently draw upon its vast, inexhaustible resources for guidance, inspiration, and empowerment. He emphasizes that the individual mind is not separate, but is a living, dynamic manifestation of the universal mind, capable of tapping into its infinite potential.
Part 24. The Grand Conclusion. In the final, culminating part, Hanel masterfully summarizes the entire Master Key system, powerfully reiterating the profound interconnectedness and synergistic interplay of all the principles he has meticulously presented. He emphasizes with great conviction that true mastery, lasting success, and profound personal fulfillment emanate not merely from intellectual understanding, but from consistently and diligently applying these universal laws in a conscious, deliberate, and disciplined manner in daily life. He strongly encourages readers to continue their ongoing journey of self-discovery, personal growth, and self-mastery, and to bravely embrace their inherent power as conscious creators of their own reality, recognizing their role in shaping their destiny. This concluding section serves as a potent and inspiring call to action, a powerful reminder that the journey to personal mastery is an ongoing, evolving process, requiring continuous practice, diligent self-reflection, unwavering belief in one's boundless potential, and persistent application of these timeless truths. He leaves the reader with a profound sense of empowerment, encouraging them to confidently step forward, armed with this knowledge, and claim the vibrant, abundant, and fulfilling life they truly desire and deserve. The Master Key System, in its entirety, is not just a book, but a transformative blueprint for living a life of purpose, power, and ultimate achievement. It offers a systematic pathway to manifesting one's highest ideals and realizing true self-mastery.
Hello, spiritual seekers and wisdom enthusiasts. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we explore transformative ideas to enrich your life. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to unravel one of life's most profound mysteries, Karma, A Yogi's Guide to Crafting Your Destiny by the revered mystic Sadhguru. Have you ever wondered why certain things happen to you? Why some doors open effortlessly while others remain stubbornly shut? What if I told you that you hold the reins to your own destiny, and that the ancient concept of karma isn't about divine retribution, but rather a sophisticated mechanism of creation that you can learn to navigate and even master? In this immersive journey, Sadhguru demystifies karma, stripping away centuries of misinterpretation and presenting it as a powerful tool for self-transformation. This isn't just a philosophical treatise. It's a practical guide to understanding the very fabric of your existence and learning how to consciously weave the tapestry of your future. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the wisdom flow. By the end of this audiobook summary, you won't just understand karma. You will have a roadmap to liberating yourself from its unconscious cycles and actively crafting the destiny you truly desire. But before we embark on this enlightening adventure, I invite you to hit that like button if you're ready to embrace a new understanding of life. Share this episode with anyone who seeks deeper meaning. And of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on future explorations of wisdom. Now, let's begin our journey into the heart of karma. Chapter 1. Karma. What it is not. Sadhguru begins by dismantling the popular misconceptions surrounding karma. Forget the idea of karma as a cosmic scoreboard, where a divine entity is tallying your good and bad deeds. This isn't about reward or punishment handed down by an external force. Instead, Sadhguru clarifies that karma is not a moral law, nor is it fate. It's not about predestination or a rigid script written in the stars that you are powerless to change. He emphasizes that this understanding has led many to a sense of resignation, believing they are merely puppets in a cosmic play. Imagine for a moment that karma is like a sophisticated software program running in the background of your life. Every action you take, every thought you entertain, every emotion you feel, they are all inputs into this program. And like any software, it generates an output based on the inputs. If you put in certain commands, you get a certain result. It's not about judgment, it's about consequence. Sadhguru uses the analogy of memory. Just as your body carries genetic memory and your mind carries psychological memory, he explains that your energy system carries karmic memory.
This memory is a culmination of all your past actions, impressions, and experiences, not just from this life, but from countless others. It's an accumulated data bank that shapes your tendencies, your inclinations, and the very way you perceive and respond to the world. He differentiates between sanchita karma, the vast accumulated karma of all past lives, like a huge warehouse of data, and prarabdha karma, the portion of that karma that is allotted for this lifetime, determining your current circumstances, body, and basic personality traits. Think of sanchita karma as the entire library of books you've ever written, and prarabdha karma as the particular book you are currently reading and living out in this present moment. The key takeaway here is liberation from the misconception of karma as an external force. Sadhguru empowers us by stating that karma is fundamentally self-created. It's a system of self-imprint, where you are both the architect and the recipient of your experiences. This shifts the paradigm from victimhood to empowerment. Once we understand that we are generating our own karma, we can begin to consciously change the inputs to create different outputs. He also touches on the idea that karma is not about good or bad, but about entanglement. Every action leaves an impression, a trace, a memory. Whether it's a joyful action or a painful one, it still creates a loop, binding you to certain patterns. The ultimate goal, he hints, is to become free from all karmic imprints, to act without accumulating new memory, and thus attain a state of absolute freedom.
Chapter 2. The Making of Karma. Now that we understand what karma is not, Sadhguru delves into its actual mechanics, how it's created, and how it operates within our lives. He explains that karma is essentially memory, a profound and pervasive form of memory that goes far beyond what we consciously recall. This memory isn't just in our minds, it's embedded in our bodies, our energies, and even the very elements we interact with. Consider the simple act of eating. When you eat an apple, your body remembers the apple, breaks it down, and assimilates it. But beyond that physical memory, there's a subtler karmic memory. The way you ate it, with gratitude, with anger, with indifference, all contribute to this karmic imprint. Every sensation, every thought, every emotion associated with an action leaves a residue, a blueprint for future experiences. Sadhguru introduces the concept of the 4 dimensions of karma. Body karma, or kayika karma. This is the karma accumulated through physical actions. For example, if you consistently use your body to harm others, you create a certain type of physical karmic imprint that might manifest as illness or injury in the future. Conversely, using your body to help or create contributes to a different kind of physical well-being. Mental karma, or manasika karma. This is the karma generated by your thoughts and intentions. Thoughts are powerful, and repetitive thought patterns, whether positive or negative, create strong karmic impressions. If you constantly harbor anger or jealousy, you are shaping your inner world and future experiences with those very energies. Verbal karma, or vachika karma. The words you speak carry immense power. Words can build or destroy, inspire or deflate. The quality of your speech, whether it's truthful, kind, harsh, or manipulative, directly contributes to your verbal karma. Energy karma, or bhautika karma. This is the subtlest and most fundamental form of karma, arising from the very energy of your existence, your deepest intentions, and the fundamental vibrational quality you emit. This is less about specific actions and more about the underlying state of your being. He emphasizes that intention is paramount. Two people can perform the exact same action, but if their intentions differ, the karmic consequences will also differ. A surgeon cuts a body to heal, while an assailant cuts to harm. The physical action is similar, but the intent makes all the difference in the karmic blueprint generated. Sadhguru likens karmic memory to grooves in a record. Every action, thought, and emotion carves a groove. The more you repeat a certain pattern, the deeper the groove becomes. This is why we often find ourselves repeating the same mistakes or falling into the same behavioral traps. Our karmic memory pushes us down these well-worn paths. The liberating insight here is that while these grooves exist, we are not permanently stuck in them. We can consciously choose to carve new grooves, to create new patterns of thought, emotion, and action. This requires awareness and the conscious effort to break free from unconscious repetitive cycles. He stresses that karma is not a static ledger. It's a dynamic process of creation, constantly being shaped by your conscious and unconscious choices. Chapter 3: The Architecture of Destiny. Having understood the making of karma, Sadhguru now reveals how these karmic imprints fundamentally shape the architecture of our destiny. He explains that our karmic memory acts as a filter through which we perceive the world. It dictates our tendencies, our likes and dislikes, our inherent strengths and weaknesses, and even the types of situations and people we attract into our lives. Imagine looking at the world through different colored glasses. If your karmic glasses are tinted with fear, you'll perceive threats everywhere. If they're tinted with joy, you'll find reasons to celebrate. It's the same world, but your internal karmic lens determines your experience of it. Sadhguru states that the very structure of your personality, your software, is largely a product of your accumulated karma. It determines your emotional patterns, why some people are naturally calm, while others are quick to anger. It influences your intellectual capabilities and even your physical constitution. This isn't about blaming, it's about understanding the deep-seated origins of who you are. He introduces the powerful idea of prarabdha karma being the allocated karma for this lifetime. This is the destiny you are born with, your family, nationality, physical attributes, and initial circumstances. This portion of karma is like the hand of cards you are dealt in a game. You didn't choose the cards, but you certainly choose how you play them. The crucial point here is that while your prarabdha karma sets the stage, it does not dictate the entire play. You have the freedom, the free will, to act and react within those circumstances. This is where conscious choice comes into play. If you keep reacting habitually, driven by unconscious karmic imprints, you simply reinforce existing patterns. But if you become aware and choose to respond consciously, you begin to dismantle those patterns. Sadhguru likens this to an individual living in a house built by their ancestors. You may not have chosen the house, but you have the power to renovate it, to change the decor, or even to build an extension. Your past karma provides the foundation, but your present actions determine the ongoing construction. He emphasizes that many people mistake this karmic influence for fate and resign themselves to it. This resignation, ironically, becomes another karmic imprint that reinforces their perceived lack of control. True freedom, he suggests, comes from recognizing the influence of karma and then consciously striving to act beyond its limitations. This means cultivating a state of constant awareness, where you observe your thoughts, emotions, and actions without getting entangled in them. The journey of transformation begins when you realize that while you cannot change the past karma that brought you to this moment, you can absolutely influence the karma you are creating right now, and thus reshape your future.
Chapter 4: The Problem of Identification.
One of the most profound insights Sadhguru offers is that the root of our entanglement with karma lies in our deep-seated identification with our body, mind, and emotions. We mistakenly believe, I am my thoughts, I am my feelings, or I am this body. This intense identification creates a sense of individuality and separation, which in turn becomes the engine for accumulating more karma. Think of it this way. If you strongly identify with a particular role you play, say a parent, a professional, or a national identity, then every action, thought, and emotion associated with that role becomes intensely personal. When something good happens to you, the identified role, you feel joy. When something bad happens, you experience suffering. This emotional attachment and entanglement are precisely what create and deepen karmic impressions. Sadhguru argues that the self we perceive ourselves to be is largely a bundle of karmic memory. Our personality, our preferences, our entire psychological framework is a complex accumulation of past impressions. When we say, I am angry, we are identifying with an emotional state that is, in essence, a karmic imprint. When we say, I am happy, the same applies. The problem arises because this identification makes us reactive. We react to situations based on our existing karmic patterns rather than responding consciously. If your karmic memory includes a strong pattern of insecurity, you'll likely react defensively to perceived threats, further solidifying that insecurity. He uses a beautiful analogy. Your body is like a vehicle, and your mind is like a navigation system. You are the driver. But most people are so identified with the vehicle or the navigation system that they forget they are the driver. They let the vehicle run on autopilot, driven by karmic grooves, rather than consciously steering their lives. The path to liberation from karma, therefore, involves systematically disidentifying with these aspects of yourself. This doesn't mean becoming emotionless or disembodied. It means recognizing that these are tools and experiences, not the core of who you are. You have a body, you have a mind, you have emotions, but you are not them. This process of disidentification begins with awareness. By observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, by simply noticing them arise and pass, you create a space between you, the conscious observer, and them, the karmic expressions. This space is the beginning of freedom. When you no longer cling to a particular thought or emotion as mine, its power to bind you karmically diminishes. Sadhguru emphasizes that this is a gradual process, not an overnight transformation. It requires consistent inner work and a willingness to question the very foundations of your self-perception. But as you gradually loosen your grip on these identifications, you start to experience a profound sense of inner freedom, an ability to act without accumulating new karmic baggage.
Chapter 5. Ignorance and its Role. Sadhguru asserts that at the heart of our karmic entanglement lies a fundamental ignorance, not a lack of knowledge in the conventional sense, but an ignorance of the true nature of who we are and the mechanisms of life itself. This isn't about being unintelligent, it's about being unaware of the deeper dimensions of existence. This ignorance manifests primarily as a lack of self-awareness. We are largely unconscious in our daily lives, acting out pre-programmed responses and patterns without ever pausing to observe them. We operate on autopilot, driven by the inertia of accumulated karma. This unconsciousness is the fertile ground where new karmic seeds are sown and old ones continue to sprout. Imagine walking through life with your eyes closed, constantly bumping into things and then wondering why you're bruised. Our unconsciousness is akin to that. We act, react, and experience consequences, but we fail to see the causal link between our inner state and our outer reality because we are simply not paying attention. Sadhguru stresses that our suffering isn't caused by external events, but our unconscious reactions to them. A difficult situation might arise, but it's our anger, fear, or frustration that causes us pain, not the situation itself. And these reactions are deeply rooted in our karmic patterns, our accumulated memories and tendencies. Because we are unaware of these internal mechanisms, we constantly blame external circumstances or other people for our unhappiness, thereby perpetuating the cycle of ignorance and karma. He clarifies that ignorance also means operating under the illusion that we are separate from everything else. This sense of separation fuels the ego, which in turn drives actions aimed at self-preservation and self-aggrandizement. Every action born out of this sense of separation, this me versus them mentality, creates karmic bondage. True knowledge, he suggests, is the experience of oneness, of realizing that you are an integral part of everything. The path to breaking free from karmic cycles, therefore, is directly linked to dispelling this ignorance through heightened awareness. Sadhguru advocates for practices that bring a greater sense of consciousness to every aspect of life, from the simplest acts of eating and walking to the most complex interactions. He gives the example of anger. When you become angry, instead of identifying with it and acting out, can you simply observe the anger as a phenomenon happening within you? Can you notice the physiological sensations, the racing thoughts, without judging them or being carried away by them? This act of witnessing creates a space, a gap in the unconscious chain reaction, and begins to dissolve the karmic impression. The fundamental teaching here is that to transcend karma, we must first become aware of its presence and its functioning. Ignorance is the glue that binds us to its cycles. Awareness is the solvent that dissolves it. As we become more aware, our choices become more conscious, and our actions begin to flow not from compulsion, but from freedom.
Chapter 6. Actions in Awareness. This chapter marks a pivotal shift from understanding karma to actively managing and transforming it. Sadhguru introduces the concept of action in awareness as the primary tool for consciously engaging with and ultimately transcending karma. This isn't about stopping action, but about transforming the very nature of how we act. Most of our actions, he explains, are performed unconsciously. We eat, speak, work, and interact out of habit, compulsion, or reaction, without full awareness of the deeper implications or the internal processes driving them. These unconscious actions are what create and reinforce karmic imprints, like digging deeper grooves in a record. To act in awareness means to bring a heightened sense of presence and mindfulness to every action, thought, and emotion. It's about performing even the most mundane tasks with full attention, observing the process without getting entangled in the outcome or the associated mental chatter. Consider washing dishes. Most people do it mechanically, their minds elsewhere, perhaps planning dinner or replaying a conversation. But to wash dishes in awareness means to fully experience the warmth of the water, the feel of the soak, the sound of the plates clinking. It means being fully present in that moment, in that action, without judgment or distraction. Sadhguru emphasizes that the quality of the action is more important than the action itself. Two people can be involved in social service. One might be doing it out of a sense of duty, guilt, or desire for recognition, while the other does it out of pure compassion and a genuine desire to serve. The outer action is the same, but the inner quality, the awareness and intention, determines the karmic outcome. The one acting with pure intention is less likely to accumulate new karmic baggage and may even burn through existing karma. Sadhguru introduces the idea of karma yoga, the path of action. This isn't just about performing good deeds, but about performing any action with a specific inner attitude. The essence of karma yoga is to act without attachment to the fruits of the action. This means doing what needs to be done to the best of your ability without being driven by desires for reward, recognition, or avoiding negative consequences. Acting without attachment doesn't mean becoming indifferent or irresponsible. On the contrary, it means you can act with total involvement and commitment because your focus is entirely on the action itself, not on what it will bring you. This makes your action far more potent and effective. When you act without personal agenda, your energy is fully available for the task at hand. Sadhguru provides practical advice for cultivating this awareness. Observe your breath, a simple practice of paying attention to your inhalation and exhalation can ground you in the present moment. Conscious eating, taste your food, feel its texture, notice the process of chewing and swallowing. Mindful walking, feel your feet on the ground, notice the movement of your body. Witness your thoughts and emotions. Don't try to stop them, just observe them without judgment. Through these practices, you gradually create a distance between yourself and your karmic patterns. You start to become the witness of your life, rather than being swept away by its currents. This witnessing quality is what allows you to act from a place of choice, not compulsion, thereby reducing the accumulation of new karma and beginning to dissolve existing karmic impressions.
Chapter 7. Burning Karma. The Path of Kriya. While acting in awareness helps to prevent the accumulation of new karma, Sadhguru delves into powerful methods for actively burning or dissolving existing karmic imprints. This is where the profound spiritual practices, particularly Kriya Yoga, come into play. He explains that karma, being a form of memory, holds energy within us. These karmic patterns are not just mental, they are embedded in our energy body, pranamaya kosha, and manifest as certain tendencies and limitations. To dissolve them requires working with the energy system itself. Think of karmic patterns as knots in a rope. Simply understanding they are there won't untie them. You need a specific tool or technique to loosen and release those knots. Kriya, Sadhguru explains, is precisely such a tool. It's a powerful sequence of yogic processes involving breath, posture, and inner focus designed to purify the energy system and accelerate spiritual evolution. Sadhguru clarifies that Kriya is not just physical exercise, it's a profound science of inner engineering. It works directly on the pranic energy system, reorganizing and intensifying the flow of energy in the body. This intense energy work begins to agitate and break down the stored karmic impressions, effectively burning them up. He likens the karmic body to a vast garbage dump. If you just add new garbage to it, new unconscious actions, it keeps growing. If you stop adding new garbage, act in awareness, it doesn't grow. But to truly clean it up, you need a powerful incinerator. Kriya is that incinerator. He creates an inner fire that systematically consumes the accumulated karmic memory. The effects of Kriya are profound. As karmic imprints are dissolved, individuals often report feeling lighter, more joyful, and experience a greater sense of inner freedom. Old patterns of thought and emotion that once held them captive begin to lose their grip. Physical ailments that were rooted in karmic patterns may also resolve. Sadhguru emphasizes that Kriya is not something one can learn from a book or casually practice. It requires careful initiation and guidance from a competent spiritual master, guru. This is because Kriya works with powerful energies, and improper practice can lead to imbalances. The initiation ensures that the practitioner is properly prepared and guided to handle the intensity of the process. He also explains that Kriya is not a substitute for conscious action. It works synergistically with awareness. While Kriya burns through old karma,
Practicing awareness ensures that you don't accumulate new karma at the same rate. Together, they form a potent strategy for accelerating spiritual growth and achieving liberation. Beyond Kriya, Sadhguru also touches on other forms of devotion and service as ways to burn karma. When one acts with absolute devotion, with a profound sense of surrender to a higher dimension, or when one engages in selfless service without any expectation of personal gain, these actions also generate a powerful energy that helps to dissolve karmic bonds. The key in all these approaches is to move beyond the limited, ego-driven self and touch something larger than oneself. The message is clear. While living consciously is essential, for rapid transformation and to truly liberate oneself from the deep-seated karmic patterns of countless lifetimes, a powerful inner technology like Kriya becomes invaluable.
Chapter 8. Karma and Responsibility. In this crucial chapter, Sadhguru firmly establishes the link between karma and personal responsibility. He states unequivocally that understanding karma is not an excuse for passivity or fatalism. It is a profound call to take absolute responsibility for everything in our lives. If karma is self-created, then by definition, we are entirely responsible for our experiences. This isn't about guilt or blame, but about empowerment. It means that there is no external entity or random chance dictating our suffering or joy. We are the architects. Imagine you've built a house brick by brick. If the roof leaks, you don't blame the rain. You take responsibility for how you built the roof. Similarly, if there's discomfort or joy in your life, Sadhguru urges us to recognize that we have, consciously or unconsciously, built it through our karmic actions and choices. He clarifies that true responsibility doesn't mean becoming overwhelmed by the weight of the past. It means recognizing that the power to change lies within us. If we created it, we can undo it or reshape it. This perspective liberates us from the tendency to blame others, circumstances, or even God for our predicaments. When you blame, you empower the external and disempower yourself. Sadhguru emphasizes that the moment you take 100% responsibility for your life, even for things that appear to be external misfortunes, you reclaim your power. This doesn't mean you cause every earthquake or traffic jam, but it means you take responsibility for how you experience and react to these events. Your inner world, your response, is entirely within your domain. He gives the example of encountering someone who behaves negatively. An unconscious person might react with anger or resentment, creating more karmic entanglement. A conscious person, taking responsibility for their own inner state, might choose to respond with compassion or simply observe without getting drawn in. This conscious choice breaks the karmic chain. This understanding of responsibility is also key to manifesting what we desire. If you want to create a certain future, you must take responsibility for the present moment, for your thoughts, emotions, and actions right now. Waiting for external conditions to change is a form of shirking responsibility. Sadhguru encourages us to adopt the mantra, "My life is my making." This isn't a simplistic affirmation, it's a deep commitment to being the master of our inner world, irrespective of outer circumstances. This doesn't mean life will become easy or free of challenges, but it means that the challenges will no longer cause internal suffering because we choose our response. He differentiates between blame and responsibility. Blame is about finding fault outside yourself. Responsibility is about recognizing your own capacity to respond. The ability to respond is responsibility. When you realize you have this ability, you are no longer a victim of circumstances, but a co-creator of your reality. The ultimate freedom, according to Sadhguru, lies in taking such profound responsibility that you cease to accumulate karma altogether.
When every action is a conscious choice, when there is no unconscious reaction, then you act out of freedom, and these actions leave no binding imprint. This is the path to becoming a truly liberated being.
Chapter 9. Dissolving the Self. This chapter delves into the ultimate goal of working with karma, dissolving the very sense of self that creates and accumulates karmic memory. Sadhguru explains that as long as there is a strong sense of a separate individual I, karma will continue to operate because the I is the central repository and engine of karmic memory. The self we normally identify with, our name, our roles, our personality traits, our opinions, is essentially a construct, a bundle of accumulated information and experiences. It's a karmic identity. The more we cling to this identity, the more we reinforce the mechanisms of karma. Imagine an intricately woven basket. Every fiber, every strand represents a karmic memory, a past experience, a learned pattern. The basket, as a whole, is your identified self. To dissolve the self is not to destroy yourself, but to unravel the threads of this basket, to see that it is not a fixed, solid entity, but a temporary assembly. Sadhguru makes a distinction between the limited, karmically bound self and the boundless, unconditioned self, often capitalized to denote the universal consciousness. The journey of spiritual growth is about moving from the former to the latter, to realize that your true nature is beyond all karmic limitations and personal identity. He suggests that the path to dissolving the self involves cultivating a deep sense of egolessness and inclusiveness. When you experience life as one with everything around you, when the boundaries between me and not me begin to blur, the karmic memory associated with that sense of separation starts to dissipate. One powerful way to achieve this, Sadhguru teaches, is through devotion, bhakti yoga. When you offer yourself completely to a higher dimension, whether it's a deity, a guru, or the universe itself, you dissolve your limited identity in that process of surrender. The I that accumulates karma starts to melt away. This isn't a weakness, it's a profound strength that allows you to act without the burden of self-interest. Another path is through dispassionate action, karma yoga, as discussed earlier. When you act without attachment to results, when your actions are simply what needs to be done, without any I involved in the outcome, then those actions do not create new karmic imprints. The I that usually claims authorship and ownership of actions begins to recede. Sadhguru explains that the dissolution of the self is not about becoming a blank slate or losing your individuality. Rather, it's about expanding your sense of self to encompass everything. When you identify with the entire existence, then there's no longer a small I to accumulate karma. The karmic burden drops away because there's no longer a distinct entity to carry it. This process can be both exhilarating and challenging, as it involves letting go of the very structure that has defined you for so long. But it is also the ultimate freedom, the state of mukti, or liberation, where you are no longer bound by the cycles of birth and death, action and consequence. The message is clear. True freedom from karma is not just about managing it, but about transcending the very mechanism that creates it, the limited, identified self. When that sense of individuality dissolves into a larger awareness, karma simply ceases to exist for you. Chapter 10. The Ultimate Freedom. In the concluding chapter, Sadhguru paints a vivid picture of what ultimate freedom from karma truly entails. This is the state of a liberated being,
someone who has completely transcended the cycles of karmic entanglement and lives in a state of unburdened joy and profound inner peace. He describes this freedom not as an escape from life, but as an enhanced engagement with it. A liberated being is not passive or inert. They are intensely alive, fully involved in every moment, but without any sense of personal binding. Their actions flow effortlessly, purely in response to the moment, uncolored by past memories or future anxieties. Imagine a person dancing through life, but their feet never touch the ground enough to leave an imprint. They are moving, engaging, experiencing, but they are not accumulating new karmic dust. Their actions are like water flowing over a lotus leaf. It touches, but never clings. Sadhguru emphasizes that a liberated being is not necessarily someone who retreats to a cave. They can be actively involved in the world, leading nations, raising families, or pursuing creative endeavors. The difference lies in their internal state. They act without the doership, without the sense that I am doing this. Their actions happen through them, rather than being driven by their individual will or ego. This state is characterized by absolute choicelessness in one sense and absolute choice in another. Choicelessness because there is no longer a conflicted mind trying to decide. Action simply flows from the highest intelligence. Absolute choice because every action is now a conscious, unconditioned response, not a reaction driven by karmic grooves. He clarifies that being free from karma doesn't mean you don't experience life. You still feel emotions, you still have thoughts, and your body still goes through its natural processes. But you are no longer identified with these phenomena. You are the witness, the space in which everything unfolds, rather than the thing unfolding. Sadhguru likens it to watching a movie. You can be completely immersed in the story, experience joy, sorrow, excitement, but you always know it's just a movie on a screen. You don't jump into the screen and try to intervene. Similarly, a liberated being participates fully in the drama of life, but with the unwavering awareness that this is not me. The ultimate freedom, he concludes, is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be cultivated. It's the realization that you are not your body, not your mind, not your emotions, but something vast, timeless, and boundless. It is the realization that you are the source of your own creation, and therefore you have the power to consciously craft your destiny. This liberation is not about avoiding problems, but about transforming your experience of them. When you are free from karmic entanglement, even in the face of challenges, there is an underlying current of peace and joy that remains untouched. You become truly free, free to live, free to love, free to create, unburdened by the echoes of the past or the anxieties of the future.
And there you have it, a profound journey into Sadhguru's Karma, a yogi's guide to crafting your destiny. We've explored how karma is not fate, but a self-created memory, how our identifications bind us, and how awareness, responsibility, and powerful inner technologies like Kriya can dissolve karmic imprints. The core message is one of empowerment. You are not a victim of your past, but a creator of your future. By understanding the mechanics of karma and consciously engaging with life, you can untangle yourself from unconscious patterns and craft a destiny of profound joy and freedom. Remember, this isn't just theory, it's a practical roadmap to transforming your life from the inside out. Begin by bringing more awareness to your actions, thoughts, and emotions. Take absolute responsibility for your inner state. And if you feel called, explore the deeper dimensions of yogic practices. Thank you for joining me on Vibe Audiobook today. I hope this summary has ignited a spark of transformation within you. If you found this insightful, Please like this episode, share it with your friends and family, and don't forget to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into wisdom.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, your destination for transformative insights and inspiring wisdom. Today, we're diving deep into the mind of success with John C. Maxwell's powerful book, How Successful People Think. Prepare to unlock the secrets to a mindset that propels you towards your greatest aspirations. Introduction. In a world brimming with ambitions and dreams, the pursuit of success often feels like an elusive quest. Many strive for greatness, yet only a select few consistently achieve it. What separates these individuals from the rest? Is it inherent talent, luck, or an extraordinary stroke of genius? While these factors can play a role, John C. Maxwell, a renowned leadership expert, argues that the true differentiator lies not in what successful people do, but in how they think. In his illuminating book, How Successful People Think, Maxwell unpacks the 11 crucial thinking skills that empower individuals to overcome challenges, seize opportunities, and ultimately realize their full potential. This isn't just a book about positive thinking, it's a practical guide to cultivating a strategic, intentional, and growth-oriented mindset. Maxwell believes that thinking is a skill, and like any skill, it can be learned, developed, and mastered. Our journey through this summary will explore each of these 11 thinking skills in detail, providing you with actionable insights and practical takeaways that you can immediately apply to your own life. From the power of big-picture thinking to the necessity of creative problem-solving, from the discipline of focused thinking to the courage of shared thinking, we will dissect the mental frameworks that underpin sustained achievement. Maxwell emphasizes that these thinking patterns are not innate traits reserved for a privileged few. They are accessible to anyone willing to invest the time and effort into cultivating them. By understanding and adopting these ways of thinking, you can transform your approach to challenges, opportunities, and personal growth, setting yourself on a trajectory toward unprecedented success. So, settle in. Open your mind and prepare to embark on a journey that will revolutionize the way you think, act, and achieve. This is How Successful People Think, and your path to a more successful life begins now.
Chapter 1. The Value of Good Thinking. John C. Maxwell begins his exploration by establishing a fundamental premise. Everything rises and falls on leadership, and leadership rises and falls on thinking. The quality of our lives, our decisions, and our achievements are direct reflections of the quality of our thoughts. Good thinking is not merely a desirable trait, it is an indispensable foundation for success in any endeavor. Maxwell contends that thinking is a habit, and like all habits, it can be developed and improved. He challenges the common misconception that some people are simply born thinkers, while others are not. Instead, he asserts that thinking is a skill that requires intentional practice and cultivation. The good news is that if you're not currently a good thinker, you can become one. He highlights several reasons why good thinking is so valuable. Firstly, good thinking allows us to solve problems effectively. Life is inherently full of challenges, and our ability to navigate them successfully depends on our capacity for clear, logical, and creative thought. When faced with an obstacle, a good thinker doesn't panic. They analyze, strategize, and devise solutions. Secondly, good thinking empowers us to create opportunities. While some people wait for opportunities to come knocking, good thinkers actively seek them out or even create them from scratch. They see possibilities where others see only limitations, and they possess the foresight to capitalize on emerging trends and unmet needs. Thirdly, good thinking enhances our decision-making process. Every day we are confronted with countless decisions, both big and small.
The quality of these decisions directly impacts our trajectory. Good thinkers approach decisions systematically, weighing pros and cons, considering potential outcomes, and learning from past experiences. They understand that impulsive decisions often lead to regrettable consequences. Fourthly, good thinking fosters innovation and progress. In a rapidly changing world, stagnation is the enemy of success. Good thinkers are constantly questioning the status quo, exploring new ideas, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. They are the catalysts for progress, driving their organizations and industries forward. Maxwell also introduces the idea that thinking is an investment. Just as we invest time and resources in learning new skills or acquiring knowledge, we must also invest in improving our thinking abilities. This investment yields significant returns, as better thinking leads to better decisions, better actions, and ultimately, better results. He encourages readers to embrace the idea that they can change their thinking patterns. This requires a conscious effort to challenge existing assumptions, question ingrained beliefs, and actively seek out new perspectives. It also involves creating dedicated time and space for reflection and critical analysis, moving beyond the reactive mode that often dominates our daily lives. The chapter concludes with a powerful call to action. You cannot expect to act differently if you don't think differently. To achieve new levels of success, we must first upgrade our thinking. This foundational understanding sets the stage for the specific thinking skills that Maxwell will unveil in the subsequent chapters. By recognizing the profound impact of our thoughts, we are empowered to take ownership of our mental landscape and intentionally cultivate the kind of thinking that leads to extraordinary outcomes.
Chapter 2. Big Picture Thinking. The first crucial thinking skill Maxwell introduces is big picture thinking. This involves the ability to see beyond immediate details and understand how individual elements fit into a larger context. It's about having a comprehensive perspective, recognizing interconnections, and comprehending the overall purpose and direction of an endeavor. Maxwell illustrates that many people get lost in the weeds, focusing so intently on minor details that they lose sight of the overarching goal. This narrow focus can lead to inefficient work, misdirected efforts, and a lack of motivation because the significance of their actions is obscured. Big picture thinkers, however, possess a strategic vision that allows them to prioritize, delegate, and make decisions that align with their ultimate objectives. He outlines several characteristics of big picture thinkers. Firstly, they are holistic in their approach. They don't just see a problem, they see the system in which the problem exists. They consider the ripple effects of their actions and understand how various departments, teams, or individuals contribute to the collective outcome. Secondly, big picture thinkers possess a strong sense of purpose. They know why they are doing what they are doing, and this clarity of purpose guides their decisions and inspires their actions. Without a clear understanding of the big picture, efforts can feel aimless and lead to burnout. Thirdly, they are forward-looking. Big picture thinkers aren't just reacting to the present, they are anticipating the future. They consider long-term implications, potential challenges, and emerging opportunities. This foresight enables them to plan strategically and adapt proactively. Fourthly, they value collaboration. Recognizing that no single person has all the answers, big picture thinkers understand the importance of diverse perspectives and collective intelligence. They actively seek input from others, fostering an environment where ideas are shared and refined. Maxwell provides practical advice on how to develop big picture thinking. One key strategy is to regularly ask, why? Why are we doing this? Why is this important? Why does it matter in the grand scheme of things?
This questioning forces a deeper understanding beyond surface-level tasks. Another strategy is to learn from diverse sources. Reading widely, engaging in conversations with people from different backgrounds, and exploring various industries can broaden one's perspective and provide insights into how different pieces fit together. Travel and new experiences also contribute significantly to developing a more expansive worldview. He also suggests taking time for reflection and stepping back from daily tasks. Regularly reviewing goals, strategies, and progress allows individuals to reassess their direction and ensure their efforts remain aligned with the bigger picture. This might involve dedicating specific time slots for strategic thinking, away from the distractions of immediate demands. For leaders, big-picture thinking is paramount. They must be able to articulate the vision, communicate the strategy, and inspire their teams to work towards a common goal. A leader who lacks big-picture thinking will struggle to provide clear direction, leading to confusion and inefficiency within their organization. Maxwell emphasizes that big-picture thinking doesn't mean ignoring details entirely. Rather, it means understanding which details are crucial and how they contribute to the overall objective. It's about knowing when to zoom in and when to zoom out, maintaining a flexible mental lens. The benefits of cultivating this skill are profound. Big-picture thinkers are more strategic, more adaptable, and more effective in achieving their goals. They are less likely to get sidetracked by minor issues and more capable of navigating complex challenges. By seeing the forest for the trees, they can make decisions that create lasting impact and lead to sustained success.
Chapter 3. Focused Thinking. Following the expansive nature of big-picture thinking, Maxwell introduces its crucial counterpart, focused thinking. This skill involves the ability to concentrate intensely on a single task, idea, or problem, blocking out distractions and dedicating full mental resources to the matter at hand. While big-picture thinking provides direction, focused thinking ensures effective execution. Maxwell laments that in our modern, hyper-connected world, focused thinking has become increasingly rare and challenging. Constant notifications, endless streams of information, and the pervasive culture of multitasking have fractured our attention spans, making deep concentration a lost art for many. Yet he asserts that the ability to focus is a non-negotiable trait for anyone aspiring to achieve significant results. He explains that focused thinking is essential for mastering any skill, solving complex problems, and creating high-quality work. When we scatter our attention across multiple tasks, our effectiveness diminishes significantly. We make more mistakes, our work quality suffers, and our progress slows down dramatically. Focused thinking, conversely, allows us to tap into our full intellectual potential and achieve a state of flow where productivity and creativity soar. Maxwell outlines several key aspects of focused thinking. Firstly, it requires intentionality. You don't accidentally fall into focused thinking. You must consciously choose to engage in it. This involves setting clear intentions for your work and committing to seeing it through without interruption. Secondly, it demands the elimination of distractions. This is perhaps the most challenging aspect in today's environment. Maxwell advises creating a dedicated workspace free from interruptions, turning off notifications, and even communicating your need for uninterrupted time to colleagues or family members. He emphasizes that the cost of context switching, the mental effort required to shift attention from one task to another, is far greater than many realize, severely hampering efficiency. Thirdly, focused thinking involves prioritization. Not all tasks are created equal. A focused thinker identifies the most important tasks that will yield the greatest results and dedicates their concentrated effort to those. They understand that focusing on too many things means truly focusing on nothing. Fourthly, it benefits from setting time limits.
Parkinson's law states that work expands to fill the time available for its completion. By setting specific deadlines or time blocks for focused work, for example, using techniques like the Pomodoro technique, individuals can train themselves to work more efficiently and intensely within those constraints. Maxwell offers practical strategies to cultivate focused thinking. One is to understand your peak performance times. Some people are most productive in the morning, others in the afternoon or evening. Identifying these times and scheduling your most demanding, focus-intensive tasks during these periods can significantly enhance effectiveness. Another strategy is to break down large tasks into smaller, manageable chunks. This makes the overall task less daunting and allows for focused attention on each segment. Completing these smaller chunks provides a sense of accomplishment and builds momentum. He also advocates for regular breaks, but intentional breaks. Stepping away from work for a short period can refresh the mind and prevent mental fatigue, making it easier to re-engage with focus afterwards. However, these breaks should be genuinely restorative, not simply another form of distraction. For leaders, the ability to focus is critical for strategic execution. A leader who is constantly pulled in different directions will struggle to make decisive moves or effectively guide their team. By modeling focused thinking, leaders can also inspire their teams to adopt similar habits, leading to a more productive and results-driven organizational culture. Maxwell concludes by reinforcing the idea that focused thinking is not about working harder, but about working smarter. It's about channeling your mental energy with precision and intent, ensuring that your efforts are directed towards the most impactful activities. In a world clamoring for our attention, the discipline of focused thinking is a superpower that can unlock unparalleled levels of productivity, mastery, and ultimately success.
Chapter 4. Creative Thinking. Having explored the discipline of big picture and focused thinking, Maxwell then delves into creative thinking, the ability to generate new ideas, connect disparate concepts, and approach problems from novel perspectives. He posits that while logic and analysis are vital, true innovation and breakthrough success often stem from a well-cultivated capacity for creativity. Maxwell challenges the notion that creativity is an innate gift bestowed upon a select few artists or innovators. Instead, he argues that creativity is a skill that can be developed and nurtured by anyone willing to engage in specific practices. He emphasizes that successful people don't just solve problems, they often redefine problems or invent entirely new solutions that others haven't even conceived of. He highlights several characteristics of creative thinkers. Firstly, they are curious. They constantly ask, "What if?" and "Why not?" They possess an insatiable desire to explore possibilities and understand how things work and how they could work differently. Secondly, creative thinkers are willing to challenge the status quo. They are not bound by conventional wisdom or existing paradigms. They dare to question established norms and envision alternatives, even if those alternatives seem unconventional or risky at first glance. Thirdly, they embrace failure as a learning opportunity. Creativity often involves experimentation, and experimentation inevitably leads to missteps. Creative thinkers view failures not as setbacks, but as valuable feedback that informs their next attempt. They understand that the path to innovation is rarely linear. Fourthly, they connect unrelated ideas. A hallmark of creativity is the ability to draw connections between seemingly disparate concepts, forming new syntheses. This cross-pollination of ideas often spark revolutionary insights. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for fostering creative thinking. One powerful method is brainstorming. He advocates for both individual and group brainstorming sessions, emphasizing the importance of suspending judgment during the idea generation phase to encourage a free flow of thoughts, no matter how wild or impractical they may seem initially. Another technique is to change your environment or routine.
Stepping out of your usual surroundings, engaging in different activities, or simply taking a walk can often break mental blocks and stimulate new perspectives. A change of scenery can literally lead to a change of mind. He also suggests engaging in what-if exercises. For any given problem or situation, consciously force yourself to imagine extreme or improbable scenarios. What if we had unlimited resources? What if we had no resources? What if our primary competitor suddenly disappeared? These hypothetical questions can unlock surprisingly innovative solutions. Seeking diverse input is another critical aspect. Surrounding yourself with people who think differently, who come from different backgrounds, or who have expertise in unrelated fields can provide a rich tapestry of perspectives that fuel creative thought. Engaging in active listening and open-minded dialogue is key here. Maxwell encourages individuals to capture ideas as they arise. Creative insights can be fleeting, often appearing at unexpected moments. Keeping a notebook, using a voice recorder, or employing digital tools to quickly jot down ideas ensures that these sparks of inspiration are not lost. For leaders, cultivating creativity within their teams is paramount for competitive advantage. Leaders must create a psychological safe environment where team members feel comfortable sharing unconventional ideas without fear of ridicule or immediate dismissal. They must also champion experimentation and provide resources for pursuing promising new concepts. Creative thinking is not just about inventing new products. It's also about finding innovative ways to improve processes, solve interpersonal conflicts, or develop unique marketing strategies. It's about thinking outside the box in every aspect of life and work. Maxwell concludes by underscoring that creativity is an active process, not a passive one. It requires intentional effort, a willingness to explore the unknown, and a persistent belief in the possibility of breakthrough. By consciously engaging in practices that stimulate creative thought, individuals and organizations can unlock a powerful engine for growth, adaptability, and enduring success.
Chapter 5. Realistic Thinking. After exploring the visionary scope of big-picture thinking and the imaginative leaps of creative thinking, Maxwell introduces realistic thinking, the ability to see things as they truly are, without delusion, exaggerated optimism, or crippling pessimism. He argues that while dreams and innovative ideas are crucial, they must be grounded in reality to be effectively pursued and achieved. Maxwell explains that realistic thinking is not about being cynical or limiting one's aspirations. Rather, it's about being pragmatic and objective. It involves accurately assessing circumstances, understanding limitations, identifying potential obstacles, and acknowledging one's strengths and weaknesses. Without a realistic appraisal of the current situation, even the most brilliant ideas can falter due to unforeseen challenges or misplaced assumptions. He highlights several characteristics of realistic thinkers. Firstly, they are objective. They strive to remove personal biases, emotions, and preconceived notions when evaluating situations. They seek facts, data, and verifiable information to form their understanding. Secondly, realistic thinkers are honest with themselves and others. They don't sugarcoat problems or inflate successes. They're willing to confront uncomfortable truths and acknowledge difficult realities, which is the first step toward effective problem solving. Thirdly, they understand limitations. This includes recognizing resource constraints, time, money, personnel, market realities, and external factors beyond their control. Understanding limitations isn't about giving up. It's about strategizing within existing parameters or finding ways to overcome those limitations pragmatically. Fourthly, they are prepared for challenges. Realistic thinkers anticipate potential roadblocks and develop contingency plans. They don't expect a smooth, unobstructed path to success, but rather prepare for the inevitable bumps and detours along the way. This proactive approach minimizes surprises and allows for quicker recovery from setbacks. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating realistic thinking. One key method is to conduct thorough research and gather comprehensive data. Relying on assumptions or anecdotes can lead to flawed perceptions. Seeking out diverse perspectives, consulting experts, and analyzing relevant statistics can provide a clearer picture of reality. He also emphasizes the importance of learning from past mistakes and successes. Reflecting on what went right and what went wrong in previous endeavors provides valuable insights into real-world dynamics and helps refine future strategies. This involves a willingness to critically examine one's own performance without excessive self-criticism or self-congratulation. Seeking feedback from trusted, candid individuals is another powerful tool. People who are willing to offer honest critiques, even if uncomfortable, can help expose blind spots and challenge unrealistic assumptions. A realistic thinker actively solicits such feedback and values it. Maxwell cautions against both extreme optimism, delusional thinking, and extreme pessimism, negative thinking. Delusional thinkers often launch initiatives without sufficient planning or resources, convinced that sheer willpower will overcome all obstacles. Pessimistic thinkers, on the other hand, are paralyzed by fear of failure and often miss opportunities. Realistic thinking strikes a balance, combining hopeful vision with practical assessment. For leaders, realistic thinking is vital for credibility and effective decision-making. A leader who presents an unrealistic vision or ignores pressing problems will quickly lose the trust of their team. Realistic leaders inspire confidence by demonstrating a clear understanding of the challenges ahead and a credible plan for addressing them. Realistic thinking is not about dampening enthusiasm, but about channeling it productively. It ensures that creative ideas are viable, big-picture visions are attainable, and focused efforts are directed towards solutions that genuinely address the problem at hand. By grounding their thoughts in reality, successful people build a solid foundation upon which they can construct lasting achievements.
Chapter 6. Strategic Thinking. Building upon the bedrock of realistic thinking, Maxwell introduces strategic thinking, the ability to plan for the future, anticipate consequences, and connect current actions to long-term goals. Strategic thinking is about foresight, systematic planning, and understanding the interplay of various factors to achieve desired outcomes. Maxwell stresses that strategic thinking is what distinguishes leaders from managers and truly successful organizations from those that merely react to circumstances. While day-to-day operations are important, a lack of strategic thinking means an organization or an individual is merely drifting rather than steering intentionally towards a defined future. He outlines several core characteristics of strategic thinkers. Firstly, they possess a long-term perspective. They are not solely focused on immediate gains or short-term fixes. They consider the implications of their decisions weeks, months, and even years down the line. Secondly, strategic thinkers are proactive rather than reactive. They anticipate trends, potential challenges, and emerging opportunities, developing plans to leverage or mitigate them before they fully materialize. They don't wait for problems to arise. They work to prevent them or prepare for their eventuality. Thirdly, they understand interconnectedness. Strategic thinkers recognize that decisions in one area can have ripple effects across an entire system. They analyze how different parts of a plan or organization influence each other and strive to create synergy. Fourthly, they are adaptable. While they plan diligently, strategic thinkers also understand that circumstances can change. They build flexibility into their plans and are prepared to adjust their course when new information or unforeseen events arise, demonstrating a willingness to pivot without abandoning the ultimate objective. Maxwell offers practical guidance on how to develop strategic thinking. One fundamental step is to define clear long-term goals. Without a clear destination, strategic planning is impossible. These goals should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. SMART. Another critical strategy is to regularly ask, what if, and then what?
This sequential questioning helps anticipate consequences and identify potential challenges or opportunities downstream. It involves playing out various scenarios in one's mind to understand their likely outcomes. He also advises against getting bogged down in too much detail too early. While details are important for execution, strategic thinking requires operating at a higher level, focusing on the overall architecture of the plan. Once the strategic framework is solid, then one can delve into the specifics. Learning from history and analyzing trends is another powerful tool for strategic thinkers. Understanding past patterns, both within one's own domain and in broader contexts, can provide valuable insights into future possibilities and pitfalls. Studying successful and unsuccessful strategies of others can be immensely illuminating. Maxwell encourages strategic thinkers to allocate dedicated time for strategic thought. This means scheduling regular blocks of time specifically for planning, forecasting, and envisioning the future, free from the distractions of urgent but less important daily tasks. For leaders, strategic thinking is non-negotiable. It enables them to articulate a compelling vision, develop actionable plans to achieve it, and effectively allocate resources. A strategic leader can inspire their team to understand their role in the bigger picture and contribute meaningfully to long-term success. He differentiates strategic thinking from merely tactical thinking. Tactical thinking focuses on how to accomplish specific tasks, while strategic thinking focuses on why those tasks are being done and what ultimate outcome they contribute to. Both are essential, but strategic thinking provides the overarching framework. The benefits of strategic thinking are profound. Individuals and organizations that cultivate this skill are more resilient, more innovative, and more likely to achieve sustained growth. They navigate change more effectively, make more informed decisions, and ultimately build a future of their own design, rather than simply reacting to whatever comes their way. By thinking strategically, successful people proactively shape their destiny.
Chapter 7. Possibility Thinking. Following the disciplined approach of realistic and strategic thinking, Maxwell introduces possibility thinking, the belief that anything is possible, combined with the drive to find ways to make it happen. He asserts that while realistic thinking grounds us, possibility thinking lifts our gaze to what could be, igniting the optimism and courage needed to pursue ambitious goals. Maxwell clarifies that possibility thinking is not naive optimism or a denial of reality. Instead, it's a mindset that actively seeks solutions and opportunities even when faced with significant challenges. It's the conviction that there's always a way, even if the current path isn't obvious. This kind of thinking fuels innovation, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of breakthroughs. He highlights several key characteristics of possibility thinkers. Firstly, they have an abundance mentality. They believe in limitless potential and available resources rather than focusing on scarcity or limitations. This outlook encourages them to explore expansive solutions. Secondly, possibility thinkers are optimistic and hopeful. They maintain a positive attitude even in difficult situations, believing that good outcomes are achievable. This hope is not passive. It's an active force that motivates them to find solutions. Thirdly, they are problem solvers by nature. When confronted with an obstacle, their immediate response is, "How can we make this work?" or "What are our options?" rather than succumbing to defeat. They view challenges as puzzles to be solved. Fourthly, they are willing to take calculated risks. Because they believe in the possibility of success, they are more inclined to step outside their comfort zone and experiment with new approaches, understanding that growth often lies beyond conventional boundaries. Maxwell offers practical strategies for cultivating possibility thinking. One crucial method is to challenge limiting beliefs. Many people carry internal narratives about what they can or cannot achieve. Possibility thinking requires consciously identifying and questioning these self-imposed limitations, replacing them with empowering beliefs. Another strategy is to associate with possibility thinkers. Our environment and the people we surround ourselves with significantly influence our mindset. Spending time with individuals who are optimistic, solution-oriented, and believe in potential can be contagious and help foster a similar outlook. He also suggests celebrating small wins. Acknowledging progress, no matter how minor, builds confidence and reinforces the belief that positive outcomes are achievable. This positive feedback loop encourages further possibility thinking. Asking empowering questions is another powerful technique. Instead of asking, "Why can't I do this?" ask, "How can I do this?" or "What steps can I take to make this happen?" These questions shift the brain from a problem-focused mindset to a solution-focused one. Maxwell encourages individuals to embrace change and uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, possibility thinkers see change as an opportunity for innovation and growth. They are adaptable and view uncertainty as a fertile ground for new possibilities. For leaders, possibility thinking is essential for inspiring vision and motivating teams. A leader who believes in possibilities can instill that belief in their followers, encouraging them to stretch their capabilities and pursue ambitious goals. They create an environment where creativity thrives and challenges are met with determination. He emphasizes that possibility thinking doesn't ignore reality, but rather works within it to find new pathways. It's about looking at the same realistic circumstances through a lens of potential and actively seeking innovative solutions. It balances the pragmatism of realistic thinking with the aspiration of big-picture vision. The benefits of cultivating possibility thinking are immense. It fosters resilience, drives innovation, and unlocks untapped potential. Individuals and organizations with a possibility mindset are better equipped to overcome adversity, seize unforeseen opportunities, and ultimately turn ambitious dreams into tangible realities. By believing in what's possible, successful people empower themselves to achieve the extraordinary.
Chapter 8. Reflective Thinking. After exploring outward-focused skills like big picture, creative, and strategic thinking, Maxwell brings us inward with reflective thinking, the discipline of looking back at experiences, analyzing them, and extracting valuable lessons for future growth. He argues that experience alone doesn't lead to wisdom, it's evaluated experience that truly fuels personal and professional development. Maxwell laments that in our fast-paced world, many people are constantly moving from one activity to the next without pausing to process what they've learned. This lack of reflection means they often repeat mistakes, miss crucial insights, and fail to optimize their performance. Reflective thinking is the bridge between experience and genuine understanding. He outlines several key characteristics of reflective thinkers. Firstly, they are intentional about learning. They don't just hope to learn from experience, they actively seek out lessons and insights. Secondly, they are humble. Reflective thinkers are willing to admit when they've made a mistake or when an approach didn't work as expected. They see these moments as opportunities for growth, not as personal failures to be hidden. Thirdly, they ask probing questions. Instead of just reviewing what happened, they delve deeper. Why did that happen? What could I have done differently? What worked well and why? What assumptions did I make? These questions unlock deeper understanding. Fourthly, they connect past, present, and future. Reflective thinkers see how past experiences inform current actions and how current decisions will shape future outcomes. They build a cohesive narrative of their journey, constantly refining their approach. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating reflective thinking.
One fundamental method is to set aside dedicated time for reflection. This might involve scheduling a daily 15-minute review, a weekly hour-long session, or even an annual retreat specifically for evaluating the past year. This time should be free from distractions. Another strategy is to keep a journal. Writing down experiences, thoughts, feelings, and questions can be a powerful way to process events and uncover insights that might otherwise remain hidden. Journaling creates a record that can be revisited later for deeper analysis. He also suggests discussing experiences with trusted mentors or peers. Talking through situations with someone who can offer an objective perspective or ask challenging questions can provide new angles and deepen understanding. This external feedback is invaluable for overcoming blind spots. Regularly reviewing goals and progress is another key reflective practice. Comparing actual results against initial objectives allows for an assessment of effectiveness and highlights areas for improvement. It helps ensure efforts are aligned with intentions. Maxwell emphasizes the importance of asking, "What did I learn?" after every significant event, project, or interaction. This simple question forces a conscious effort to extract lessons and apply them to future situations, preventing the repetition of mistakes. For leaders, reflective thinking is crucial for continuous improvement and strategic adaptation. A reflective leader learns from both triumphs and setbacks, adjusting their leadership style, strategies, and organizational approach based on real-world feedback. They model a growth mindset for their team, demonstrating the value of introspection. He cautions against analysis paralysis, over-reflecting to the point of inaction. Reflective thinking should lead to clarity and informed action, not endless rumination. The goal is to learn and then apply those learnings effectively. The benefits of cultivating reflective thinking are profound. It accelerates learning, enhances decision-making, fosters self-awareness, and ultimately leads to wiser choices and more effective actions. By consistently reflecting on their experiences, successful people transform every event into a stepping stone for continuous growth and lasting achievement.
Chapter 9. Questioning Thinking. Building on the introspection of reflective thinking, Maxwell introduces questioning thinking, the proactive habit of asking insightful questions to uncover new information, challenge assumptions, and stimulate deeper understanding. He asserts that truly successful people are not afraid to ask stupid questions because they know that often the most basic questions can unlock the most profound insights. Maxwell highlights that many people avoid asking questions for various reasons: fear of looking ignorant, reluctance to challenge authority, or simply not realizing the power of inquiry. However, he argues that the quality of our answers is directly proportional to the quality of our questions. A good question can change the entire direction of a conversation, a project, or even a life. He outlines several characteristics of questioning thinkers. Firstly, they are curious and open-minded. They approach situations with a learner's mindset, genuinely wanting to understand rather than merely confirm existing beliefs. Secondly, they are not afraid to challenge the status quo. They ask why things are done a certain way, pushing beyond traditional explanations to uncover underlying assumptions or inefficiencies. They refuse to accept "that's just how we do things" as a sufficient answer. Thirdly, they are active listeners. Questioning thinking isn't just about speaking. It's about listening intently to the answers received and using those answers to formulate further, more incisive questions. They engage in true dialogue. Fourthly, they seek clarity and depth. They don't settle for superficial explanations. They ask follow-up questions to dig deeper, clarify ambiguities, and gain a comprehensive understanding of a situation. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating questioning thinking. One crucial method is to develop a habit of asking why continuously. This fundamental question can peel back layers of assumptions and reveal the core reasons behind actions or beliefs. Another strategy is to ask open-ended questions that invite detailed responses rather than yes-no answers. Questions starting with how, what, tell me about, or describe encourage more expansive and informative replies. He also advises asking what-if questions to explore possibilities and anticipate different scenarios, similar to creative and strategic thinking, but specifically framed through inquiry. What if we tried this, or what if that happens, can open up new avenues of thought. Maxwell encourages individuals to prepare questions in advance, especially before meetings, presentations, or important discussions. Thinking through potential questions beforehand can lead to more productive and insightful conversations. He suggests creating a question-rich environment. This means fostering a culture where asking questions is not only tolerated, but actively encouraged and celebrated. Leaders play a crucial role in modeling this behavior and validating the process of inquiry within their teams. For leaders, questioning thinking is paramount for effective decision-making, problem-solving, and team engagement. A leader who asks good questions can empower their team members to think critically, surface issues, and contribute innovative solutions. It also helps leaders understand the perspectives and challenges faced by their team. He distinguishes questioning thinking from cynical questioning. The goal is genuine understanding and improvement, not to find fault or undermine. The intent behind the question is as important as the question itself. The benefits of cultivating questioning thinking are immense. It leads to better information, more informed decisions, deeper insights, and greater innovation. By constantly questioning, successful people remain intellectually agile, continuously learning, and always striving for a more profound understanding of the world around them, paving the way for continuous growth and impact.
Chapter 10. Popular Thinking. In a surprising turn, Maxwell includes popular thinking not as a positive trait to be emulated, but as a trap to be avoided. He defines popular thinking as the tendency to conform to the opinions and behaviors of the majority, to follow the crowd, or to accept conventional wisdom without critical evaluation. He argues that while sometimes the majority is right, often, true progress and innovation come from thinking differently and independently. Maxwell posits that popular thinking is a comfortable but ultimately limiting mode of thought. It offers a sense of security and belonging, as going against the grain can be isolating and risky. However, relying solely on popular opinion can stifle creativity, prevent breakthrough insights, and lead individuals and organizations down well-trodden paths that may no longer be effective or optimal. He highlights several dangers and characteristics of popular thinking. Firstly, it leads to mediocrity. If everyone thinks the same way, then no one is pushing boundaries or striving for exceptionalism. Innovation rarely comes from consensus. Secondly, it suppresses individuality and unique perspectives. When conforming, individuals often suppress their own creative ideas or dissenting opinions, fearing rejection or criticism. This loss of diverse thought is detrimental to problem solving. Thirdly, it can perpetuate errors or outdated practices. Just because everyone does it this way doesn't mean it's the best way or even a correct way. Popular thinking can prevent necessary reevaluation and adaptation. Fourthly, it can be driven by fear. The fear of being wrong, the fear of standing out, or the fear of failure often compels people to stick with what is widely accepted, even if they have doubts. Maxwell offers strategies for avoiding the pitfalls of popular thinking. One key strategy is to cultivate independent thought. This involves consciously stepping back from prevailing opinions and critically evaluating them using one's own judgment and knowledge. Another strategy is to seek out diverse perspectives and dissent in opinions.
Actively listening to those who hold different views, even if unpopular, can challenge assumptions and expose alternative solutions that might be superior to the popular choice. He advises against making decisions solely on polls or consensus. While input from others is valuable, the ultimate decision should be based on sound reasoning, evidence, and strategic alignment, not just what the majority prefers. Maxwell encourages individuals to develop courage, the courage to stand alone, to express unconventional ideas, and to pursue a path less traveled if they believe it is the right one. This often means being willing to endure initial criticism or skepticism. He suggests regularly asking, "Is this truly the best way, or is it just the popular way?" This simple question forces a critical examination of prevailing practices and encourages a search for better alternatives. For leaders, avoiding popular thinking is paramount for true leadership. A leader who simply follows the crowd is not leading, they are merely reacting. Effective leaders must be willing to challenge conventional wisdom, make difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions, and chart a unique course when necessary. They inspire others to think critically rather than just conform. Maxwell makes it clear that this doesn't mean always being contrarian for the sake of it. Sometimes popular opinion is indeed correct. The key is the process of evaluation. To think for oneself rather than simply accepting ideas because they are popular. The benefits of moving beyond popular thinking are profound. It leads to innovation, differentiation, and the courage to pursue truly groundbreaking ideas. By daring to think independently, successful people often discover unique pathways to success that remain hidden to those who merely follow the crowd, enabling them to create lasting impact and achieve exceptional results.
Chapter 11. Unselfish Thinking. In a world often driven by individual ambition, Maxwell introduces unselfish thinking as a cornerstone of long-term success, distinguishing it from short-sighted, self-serving approaches. He argues that true influence, lasting impact, and profound achievement are rarely built in isolation. They're often the result of thinking about and acting for the benefit of others. Maxwell challenges the misconception that success is solely a zero-sum game, where one person's gain must come at another's expense. Instead, he presents a compelling case that thinking about the welfare and success of others, whether colleagues, customers, community members, or the wider world, creates a powerful positive feedback loop that ultimately benefits the unselfish thinker. He outlines several key characteristics of unselfish thinkers. Firstly, they prioritize the greater good. They consider how their decisions and actions will impact not just themselves, but also their team, organization, stakeholders, and community. Secondly, they are generous and collaborative. Unselfish thinkers are willing to share knowledge, resources, and credit. They understand that collective success often leads to greater individual success than isolationist competition. Thirdly, they are empathetic and understanding. They strive to see situations from others' perspectives, anticipating needs and offering support. This empathy builds strong relationships and fosters trust. Fourthly, they possess a long-term perspective on relationships and impact. They understand that sowing seeds of generosity and support today will yield dividends in the future, whether in the form of loyalty, reciprocal help, or an enhanced reputation. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating unselfish thinking. One crucial method is to shift your focus from "what can I get" to "what can I give?" This intentional reorientation of purpose can transform interactions and decisions. Another strategy is to actively look for opportunities to add value to others. This could be by offering assistance, sharing expertise, providing encouragement, or connecting people who can benefit from each other. He also advises against hoarding information or resources. Unselfish thinkers understand that sharing knowledge and empowering others ultimately strengthens the collective and often creates new opportunities for everyone involved. He encourages practicing active listening with an intent to understand and help, rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. Truly listening to others' needs and challenges is the first step toward providing meaningful support. For leaders, unselfish thinking is foundational for building strong, cohesive teams and fostering a positive organizational culture. A leader who genuinely cares about the growth and well-being of their team members will inspire loyalty, commitment, and high performance. They create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. He emphasizes that unselfish thinking is not about self-sacrifice to the point of personal detriment, but rather about recognizing the interconnectedness of success. It's about finding win-win solutions where individual goals can be achieved in harmony with collective prosperity.
Chapter 12. Bottom Line Thinking. After exploring the many facets of thinking, Maxwell culminates with bottom line thinking, the ability to distill complex situations down to their most essential elements, identify what truly matters, and focus relentlessly on achieving the most impactful results. He argues that while all the preceding thinking skills are valuable, bottom-line thinking is what brings everything into sharp focus and ensures effective execution. Maxwell explains that bottom-line thinking is about clarity, efficiency, and results. It's about cutting through the noise, avoiding distractions, and identifying the core objectives and the most direct path to achieve them. It's the mindset that asks, what is the ultimate goal here, and how can we most effectively get there? He outlines several key characteristics of bottom-line thinkers. Firstly, they are exceptionally clear about their objectives. They define success in measurable terms and understand what constitutes a desirable outcome. Secondly, they are pragmatic and results-oriented. While they appreciate good ideas and well-crafted plans, their ultimate concern is with tangible achievements. They focus on action and impact. Thirdly, they are skilled at prioritization. Bottom-line thinkers can quickly identify the most critical tasks, resources, and efforts that will directly contribute to the desired outcome, and they are adept at shedding anything that doesn't. Fourthly, they are decisive. Once the bottom line is clear, they are willing to make tough decisions, eliminate inefficiencies, and allocate resources strategically to ensure the most effective path forward. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating bottom-line thinking. One crucial method is to always start with the end in mind. Before embarking on any project or task, clearly define what success looks like and what the ultimate desired outcome is. This clarity then guides all subsequent actions. Another strategy is to regularly ask, what is the most important thing right now? This question helps to cut through distractions and focus on the highest leverage activities that will move the needle. He also advises against chasing too many objectives simultaneously. Bottom-line thinkers understand that scattering efforts across numerous goals often leads to diluted results. Instead, they prioritize one or two key outcomes and dedicate their primary focus to achieving those. Maxwell encourages simplifying processes and eliminating unnecessary steps. Overly complex systems often obscure the bottom line. Streamlining operations can reveal the most direct path to results and reduce wasted effort. He suggests using metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs, to track progress and measure success. Bottom-line thinkers rely on objective data to assess performance and make adjustments rather than relying on gut feelings or subjective impressions. For leaders, bottom-line thinking is critical for organizational effectiveness and accountability. A bottom-line-oriented leader ensures that their team understands the core objectives, focuses their efforts on impactful work, and consistently delivers results. They are not afraid to hold themselves and others accountable for performance. Maxwell emphasizes that bottom-line thinking is not about being ruthless or ignoring ethical considerations. Rather, it's about being effective within a defined framework of values and principles. It's about ensuring that efforts are productive and lead to meaningful outcomes. The benefits of cultivating bottom-line thinking are immense. It leads to greater efficiency, higher productivity, clearer direction, and more consistent achievement of goals. By focusing relentlessly on what truly matters and driving towards tangible results, successful people ensure that their efforts translate into real-world impact and enduring success. This thought skill acts as the ultimate filter, ensuring that all other forms of thinking are harnessed for maximum effectiveness.
Conclusion. In How Successful People Think, John C. Maxwell has taken us on an illuminating journey through the mental landscapes of those who consistently achieve greatness. He has masterfully demystified success, revealing that it is not primarily a matter of luck, talent, or circumstance, but rather a direct consequence of intentional and disciplined thought patterns. We've explored 11 distinct yet interconnected thinking skills that form the bedrock of extraordinary achievement. Big picture thinking, the ability to see beyond the immediate, understanding how all the pieces fit into the larger puzzle, and grasping the overarching purpose. Focused thinking, the discipline to concentrate intently on one task, blocking out distractions to achieve mastery and high-quality results. Creative thinking, the capacity to generate new ideas, connect disparate concepts, and approach problems from novel and innovative perspectives. Realistic thinking, the pragmatism to see things as they truly are, accurately assessing situations, limitations, and opportunities without delusion or undue pessimism. Strategic thinking, the foresight to plan for the future, anticipate consequences, and connect current actions to long-term goals for sustained growth. Possibility thinking, the optimism and belief that anything is possible, combined with the drive to find solutions and make ambitious visions a reality. Reflective thinking, the invaluable habit of looking back at experiences, analyzing them deeply, and extracting crucial lessons for continuous learning and wisdom. Questioning thinking, the proactive inquiry to challenge assumptions, uncover new information, and stimulate deeper understanding through insightful questions. Popular thinking, to avoid, the critical awareness to resist conforming to the crowd and instead cultivate independent thought and unique perspectives. Unselfish thinking, the powerful realization that thinking for the benefit of others, colleagues, customers, community, creates a positive feedback loop that ultimately fosters greater individual success and impact. Bottom-line thinking, the ability to distill complex situations to their core, identify what truly matters, and focus relentlessly on achieving the most impactful and measurable results. Maxwell's central message is one of empowerment. These thinking skills are not inherited traits, they are developed abilities. Anyone, regardless of their background or current level of achievement, can learn, practice, and master these ways of thinking. The transformation begins with a conscious decision to upgrade your mental habits. The journey to becoming a better thinker is not a one-time event, but a continuous process. It requires intentionality, consistent effort, and the willingness to step outside your comfort zone. It demands dedicated time for reflection, proactive questioning, and the courage to challenge both external norms and internal biases. By embracing these 11 thinking skills, you are not merely adopting a set of techniques, you are cultivating a profound shift in your mindset. You will find yourself better equipped to navigate challenges, seize opportunities, foster stronger relationships, and make decisions that align with your highest aspirations. Your capacity for innovation will grow, your resilience will strengthen, and your ability to lead yourself and others effectively will be significantly enhanced. As you conclude this journey with How Successful People Think, remember that the greatest investment you can make is in yourself, specifically in how you think. The quality of your thoughts will dictate the quality of your life and your legacy. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. We hope this deep dive into John C. Maxwell's wisdom has inspired you
to become a more deliberate, strategic, and ultimately more successful thinker. Now, go forth and apply these powerful principles and watch as your world transforms.
Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to a journey of tranquility and mental clarity. Are you tired of the endless chatter in your mind, the relentless what-ifs and should-haves that steal your peace? Do you long to break free from the shackles of overthinking, to reclaim your focus, and to live fully in the present moment? If so, you've come to the right place. Today we're diving deep into Nick Trenton's transformative guide, Stop Overthinking: 23 Techniques to Relieve Stress, Stop Negative Spirals, Declutter Your Mind, and Focus on the Present. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a practical toolkit, a compass for navigating the often turbulent waters of our own minds. Imagine a life where you're not constantly battling your thoughts, where decisions come with ease, and where you can genuinely savor each moment. That's the promise held within these pages, and we're about to unlock its secrets together. So, lean back, relax, and let's embark on this empowering adventure. By the end of this summary, you'll be equipped with actionable strategies to quiet the noise, cultivate inner calm, and create a life of greater joy and presence. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook to continue your journey of personal growth and well-being. Introduction: The Overthinking Epidemic. In our fast-paced, information-saturated world, overthinking has become an epidemic. We're constantly bombarded with stimuli, expected to make countless decisions, and often pressured to achieve an elusive state of perfection. This relentless mental activity, while sometimes useful for problem-solving, often devolves into rumination, anxiety, and paralysis by analysis. Nick Trenton argues that overthinking isn't just a minor annoyance, it actively sabotages our well-being, our relationships, and our ability to take meaningful action. Think of your mind like a beautiful, well-maintained garden. When overthinking takes root, it's like weeds aggressively choking out the flowers. It saps energy, blocks sunlight, and prevents anything beautiful from flourishing. Trenton's book is essentially a gardening guide for your mind, offering tools to identify and remove those mental weeds, allowing your inner peace to bloom. He emphasizes that while self-awareness is the first step, practical techniques are crucial for sustainable change. It's not enough to know you overthink, you need to know how to stop.
Chapter 1: Understanding the Roots of Overthinking. Before we can effectively combat overthinking, we need to understand where it comes from. Trenton delves into the psychological and neurological underpinnings, explaining that overthinking often stems from a combination of factors. These include a fear of failure, a need for control, past traumas, perfectionism, and even societal pressures. Our brains, designed for survival, can sometimes get stuck in what-if loops, constantly scanning for potential threats even when none exist. Imagine your brain as a highly sophisticated alarm system. Sometimes this system becomes hypersensitive, triggering alarms for even the smallest non-threatening stimuli. A simple decision like what to eat for dinner can suddenly feel like a life-or-death choice, activating a cascade of anxiety. Trenton helps us recognize these triggers and understand that our overthinking patterns are often learned behaviors, not inherent flaws. This understanding is incredibly empowering because it means these patterns can be unlearned and replaced with healthier ones. He stresses the importance of self-compassion here. You're not broken. Your brain is just trying to protect you, albeit sometimes in an unhelpful way. Chapter 2: The Power of Mindfulness and Present Moment Awareness. Mindfulness is a cornerstone of Trenton's approach. This chapter introduces techniques for bringing your attention back to the present moment, rather than allowing it to drift into past regrets or future anxieties. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind. It's about observing your thoughts without judgment, like watching clouds drift across the sky. One powerful technique is the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise. If you feel overwhelmed, identify 5 things you can see,
4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple grounding exercise can instantly pull your mind away from swirling thoughts and anchor it in your sensory experience. Another technique is mindful breathing, simply focusing on the sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body. These practices, Trenton explains, train your attention muscle, making it stronger and more capable of resisting the pull of overthinking. Think of it as gently guiding a stray puppy back home. You don't scold it, you simply guide it and redirect it back home. Chapter 3. Challenging negative thought patterns. Overthinking often goes hand in hand with negative thought patterns like catastrophic thinking, black and white thinking, and personalization. This chapter teaches you to identify these distorted thoughts and challenge their validity. It encourages you to become a detective of your own mind, questioning the evidence for your negative assumptions. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm going to fail this presentation and everyone will laugh at me," Trenton suggests asking, "What evidence do I have that this will happen? What's the worst-case scenario, and is it truly catastrophic? What's a more balanced perspective?" He introduces the concept of cognitive restructuring, which involves reframing negative thoughts into more realistic and helpful ones. This isn't about positive thinking in a Pollyannish way. It's about accurate thinking. It's about replacing the distorted lens through which you view situations with a clear, factual one. It's like having a faulty pair of glasses that make everything look scary and then swapping them for a pair that shows reality as it is. Chapter 4. Setting boundaries and saying no. A significant source of overthinking can be taking on too much, constantly people-pleasing, and failing to set healthy boundaries. This chapter empowers you to protect your mental energy by learning to say no when necessary and establishing clear limits with others and yourself. Trenton emphasizes that saying no to an external request is often saying yes to your own peace and well-being. It's not selfish, it's self-preservation. He provides practical scripts and strategies for declining requests gracefully yet firmly. Consider your mental energy as a finite resource, like money in a bank account. Every yes to something you don't truly want to do is a withdrawal, while a well-placed no is an investment in your mental capital. Learning to set boundaries also applies to your own internal critic. When your mind starts demanding endless perfection, learning to say no to that internal pressure is equally vital.
Chapter 5. Embracing imperfection and letting go of control. Perfectionism is a silent killer of peace and a huge driver of overthinking. This chapter encourages you to embrace the beauty of imperfection and to release the illusion of absolute control over every outcome. Life is inherently messy and unpredictable, and trying to control every variable is a recipe for anxiety. Trenton introduces the concept of good enough. Sometimes good enough truly is good enough. Striving for unattainable perfection only leads to endless rumination and procrastination. He likens it to trying to sculpt a flawless marble statue with a toothpick. It's an impossible task that will only leave you frustrated. Instead, focus on progress, not perfection. This also involves accepting that you can only control your efforts and reactions, not external events or other people's opinions. Releasing the need for control is like dropping a heavy burden you've been carrying for far too long. It frees up immense mental and emotional energy. Chapter 6. Action over Analysis. Breaking the cycle of procrastination. Overthinking often leads to analysis paralysis, where you spend so much time deliberating that you never actually take action. This chapter focuses on practical strategies for moving from thought to action, even when you don't feel 100% ready. Trenton advocates for the just start mentality.
Break down large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. If you're overwhelmed by a big project, simply commit to spending 15 minutes on it. The momentum you gain from that small start can often be enough to overcome the initial resistance. He also discusses the concept of good enough action, meaning sometimes it's better to take imperfect action than to wait indefinitely for the perfect moment. Think of it like learning to swim. You can read every book about swimming, but until you get in the water and start moving, you'll never learn. Taking action, even small, imperfect action, is how we build confidence and dismantle the fortress of overthinking. Chapter 7. The Role of Physical Well-Being in Mental Calm. Our mental and physical health are inextricably linked. This chapter explores how diet, exercise, sleep, and hydration significantly impact our ability to manage stress and prevent overthinking. Neglecting our physical needs can make us more susceptible to anxiety and mental clutter. Trenton emphasizes that a healthy body supports a healthy mind. Regular physical activity, even a brisk walk, can reduce cortisol levels, the stress hormone, and release endorphins, which have mood-boosting effects. Adequate sleep is crucial for cognitive function and emotional regulation. Poor sleep can amplify negative thoughts and make it harder to concentrate. He also touches on the importance of a balanced diet, limiting stimulants like excessive caffeine, and staying hydrated. Imagine your brain as a high-performance engine. If you don't give it the right fuel, enough rest, and proper maintenance, it's going to sputter and overwork. Taking care of your body is a powerful, often overlooked strategy for stopping overthinking. Chapter 8. Decluttering Your Environment, Decluttering Your Mind. Our external environment often mirrors our internal state. This chapter highlights the connection between a cluttered physical space and a cluttered mind, offering practical tips for simplifying your surroundings to foster mental clarity. Trenton suggests that a chaotic environment can contribute to a sense of overwhelm and distractibility, making overthinking more likely. When your desk is piled high with papers, your brain is constantly processing that visual noise, adding to your mental load. By decluttering your physical space, your home, your workspace, even your digital life, you create a calmer external environment that can translate into greater internal peace. It's like tidying up a messy room. Once everything has its place, it's easier to move around, find what you need, and simply relax. This principle extends to digital decluttering too. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails, organizing your files, and limiting social media can free up significant mental bandwidth. Chapter 9. Harnessing the Power of Journaling. Journaling is presented as a highly effective tool for externalizing thoughts, gaining perspective, and interrupting negative thought spirals. This chapter explores various journaling techniques to help you process emotions and gain clarity. Trenton explains that writing down your thoughts, feelings, and worries can be incredibly cathartic. It's like having a conversation with yourself, allowing you to see your thoughts objectively rather than being trapped within them. He suggests different journaling styles: free-form writing to simply dump everything onto the page, gratitude journaling to shift your focus to positive aspects, or structured journaling with prompts to explore specific issues. Imagine your mind as a tangled ball of yarn. Journaling is like slowly unraveling that yarn, identifying each strand and laying it out neatly so you can see the whole picture more clearly. It helps you identify recurring patterns in your overthinking and develop strategies to address them.
Chapter 10. Limiting Information Overload. In the digital age, we're constantly inundated with information, often leading to mental fatigue and overthinking. This chapter provides strategies for curating your information intake to protect your mental space. Trenton argues that endless scrolling through social media, constantly checking news updates, and feeling the need to know everything can overwhelm our cognitive capacity. Our brains weren't designed to process this volume of data. He suggests conscious information diets, where you actively choose what information to consume and when. This might involve setting specific times for checking emails, limiting news consumption to reputable sources, or taking regular digital detoxes. Think of your mind as a sponge. If you constantly soak it in dirty water, irrelevant, anxiety-inducing information, it will become heavy and ineffective. By carefully selecting what you absorb, you keep your mental sponge clean and capable. Chapter 11. The Benefits of Solitude and Silence. In our noisy world, finding moments of solitude and silence can be incredibly powerful for reducing overthinking and fostering inner peace. This chapter encourages you to intentionally carve out time for quiet reflection. Trenton emphasizes that interrupted solitude provides an opportunity for introspection, creativity, and a much-needed break from external demands. It's not about being lonely, it's about being alone with yourself in a positive, nourishing way. Whether it's a few minutes of quiet contemplation, a silent walk in nature, or simply turning off all distractions, these moments allow your mind to reset and process thoughts without external pressure. Imagine your brain as a bustling city street. Solitude is like finding a quiet park bench where you can sit, observe, and allow the rush to subside, giving your inner self space to breathe and rejuvenate. Chapter 13. The Power of Delegation and Asking for Help. Sometimes overthinking stems from feeling overwhelmed by too many responsibilities. This chapter empowers you to lighten your mental load by learning to delegate tasks and confidently ask for help when needed. Trenton points out that we often fall into the trap of believing we have to do everything ourselves, or that asking for help is a sign of weakness. In reality, effective delegation and seeking support are signs of strength and good management of your energy. Whether it's delegating tasks at work, asking a family member for assistance with household chores, or confiding in a trusted friend, distributing the load can significantly reduce mental strain. Imagine carrying too many heavy bags. You're struggling, dropping things, and getting nowhere fast. Delegation is simply sharing the load, allowing everyone to move forward more efficiently and with less stress. Chapter 14. Time Management for the Overthinker. Poor time management can be a huge trigger for overthinking, leading to feelings of being overwhelmed and constantly behind. This chapter offers practical time management strategies specifically tailored to help overthinkers regain control. Trenton suggests techniques like the Eisenhower matrix, prioritizing tasks by urgency and importance, and the Pomodoro technique, working in focused bursts with short breaks. The key is to create structure and clarity around your tasks, reducing the mental energy spent on worrying about what to do next. When you have a clear plan, your mind is less likely to wander into anxious what-if scenarios about missed deadlines or unfinished work. Think of a well-organized kitchen. When everything has its place, cooking or managing your time becomes a much smoother, less stressful process. These tools help you allocate your mental resources more effectively, so you're directing your attention rather than having it hijacked by anxiety.
Chapter 15. Practicing Gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negative overthinking. This chapter explores how cultivating a practice of gratitude can shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, fostering a more positive mindset. Trenton encourages you to regularly acknowledge the good things in your life, no matter how small. This could be through a gratitude journal, a daily mental scan, or expressing thanks to others. When you actively seek out reasons to be grateful, you train your brain to notice positive aspects, effectively counteracting the negative bias that often fuels overthinking. It's like tending a garden where you consciously plant beautiful, vibrant flowers, gratitude, that eventually crowd out the weeds, negative thoughts. A grateful mind is a less anxious mind, as it naturally focuses on abundance and appreciation rather than lack and worry.
Chapter 16, Connecting with Nature. Spending time in nature has profound benefits for mental well-being and can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. This chapter encourages you to regularly immerse yourself in natural environments. Trenton highlights research showing that even short periods in nature can reduce stress hormones, improve mood, and enhance cognitive function. The natural world provides a gentle yet powerful sensory experience that can ground us and pull us away from internal rumination. Whether it's a walk in a park, sitting by a lake, or simply observing a tree from your window, connecting with nature offers a vital respite. Imagine your mind as a busy computer. Nature is like pressing the reset button, allowing your system to clear cache, calm down, and reconnect with its natural rhythm, away from the artificial pressures of daily life. Chapter 17, Creative Expression as a Release. Engaging in creative activities can be a wonderful way to express bottled-up emotions, quiet the analytical mind, and foster a sense of flow. This chapter encourages you to explore various forms of creative expression. Trenton suggests that activities like painting, drawing, writing poetry, playing music, dancing, or even cooking can provide a healthy outlet for mental energy that might otherwise fuel overthinking. When you're creatively engaged, you enter a state of flow where self-consciousness fades and you become fully immersed in the present moment. This is a direct contrast to the fragmented, self-critical state of overthinking. It's like opening a valve to release pressure. Instead of letting that pressure build up and explode in anxious thoughts, creative expression provides a constructive, joyful release. It helps you process emotions without having to intellectualize them. Chapter 18, Developing a Strong Support System. We are social creatures, and having a strong support system is vital for navigating life's challenges and preventing isolation, which can often exacerbate overthinking. This chapter emphasizes the importance of nurturing healthy relationships. Trenton explains that sharing your thoughts and worries with trusted friends, family, or a therapist can provide perspective, validation, and practical advice. Sometimes simply verbalizing your concerns to someone who listens without judgment can immediately reduce their intensity. A strong support system acts like a safety net, reminding you that you're not alone and that there are people who care and can offer help. Imagine trying to solve a complex puzzle by yourself in a dark room. A support system is like having others come in with flashlights, helping you see the pieces more clearly and offering different ways to connect them. Chapter 19, Setting Realistic Expectations. Unrealistic expectations, both of ourselves and of others, are fertile ground for overthinking and disappointment. This chapter guides you in recalibrating your expectations to be more aligned with reality. Trenton encourages you to challenge the often unspoken assumptions we carry about how things should be. This includes letting go of the idea that life should be easy, that you should always be happy, or that every outcome must be perfect. By setting more realistic and flexible expectations, you reduce the gap between aspiration and reality, thereby reducing frustration, self-criticism, and the subsequent overthinking that arises from those gaps. It's like expecting to climb Mount Everest in flip-flops. When you adjust your expectations to the reality of the climb, you can then plan appropriately and experience progress rather than constant failure. Accepting that imperfections and challenges are part of life reduces the fuel for your overthinking engine. Chapter 20, The Power of Visualization. Visualization is a potent mental tool that can be used to redirect overthinking toward more positive and productive outcomes. This chapter explores techniques for using your imagination constructively. Trenton suggests using visualization to mentally rehearse desired outcomes, calm anxious thoughts, or even imagine literally packaging up your worries and setting them aside. Instead of allowing your mind to endlessly cycle through negative scenarios, you consciously guide it to create positive and empowering mental images. For example, if you're anxious about an upcoming event, You can visualize yourself confidently and successfully navigating it. Imagine your mind as a movie projector. You have the power to choose what film is playing. Instead of rerunning a horror movie of worst-case scenarios, you can choose to project a calming and positive one, influencing your emotional state. Chapter 21. Practicing detachment from outcome. A major source of overthinking is often an intense attachment to specific outcomes, leading to anxiety about things beyond our control. This chapter teaches the art of detachment from outcome, focusing instead on effort and process. Trenton explains that while it's natural to have goals and desires, becoming overly fixated on a specific result can lead to immense stress when things don't go exactly as planned. Practicing detachment means putting in your best effort, making conscious choices, and then releasing the need to control the final outcome. It's about trusting the process and adapting to whatever arises. This isn't about apathy, it's about wisdom. It's understanding that you can only control your actions and reactions, not the entire universe. It's like planting a seed. You provide the soil, water, and sunlight, but you can't force it to grow in a specific way or at a specific speed. You trust the natural process. Chapter 22. Developing a personal Stop Overthinking Toolkit. This chapter is about consolidating all the learned techniques into a personalized go-to toolkit that you can access whenever overthinking strikes. It encourages you to identify the strategies that resonate most with you. Trenton suggests creating a mental or physical list of your top 3 to 5 most effective techniques. This could be a specific breathing exercise, a grounding technique, a positive affirmation, or a quick journaling prompt. The idea is to have these tools readily available so you don't have to overthink how to stop overthinking. Imagine your mental health as a toolbox. This chapter is about ensuring you have a few essential, well-practiced tools always within reach to fix things when they go awry. Regular practice of these chosen techniques makes them second nature, so you can deploy them instinctively when your mind starts to wander into overthinking territory. Chapter 23. Sustaining Your Progress, a Lifelong Journey. Stopping overthinking isn't a one-time fix. It's a lifelong practice. This final chapter focuses on how to sustain your progress, integrate these techniques into your daily life, and view this journey as an ongoing process of growth and self-discovery. Trenton emphasizes that setbacks are normal, and the key is not to get discouraged, but to gently redirect yourself back to your practices. He encourages building habits, celebrating small victories, and continually learning about yourself. This journey is about cultivating resilience and developing a flexible, adaptable mindset. It's about understanding that some days will be easier than others, but with consistent effort, you can significantly reduce the impact of overthinking on your life. Think of it like maintaining a healthy garden. It requires ongoing attention, weeding, and nurturing, but the rewards are bountiful and lasting. Conclusion: Your path to calm. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive overview of Nick Trenton's guide, Stop Overthinking. We've explored 23 practical techniques, from understanding the roots of overthinking and embracing mindfulness, to challenging negative thoughts, setting boundaries, and cultivating self-compassion. Remember, the journey to a calmer, more present mind is not about eradicating thoughts entirely, but about gaining control over them, redirecting your focus, and choosing how you engage with your inner world. You now have a robust toolkit filled with actionable strategies to relieve stress, stop negative spirals, declutter your mind, and focus on the present. The power to change your relationship with your thoughts lies within you. Start small, be patient with yourself, and celebrate every step of progress. By applying these techniques consistently, you can truly transform your mental landscape and create a life filled with greater peace, clarity, and joy. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If you found this summary helpful, please give us a like, share it with someone who could benefit, and subscribe to our channel for more empowering content. Until next time, keep nurturing your inner calm and living fully in the beautiful present moment.
Hello, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the power of transformative ideas, one incredible book at a time. I'm your host, and today we're diving deep into a concept so fundamental, so profoundly impactful, yet often overlooked, that it holds the key to virtually every aspect of your life. Have you ever considered the constant, unseen dialogue happening within your own mind? The whispers, the judgments, the encouragement, the doubt. Well, prepare to turn those whispers into a symphony of success, because today we're exploring the groundbreaking insights from Shad Helmstedter's timeless classic, What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a profound journey into the very architecture of your mind, a practical guide to reprogramming your internal narrative, and ultimately, a roadmap to building the life you truly desire. If you've ever felt stuck, limited, or simply not living up to your full potential, then the lessons we're about to uncover will be nothing short of revolutionary for you. So lean back, get comfortable, and let's unlock the immense power hidden within your own voice. But before we begin this incredible exploration, if you find value in today's session, please hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on our future journeys into literary wisdom. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Inner Voice, Your Constant Companion. Imagine, if you will, that you have a constant companion, an ever-present voice in your ear whispering thoughts, opinions, and judgments about everything you encounter. This companion is with you from the moment you wake until you drift off to sleep. For many of us, this companion is largely left unchecked, its narrative running on autopilot, often a blend of old programming, fears, and limiting beliefs absorbed over years. Shad Helmstetter begins by shining a spotlight on this inner voice, the silent yet incredibly powerful conversation you have with yourself every single day. He argues that this internal dialogue isn't just background noise, it's the very foundation of your beliefs, your self-image, and consequently, your actions and results. Think about it. Every decision you make, every emotion you feel, every reaction you have is first filtered through the lens of what you tell yourself about it. Consider a simple scenario. You're faced with a new challenge at work. The inner voice might say, "This is too hard. You'll probably fail, just like last time." Or it could say, "This is a great opportunity to learn and grow. You've handled tough things before." Which voice do you think will lead to a better outcome? GPS that's always telling you to go to the same old, uninspiring destinations. Helmstetter wants you to realize you have the power to change the destination, to input new coordinates and chart a new course for your life simply by altering what you say to yourself. It's a profound realization. Your life isn't just happening to you. You are, in many ways, narrating it into existence. Chapter 2. The Roots of Self-Talk. Where does it come from? Now that we understand the immense power of self-talk, the natural question arises, where does it all come from? Why do some of us have a naturally encouraging inner voice, while others struggle with constant self-doubt and criticism? Helmstetter delves into the origins, explaining that our self-talk is largely a product of our past programming. Think of your mind as a super advanced computer. From the moment you're born, it starts absorbing data. Every word you hear, every experience you have, every judgment or praise you receive from parents, teachers, friends, and society at large becomes a line of code in your subconscious program. If you frequently heard messages like, "You're not good enough," "Be careful, you might fail," or life is hard. These phrases become part of your internal script. Even seemingly innocent phrases like, "Don't be silly," or "That's not how it's done," can subtly shake a narrative of inadequacy or fear of deviation. Helmstetter identifies several key sources of this programming. Childhood experiences. Our early years are particularly formative. The feedback we received, the environment we grew up in, and the examples set by our primary caregivers deeply imprint on our developing minds. Parental and authority figures. The words of parents, teachers, and other authority figures carry immense weight. Their beliefs and expectations often become our own. Societal and cultural influences. Media, cultural norms, and societal expectations also contribute. Think about common phrases or beliefs perpetuated in your culture that might limit personal growth or define success in a narrow way. Past experiences and failures. Negative experiences or perceived failures can become ingrained in our self-talk, leading to statements like, "I always mess things up," or "I'm not lucky." The crucial point here is that much of this programming was unconscious and unintentional. You didn't choose to adopt these limiting beliefs. They were simply absorbed. Like weeds growing in a garden, they took root without your explicit permission. This chapter is vital because it frees us from blame. It's not your fault if your self-talk is currently negative. You are simply running on inherited software. But once you understand its origins, you gain the power to update that software, to pull out the weeds and plant new, life-affirming seeds.
Chapter 3. The 4 categories of self-talk. Identifying your pattern. To effectively change your self-talk, you first need to understand what kind of self-talk you're currently engaged in. Helmstetter neatly categorizes self-talk into 4 distinct types, creating a powerful framework for self-assessment. Let's explore each of them. Negative self-talk. Type 1. This is the most damaging form. It's characterized by criticism, blame, self-doubt, and pessimism. Phrases like, "I can't do this," "I'm a failure," "I'm not smart enough," or "Why bother trying" fall into this category. This type of self-talk actively sabotages your efforts, drains your energy, and reinforces limiting beliefs. It's the voice that convinces you to stay in your comfort zone, even if that zone is stifling your potential. Neutral self-talk. Type 2. This type is characterized by observation without judgment. "It is what it is. I'll see what happens," or "There's nothing I can do." While not overtly negative, it lacks proactive energy and conviction. It often leads to apathy, procrastination, and a feeling of being a passive observer in your own life. It doesn't actively harm you, but it certainly doesn't help you grow or achieve your goals. It's like a car idling. It's on, but not going anywhere. Acceptance self-talk. Type 3. This is where we start moving in a positive direction. Acceptance self-talk acknowledges reality, even if it's challenging, but also carries a hopeful and resilient undertone. "This is difficult, but I will get through it." "I made a mistake, and I will learn from it." Or, "I accept myself, flaws and all." This type fosters resilience, self-compassion, and a sense of agency. It's a significant improvement over negative or neutral talk, as it allows for emotional processing and forward movement, even in the face of adversity. Positive self-talk. Type 4. This is the ultimate goal. Positive self-talk is empowering, encouraging, optimistic, and goal-oriented. "I am capable." "I will succeed." "I am strong and resilient." "I deserve the best," or "I can achieve anything I set my mind to." This type of self-talk builds confidence, fuels motivation, and actively programs your subconscious for success. It's the voice of your ideal self, guiding you towards your highest potential. Helmstetter encourages listeners to honestly assess which category their dominant self-talk falls into. Often we might have a mix, But identifying the predominant pattern is the first step towards consciously shifting it. This categorization provides a clear roadmap for change. If you're stuck in Type 1, your immediate goal is to move towards Type 3 or 4. It's like understanding your current position on a map before you can plot a new course.
Chapter 4. The Power of Repetition. Programming Your New Reality. Once you understand the origins and categories of self-talk, the natural next step is to learn how to change it. Helmstedter's core principle here is simple, yet profoundly effective: repetition. Just as your current self-talk was programmed through repeated exposure to certain messages, so too can you reprogram it by consciously and consistently repeating new, positive messages. Think of your mind as a garden. If you want to grow beautiful flowers, you don't just plant a seed once and forget about it. You water it, nurture it, and protect it consistently. Similarly, to cultivate positive self-talk, you must consistently plant and reinforce positive affirmations. Helmstetter emphasizes that this isn't about mere wishful thinking or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about deliberately choosing the thoughts and words you feed your mind. He introduces the concept of affirmations, positive, present-tense statements about who you are, what you want, and what you believe. Examples include, I am confident and capable. I attract success and abundance. I am healthy and vibrant. Or, I overcome challenges with ease. The key to their effectiveness lies in consistent, heartfelt repetition. Helmstetter suggests several methods: verbal repetition, speaking your affirmations aloud with conviction multiple times a day; written repetition, writing your affirmations down repeatedly in a journal; mental repetition, silently repeating affirmations in your mind throughout the day; audio repetition, recording your affirmations and listening to them, especially during times of relaxation or before sleep, when the subconscious mind is most receptive. The science behind this is fascinating. Repetition, especially when combined with emotion, helps to create new neural pathways in your brain. It literally rewires your mind. Old, limiting beliefs, which are essentially well-worn neural pathways, begin to weaken, and new, empowering beliefs, with their fresh pathways, grow stronger. It's like carving a new path through a forest. The more you walk it, the clearer and easier it becomes. This chapter is a call to action. It's an invitation to become the conscious architect of your inner world, to intentionally choose the thoughts that will shape your destiny, and to understand that consistency, not intensity, is the true magic ingredient. Chapter 5. Crafting Effective Self-Talk: The Art of Affirmations. It's not enough to simply say positive words. They need to be crafted in a way that truly resonates and penetrates the subconscious mind. Helmstetter provides clear guidelines for creating powerful, effective self-talk. This isn't just about positive thinking. It's about strategic, deliberate programming. Here are the key principles for crafting effective affirmations. Make them personal. Use I. Always use I or my statements. I am confident, not one should be confident. This directly addresses your subconscious and makes the message personal and relevant to you. Make them positive. Frame your affirmations in the positive. Instead of, I am not afraid, say, I am courageous. The subconscious mind often struggles to process negatives. Focus on what you want, not what you don't want. Make them present tense. Speak as if it's already true. I am successful, not I will be successful. This tells your subconscious that this is your current reality, and it begins to align your actions and beliefs to match this present truth. Make them specific and clear. Be as clear as possible. Instead of, I am happy, you might say, I feel joy and enthusiasm in all my daily activities. The more vivid and specific, the more powerfully it impacts your subconscious. Make them emotional. Infuse your affirmations with feeling. When you repeat them, feel the truth of them. Imagine the joy, the confidence, the success. Emotion is the fuel that drives the affirmations into your subconscious. Don't just say the words, believe them as you say them. Focus on desired traits or outcomes. Identify the specific areas where you want to grow or what you want to achieve. Do you want more confidence, better health, financial abundance, stronger relationships? Tailor your affirmations to these specific goals. Keep them consistent. While variety is good, sticking with a core set of affirmations for a period allows them to deeply embed. Consistency over time is far more effective than trying a new affirmation every day. Helmstetter also advises against using affirmations that feel too far-fetched or unbelievable to you initially. If you're deeply ingrained in scarcity thinking, jumping straight to "I am a millionaire" might create internal resistance. Instead, start with something you can believe, like "I am open to receiving abundance," or "I am improving my financial situation daily." As your belief shifts, you can then upgrade your affirmations. This chapter empowers you to become a wordsmith, an internal sculptor, carefully selecting the language that will build the magnificent inner world you desire. It teaches you that your words are not just sounds, they are potent tools of creation.
Chapter 6. Overcoming Resistance, Dealing with Doubt and Negativity. As you embark on the journey of reprogramming your self-talk, you're bound to encounter resistance. This is entirely normal. Your subconscious mind has been running on old programming for years, and it won't give up its familiar patterns without a fight. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to preparing you for this internal struggle and providing strategies to overcome doubt and negativity. Imagine trying to steer a large ship in a new direction. It takes effort and consistent pressure on the rudder to overcome its old momentum. Your mind is similar. When you start saying, "I am confident," and your internal narrative immediately retorts, "No, you're not. Remember all those times you failed?" That's resistance. Helmstetter offers several powerful insights and techniques. Acknowledge, don't argue. When negative thoughts arise, acknowledge them without engaging in a debate. Don't fight them. Simply observe them and then gently redirect your focus back to your positive affirmations. Trying to suppress them often makes them stronger. Understand the source. Remember that these negative thoughts are often just echoes of old programming, not necessarily your current truth. They are outdated files, not current facts. Persistence is key. The most crucial strategy is sheer persistence. Keep repeating your positive affirmations even when you don't feel them, even when doubt whispers loudly. Every repetition is like a drop of water on a stone. Eventually, it will wear it down. The fake it till you make it principle. Helmstetter argues that sometimes you have to act as if. If you want to be confident, start by acting confidently, speaking confidently, and affirming confidence even if the feeling isn't fully there yet. Your actions influence your beliefs, just as your beliefs influence your actions. Be patient and kind to yourself. Changing deeply ingrained patterns takes time. There will be days when it feels like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Be patient with yourself, celebrate small victories, and don't fall into the trap of criticizing yourself for having negative thoughts. That's just more negative self-talk. Visualize success. Complement your affirmations with visualization. See yourself living out the truth of your affirmations. If you affirm, "I am healthy," visualize yourself full of energy, vibrant, and active. This enhances the emotional impact. This chapter serves as a pep talk, a reminder that the journey of self-transformation is not always linear,
But with understanding, patience, and unwavering commitment, you can navigate the choppy waters of doubt and emerge stronger with a new, empowering internal narrative guiding your way.
Chapter 7. Self-talk for specific areas of life, tailoring your approach. The beauty of Helmstedter's self-talk methodology is its universal applicability. While the core principles remain the same, this chapter emphasizes tailoring your affirmations to specific areas of your life where you seek improvement. Just as a master chef uses different spices for different dishes, you can customize your self-talk for various aspects of your existence. Helmstetter guides us through applying self-talk to common areas. Health and well-being. If you're looking to improve your physical or mental health, your self-talk should reflect that. Instead of, "I'm always tired," try, "I am full of energy and vitality." Instead of, "I get sick easily," affirm, "My immune system is strong and healthy." This can include affirmations for weight management, consistent exercise, stress reduction, and positive body image. Career and financial success. For professional advancement or financial abundance, focus on affirmations that build confidence, competence, and a mindset of wealth. I am a highly valued professional. I attract opportunities for growth and success. I am a magnet for abundance, or I manage my finances wisely and effectively. Relationships. To foster healthier, more fulfilling relationships, your self-talk can focus on empathy, connection, and self-worth. I attract loving and supportive relationships. I communicate openly and honestly. I am a good listener. Or, I am worthy of love and respect. Personal growth and learning. If your goal is continuous self-improvement, lifelong learning, or developing new skills, your self-talk can reinforce curiosity and capability. I am a quick and eager learner. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Or, I am constantly evolving into my best self. Emotional mastery. To better manage emotions like anger, anxiety, or sadness, affirmations can help reprogram your emotional responses. I respond calmly and thoughtfully to situations. I choose joy and peace. Or, I release all negative emotions and embrace serenity. Helmstetter's message is clear. Identify the specific areas where you feel limited, where your old self-talk is holding you back, and then deliberately craft new, empowering affirmations for those areas. It's like having a personalized mental toolkit, each tool designed for a specific job, helping you build a stronger, more vibrant life brick by self-talk. This targeted approach amplifies the impact of your self-talk, creating focused change where it's most needed. Chapter 8. The Science Behind Self-Talk, How It Really Works. For those who lean towards a more scientific understanding, Helmstetter provides a compelling explanation of why self-talk is so powerful. This chapter bridges the gap between the practical application and the underlying neurobiology and psychology, offering a deeper appreciation for the profound impact of our internal dialogue. He delves into concepts such as the subconscious mind. Helmstetter emphasizes that our self-talk primarily communicates with the subconscious mind, which is far more powerful and influential than the conscious mind. The subconscious doesn't judge, it simply accepts and executes the programming it receives, much like a computer's operating system. When you consistently feed it positive, empowering messages, it begins to alter your beliefs and behaviors at a fundamental level. Neuroplasticity. This is a groundbreaking scientific concept referring to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Every time you think a thought or engage in a behavior, you strengthen a neural pathway. When you consciously repeat positive affirmations, you are literally creating and strengthening new neural pathways that support those positive beliefs. Old negative pathways, when not used, begin to weaken.
This means you are physically rewiring your brain. The reticular activating system, or RAS, is a network of neurons located in the brainstem that acts as a filter, determining what information reaches your conscious awareness. When you program your subconscious with specific goals or desires through self-talk, your RAS becomes attuned to opportunities and resources related to those goals. Have you ever bought a new car and suddenly started seeing that model everywhere? That's your RAS at work. Self-talk primes your RAS to notice and attract what you focus on. The link between thoughts, emotions, and actions. Helmstetter reinforces the undeniable chain. Thoughts lead to emotions lead to actions, and actions lead to results. By changing your thoughts through self-talk, you initiate a positive ripple effect throughout this entire chain. Positive thoughts generate positive emotions, which motivate positive actions, ultimately leading to positive results. The placebo effect. While not directly discussed as such, the power of belief central to the placebo effect is deeply intertwined with self-talk. If you truly believe something is true for you because you've repeatedly told yourself it is, your body and mind will often conspire to make it so. This chapter demystifies self-talk, moving it beyond a purely philosophical concept to a scientifically supported method for personal transformation. Understanding how it works makes the commitment to consistent practice even more compelling, reinforcing that you're engaging in a proven mental technology for self-improvement.
Chapter 9. Making Self-Talk a Lifestyle. Integration and Consistency. The power of self-talk isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice, a way of life. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to practical strategies for integrating self-talk so deeply into your routine that it becomes as natural and essential as breathing. This is about moving beyond sporadic effort to consistent, effortless habit. Here are the key takeaways for making self-talk a lifestyle. Establish a routine. Identify specific times each day when you can dedicate time to your self-talk. This could be first thing in the morning, during your commute, before a workout, during a lunch break, or right before bed. Consistency trumps intensity. Even 5 to 10 minutes daily is more effective than an hour once a week. Utilize dead time. Helmstetter encourages using otherwise productive time for self-talk. Waiting in line, doing chores, walking the dog. These are perfect moments to mentally or even softly audibly repeat your affirmations. Every moment is an opportunity to reinforce your positive programming. Create a self-talk environment. Surround yourself with reminders. Write affirmations on sticky notes and place them on your mirror, computer, or refrigerator. Use your phone's background or screensaver. The more visual cues you have, the more you'll be prompted to engage. Combined with other practices. Integrate self-talk with other beneficial habits. If you meditate, incorporate affirmations into your meditation. If you exercise, repeat empowering phrases while you work out. This synergy strengthens both practices. Keep it fresh, but consistent. While consistency with core affirmations is crucial, it's okay to periodically review and update your list as you grow and your goals evolve. Ensure your affirmations remain relevant and inspiring to your current journey. Be accountable. Share your self-talk practice with a trusted friend, family member, or coach. This can provide an extra layer of motivation and accountability. Even simply tracking your practice in a journal can be a powerful motivator. The future pacing technique. As you affirm, visualize yourself living the reality of those affirmations. See yourself confident, successful, healthy. This emotional pre-experiencing strengthens the neural pathways and makes the affirmations more potent. Helmstetter reiterates that like any new skill, self-talk takes practice. The initial effort might feel conscious and deliberate, but over time, as new neural pathways strengthen, It becomes more automatic, a natural and empowering part of your inner landscape. This chapter is about moving from doing self-talk to being a person who lives self-talk, where your inner voice automatically supports and uplifts you.
Chapter 10. Beyond Affirmations. Living Your Self-Talk. While affirmations are the cornerstone of Helmstedter's methodology, this chapter broadens the perspective, emphasizing that true transformation comes from living your self-talk. It's not just about what you say to yourself, but how those words translate into your actions and ultimately your reality. This is the crucial step of bridging the gap between internal programming and external manifestation. Helmstetter makes it clear, self-talk is not a substitute for action. It's a catalyst for it. If you affirm, "I am a successful entrepreneur," but never take steps to build a business, the affirmation will remain just a wish. The purpose of powerful self-talk is to shift your beliefs. It helps you truly believe in your capabilities and potential. Boost your confidence. It provides the inner strength and courage to take risks and pursue opportunities. Inspire action. It motivates you to move forward, even when faced with fear or uncertainty. Improve your perception. It helps you see challenges as opportunities rather than insurmountable obstacles. The concept here is about aligning your inner world with your outer world. If your self-talk is consistently positive and empowering, you'll naturally be more inclined to take calculated risks because you believe in your ability to handle outcomes, good or bad. Embrace challenges, seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than roadblocks. Persist through setbacks because your inner voice reminds you of your resilience. Seek out opportunities. Your RAS, as discussed in Chapter 8, will be primed to notice them. And act congruently with your goals. Your actions will begin to reflect the person you're becoming through your self-talk. Helmstetter emphasizes that as your self-talk improves, you'll start noticing subtle shifts in your behavior, your reactions, and your general outlook. You'll find yourself naturally making choices that align with your desired future. It's a beautiful feedback loop. Positive self-talk leads to positive actions, which lead to positive results, which further reinforce your positive self-talk. This chapter reminds us that while the work begins internally, the ultimate goal is to see that transformation manifest in a richer, more fulfilling, and successful life in the real world. It's about becoming the living embodiment of your most powerful and positive internal narrative.
Chapter 11. The Long-Term Vision. Sustaining Your New Self. As we approach the culmination of Helmstetter's wisdom, this chapter focuses on the long-term journey. Changing self-talk isn't a quick fix, it's a commitment for life. Just as a garden requires continuous tending, your internal landscape needs ongoing care and cultivation to flourish. Helmstetter encourages a long-term vision, understanding that maintenance is crucial. Even after you've successfully reprogrammed much of your negative self-talk, old patterns can resurface, especially during times of stress or major life changes. Consistent maintenance, daily affirmations, mindful awareness of your thoughts, is essential to keep the weeds from growing back. Growth is continuous. The journey of personal growth never truly ends. As you achieve one goal, new aspirations will emerge. Your self-talk should evolve with you, always supporting your next level of growth and potential. The compounding effect. The benefits of consistent positive self-talk compound over time. Small, consistent efforts today lead to massive transformations in the future. It's like saving money. Small, regular deposits yield substantial returns over years. Becoming a role model. As you transform your own life through conscious self-talk, you naturally become an inspiration to others. Your newfound confidence, resilience, and optimism can positively influence those around you.
You become a living testament to the power of inner transformation. Building a legacy. Helmstetter invites us to consider the legacy we build not just through our external achievements, but through the inner peace, joy, and fulfillment we cultivate. This inner work, through self-talk, creates a foundation for a truly meaningful life. This chapter instills a sense of purpose and commitment, reminding us that the investment we make in our self-talk today pays dividends for a lifetime. It's about recognizing that you are creating not just a better day, but a better life, a better future, and a more empowered version of yourself that will continue to evolve and thrive. The practice of self-talk becomes a lifelong partnership with yourself, a continuous dialogue of encouragement and belief.
Chapter 12, Your Self-Talk Action Plan, a Practical Guide to Implementation. In this final crucial chapter, Helmstetter consolidates all the principles and insights into a practical, step-by-step action plan. This is where theory meets reality, providing you with a clear roadmap to immediately begin implementing the power of self-talk in your own life. He outlines a structured approach which can be adapted to individual needs. Identify your limiting beliefs. Start by pinpointing the specific areas where you feel stuck or limited. What are the negative statements you most frequently say to yourself about these areas? Write them down. Be brutally honest. Craft your core affirmations. For each limiting belief, create a powerful, positive, present tense, and personal affirmation. Ensure these affirmations are emotionally resonant and specific to your desired outcomes. Aim for a manageable number, say 5 to 10, to start with. Establish a daily practice. Choose specific times and methods for daily repetition. Will you say them aloud in the morning? Write them down? Listen to a recording? Integrate them into your commute or exercise. Commit to this daily practice. Reinforce throughout the day. Actively look for opportunities to repeat your affirmations mentally or verbally during dead time or whenever you need a mental boost. Use visual cues to remind yourself. Monitor and adjust. Pay attention to how you feel and if your internal dialogue starts to shift. Are new opportunities appearing? Are you feeling more confident? Regularly review your affirmations and adjust them as you grow or as new goals emerge. Don't be afraid to tweak and refine. Be patient and persistent. Understand that transformation takes time. There will be good days and challenging days. The key is unwavering consistency and a commitment to not giving up. Each repetition is a step forward. Take action. Remember that self-talk is a catalyst for action. As your inner world transforms, be courageous and take steps that align with your new beliefs. Live your self-talk. And there you have it, a comprehensive journey through the profound wisdom of Shad Helmstetter's What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. We've explored the origins of our inner voice, identified its various forms, and, most importantly, learned the practical, scientifically backed strategies for transforming it. Remember, the conversation you have with yourself is the most important one you'll ever have. By consciously choosing to plant seeds of positivity, confidence, and empowerment through consistent self-talk, you are not just changing your thoughts, you are literally rewiring your brain and reshaping your entire life. I encourage you to take these insights and apply them. Start small, be consistent, and witness the incredible power of your own words. Your future self will thank you for it. If you found inspiration, clarity, or a renewed sense of purpose today, please show your support by hitting that like button, sharing this episode with friends and family who could benefit from this message, and of course, subscribing to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative literary journeys. Your engagement helps us bring more incredible content to you. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. Until next time, keep nurturing that powerful inner voice and keep living a life filled with purpose and possibility.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we unlock the power of transformative ideas that can redefine your life's trajectory. Today, we're embarking on an in-depth, chapter-by-chapter journey into a concept so profound, yet so elegantly simple, that it has revolutionized our understanding of human potential, achievement, and happiness. We're diving deep into Carol S. Dweck's groundbreaking masterpiece, Mindset, the New Psychology of Success. Prepare to have your fundamental beliefs about ability, talent, and intelligence thoroughly examined and potentially completely rewired. This isn't just about understanding success. It's about fundamentally changing your relationship with learning, challenge, and ultimately, yourself.
Chapter 1. The Two Mindsets. Have you ever observed certain individuals who, regardless of the obstacles they face, seem to not just bounce back, but to actually grow stronger from adversity? They embrace the steepest challenges, viewing setbacks not as failures, but as crucial stepping stones. Conversely, have you encountered others, perhaps even within yourself, who, despite possessing immense talent, seem to falter at the first sign of difficulty, retreating into the safe confines of what they already know, fearing judgment and the potential for failure above all else? What truly differentiates these two archetypes? Is it a matter of inherent talent, intelligence, socioeconomic background, or sheer luck? Carol Dweck, a luminary in the field of psychology and a distinguished professor at Stanford University, dedicated decades of meticulous research to unraveling these very questions. Her seminal work, Mindset, distills these complex psychological dynamics into a startlingly clear and actionable framework. Her findings illuminate that the profound differences in how individuals respond to challenges, learn, and grow are not primarily dictated by their innate abilities, but by their fundamental mindset, the deeply ingrained beliefs they hold about their own intelligence, talents, and capabilities. At the heart of Dweck's theory lies the distinction between two powerful mindsets, the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. These aren't just personality traits, they are operating systems for your life, profoundly influencing your motivation, your resilience in the face of setbacks, your approach to learning, and ultimately, the extent of your personal and professional success. Understanding these two perspectives is not merely an academic exercise. It is an incredibly potent tool that, once internalized, can empower you to unlock vast, previously untapped reserves of potential within yourself and those around you. The fixed mindset is a belief system where an individual perceives their basic abilities, intelligence, and talents as static, immutable traits. From this perspective, you either have it or you don't. One might think, I am a smart person, or I am naturally bad at math, or I am simply not creative. These are viewed as unchangeable, inherent facts about their being. The implication is that you have a certain amount of intelligence, a certain personality, a certain moral character, and these cannot fundamentally change. Conversely, the growth mindset operates on the profound belief that your most basic abilities, including intelligence, talents, and even personality traits, are not static. Instead, they can be developed, nurtured, and expanded through dedication, hard work, and persistent effort. They view the brain as a muscle that grows stronger with exercise, capable of forming new connections and increasing its capacity throughout life. I can learn anything I want to learn. My capabilities are expandable. Effort is the path to mastery. These are the empowering tenets of a growth mindset. This mindset creates a love of learning and a resilience that is essential for great accomplishment.
Chapter 2. Inside the Mindsets.
Now that we've defined the two mindsets, let's take a deeper look at what goes on inside each of them. How do these fundamental beliefs shape our daily thoughts, feelings, and actions, particularly when we encounter challenges, effort, criticism, and the success of others? The fixed mindset in action. If your intelligence is a fixed entity, then every experience, every task, every interaction becomes an implicit test of that fixed ability. Success in this framework serves to validate your inherent competence, reinforcing the belief that you possess a desirable fixed trait. Failure, however, is perceived as a devastating revelation, a stark exposure of a fundamental, unchangeable deficiency. This deep fear of revealing inadequacy drives much of the behavior associated with a fixed mindset. Challenges. The fixed mindset leads to a pervasive tendency to avoid challenges. If your core abilities are fixed, why would you willingly put them to the test in situations where you might stumble? This leads to shying away from opportunities for growth that lie beyond what they already master. The comfort zone becomes a prison. Effort. For someone with a fixed mindset, effort is often viewed with suspicion or even disdain. If you are truly gifted, truly intelligent, then things should come easily to you, right? The need to exert significant effort can be interpreted as a sign of inherent lack, suggesting that one isn't naturally talented enough. This flawed logic paradoxically prevents even highly capable individuals from reaching their true potential. Criticism. The fixed mindset's relationship with feedback and criticism is problematic. Constructive criticism, intended to guide and improve, is often perceived as a direct attack on their fixed intelligence or ability. The message isn't, "Here's how you can improve your work," but rather, "You're not smart enough." This triggers defensiveness, denial, and even resentment. Success of others. The success of others can be deeply threatening. If someone else achieves great things, it might diminish their own perceived worth or talent. Instead of drawing inspiration, they might feel envious, competitive in an unhealthy way, or even compelled to belittle others' achievements to elevate their own fragile sense of self-worth. The growth mindset in action. With a growth mindset, challenges are exciting opportunities. Effort is essential, feedback is invaluable, and the success of others is inspiring. When faced with a challenge, someone with a growth mindset doesn't recoil in fear. They're drawn to it. They see challenges as exciting opportunities to stretch their current understanding, to acquire new skills, and to push the boundaries of their competence. The more difficult the challenge, the greater the potential for learning and growth. Effort, far from being a sign of weakness, is celebrated as the essential ingredient for success. It is the catalyst for growth, the engine that drives mastery. Individuals with a growth mindset understand that even the most gifted individuals must apply consistent, focused effort to hone their craft. Criticism. Their relationship with feedback and criticism is transformative. They actively seek it out, viewing it as invaluable information that helps them improve their performance and refine their strategies. Rather than interpreting constructive criticism as a personal indictment, they see it as a gift, data points that guide their learning journey. Success of others. The success of others is not a threat, but a source of profound inspiration and a rich learning resource. Instead of feeling diminished, they're motivated. They ask, how did they achieve that? What strategies did they employ? This perspective fosters collaboration, mentorship, and a collective pursuit of excellence. Dweck's research is not merely theoretical, it is underpinned by decades of rigorous scientific inquiry and packed with compelling empirical evidence across diverse domains. She cites numerous studies consistently demonstrating the profound impact of these mindsets. For instance, classic experiments showed that students praised for their intelligence, fixed mindset praise, subsequently became risk-averse, opting for easier tasks to protect their smart label. In stark contrast, students praised for their effort and process, growth mindset praise, were more eager to tackle difficult challenges, exhibited greater persistence, and ultimately performed better on subsequent tasks. The profound implication here is about the nature of praise itself.
Chapter 3. The Truth About Ability and Achievement. This chapter challenges deeply ingrained societal beliefs about talent, genius, and achievement.
It directly confronts the notion that success is primarily a result of innate, unchangeable gifts. Dweck meticulously demonstrates that while natural aptitudes can provide a starting point, it is the mindset with which these aptitudes are approached that ultimately determines the ceiling of one's achievement. Many of us grew up believing in the concept of a natural talent, that some people are simply born with an innate gift from music, sports, mathematics, or art, and that these gifts are the primary drivers of their success. However, Dweck's research, and indeed the broader scientific consensus in fields like neuroscience and cognitive psychology, tells a far more nuanced and empowering. Dweck highlights numerous examples, from famous athletes to scientists, who were not necessarily the most gifted at the outset. Their extraordinary achievements stemmed from an unwavering growth mindset and relentless dedication to practice, an insatiable curiosity, a willingness to learn from every mistake, and an understanding that capabilities are developed, not merely discovered. Example, Alfred Binet and the IQ test. Dweck points to Alfred Binet, the inventor of the IQ test, who actually held a growth mindset. Binet believed that scores on his test were meant to identify children who needed extra help, not to label children as permanently smart or dumb. He explicitly stated that intelligence was not fixed and could be grown through education and practice. Society, however, largely adopted the IQ test with a fixed mindset, using it to categorize and limit individuals. This chapter underscores that true potential is not predetermined at birth. It is dynamically shaped by our engagement with the world, our willingness to embrace challenges, and our belief in our capacity to grow. The greatest achievers are often not those with the most raw talent, but those with the most profound growth mindset, those who relentlessly pursue improvement, seeing every experience as an opportunity to expand their abilities. It's about showing up, putting in the hours, and believing that your efforts will make a difference.
Chapter 4. Sports, the Mindset of a Champion. In the competitive world of sports, the distinction between fixed and growth mindsets is often vividly displayed, determining who simply participates and who truly excels, breaking records and inspiring millions. This chapter delves into how mindsets shape an athlete's performance, resilience, and ultimate success. Fixed mindset athletes often believe their athletic prowess is a direct result of innate talent. When they win, it reinforces their sense of being gifted. However, when they lose or face a setback, like an injury or a dip in performance, they tend to attribute it to a fundamental lack of talent or ability, leading to discouragement, defensiveness, and a propensity to give up. They might avoid practicing weaknesses, fearing it reveals their lack of natural ability. They might blame external factors or teammates rather than taking responsibility for their own development. Contrast this with the growth mindset athlete. These individuals view their abilities as malleable. They believe that through hard work, strategic practice, and learning, they can always improve. Losses are seen not as failures, but as invaluable feedback and opportunities to learn, analyze, and refine their strategies. Injuries are challenges to overcome through diligent rehabilitation and mental fortitude, often leading to a stronger, more resilient athlete. They actively seek out tougher competition, knowing that pushing their limits is essential for growth. Dweck provides numerous compelling examples. Michael Jordan. Famously cut from his high school varsity basketball team, Jordan's fixed mindset moment could have ended his career. Instead, he embraced a growth mindset, using that setback as fuel for relentless practice and an unparalleled work ethic. He saw every missed shot, every defeat, as data for improvement, transforming himself into arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. Tiger Woods. Despite his immense natural talent, Woods' career is marked by his continuous effort to refine his swing and game even when he was at the top. This commitment to ongoing improvement, always looking for ways to get better, is a hallmark of the growth mindset. Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Considered one of the greatest female athletes of all time, she faced numerous injuries. Instead of being derailed, she focused on rehabilitation, mental toughness, and adapted her training, always believing in her capacity to return stronger. This chapter teaches us that champions are not just born with talent, they are made through a growth mindset that embraces effort, learns from adversity, and relentlessly pursues mastery. It's about seeing oneself as a work in progress, always capable of evolving and improving even after reaching the pinnacle of success.
Chapter 5. Business, Mindset, and Leadership. In the cutthroat world of business, where innovation, adaptability, and leadership are paramount, mindsets play a decisive role in determining not just individual success, but the entire trajectory of companies and organizations. This chapter explores how mindsets shape leaders, employees, and the very culture of a workplace. Fixed mindset leaders and companies. Leaders with a fixed mindset often prioritize validating their own intelligence and brilliance. They might seek to hire individuals who are already perfect and might be threatened by subordinates who show too much initiative or potential, fearing they could be outshined. They tend to avoid risk, cling to existing proven strategies, and can become defensive or even punitive when faced with mistakes or failures. They create cultures where employees fear taking risks, hide mistakes, and avoid giving honest feedback, leading to stagnation and a lack of innovation. Companies led by fixed mindset individuals often fail to adapt to changing markets and are slow to embrace new technologies or ideas. Growth mindset leaders, conversely, are focused on developing talent, both their own and that of their team members. They understand that their role is to foster growth, not just to demonstrate their own competence. They actively seek out challenging projects, encourage experimentation, and view mistakes as invaluable learning opportunities, not reasons for blame. They create environments where employees feel psychologically safe to take calculated risks, voice new ideas, and offer constructive feedback. They're inspired by the success of others and actively mentor their teams, fostering a collaborative and innovative culture. Such companies are more resilient, adaptable, and capable of sustained innovation and growth in dynamic environments. Examples cited by Dweck. Jack Welch at GE. While brilliant, his early leadership style was sometimes criticized for fostering a fixed mindset environment, where fear of failure could stifle innovation. However, he evolved, recognizing the need for continuous learning. Lou Gerstner at IBM. When he took over IBM, it was in crisis. He instilled a growth mindset, focusing on collaboration, learning, and adaptability, transforming the company. He understood that the company needed to evolve and that its people were its greatest asset, capable of learning new skills. Enron. Dweck uses Enron as a cautionary tale of a fixed mindset culture gone terribly wrong. Leaders obsessed with appearing brilliant and maintaining a perfect image while suppressing dissent and covering up failures ultimately led to the company's catastrophic downfall. This chapter underscores that effective leadership in the 21st century demands a growth mindset. It's about nurturing potential, fostering a love of learning, and creating cultures where people feel empowered to grow, adapt, and innovate, rather than merely proving their existing worth.
Chapter 6. Relationships, Mindsets in Love and Friendship. Mindsets profoundly influence not just our individual achievements, but also the quality and longevity of our most important personal connections, our friendships, romantic partnerships, and family dynamics. This chapter explores how fixed and growth mindsets shape our approach to love, intimacy, and social bonds. Fixed mindset in relationships. Individuals with a fixed mindset often believe that compatible partners or true friends simply click. They may hold an ideal image of a relationship and believe that if challenges or disagreements arise, it signifies that they are not meant to be, or that the relationship is fundamentally flawed. They might interpret conflict as proof of incompatibility, rather than an opportunity for mutual understanding and growth. They might avoid confronting issues directly, fearing that doing so will reveal their own or their partner's fixed deficiencies. When problems occur, they might blame the other person or conclude that people don't change, leading to premature abandonment of relationships. Growth mindset in relationships. Growth mindset individuals understand that all relationships require continuous effort, open communication, and a mutual willingness to grow and evolve together. They view disagreements and challenges not as fatal flaws, but as natural parts of any connection, opportunities to deepen understanding, refine communication, and strengthen the bond. They believe that through sustained effort, empathy, and a commitment to shared growth, relationships can overcome obstacles and flourish into something richer and more resilient. They are more likely to engage in constructive conflict resolution, actively listen, and continuously work on improving connection and intimacy. They understand that both individuals within a relationship and the relationship itself can grow and develop over time. Key themes in this chapter: effort versus magic. Fixed mindset seeks magic, perfect compatibility, effortless harmony. Growth mindset understands that effort, communication, understanding, compromise builds lasting connections. Blame versus growth. In fixed mindset, conflicts lead to blame. In growth mindset, conflicts lead to asking, what can we learn from this and how can we improve our dynamic? Personal growth within relationships. Growth mindset individuals encourage their partners and friends to grow, celebrate their achievements, and support them through challenges, knowing that individual growth contributes to the health of the relationship. Dweck also touches on the concept of rejection sensitivity, where fixed mindset individuals are overly sensitive to perceived slights or rejections, interpreting them as ultimate failures. A growth mindset helps one to process such experiences with greater resilience, learning from them rather than internalizing them as ultimate failures. This chapter powerfully argues that the most fulfilling and enduring relationships are built not on a static ideal of perfect fit, but on a shared commitment to growth, understanding, and the continuous effort to nurture the connection.
Chapter 7. Parents, Teachers, and Coaches. Passing on mindsets. This chapter delves into the profound responsibility and incredible power that parents, teachers, and coaches wield in shaping the mindsets of the children and individuals under their influence. It reveals how our words, our praise, and our reactions to success and failure can either instill a limiting fixed mindset or foster an empowering growth mindset. The power of praise. Dweck's research unequivocally demonstrates that the type of praise we give is not trivial. It is a powerful shaper of mindset. Fixed mindset praise. You're so smart. You're a natural. Praising inherent ability or intelligence inadvertently fosters a fixed mindset. It teaches children that their value comes from their innate talent. This makes them risk-averse, fearing anything that might contradict the SMART label. They become less resilient to setbacks, interpreting struggles as proof that they are not smart after all. Growth mindset praise. I love how hard you worked on that. That was a great strategy. You really stuck with it. Praising effort, strategy, resilience, and the learning process encourages a growth mindset. It teaches children that their abilities can be developed through hard work and good strategies. This fosters a love of learning, resilience, and a willingness to take on challenges. Impact of parental mindset. Parents who operate with a fixed mindset might unknowingly pass this on to their children. They might be overly concerned with their child's innate talent, comparing them to others or protecting them from challenges for fear of failure. Conversely, growth mindset parents encourage their children to take risks, learn from mistakes, and value effort above effortless achievement. They model resilience and a love of learning.
Role of teachers and schools. Educational systems often inadvertently promote a fixed mindset by focusing heavily on grades, standardized tests, and labeling students. A growth mindset approach to education would prioritize creating a love of learning, teaching effective strategies, encouraging collaboration, and valuing effort and progress over just final scores. Teachers with a growth mindset believe that all students can learn and grow regardless of their starting point, and they design their classrooms to reflect this belief. Coaches and mentors. Just like in sports, coaches who emphasize effort, strategy, and resilience will develop more capable and mentally tough athletes. Mentors in any field who focus on developing their mentees' potential rather than simply celebrating their current achievements will foster greater long-term success. This chapter underscores that adults in positions of authority have a moral imperative to understand mindsets. By consciously adopting a growth mindset themselves and modeling it for others, they can empower a new generation to embrace challenges, persevere through difficulties, and unlock their full, unlimited potential.
Chapter 8: Changing Mindsets. One of the most profoundly empowering messages of Dweck's work is the assertion that mindsets are not immutable. You are not permanently stuck with a fixed mindset. The beautiful truth is that you can actively cultivate and strengthen a growth mindset. It is not a sudden transformation, but an ongoing journey of awareness, intentional practice, and a deliberate shift in perspective. It requires consistent effort in self-reflection, but the rewards are immeasurable. Dweck provides a 4-step process for cultivating a growth mindset. Recognize and observe your fixed mindset triggers. The first and crucial step is to develop acute self-awareness. Begin to meticulously pay attention to your internal monologue. When does your fixed mindset voice speak up? When do you feel a surge of defensiveness in response to feedback? When do you feel an overwhelming urge to avoid a challenging task? When does the success of a colleague trigger feelings of threat or envy rather than inspiration? Simply noticing these patterns without judgment is the initial pivotal step in gaining control over them. Identify your triggers and the situations that bring forth the fixed mindset. Challenge your fixed mindset voice. Once you recognize the fixed mindset voice, actively challenge its pronouncements. When it whispers, "I can't do this," consciously reframe it to, "I can't do this yet." When it asserts, "I'm not smart enough," counter with, "What strategies can I employ to learn this? What resources can I leverage?" Instead of catastrophizing with, "What if I fail?" transform it into, "What valuable lessons can I extract from this attempt regardless of the immediate outcome? How will this experience make me smarter for next time?" This is not about positive affirmations alone, but about actively seeking out alternative, growth-oriented interpretations. Embrace challenges. Actively seek out opportunities to step outside your comfort zone regularly. View new, difficult, or unfamiliar tasks not as potential threats to your self-image, but as exhilarating opportunities for profound learning and skill development. The more consistently you engage with challenges, the more your brain adapts, forms new neural pathways, and strengthens its capacity for learning and problem-solving. Seek out projects that push your boundaries. This creates a virtuous cycle of growth. Put the growth mindset into action. It's not enough to just think about changing. You must actively apply growth mindset principles in your daily life. Value effort and process. Shift your primary focus from solely fixating on outcomes to genuinely celebrating the inherent value of the effort, the strategic approaches you employ, and the journey of learning itself. Learn from setbacks. Reframe failure as essential, unbiased feedback. Adopt an investigative mindset. What went wrong? What lessons can I extract? What will I do differently? Seek out feedback. Actively solicit feedback and listen with an open, non-defensive mind. Incorporate insights into your future efforts. Be inspired by others. When others succeed, shift from envy to curiosity. Ask, how did they achieve that? What can I learn from them? Understand brain plasticity. Remember that your brain is not static. Every time you learn something new, you're literally strengthening and expanding your brain's capacity for learning. Dweck also emphasizes the concept of the false growth mindset. This is where individuals may articulate the language of a growth mindset, claiming to believe in effort and continuous improvement, but their actual behaviors betray a fixed mindset. True growth mindset is an active, ongoing commitment to confronting one's weaknesses, embracing discomfort, and investing the sustained effort required for genuine improvement. It's about actions, not just words. This chapter is a powerful call to action. It empowers us to understand that we are not victims of our circumstances or our innate abilities, but rather architects of our own potential. By consciously choosing and nurturing a growth mindset, we unlock a lifelong path of learning, resilience, and ever-expanding achievement.
Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this truly comprehensive, chapter-by-chapter exploration of Carol Dweck's Mindset, the New Psychology of Success. We sincerely hope this deep dive inspires you to actively embrace and cultivate the boundless power of growth in every facet of your life. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss another transformative insight. Until our next session, keep learning, keep growing, and keep vibrating with purpose.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a profound exploration that could fundamentally change how you experience life. Have you ever felt trapped by your own thoughts, bombarded by anxieties, or weighed down by an endless cycle of worry? If so, you're not alone. In our modern world, the relentless pace of life and the constant barrage of information often leave us feeling overwhelmed and disconnected from true inner peace. Today, we're diving deep into a book that offers a radical yet incredibly simple solution to this universal human struggle. Joseph Nguyen's Don't Believe Everything You Think: Why Your Thinking is the Beginning and End of Suffering. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a profound invitation to rediscover the inherent peace, clarity, and resilience that already reside within you. Imagine a life where your thoughts no longer dictate your mood, where challenges become opportunities for growth rather than sources of despair, and where you possess an unwavering sense of calm amidst life's storms. This book reveals the deceptively simple truth that much of our suffering isn't caused by external circumstances, but by our relationship with our own thoughts. Nguyen guides us through a paradigm shift, encouraging us to question the very nature of our thinking. He illuminates how our ingrained habit of taking every thought seriously, of believing every narrative our mind spins, is the root cause of much of our emotional pain. But here's the liberating secret. You don't have to believe everything you think. You have the power to observe your thoughts, to understand their transient nature, and to choose which ones you engage with. Over the course of this extensive summary, we will unpack each powerful chapter, uncovering practical insights and profound wisdom that can liberate you from the shackles of overthinking and emotional turmoil. Get ready to embark on a journey of self-discovery, to reclaim your inner peace, and to transform your relationship with your own mind. Before we begin, if you find this podcast valuable, please remember to hit that like button, share it with anyone who might benefit, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative content. Your support helps us continue bringing these powerful insights to a wider audience. Now, let's dive into the wisdom of Don't Believe Everything You Think.
Chapter 1. The Nature of Thought, an Illusion We Cling to. This foundational chapter introduces the revolutionary idea that our thoughts are not inherently real or substantial. Wynne argues that we often treat our thoughts as solid truths, when in reality they're fleeting, impermanent phenomena. He uses analogies to illustrate this point, comparing thoughts to clouds passing in the sky, waves in the ocean, or even bubbles that appear and disappear. The core message is that our suffering arises not from the thoughts themselves, but from our belief in them and our identification with them. We are conditioned from a young age to believe our thoughts, to follow their narratives, and to allow them to define our identity and our reality. This chapter challenges that ingrained habit. It posits that thoughts are merely mental events, electrochemical impulses in the brain, devoid of inherent meaning until we assign it to them. The illusion is that these thoughts are us, or that they reflect an objective truth about the world. Wynne emphasizes the concept of innate well-being. He suggests that beneath the incessant chatter of our minds, there is a natural state of peace, clarity, and resilience that is always present. Our thoughts, particularly negative or anxious ones, merely obscure this innate well-being, like clouds obscuring the sun. The goal is not to stop thinking, which is impossible, but to stop believing and identifying with every thought that arises. He introduces the idea that thought is a faculty, much like sight or hearing. Just as we don't believe everything we see or hear is us, we shouldn't believe everything we think is us or an undeniable truth. Our mind is a thought-generating machine, and it produces a constant stream of information, some useful, some random, some based on past experiences, and some purely imaginative. The suffering comes when we mistake the output of this machine for our fundamental reality. The chapter also touches on the pervasive nature of overthinking. In a world that often praises intellectualism and analysis, we are encouraged to think more, to plan more, to worry more. However, Wynne points out that excessive thinking often leads to paralysis, anxiety, and a disconnection from the present moment. True insight and wisdom often arise not from forced thought, but from a quiet mind. Key takeaway: thoughts are not facts, they are transient mental phenomena. Our suffering stems from believing and identifying with them. We possess an innate well-being that is always accessible when we loosen our grip on our thoughts.
Chapter 2. The Thought-Feeling Connection. How Belief Fuels Emotion. This chapter delves into the direct link between our thoughts and our feelings. Wynne clarifies that emotions are not random occurrences. They are direct consequences of the thoughts we entertain and, more importantly, the thoughts we believe. If we think a thought of fear, we feel fear. If we think a thought of anger, we feel anger. It's a fundamental principle. Thoughts create feelings. The common misconception, as Nguyen explains, is that external circumstances or other people cause our feelings. While external events can trigger thoughts, it is our internal interpretation of those events, our internal narrative, that generates the emotional response. Two people can experience the exact same event and have vastly different emotional reactions, precisely because their thoughts about the event differ. For example, missing a flight. One person might think, "This is a disaster. My trip is ruined. I'm so irresponsible. Everyone will be disappointed." This thought process will inevitably lead to feelings of frustration, anxiety, and self-blame. Another person might think, "Well, this is inconvenient, but I can rebook. Maybe this gives me an extra hour to catch up on emails or read." This thought process will lead to feelings of acceptance, patience, or even opportunity. The event is the same. The thoughts, and therefore the feelings, are different. Nguyen emphasizes that this isn't about positive thinking in the traditional sense, where one tries to force happy thoughts. Instead, it's about understanding the mechanism of thought and feeling.
When we realize that our feelings are generated from within by our thoughts, we gain immense power. We are no longer victims of our emotions, tossed about by external circumstances. We begin to see that we have a choice, not always over the initial thought that pops into our head, but certainly over whether we engage with that thought, believe it, and allow it to fester into a prolonged emotional state. This chapter also highlights the cyclical nature of thought and feeling. A negative thought can generate a negative feeling, which then reinforces more negative thoughts, creating a downward spiral. Conversely, understanding this mechanism allows us to interrupt the cycle. By recognizing a negative thought as just a thought and not a command, we can prevent it from spiraling into intense negative emotion. The liberation comes from realizing that feelings are temporary indicators, like the dashboard lights in a car. They tell us what our current thinking is focused on. If we feel good, it's because our current thinking is aligned with our well-being. If we feel bad, it's because our current thinking is out of alignment. The solution isn't to try to change the feeling directly, but to become aware of the thought that is generating it. Key takeaway: our feelings are direct results of our thoughts, particularly the thoughts we believe. External circumstances don't cause our feelings. Our interpretations, thoughts, do. Understanding this connection gives us power over our emotional experience.
Chapter 3. The Power of Awareness, Recognizing Thoughts as Separate. Chapter 3 introduces the crucial concept of awareness as the key to transcending suffering. Nguyen argues that true freedom comes from developing the ability to observe our thoughts without getting entangled in them. This is often referred to as mindfulness, or being the observer of our thoughts. Most of us live our lives inside our thoughts, completely identified with them. We are our thoughts. When a thought arises, we immediately jump into its narrative, experiencing it as our reality. Awareness, however, allows us to step back, to create a space between ourselves and our thoughts. It's like watching a movie instead of being a character in it. Nguyen explains that this awareness is not something we do, but something we are. It's our natural state, often obscured by the constant mental chatter. By simply noticing a thought without judgment or engagement, we begin to dismantle its power. When we say, "I am having the thought that I am anxious," rather than "I am anxious," we create a crucial separation. The I that observes is distinct from the thought being observed. This chapter emphasizes that we don't need to try and stop thinking. That's a futile battle. The mind will always generate thoughts. The practice is to observe them, acknowledge them, and let them pass, much like watching cars drive by on a highway. We don't need to jump into every car or judge every driver. We simply observe their movement. The more we practice this awareness, the more we realize the transient nature of thoughts. They arise, they stay for a bit, and then they disappear. They are not permanent fixtures of our being. This realization is incredibly liberating because it means that even the most persistent negative thoughts are not etched in stone. They too will pass. Awareness also helps us recognize thought storms. Just like a weather storm, thoughts can gather intensity, creating a whirlwind of mental activity. When caught in a thought storm, it feels impossible to escape. However, with awareness, we can recognize the storm as a storm, knowing that it will eventually subside. We don't need to fight it, we just need to ride it out with the understanding that it is temporary. Nguyen suggests that true wisdom and creativity often emerge from a quiet mind, a mind that is not constantly bombarded by overthinking. When we create space through awareness, new insights can arise, solutions can become clear, and we can connect more deeply with our innate intelligence.
Chapter 4. The Illusory Nature of Problems,
It's always about our thinking. This chapter takes the previous concepts a step further by asserting that most of our perceived problems are not external realities, but constructs of our own thinking. Nguyen argues that a true problem only exists when we attach a negative thought or interpretation to a neutral circumstance. He differentiates between a circumstance and a problem. A circumstance is a factual, objective event or situation. For example, I lost my job is a circumstance. I lost my job and now my life is ruined, I'm a failure and I'll never find another one, is the thought-created problem. The suffering arises from the latter, not the former. Nguyen encourages readers to examine their problems and ask, what is the thought I am having about this situation that is causing me distress? Often we will find that the distress comes from our judgments, our predictions of disaster, our comparisons to others, or our rigid expectations. This isn't to say that difficult circumstances don't exist. Of course they do. Losing a job, experiencing illness, or facing financial hardship are undeniably challenging. However, Nguyen's point is that the suffering associated with these circumstances is amplified or even created by our thinking about them. We can navigate difficult circumstances with resilience and peace if we don't allow our minds to create catastrophic narratives around them. He introduces the concept of personal thought. We often believe that our thoughts about a situation are objective truths, that anyone in our shoes would think and feel the same. But our thoughts are deeply personal, influenced by our past experiences, beliefs, and fears. Recognizing this helps us to see that our problems are not universally true, but are rather subjective interpretations. When we realize that our problems are often thought-created, we gain incredible power. We can't always change external circumstances immediately, but we can always change our thinking about them. By shifting our perspective, by choosing to see a challenge as an opportunity, or by simply observing our negative thoughts without judgment, the problem often dissolves or diminishes significantly. This chapter encourages a radical shift in perspective. Instead of trying to fix the external problem, we look inward to understand the thinking that is creating the distress. When our thinking clears, the problem often clears with it, or at least becomes manageable. This understanding is particularly powerful in areas like anxiety, where the problem is almost entirely a mental construct based on future-oriented negative thinking. Key takeaway: most of our problems are not objective realities, but are created by our thoughts and interpretations of neutral circumstances. By understanding that suffering comes from our thinking about a situation, we gain the power to dissolve or reduce the impact of these thought-created problems.
Chapter 5. The Gift of the Present Moment, Beyond Thought's Grip. Chapter 5 brings us to the importance of the present moment as a sanctuary from the often chaotic world of thought. Nguyen posits that our suffering primarily resides in two mental constructs: regret and rumination about the past, and anxiety and worry about the future. Both of these are products of thinking, pulling us away from the only reality that truly exists, the present. The present moment, by its very nature, is free from problems unless we bring past regrets or future anxieties into it through our thoughts. When we are fully present, engaged in what we are doing, seeing what is before us, and hearing what is being said, the mind has less opportunity to spin narratives of suffering. Nguyen explains that our mind is constantly trying to pull us away from the present moment. It rehashes old arguments, replays past mistakes, or conjures up worst-case scenarios for the future. This incessant mental time travel prevents us from experiencing the richness and peace of the here and now. When we are lost in thought, we are not truly living. The practice of returning to the present moment is not about stopping thoughts, but about shifting our attention. It's about consciously redirecting our focus from the internal dialogue to our external senses and immediate experience. This can be as simple as noticing the feel of our clothes, the sound of birds, the taste of food, or the sensation of breathing. These anchors to the present help to quiet the mental noise. He highlights that many of life's most beautiful and fulfilling experiences occur when we are fully present. Laughter with loved ones, enjoying nature, creating art, or engaging in deep conversation. In these moments, we are often thoughtless in the sense that we are not caught up in internal narratives. We are simply experiencing. The chapter also touches on the idea that the present moment is where our true power lies. We cannot change the past, and we cannot control the future, but we can always choose how we respond to the present. By grounding ourselves in the now, we become more resilient, more adaptable, and more capable of handling whatever arises without getting overwhelmed by mental suffering. Nguyen suggests that peace is found not by achieving some future state, but by recognizing its availability now. Our innate well-being is always present beneath the surface of our thoughts. When we settle into the present moment, we naturally connect with this deeper sense of calm and clarity. Key takeaway? Suffering largely stems from thinking about the past and future. The present moment is the only reality we have, and it is inherently free from problems unless we bring thought-created suffering into it. Cultivating presence by focusing on sensory experience helps us escape the grip of thought and connect with innate peace. Chapter 6. Understanding the Universal Principles, the Shared Human Experience. In this chapter, Nguyen shifts focus from individual thought patterns to the universal principles that govern human experience. He argues that once we understand these principles, we can see that our struggles are not unique flaws, but part of a shared human operating system. This understanding brings immense relief and compassion. The core universal principle is that everyone lives in the feeling of their thinking. This is not a judgment or criticism. It is simply how the human mind works. Every single person, regardless of their background, intelligence, or circumstances, experiences reality filtered through their own unique thought system. This explains why people can react so differently to the same situation. Another key principle is that thought is fluid and constantly changing. No thought, no feeling, no state of mind is permanent. Even the most intense emotions will eventually subside, and the most persistent thoughts will eventually dissipate. This understanding provides hope and resilience, especially during difficult times. When we're caught in a wave of negative thinking, remembering its transient nature can prevent us from being overwhelmed. Nguyen also emphasizes the concept of mind with a capital M as the universal intelligence or source of all thought. This is not a religious concept, but a recognition that thought itself is a fundamental energy or force that moves through us. We are not the creators of every single thought, but rather receivers and interpreters of a constant stream of mental energy. This perspective can reduce the pressure to control every thought and foster a sense of being connected to something larger than ourselves. He stresses that everyone operates from their current level of understanding. When people are reacting negatively, it's not because they are inherently bad, but because their current thinking is clouded, and they are living in the feeling of that clouded thinking. This insight promotes empathy and reduces judgment, both of ourselves and others. When we see someone acting out of anger or fear, we can recognize that they are simply caught in a thought storm, rather than attributing malice. This chapter highlights that these principles are always at play, whether we are aware of them or not. The benefit of understanding them is that we can then work with our minds, rather than constantly fighting against them. We can recognize when we are caught in a low thought state and understand that clarity will inevitably return. By realizing that our experience is always generated from the inside out, from thought to feeling, we stop looking for external solutions to internal problems. We stop blaming others or circumstances for our emotional state. This internal locus of control is incredibly empowering. Key takeaway: all humans live in the feeling of their thinking. Thought is fluid and transient. We are all connected to a universal mind, and everyone operates from their current level of understanding. Recognizing these universal principles foster compassion, resilience, and an internal locus of control.
Chapter 7. The Myth of Personal Willpower, Trusting Innate Wisdom. In Chapter 7, Nguyen challenges the conventional notion that we need immense willpower to control our thoughts and overcome suffering. He argues that trying to will away negative thoughts or force positive ones is often counterproductive and exhausting. Instead, he advocates for trusting in our innate wisdom and the natural intelligence of the mind. We're often taught that self-improvement requires monumental effort, discipline, and a constant battle against our bad habits or negative thoughts. Nguyen suggests this approach is fundamentally flawed because it operates from a place of resistance. What we resist often persists. The more we try to push away a thought, the more it tends to stick. He proposes that our minds have an inherent capacity for self-correction and healing, much like our physical bodies. If we cut ourselves, we don't need to consciously will the wounds to heal. The body's intelligence takes over. Similarly, when we stop interfering with the natural flow of thought and feeling, our minds tend to settle into a state of clarity and well-being on their own. This doesn't mean passively accepting every negative thought. Rather, it means understanding that the attempt to control thoughts through brute force is usually futile. Instead, the power lies in non-engagement. When a negative thought arises, we simply notice it, recognize it as a thought, and then allow it to pass without giving it our energy or belief. This is a much more effortless and effective approach than trying to fight it. Nguyen introduces the concept of fresh thought. Our minds are constantly generating new thoughts. If we aren't clinging to old, stale, or negative thoughts, then fresh, often more helpful or inspiring thoughts have the space to emerge. Our innate wisdom is always trying to guide us towards clarity and well-being. We just need to get out of its way. He gives examples where people intuitively experience this. When we are deeply engrossed in an activity we love, or when we are simply relaxed, our minds often quiet down, and problems that seemed insurmountable earlier suddenly appear less significant or even resolve themselves. This is not willpower at play. It's the mind naturally returning to its default state of clarity. The chapter also emphasizes that moments of low mood or anxiety are often signs that we are caught in a particular line of thought. The solution isn't to struggle harder, but to recognize the thought storm and allow it to pass, knowing that a fresh perspective will eventually emerge. Trusting this process requires a shift from doing to allowing. Key takeaway: relying on willpower to control thoughts is often ineffective. Instead, trust in the mind's innate capacity for self-correction and the natural flow of fresh thought. By non-engagement and allowing, rather than fighting, we enable our innate wisdom to guide us back to clarity and well-being.
Chapter 8. Breaking Free from the Past, the Illusion of History's Grip. Chapter 8 addresses how our past experiences, memories, and narratives often continue to dictate our present suffering. Nguyen reveals that the past itself has no power over us now unless we continuously recreate it through our present thinking. We often believe that past traumas, mistakes, or negative experiences are permanent scars that define who we are and determine our future. Nguyen challenges this by asserting that the past is not a tangible entity that exists in the present. It is a collection of memories and interpretations that are brought to life only through our current thoughts. Every time we recall a past event, we are not reliving it exactly as it happened. We are rethinking it, and that rethinking creates a fresh experience in the present moment. If our thoughts about the past are negative, critical, or regretful, we will feel those emotions now. The power lies not in the original event, but in our current interpretation and engagement with its memory. He explains that our mind is constantly referencing its archives. It pulls up old stories, old labels, old beliefs, and presents them as if they are current truths. For example, if we made a mistake years ago, our mind might repeatedly tell us, "You're a failure," and we believe it, feeling the associated shame or inadequacy today. The path to breaking free is not about denying the past or pretending difficult things didn't happen. It's about recognizing that our interpretation of the past is just thought, and that we have the capacity to view those memories from a fresh perspective. When we understand that our current feeling is always coming from our current thinking, we can choose to disengage from the old narratives that cause suffering. This chapter provides immense hope for those who feel burdened by their history. It suggests that liberation is possible not by rewriting the past, but by understanding its true nature in the present. As we develop more clarity and insight, our relationship with our past naturally transforms. Memories may still arise, but they no longer hold the same emotional charge because we are not feeding them with our belief and engagement. Nguyen highlights that living in the present moment, as discussed in Chapter 5, naturally loosens the grip of the past. When our attention is fully in the now, the mind has less opportunity to rehash old stories. As our understanding deepens, we realize that we are not defined by our past thoughts or experiences. We are the consciousness that observes them. Key takeaway? The past only has power over us in the present through our current thoughts and interpretations of its memories. By understanding that our suffering from the past is always generated by present thinking, we can choose to disengage from old narratives and liberate ourselves from their emotional grip.
Chapter 9. The Illusion of Security. Why we cling to our suffering. In Chapter 9, Nguyen explores a counterintuitive but profound aspect of human psychology, our tendency to cling to our suffering, sometimes even unconsciously, because it offers a perverse sense of familiarity or security. We often identify so strongly with our problems, anxieties, and negative thought patterns that they become part of our identity. For many, saying, "I am a worrier," or "I am always anxious," provides a sense of self, even if that self is uncomfortable. To let go of these ingrained patterns can feel like losing a part of ourselves, even if that part causes pain. Nguyen explains that the unknown, even the unknown of peace and happiness, can be frightening. We are creatures of habit, and our minds prefer the familiar, even if the familiar is painful, over the uncertainty of change. Our brain is wired for survival, and sometimes it interprets letting go of known suffering as a threat to its established order. He discusses the comfort zone of suffering. We might complain about our problems, but the act of complaining, of validating our victimhood, can provide a perverse form of attention or even an excuse for inaction. Giving up this security means stepping into the unfamiliar territory of genuine peace and responsibility. This chapter also addresses the fear of change. We might believe that if we stop worrying, we'll become complacent or unprepared. The mind conjures up scenarios where letting go of suffering leads to worse outcomes. Nguyen gently debunks this, arguing that clarity and peace do not make us irresponsible. They make us more effective, resourceful, and capable of navigating challenges. The true security, he suggests, lies not in clinging to known patterns, but in understanding our innate resilience and well-being. When we realize that suffering is a temporary mental state and that our underlying nature is peace, we no longer need to derive our identity from our problems. We can release the grip on our negative thoughts without fear of losing ourselves.
This understanding is crucial because it helps us to be compassionate with ourselves when we find ourselves returning to old patterns of thought. It's not a failure of willpower, but a deep-seated habit of seeking familiarity. With this awareness, we can gently guide ourselves away from the illusion of security that suffering provides. Nguyen encourages readers to question, what am I gaining by holding on to this thought pattern or this suffering? Often, the answer reveals a subtle, unconscious payoff, a perceived security that prevents us from moving towards true liberation. Key takeaway: we sometimes cling to suffering out of a mistaken sense of identity or a fear of the unknown that comes with letting go. Our minds seek familiarity, even if it's painful. Recognizing this illusion of security allows us to consciously choose to release our grip on negative thought patterns and embrace our innate well-being.
Chapter 10. The Path to True Freedom, Unconditional Peace and Joy. The final chapter culminates the book's teachings by guiding readers towards the realization of true freedom, unconditional peace and joy. Nguyen emphasizes that this state is not something to be achieved or earned, but something that is inherently present within us, waiting to be uncovered as we understand the nature of thought. He reiterates that peace and joy are our default settings. They are not dependent on external circumstances, achievements, or even specific thoughts. They are the background hum of our existence when the static of overthinking and belief in suffering is cleared away. This understanding is a profound departure from the conventional view that happiness is an external pursuit. True freedom, according to Nguyen, is the freedom from the belief in our thoughts. It's the liberation that comes from realizing that we are not our thoughts, and that we have the capacity to observe them without judgment or engagement. When we stop taking our thoughts so seriously, their power to create suffering diminishes. This chapter emphasizes that this journey is not about eliminating negative emotions entirely. It's natural to experience a full range of human emotions. The difference is that when we understand the principles, negative emotions become transient visitors rather than long-term residents. They arise from thought, they are felt, and then they pass, without leaving a lingering residue of suffering. Nguyen encourages a continuous, gentle practice of returning to the present moment, observing thoughts without attachment, and trusting in the mind's natural capacity for clarity. It's not about striving, but about allowing. The more we relax our grip on our thoughts, the more our innate well-being shines through. He also touches upon the concept of innate resilience. When we understand that thoughts are not facts and that our feelings come from our thinking, we become incredibly resilient. We know that no matter what external circumstances arise, our capacity for peace and clarity remains intact. We can navigate challenges with a quiet mind and a deeper sense of wisdom. The ultimate message is one of hope and empowerment. We don't need to change our circumstances or even our thoughts to find peace. We simply need to change our relationship with our thoughts. By seeing them for what they are, fleeting, impermanent mental events, we unlock a profound and unconditional sense of freedom, peace, and joy that is always available. This understanding transforms not only our internal experience, but also our interactions with the world. With a clearer mind and a deeper sense of peace, we become more compassionate, more creative, and more capable of making a positive impact. We are no longer driven by fear or anxiety, but by a quiet wisdom. Key takeaway: true freedom is the realization of our inherent, unconditional peace and joy, which are our default settings. This state is accessed by understanding the nature of thought and our ability to observe it without belief or engagement.
It leads to innate resilience, compassion, and a life lived from a place of quiet wisdom.
Conclusion. As we conclude our journey through Joseph Nugent's Don't Believe Everything You Think, Why Your Thinking is the Beginning and End of Suffering, we are left with a powerful and liberating message. The source of our suffering is not in the world outside us, but in our relationship with our own thoughts. This book isn't about complex techniques or rigorous practices. It's about a simple yet profound understanding. It invites us to see that our thoughts are not facts, that our feelings are direct consequences of our thinking, and that beneath the constant mental chatter lies an innate well-being, a natural state of peace, clarity, and resilience that is always available to us. By recognizing the transient nature of thought, by stepping into the role of the observer, and by understanding the universal principles that govern human experience, we unlock the power to transform our lives from the inside out. We learn to stop chasing external happiness and instead realize the unconditional peace that resides within. Remember, this isn't a one-time fix, but a continuous journey of deepening understanding. Each time you notice yourself caught in a thought storm, remember that it's just thought, and it will pass. Each time you feel overwhelmed by a problem, remember to look inward at the thinking that is creating the distress. The freedom to live a life unburdened by unnecessary suffering is not a distant dream. It is your birthright. It begins and ends with how you relate to your own mind. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this insightful exploration. If this summary has resonated with you and offered a new perspective, please take a moment to hit the like button, share this episode with friends or family who might benefit, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more content that aims to enrich your understanding and enhance your well-being. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep remembering, you don't have to believe everything you think. Live from your innate wisdom and experience the unconditional peace that awaits.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we distill profound wisdom into actionable insights for your journey of growth. Today, we delve into a book that challenges our very perception of success and failure. John C. Maxwell's Sometimes You Win, Sometimes You Learn. Life's greatest lessons are gained from our losses. In a world obsessed with winning, Maxwell offers a refreshingly honest perspective, arguing that our greatest triumphs often emerge from our deepest setbacks. He doesn't just tell us to learn from our losses, he shows us how to transform every stumble into a stepping stone, every defeat into a valuable lesson, and every closed door into an opportunity for a new, better path. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to reframe your understanding of what it truly means to win. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Difference Maker. In The Difference Maker, John C. Maxwell immediately sets the stage by confronting the common aversion to loss. He acknowledges that no one actively seeks failure or enjoys the sting of defeat. However, he quickly pivots, asserting that while winning is certainly desirable, it's often in our losses that the most profound and transformative lessons are forged. This chapter challenges the conventional wisdom that solely glorifies victory, suggesting that a healthy relationship with setbacks is not just beneficial, but absolutely essential for long-term success and personal development. Maxwell introduces the concept that the true difference maker isn't the absence of losses, but rather our response to them. He posits that everyone experiences setbacks. It's an inevitable part of life, regardless of talent, effort, or intention. What separates those who achieve lasting greatness from those who merely flounder is their capacity to extract value from adversity. He emphasizes that losses, when viewed through the correct lens, are not endpoints, but rather crucial checkpoints on the path to mastery. They provide invaluable feedback, highlighting areas for improvement, revealing blind spots, and forcing us to reevaluate our strategies and assumptions.
He illustrates this point by drawing a distinction between a winner, who simply celebrates victory without introspection, and a learner who, whether winning or losing, consistently seeks to understand, adapt, and grow. The learner understands that even a victory can harbor hidden flaws or opportunities for improvement, while a loss, when properly analyzed, can provide a wealth of information that winning might obscure. This mindset shift is critical, moving from a win-lose binary to a win-learn continuum. Maxwell also touches upon the emotional weight of loss. He acknowledges the pain, disappointment, and frustration that often accompany setbacks. He's not suggesting a superficial dismissal of these feelings, but rather advocating for a process of acknowledging them, processing them, and then purposefully moving beyond them to glean the inherent lessons. This involves a level of emotional intelligence and resilience, understanding that while the moment of loss might be difficult, its long-term impact can be profoundly positive if handled correctly. The chapter concludes by encouraging readers to embrace a new perspective, seeing losses not as failures that define them, but as opportunities that refine them. It's about developing a robust mental framework that allows one to approach every experience, good or bad, with a learning orientation. This fundamental shift in perspective is the bedrock upon which all subsequent chapters are built, laying the groundwork for transforming adversity into advantage.
Chapter 2. No one is immune to loss. In No One is Immune to Loss, John C. Maxwell reinforces a critical truth. Setbacks are not selective. They do not discriminate based on talent, intelligence, wealth, or past successes. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that everyone, regardless of their perceived advantages or accomplishments, will inevitably face moments of defeat, disappointment, and failure. This universal truth is often overlooked in a culture that tends to highlight only the successes of prominent figures, creating a distorted perception that some individuals are somehow exempt from adversity. Maxwell dismantles the myth of the untouchable leader or individual. He provides numerous examples, both historical and contemporary, of highly successful people who experienced significant losses, sometimes repeatedly, before achieving their ultimate goals. These anecdotes serve a dual purpose. They normalize the experience of loss, making it less isolating for the reader, and they demonstrate that even the greatest among us are forged in the crucible of adversity. He might reference figures like Abraham Lincoln, who faced numerous political defeats and personal tragedies before becoming president, or sports legends who lost championships multiple times before finally claiming victory. The chapter delves into various types of losses that individuals might encounter. These aren't limited to spectacular public failures, but include more personal and often silent setbacks. Career setbacks, job loss, missed promotions, failed business ventures, relationship challenges, breakups, conflicts, or difficulties in maintaining connections. Financial losses, investments gone awry, unexpected expenses or economic downturns. Health issues, personal or family health crises. Personal growth plateaus, feeling stuck, unmotivated, or unable to break through a personal barrier. Loss of opportunities, missing out on a chance that seemed perfect. By categorizing these, Maxwell helps readers identify and relate to the universal nature of loss in their own lives, making the book's principles applicable across a broad spectrum of human experience. He emphasizes that the sheer inevitability of loss means that the only viable strategy is to learn how to navigate it effectively. To pretend it won't happen, or to be crippled by it when it does, is a recipe for stagnation. Maxwell also touches on the emotional impact of realizing that one is not immune. For some, this realization can be disheartening. However, he reframes it as empowering. Understanding that loss is a universal human experience can reduce feelings of shame, isolation, and self-blame.
It fosters a sense of solidarity and encourages a focus on proactive strategies rather than reactive despair. This chapter is fundamentally about normalizing the human condition of vulnerability and demonstrating that strength isn't about avoiding falls, but about consistently getting back up and learning from each one. The core message is one of acceptance and preparation. Since loss is a certainty, the wise individual prepares for it, not by dwelling on potential negativity, but by cultivating the tools and mindset necessary to transform those experiences into growth opportunities. It sets the stage for the practical advice that follows by first establishing the universal context in which that advice will be applied.
Chapter 3. How we respond to loss. How we respond to loss is a pivotal chapter where John C. Maxwell dissects the critical juncture between experiencing a setback and determining its ultimate impact. He moves beyond the inevitability of loss, Chapter 2, to focus squarely on the power of individual agency in shaping the aftermath. This chapter is fundamentally about choice. The choice we make in how we interpret, internalize, and act upon our experiences of defeat. Maxwell identifies several common, often detrimental, responses to loss that prevent learning and growth. Blame, shifting responsibility to others, external circumstances, or bad luck. This prevents self-reflection and ownership. Denial, refusing to acknowledge the reality or significance of the loss, often leading to a repetition of the same mistakes. Excuses, rationalizing the loss away with justifications that obscure the true reasons. Giving up, allowing the loss to defeat spirit and motivation, leading to resignation and inaction. Anger or resentment, dwelling on negative emotions, which can cloud judgment and hinder constructive action. Self-pity, focusing inward on one's own suffering, becoming a victim rather than an agent of change. He vividly describes how these unhelpful responses trap individuals in a cycle of repetition, preventing them from gleaning any valuable lessons. When we blame others, for instance, we surrender our power to change and improve. Because if the problem is always external, then we have no internal levers to pull. In contrast, Maxwell champions a set of productive and growth-oriented responses. Responsibility, taking ownership for one's part in the loss, however small, is the first step towards self-correction. Reflection, actively analyzing what went wrong, what could have been done differently, and what factors contributed to the outcome. This involves honest self-assessment. Resilience, the ability to bounce back, to endure discomfort, and to maintain a positive outlook despite adversity. Learning orientation, approaching the loss with curiosity, viewing it as a data point rather than a definitive judgment. Adaptation, being willing to adjust strategies, beliefs, and behaviors based on the insights gained from the loss. Action, translating lessons learned into concrete steps for future improvement. Maxwell emphasizes that these productive responses are not innate for everyone. They are skills that can be developed and honed through conscious effort and practice. He might suggest practical exercises for self-reflection, such as journaling about losses, seeking objective feedback, or mentally rehearsing different approaches for future similar situations. A key distinction made in this chapter is between being beaten by a loss and being developed by a loss. The former allows the setback to define and diminish you, while the latter uses it as a catalyst for evolution. The choice lies entirely with the individual. This underscores the profound truth that while external events may be beyond our control,
Our internal reaction to those events is always within our sphere of influence. The chapter serves as a wake-up call, urging readers to scrutinize their habitual responses to adversity. It's an invitation to shift from a passive, reactive stance to an active, proactive one. By consciously choosing how to respond, individuals can transform even the most painful losses into powerful springboards for personal and professional advancement, setting the stage for the specific lessons one can extract from these experiences.
Chapter 4. The Path to Learning from Loss, the School of Hard Knocks. In The Path to Learning from Loss, the School of Hard Knocks, John C. Maxwell delves into the tangible, often uncomfortable process of transforming setbacks into significant educational experiences. This chapter moves from the theoretical understanding of loss to the practical methodology of extracting wisdom from it. He metaphorically refers to this as the school of hard knocks, emphasizing that genuine learning from loss is rarely easy or comfortable, but it is incredibly effective. Maxwell outlines several key principles and practices that characterize this school. Humble self-assessment. The first step is often the hardest, an honest, often painful look in the mirror. This involves shedding ego and admitting mistakes or shortcomings. He might suggest asking uncomfortable questions. What was my role in this outcome? Where did I fall short? What assumptions did I make that were incorrect? This isn't about self-flagellation, but objective self-inquiry. Without humility, our biases and defenses prevent us from seeing the truth. Taking responsibility. Building on the previous point, genuine learning requires taking full ownership of one's part in the loss. This means moving beyond blame and external factors. Maxwell stresses that even if external circumstances played a role, focusing on what we could control or change is where the power for future improvement lies. This shift from victim to agent is crucial. Reflective thinking. This is the analytical engine of learning. It involves deliberately pausing, reviewing the entire process leading up to the loss, and dissecting the various elements. Maxwell encourages a structured approach, perhaps through journaling, debriefing with trusted mentors, or using specific questioning techniques. What were the initial goals? What actions were taken? What were the unforeseen obstacles? What was the actual outcome? How did it deviate from the expected? This chapter provides the practical framework for engaging with adversity in a truly transformative way. Openness to feedback. Learning from loss is significantly accelerated when one is open to external perspectives. This means actively seeking honest feedback, even if it's critical, from colleagues, mentors, or even those who were affected by the loss. Maxwell highlights that our own perspectives are often limited, and others can provide insights into our blind spots. This requires courage and a willingness to be vulnerable. Adapting and adjusting. Learning is incomplete without application. Once lessons are identified, the next step is to consciously adapt one's strategies, behaviors, or even beliefs. This could mean changing a specific process, acquiring a new skill, modifying communication styles, or even shifting a core assumption about a particular domain. This demonstrates a commitment to not repeating the same mistakes. Persistence and resilience. The School of Hard Knocks is rarely a one-time enrollment. Many lessons require repeated exposure and consistent effort to internalize. Maxwell emphasizes that setbacks will continue to occur, and the true mark of a learner is the persistent application of these principles, bouncing back with renewed determination and refined strategies. Perspective shift. Ultimately, learning from loss involves a fundamental shift in perspective, seeing every setback not as an indicator of personal failure, but as a valuable data point, a necessary part of the learning curve. It's about cultivating a growth mindset where challenges are embraced as opportunities for development. Maxwell might use anecdotes of individuals who meticulously analyzed their failures, made concrete changes, and eventually achieved breakthrough success. He reinforces that this path is not easy, yet requires discipline, self-awareness, and a strong commitment to personal growth.
However, the rewards, increased wisdom, greater resilience, and ultimately more consistent success, are immeasurable. This chapter provides the practical framework for engaging with adversity in a truly transformative way.
Chapter 5. The Gift of Perspective. In The Gift of Perspective, John C. Maxwell explores one of the most powerful, transformative elements that can emerge from experiencing loss: a profound shift in how we view ourselves, our circumstances, and the world around us. This chapter argues that while losses are inherently painful, they often force us to reevaluate our priorities, challenge our assumptions, and ultimately gain a deeper, more realistic understanding of life. Maxwell identifies several ways in which loss can bestow this invaluable gift of perspective. 1. Clarifying priorities. Often, when things are going well, we can become complacent or distracted by trivial matters. A significant loss, be it in career, relationships, or health, can act as a stark wake-up call. It strips away the non-essentials and forces us to confront what truly matters. He might illustrate this with someone who loses a job and suddenly realizes the importance of family, health, or personal fulfillment over material possessions or status. Loss can simplify our lives by revealing our true values. 2. Exposing weaknesses and blind spots. Success can sometimes breed overconfidence and prevent self-reflection. Loss, conversely, has a way of ruthlessly exposing our vulnerabilities, faulty assumptions, or underdeveloped skills. This might be uncomfortable, but it's essential for growth. Maxwell emphasizes that these exposed weaknesses are not signs of inherent failure, but rather areas ripe for improvement. This gift is the ability to see ourselves more accurately, leading to targeted development. 3. Fostering empathy and compassion. Experiencing personal loss can make us more understanding and empathetic toward others who are struggling. When we've walked through our own valleys, we gain a deeper appreciation for the pain and challenges faced by others. This can enrich our relationships, improve our leadership, and make us more effective communicators as we connect on a more human level. 4. Developing gratitude. Ironically, a loss can sometimes highlight the things we still have and often take for granted. Losing something significant can make us appreciate the smaller joys and blessings that remain. A health crisis might make one grateful for every healthy day. A financial setback might make one appreciate the simple comfort of home. This gratitude shifts our focus from what's missing to what's present. 5. Shifting from self-centeredness to others-centeredness. When we are consistently winning, there's a risk of becoming self-absorbed. Loss can humble us and remind us that we are part of a larger, interconnected world. It can inspire us to serve others, contribute to something beyond ourselves, and find meaning in helping others navigate their own challenges. 6. Reevaluating definitions of success. Many people define success solely by external achievements, material wealth, or public recognition. Loss can shatter these narrow definitions, prompting a reevaluation towards more intrinsic measures: personal growth, strong relationships, integrity, peace of mind, or making a positive impact. This broader definition allows for a more fulfilling life, regardless of external circumstances. Maxwell asserts that gaining perspective is not an automatic outcome of loss. It requires intentional reflection and an openness to learning.
It's a conscious choice to look beyond the immediate pain and seek the deeper meaning and lessons. He encourages readers to ask themselves, what is this experience trying to teach me? Or, how can I grow from this? Ultimately, the gift of perspective highlights that while winning might give us fleeting joy, learning from loss offers enduring wisdom. This wisdom changes not just what we do, but who we are, transforming us into more resilient, empathetic, and ultimately more fulfilled individuals. It frames loss not as a curse, but as a potential blessing in disguise, if we are willing to unwrap it.
Chapter 6. The Opportunity to Improve. The opportunity to improve dives into the pragmatic and empowering truth that every loss, no matter how disheartening, inherently presents a chance for growth and enhancement. John C. Maxwell shifts the focus from merely understanding loss to actively leveraging it as a catalyst for concrete, measurable improvement. This chapter is about moving beyond reflection to intentional action, transforming insights into refined skills, better strategies, and ultimately, greater capacity. Maxwell outlines several distinct areas where losses provide unique opportunities for improvement. 1. Skill development. A loss often reveals where our skills are insufficient or outdated. For example, a business failure might highlight a lack of marketing expertise, financial management skills, or negotiation abilities. Rather than dwelling on the failure, the opportunity lies in identifying these gaps and actively working to acquire or refine the necessary skills. This could involve reading, taking courses, seeking mentorship, or deliberate practice. 2. Strategy refinement. Many losses stem from flawed or inadequate strategies. A project failing to meet its objectives, for instance, might indicate issues with planning, resource allocation, communication, or risk assessment. The opportunity here is to meticulously analyze the strategy, identify its weak points, and then develop a more robust and effective approach for future endeavors. This might involve revisiting assumptions, reevaluating market conditions, or changing operational procedures. 3. Character building. Beyond technical skills or strategic acumen, losses are powerful furnaces for forging character. They test our patience, resilience, integrity, and humility. Enduring setbacks and learning from them builds mental toughness, perseverance, and a deeper understanding of oneself. Maxwell argues that these character traits are often more valuable in the long run than any specific skill, as they underpin all sustainable success. 4. Relationship strengthening. Sometimes losses expose weaknesses in our relationships, highlighting communication breakdowns, trust issues, or a lack of support. Paradoxically, if handled constructively, these same losses can provide an opportunity to strengthen bonds. Openly discussing what went wrong, seeking support, and offering empathy can deepen connections with colleagues, family, and friends, transforming adversity into relational resilience. 5. Innovation and creativity. When a conventional approach fails, it forces us to think outside the box. Loss can be a powerful spur for innovation. If the old way didn't work, what new way might? This can lead to breakthroughs in product development, problem solving, or even personal habits. Maxwell might cite examples of companies that faced near extinction but innovated their way back to prominence. 6. Humility and teachability. Success can sometimes make individuals arrogant or less open to new ideas. Loss, however, often instills a profound sense of humility, making us more receptive to feedback, more eager to learn from others, and less rigid in our thinking. This openness is a prerequisite for continuous improvement. Maxwell emphasizes that these opportunities for improvement are not handed to us, they must be actively seized. It requires a proactive mindset, a willingness to be uncomfortable, and a commitment to deliberate practice and change.
He provides practical advice, such as conducting thorough postmortems after a setback, setting specific goals for improvement, and creating accountability systems to ensure lessons are applied. The core message of this chapter is empowering. A loss is never truly just a loss if you refuse to let it be. Instead, it's raw material, an educational moment, a blueprint for how not to do something, and a clear directive for what needs to be learned or changed. By consciously engaging with the opportunities for improvement embedded within every setback, individuals can transform their experiences of defeat into a powerful trajectory of continuous personal and professional advancement.
Chapter 7. Don't Let It Lead to Giving Up. In Don't Let It Lead to Giving Up, John C. Maxwell addresses one of the most dangerous and common traps associated with loss, the temptation to abandon goals, dreams, or even entire paths when faced with significant setbacks. This chapter serves as a rallying cry for perseverance, resilience, and the unwavering belief that a loss is rarely a definitive end, but often a temporary detour. Maxwell acknowledges the natural human inclination to feel discouraged, frustrated, and even defeated after a loss. He validates these feelings, but warns against allowing them to metastasize into resignation and ultimately giving up. He differentiates between smart pivoting or strategic redirection, which can be a wise outcome of learning from loss, and simply abandoning a worthy pursuit due to fear, pain, or a lack of conviction. He identifies several reasons why people give up too easily. Fear of further failure. The pain of one loss can create an aversion to trying again, leading to paralysis. Lack of belief. Doubts about one's abilities or the feasibility of the goal can surface after a setback. Exhaustion or burnout. Persistent effort without visible results can lead to mental and emotional fatigue. Impatience. Expecting immediate results and becoming discouraged when progress isn't linear. External criticism. Allowing the opinions or skepticism of others to undermine one's resolve. Misinterpretation of the loss. Believing that a single loss defines one's ultimate potential rather than seeing it as a singular event. To counter these tendencies, Maxwell provides compelling arguments and actionable strategies for maintaining resolve. 1. Reframe the loss. Instead of seeing it as a definitive no, view it as not yet or not this way. Understand that failure is often a prerequisite for success, providing crucial data. 2. Focus on the vision, not the obstacle. Reconnect with the original purpose and passion behind the goal. Remind yourself why it matters. This larger vision provides the fuel to push through temporary setbacks. 3. Break down the goal. Overwhelming goals can feel insurmountable after a loss. Breaking them into smaller, manageable steps can restore a sense of progress and build momentum. 4. Learn and adapt. This reinforces the core message of the book. Giving up prevents you from applying the lessons learned. Instead, use the loss as a blueprint for a revised, stronger approach. 5. Seek support and mentorship. Surrounding oneself with positive, encouraging individuals who believe in you or who have overcome similar challenges can provide crucial emotional and strategic support. 6. Practice resilience. Like a muscle, resilience strengthens with use. Every time you push through adversity instead of giving up, you build greater capacity for future challenges. 7. Embrace a growth mindset. Believe that your abilities can be developed through hard work and dedication rather than being fixed. This perspective makes setbacks opportunities for growth, not evidence of inadequacy. 8. Understand the near miss. Often a loss means you were close. It provides information that helps you calibrate and come back stronger rather than starting from scratch.
Maxwell might share stories of individuals who were on the verge of giving up just before a breakthrough. Maxwell highlights that persistence is not just about brute force, it's about intelligent tenacity. It means being stubborn on the vision, but flexible on the details and methods. It means having the courage to try again, even when the odds seem stacked against you, and the wisdom to apply new strategies based on past experiences. The chapter concludes with a powerful message. The only true failure is giving up. As long as you keep learning and keep trying, you are still in the game. Losses are simply a part of the journey, not the destination. By refusing to let setbacks lead to surrender, individuals retain their agency, their dreams, and their potential for eventual, often greater, success.
Chapter 8. The Price of Not Learning from Loss. In The Price of Not Learning from Loss, John C. Maxwell delivers a sobering and urgent message about the significant, often devastating consequences of failing to extract wisdom from our setbacks. While previous chapters focused on the benefits of learning, this one starkly outlines the costs of neglecting that crucial process. It serves as a strong motivator to engage with adversity constructively, illustrating that ignorance of lessons learned is far from blissful. It is, in fact, incredibly detrimental. Maxwell categorizes the various prices paid for not learning from loss. 1. Repeating the same mistakes, the cycle of stagnation. This is perhaps the most obvious and frustrating consequence. Without reflection and adaptation, individuals are highly likely to encounter the same problems repeatedly. This can manifest in recurring business failures, dysfunctional relationship patterns, or persistent personal shortcomings. Each repetition means wasted effort, time, and resources, without any meaningful progress. 2. Stunted growth and development. When lessons go unlearned, personal and professional growth grinds to a halt. The individual remains stuck at the same level of understanding, skill, and maturity. They fail to evolve, missing out on opportunities to become more effective, resilient, or wise. This leads to a gradual decline in potential and a feeling of being perpetually stuck. 3. Erosion of confidence and self-belief. Repeated failures without learning can chip away at self-esteem. If someone continually experiences setbacks without understanding why or how to prevent them, they may internalize these experiences as evidence of their own inadequacy. This can lead to self-doubt, a fear of taking risks, and a reluctance to pursue new challenges, ultimately creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of underperformance. 4. Loss of opportunities. The world is dynamic, and opportunities are often fleeting. Those who don't learn from past losses are less likely to recognize or capitalize on future chances. They might miss out on promotions, business ventures, or personal breakthroughs because they lack the refined skills, strategic foresight, or resilient mindset that comes from having processed past defeats. 5. Damage to relationships. Failing to learn from interpersonal losses can lead to a string of broken relationships. If one doesn't understand the communication breakdowns, trust issues, or behavioral patterns that contributed to past conflicts, they are likely to repeat these with new people, leading to isolation and chronic relational difficulties. 6. Wasted time, energy, and resources. Every unlearned lesson represents wasted investment. The effort put into the failed venture, the emotional energy expended, the financial resources lost, all are squandered if no meaningful insight is gained to prevent future similar losses. This leads to inefficiency and a perpetual drain on one's personal and professional capital. 7. Increased cynicism and negativity. Consistently experiencing setbacks without understanding or growth can foster a cynical outlook. People may become jaded, believing that efforts are futile or that success is simply a matter of luck. This negativity can permeate all areas of life, affecting motivation, relationships, and overall well-being. Maxwell emphasizes that these prices accumulate over time. A single unlearned lesson might seem minor, but a pattern of avoidance creates a significant burden. He uses strong language to convey the urgency, possibly warning against the foolishness of repeating mistakes or the tragedy of unfulfilled potential. The chapter serves as a powerful call to action. It reinforces the idea that learning from loss isn't just a good idea, it's a fundamental requirement for sustainable success, personal fulfillment, and avoiding a life characterized by frustration and stagnation. By highlighting the steep costs, Maxwell encourages readers to embrace the proactive, often uncomfortable process of learning from every single setback. It underscores that the investment in self-reflection and adaptation always pays dividends, while the neglect of it incurs an ever-increasing debt.
Chapter 9. Characteristics of a Learner. In Characteristics of a Learner, John C. Maxwell distills the qualities and behaviors that define individuals who consistently transform losses into valuable lessons. This chapter moves beyond why one should learn from loss and how to approach the process to focus on the who, the kind of person who naturally excels at growth through adversity. It provides a blueprint for developing a learning mindset, encouraging readers to cultivate these traits within themselves. Maxwell identifies several key characteristics of an effective learner. 1. Humility. A genuine learner understands that they don't know everything and are open to the possibility of being wrong. They are not afraid to admit mistakes or acknowledge areas of weakness. Ego is the enemy of learning, and humble individuals are always seeking knowledge regardless of its source. 2. Curiosity. Learners possess an insatiable desire to understand why. When a loss occurs, they don't just react emotionally, they ask probing questions like, what happened? Why did it happen? What can I learn from this? This intellectual curiosity drives them to dig deeper for root causes and underlying principles. 3. Teachability. This goes hand in hand with humility. Learners are open to feedback, advice, and new ideas, even if those challenge their existing beliefs. They actively seek out mentors, read widely, and listen attentively to diverse perspectives, understanding that true wisdom often comes from unexpected places. 4. Responsibility, ownership. When faced with a loss, a learner takes ownership of their role rather than defaulting to blame or excuses. They understand that while external factors might exist, focusing on what they could have done differently empowers them to change future outcomes. This sense of personal agency is crucial. 5. Reflectiveness. Learners regularly engage in self-reflection. They pause to review experiences, analyze decisions, and consider consequences. This isn't just about dwelling on the past, but actively extracting insights for future application. Journaling, debriefing, and quiet contemplation are common practices. 6. Proactiveness. They don't wait for lessons to be forced upon them. Learners actively seek out learning opportunities, even from successful outcomes. When a loss occurs, they immediately move into problem-solving and improvement mode rather than wallowing in despair. They see the learning process as ongoing. 7. Resilience or persistence. Learners understand that setbacks are part of the journey. They don't give up easily when faced with adversity. Instead, they demonstrate mental toughness, bounce back from disappointments, and maintain their resolve using each stumble as motivation to try again with a refined approach. 8. Adaptability. Armed with new insights, learners are willing to adjust their strategies, beliefs, and behaviors. They are not rigid or stuck in old patterns. They embrace change and are comfortable experimenting with new methods based on what they've learned. 9. Growth mindset. This overarching characteristic, popularized by Carol Dweck, is central to Maxwell's concept. Learners believe their intelligence, skills, and abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work.
They view challenges and failures as opportunities to strengthen their capacity rather than as fixed limits. Maxwell emphasizes that these characteristics are not exclusive to a select few. They are qualities that anyone can cultivate through deliberate practice and a conscious commitment to growth. He might provide practical suggestions for developing these traits, such as regularly asking "What did I learn?" questions, actively seeking feedback, reading biographies of successful learners, and consciously reframing setbacks. The chapter serves as an inspiring call to embody these traits, transforming oneself into a continuous learner. By adopting these characteristics, individuals can ensure that every experience, particularly every loss, becomes a powerful force for personal and professional advancement, leading to a life of continuous improvement and greater fulfillment.
Chapter 10. The Transformative Power of Learned Lessons. In The Transformative Power of Learned Lessons, John C. Maxwell brings the entire journey of the book to a powerful crescendo. This final chapter shifts from the mechanics of learning from loss to the profound, cumulative impact these lessons have on an individual's life, leadership, and overall well-being. It's about showcasing the ultimate payoff for embracing adversity as a teacher. Maxwell articulates several ways in which learned lessons transform individuals. 1. Increased wisdom and discernment. The most obvious outcome is the accumulation of wisdom. Each loss, when properly processed, adds a layer of understanding about how the world works, how people behave, and how to navigate complex situations. This wisdom isn't just theoretical, it's practical, experiential knowledge that leads to better decision-making and sharper judgment in the future. 2. Enhanced resilience and inner strength. Constantly learning from setbacks builds an incredible inner fortitude. Individuals who have faced adversity and emerged stronger develop a deep well of resilience. They know they can endure challenges, bounce back, and persist. This inner strength becomes a core part of their identity, making them more capable of handling future difficulties without crumbling. 3. Greater adaptability and flexibility. Learned lessons teach individuals to be less rigid and more adaptable. They understand that initial plans may need revision, and that flexibility in approach is often key to success. This adaptability allows them to thrive in ever-changing environments, seeing change not as a threat, but as an opportunity. 4. Improved problem-solving abilities. Each loss presents a problem to be solved. By consistently analyzing what went wrong and devising new strategies, learners hone their problem-solving skills. They become adept at identifying root causes, brainstorming creative solutions, and implementing effective corrective actions. 5. Deeper empathy and stronger relationships. As discussed earlier, personal losses often lead to greater empathy. This allows individuals to connect more genuinely with others, understand their struggles, and build stronger, more supportive relationships, both personally and professionally. They become more effective leaders and team members because they can relate to the human experience of struggle. 6. Renewed purpose and clarity. Loss can strip away distractions and force a reevaluation of priorities, leading to a clearer sense of purpose. When superficial goals fall away, what remains is often a more authentic and deeply motivating vision for life. This clarity fuels renewed passion and direction. 7. Authentic confidence, not arrogance. Unlike the brittle confidence that can come from unbroken success, confidence built on learning from loss is robust and authentic. It's not based on the absence of failure, but on the proven ability to overcome it. This confidence is grounded in self-awareness and resilience, making individuals less prone to arrogance and more open to continuous improvement. 8. The ability to help others. Perhaps one of the most significant transformations is the capacity to guide and inspire others. Those who have learned profoundly from their losses become valuable mentors, coaches, and leaders.
Their experiences provide credibility and insight, allowing them to uplift and empower others who are navigating their own challenges. They transform their personal struggles into public service. Maxwell might use powerful narratives of individuals who, after experiencing devastating losses, rose to unprecedented heights, not despite their failures, but because of the lessons they painstakingly extracted. He might highlight how these individuals often become the most compassionate, wise, and impactful leaders. The chapter concludes with a powerful affirmation: winning and learning are not mutually exclusive. In fact, the most profound winning often stems directly from the most diligent learning from loss. He encourages readers to embrace a mindset where every experience is an opportunity to grow, to see life as a continuous classroom, and to understand that the richness of life is found not in avoiding falls, but in the strength and wisdom gained from every time we get back up. The transformative power lies in the journey itself, a journey where sometimes you win, but always, always you learn.
And that brings us to the end of our deep dive into John C. Maxwell's Sometimes You Win, Sometimes You Learn. What a profound shift in perspective this book offers, reminding us that every setback holds a hidden lesson, a potential for growth, and a pathway to a stronger, wiser version of ourselves. Remember, the journey of success is rarely a straight line. It's filled with detours, bumps, and challenges. But with the right mindset, each one becomes a vital part of your unique story of triumph. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, we encourage you to pick up the full book and explore Maxwell's insights even further. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more uplifting and insightful content, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep vibrating with purpose.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to another journey into the world of wisdom that can transform your life. Today, we're diving headfirst into a book that has demystified the stock market for millions, a book that empowers the everyday investor to beat the pros at their own game. Get ready to discover the secrets of legendary investor Peter Lynch in his groundbreaking work, One Up on Wall Street. If you've ever felt intimidated by financial jargon or believed that successful investing was only for the elite, then prepare to have your perceptions shattered. Lynch, with his incredible track record at the Magellan Fund, shows us that the greatest investment opportunities are often right under our noses, in the companies we interact with every single day. So, grab a cup of your favorite brew, settle in, and let's unlock the power of intelligent investing together. You won't just learn how to pick stocks, you'll learn how to think like a seasoned investor, turning everyday observations into extraordinary profits. Don't forget to like this video, share it with anyone who dreams of financial independence, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative insights.
Chapter 1 kicks off with a liberating thought. Being an amateur investor isn't a handicap, it's a superpower. Peter Lynch argues that the individual investor actually has several inherent advantages over the big institutional players on Wall Street. Imagine a giant battleship trying to maneuver in a crowded harbor versus a nimble speedboat. That's essentially the analogy here. Large institutions are constrained by size, strict investment mandates, and the pressure to conform. They often have to invest enormous sums, which limits them to large cap stocks that can absorb such capital without significant price impact. This means they can overlook smaller, rapidly growing companies, the very companies where individual investors can find multi-bagger returns. Think about it. A fund managing billions can't realistically invest a few million in a tiny, promising startup without owning an enormous percentage of the company, which might violate regulations or make it difficult to sell later. An individual, on the other hand, can buy 1,000 shares of a promising small company without any of these constraints. This flexibility is a huge edge. Furthermore, institutions are often caught up in the herd mentality. They tend to buy what everyone else is buying, often driving prices up, only to panic sell when the tide turns. Individual investors, free from the pressure of quarterly performance reports and client expectations, can be more patient, contrarian, and willing to wait for their investments to mature. Lynch emphasizes that the best investment ideas often come from everyday life, from observing new products, services, or successful businesses in our local communities. You might notice a queue forming outside a new restaurant, or your kids raving about a new video game, or a particular brand of clothing becoming immensely popular. These are all potential investment leads that the Wall Street analysts, holed up in their offices, might miss entirely. They're looking at spreadsheets and economic reports. You're looking at real life unfolding. The non-professional also has the luxury of time. Fund managers are constantly under pressure to show short-term gains. Lynch advocates for a long-term perspective, letting compound interest work its magic. He encourages us to view stock ownership as owning a piece of a business, not just a share certificate to be traded. This shift in mindset is crucial. Instead of trying to time the market, which is notoriously difficult even for professionals, individuals can focus on finding great companies and holding them for years. In essence, Chapter 1 is a powerful pep talk. It tells us to stop feeling inferior to Wall Street and start recognizing our own unique strengths as investors. It's about empowering the little guy to take control of their financial destiny by leveraging their common sense, local knowledge, and patience. Lynch is essentially saying you don't need a fancy MBA to be a successful investor. You need curiosity, observation, and a willingness to do your homework.
Chapter 2. The Pros and Cons of Professional Advice. Now that Lynch has pumped up our confidence, Chapter 2 brings a dose of reality by examining the world of professional financial advice. He's not saying all professionals are bad, but he encourages healthy skepticism and a clear understanding of their motivations and limitations. Think of it like this. If you have a medical issue, you go to a doctor. But if that doctor recommends a very expensive experimental treatment, you'd probably seek a second opinion, right? The same caution applies to financial advice. Lynch points out that many financial advisors, brokers, and analysts have inherent conflicts of interest. Brokers, for instance, often earn commissions on trades. This can incentivize them to encourage frequent buying and selling, even when it might not be in the client's best interest, a practice known as churning. Lynch's advice is clear. Avoid brokers who push you to trade constantly. Your money is better off staying invested in good companies than constantly paying commissions. He also delves into the world of mutual funds and money managers. While some funds are excellent, many underperform the market averages. Lynch highlights that the fees charged by these funds can significantly eat into your returns over the long term. He explains that fund managers, like other professionals, are also susceptible to fads and herd mentality. They might chase hot stocks, leading to overvalued portfolios, or avoid out-of-favor but potentially valuable companies. Their large size also limits their flexibility, as discussed in Chapter 1. Lynch is particularly critical of market forecasters and economic prognosticators. He humorously points out that if anyone could consistently predict the market's direction or the next economic downturn, they'd be billionaires living on a private island, not appearing on financial news channels. He advises investors to ignore market predictions and focus on the fundamentals of the companies they own. The noise of daily market fluctuations and expert predictions is just that, noise. It distracts from the real work of researching businesses. So, what's the takeaway? Lynch isn't dismissing all professional help. For complex financial planning, tax advice, or estate planning, professionals can be invaluable. However, when it comes to stock picking, he firmly believes the individual investor equipped with common sense and research can often do better than many pros. The key is to be discerning. Understand who you're dealing with, how they get paid, and whether their advice truly aligns with your long-term financial goals. Don't blindly follow recommendations. Instead, use them as starting points for your own independent research. The responsibility for your financial success ultimately rests with you.
Chapter 3. Is this a good time to buy stocks? This chapter tackles a question that plagues every investor, new or seasoned. Is now a good time to buy stocks? Peter Lynch's answer is refreshingly simple and profound. It's always a good time to buy great companies, provided you have a long-term perspective and are prepared for market fluctuations. Lynch dismisses the idea of trying to time the market. He argues that nobody, not even the most brilliant economists or market gurus, can consistently predict market tops or bottoms. The market is driven by countless variables, from economic data and corporate earnings to geopolitical events and investor sentiment, making accurate short-term predictions virtually impossible. Trying to time the market is often a fool's errand that leads to missed opportunities and suboptimal returns. Think of it this way. If you try to wait for the perfect moment, you'll likely miss significant upward movements, or you'll get in at what you think is the bottom, only to see it drop further. Instead, Lynch encourages investors to focus on the long game. He explains that over the long term, the stock market has consistently outperformed other asset classes. He emphasizes that market corrections and even crashes are a normal, inevitable part of the investing cycle. They can be frightening, but for the long-term investor, they represent opportunities to buy excellent companies at discounted prices. He likens it to finding a sale at your favorite store. You wouldn't avoid buying a high-quality product just because it's temporarily cheaper, would you? He also introduces the concept of dollar-cost averaging, investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals regardless of market conditions. This strategy helps to average out your purchase price over time, reducing the risk of investing a large sum at a market peak. When prices are high, your fixed amount buys fewer shares. When prices are low, it buys more. It's a disciplined approach that takes the emotion out of investing. Lynch's core message here is to detach from the daily market noise and economic forecasts. Don't let fear or greed dictate your investment decisions. Instead, focus on the fundamentals of the businesses you're investing in. If you've done your homework and found a solid company with good growth prospects, a strong balance sheet, and a competitive advantage, then whether the market is up or down on any given day becomes less relevant. The goal is to accumulate shares of great businesses over time, allowing them to grow and compound your wealth. So the answer to "Is this a good time to buy stocks?" isn't about some grand market prediction. It's about your personal financial situation, your investment horizon, and your ability to find and research promising companies. If you have capital available, have identified a good company, and are prepared to hold for the long haul, then yes, it's a good time to buy.
Chapter 4. The 6 Categories of Stocks. To help investors make sense of the vast universe of stocks, Peter Lynch brilliantly categorizes them into 6 distinct types in Chapter 4. Understanding these categories is crucial because each one has different characteristics, risk profiles, and expected returns, requiring a different investment approach. It's like a chef knowing the different types of ingredients and how to best use each one. Slow growers. These are large, mature companies that have saturated their markets. Their earnings typically grow at the same pace as the gross national product, or GNP, or slightly faster, often in the 2 to 4% range. Think of utility companies or established industrial giants. They often pay regular, generous dividends, which can be attractive for income-seeking investors. However, Lynch generally advises against them for significant capital appreciation, as their growth prospects are limited. He likens them to aging dinosaurs, stable but not going anywhere fast. Stalwarts. These are large, well-known companies that still grow at a respectable rate, usually 10 to 12% per year. Companies like Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, or Johnson & Johnson often fall into this category. They're generally resilient during economic downturns and offer a good balance of growth and stability. Lynch suggests holding stalwarts as the foundation of your portfolio,
buying them when they are temporarily out of favor or when market corrections offer a better entry point. They might not make you rich overnight, but they provide solid, consistent returns. Fast growers. This is Lynch's favorite category and where he made much of his fortune. Fast growers are small, aggressive new companies with annual earnings growth rates of 20 to 25% or more. These are the multi-baggers, stocks that can increase in value many times over. Examples might include early-stage technology companies, innovative retailers, or healthcare firms with breakthrough products. However, they also come with higher risk. They can be volatile, and a promising growth story can quickly unravel. Lynch advises careful research into their balance sheets, competitive advantages, and the sustainability of their growth. He warns against growth traps, companies that appear to be fast growers but lack genuine substance. Cyclicals. These are companies whose sales and profits tend to rise and fall in predictable cycles, often tracking the overall economy. Industries like automotive, airlines, chemicals, steel, and housing are classic cyclicals. When the economy is booming, these companies thrive. When it slows down, they suffer. The key to investing in cyclicals is timing, buying them when the cycle is at its bottom, e.g. during a recession when everyone is bearish on the industry, and selling them when the cycle is peaking. This requires a keen understanding of economic indicators and industry cycles, making them more challenging for the average investor. Asset plays. These are companies that own valuable assets, land, real estate, patents, cash, inventory, that are not fully appreciated by the market. The company's stock price might be trading below its intrinsic value, often due to poor management, an unprofitable core business, or a general lack of investor awareness. Lynch looks for hidden gems here, companies whose assets are worth significantly more than what the market is currently valuing the entire company at. Uncovering asset plays requires meticulous research and often involves looking at balance sheets more closely than income statements. A company might have a struggling business but own valuable land that could be sold, or a portfolio of patents that could be licensed. Turnarounds. These are companies that are struggling, perhaps even facing bankruptcy, but have the potential to revive and become profitable again. They're often no-growers that are attempting a major restructuring, selling off unprofitable divisions, cutting costs, or introducing new management. Investing in turnarounds is high risk, high reward. If successful, the stock can skyrocket. If not, you could lose your entire investment. Lynch emphasizes that for a turnaround to be a viable investment, there must be a clear catalyst for recovery and a realistic plan for the company to return to profitability. It's not just about buying cheap, struggling companies. It's about buying struggling companies with a credible path to recovery. Understanding these 6 categories helps you classify any stock you encounter and develop an appropriate investment strategy. It helps you avoid the common mistake of treating all stocks the same. Lynch encourages investors to build a diversified portfolio that might include a mix of stalwarts, fast growers, and perhaps a carefully researched cyclical or turnaround, depending on their risk tolerance and research capabilities. This framework is a cornerstone of his investment philosophy.
Chapter 5. The Perfect Stock. In Chapter 5, Peter Lynch describes what he considers the characteristics of the perfect stock. Now, he's quick to point out that there's no truly perfect stock in reality, but these are the qualities that increase the odds of a company becoming a multi-bagger. Think of it as a checklist of highly desirable traits that scream opportunity. It sounds dull or even ridiculous. This is perhaps Lynch's most famous contrarian insight. He loves companies that produce boring products or services, especially those with unglamorous names. Why? Because these companies are often ignored by Wall Street analysts and the general public.
There's no hype, no media frenzy, meaning the stock is likely to be undervalued. A company that makes nuts and bolts for industrial machinery, for example, is far less exciting to cover than the latest social media app, but its steady, profitable business can be an incredible investment. It does something disagreeable. Similar to being dull, companies involved in things people generally don't like to think about, funeral services, waste management, debt collection, are often overlooked. This lack of appeal can keep institutional investors away, again leaving more opportunity for individuals. It's a spin-off. When a large company spins off a subsidiary, the new smaller entity often performs exceptionally well. The parent company might spin off a business unit that doesn't fit its core strategy, or one that analysts don't understand. Often, the spun-off company's management becomes more focused and entrepreneurial, and the market initially undervalues it because it's new and unresearched. The institutions don't own it, and the analysts don't follow it. This is a recurring theme with Lynch. If Wall Street isn't paying attention, it means the stock is unlikely to be overvalued due to institutional buying. It also means you, as an individual investor, have an informational edge. You can discover and research a company before the big players do. The whisper stock. This refers to companies that are not widely known, but are creating a buzz among people in a particular industry or locale. You might hear about a fantastic new product or service through your everyday life long before it hits the financial news. This is where your personal observations become incredibly valuable. It buys back shares. When a company repurchases its own shares, it signals management's confidence in the business and suggests the stock is undervalued. Share buybacks reduce the number of outstanding shares, increasing earnings per share and often boosting the stock price over time. Insiders are buying. This is a strong positive signal. If the CEO, CFO, or other top executives are buying shares of their own company in the open market, it suggests they believe the stock is undervalued and has strong prospects. They have the most intimate knowledge of the company's health. The company is buying back its own stock. Similar to insider buying, this shows management believes the stock is a good value. The company is growing through acquisitions, but paying cash. Lynch likes companies that grow smartly through acquisitions, especially when they use cash rather than issuing new shares, which dilutes existing shareholders. This indicates financial strength and disciplined management. It has a niche. A company with a strong competitive advantage or a moat that protects it from rivals. This could be a patent, a dominant market share in a specific area, a strong brand, or a unique distribution network. A niche allows a company to maintain profitability and pricing power. People have to keep buying the product. Products or services that are essential or habit-forming create reliable, recurring revenue streams. Think of razor blades, soda, or indispensable software. It's a technology company that uses technology to enhance an existing business rather than inventing something new. Lynch was wary of pure inventor companies with unproven technologies. He preferred companies that successfully applied existing, proven technologies to improve operations or create new markets in established industries. It has low per-share institutional ownership. Again, this indicates that the big players aren't heavily involved, leaving more room for appreciation. These characteristics are not hard and fast rules, but rather a guiding framework. Lynch encourages investors to look for as many of these traits as possible in a potential investment. The more dull, disagreeable, niche-oriented, and institutionally ignored a company is, the more likely it is to be a hidden gem waiting to be discovered by the astute individual investor.
Chapter 6. The Story of a Stock. What's the story here? In Chapter 6, Peter Lynch introduces one of his most fundamental and powerful concepts, the story of a stock.
This isn't about memorizing financial ratios. It's about understanding the underlying narrative of a business. He emphasizes that before you even look at the numbers, you need to articulate in a simple sentence or two why you're interested in a particular company. What's its unique appeal? What's its growth driver? Think of it like this. You wouldn't invest in a movie without understanding the plot and the genre, would you? The story of a stock is its plot. It helps you define what kind of company it is, from the 6 categories we just discussed, what factors will drive its success, and what potential pitfalls it might face. Lynch explains that every stock you own should have a story that you can clearly articulate. For a slow grower, the story might be a stable dividend payer in a mature industry. For a fast grower, it could be a company capturing market share with an innovative product in a growing industry. For a turnaround, the story is about a company cutting costs, selling assets, and bringing in new management to return to profitability. This story provides a framework for your ongoing research and monitoring. Once you know the story, you know what to watch out for. If the company's story is about expanding into new markets, you'd monitor its international sales figures. If it's about a new drug in clinical trials, you'd track the trial results. If it's about cost cutting, you'd look for improvements in profit margins. The chapter emphasizes that without a clear story, you're just gambling. Buying a stock simply because it's cheap or everyone else is buying it is a recipe for disaster. You need to understand the fundamental business behind the stock. What does it do? How does it make money? Who are its competitors? What are its long-term prospects? Lynch also warns against getting too caught up in numbers without understanding the qualitative aspects. A company might have great earnings, but if its story is unraveling, e.g., its core product is becoming obsolete or a new competitor is gaining ground, those earnings might not be sustainable. Conversely, a company with temporarily depressed earnings but a compelling long-term story, like a turnaround candidate, could be an excellent investment. Developing the habit of articulating the story for each of your potential investments forces you to think critically, do your research, and understand the core drivers of the business. It helps you stay focused on the fundamentals and avoid being swayed by short-term market noise. It's about knowing why you own what you own and constantly checking if that why is still valid. The stronger and more coherent the story, the more conviction you'll have in your investment.
Chapter 7. Where to Look for 10-Baggers. Chapter 7 is where Peter Lynch gets into the exciting hunt for 10-baggers, stocks that return 10 times their initial investment. While he admits these are rare, he provides practical guidance on where to consistently find companies with this kind of explosive growth potential. It's like being given a treasure map with specific locations to start digging. Lynch reiterates his famous advice, invest in what you know. This isn't just a catchy phrase, it's a powerful strategy. He explains that your everyday life offers an unparalleled advantage. Think about the products and services you use, the stores you frequent, the trends you observe in your community or profession. These are often the earliest signals of a successful company before Wall Street analysts even catch on. He gives several practical examples. Your job. If you work in a specific industry, you have insider knowledge about which companies are innovative, which are gaining market share, and which are struggling. You see trends before the financial reports hit the news. A chemical engineer might spot a superior new material, or a retail worker might notice a particular brand flying off the shelves. The success of the Gap, for example, was evident in its crowded stores long before it became a Wall Street darling. Restaurants. Notice a new restaurant chain always having a long wait? That could be a sign of a strong business and potential expansion. New products and services. Keep an eye out for innovations that genuinely solve problems or create new demand. Are people raving about a new gadget, a different type of insurance, or a better way to do something? The key isn't just to notice these things, but to take the next step. Do your homework. If you spot a promising company, start researching it.
Look at its financials, understand its business model, assess its competition, and determine if it has a sustainable competitive advantage, a moat. Lynch warns against immediately investing in every company you encounter. Your observations are merely starting points, leads in the detective work of investing. He also cautions against investing in concept stocks, companies with great ideas but no proven profitability or clear path to market dominance. The next big thing often remains just a concept. He reminds us that the best companies are often those that are boring, do something disagreeable, or operate in unglamorous industries, revisiting themes from Chapter 5. These are the ones that analysts ignore, leaving them ripe for discovery by the diligent individual investor. Ultimately, Chapter 7 is an empowering call to action. It tells us that the tools for identifying winning stocks are not hidden in complex algorithms or exclusive financial networks. They are within our grasp, in our daily lives, if only we learn to observe, question, and follow through with diligent research. Your competitive edge as an individual investor lies in your unique perspective and freedom to explore what Wall Street overlooks.
Chapter 8. The Best Stock to Buy. The Do's and Don'ts. In Chapter 8, Peter Lynch distills his wisdom into a practical guide of do's and don'ts for choosing the best stocks. This chapter is like a quick reference card for aspiring investors, helping them avoid common pitfalls and focus on what truly matters. The do's. Understand the business. This is paramount. If you can't explain what the company does and how it makes money to a 10-year-old, don't invest in it. Avoid complicated or mystery companies. Focus on the long term. Buy stocks with the intention of holding them for years. Short-term market fluctuations are noise. Find companies with a niche, or moat. Look for businesses with a sustainable competitive advantage that protects them from rivals. This could be a strong brand, patents, proprietary technology, or a dominant market share in a specific area. Look for companies with low institutional ownership. As discussed, this often means the stock is not overhyped and has more room to grow before Wall Street catches on. Be patient. Let your winners run. Don't be too quick to sell a stock just because it has gone up a bit. Investigate companies you discover in your daily life. Reiterate the invest in what you know principle. Your observations are valuable leads. Check for insider buying. If management is buying shares, it's a strong vote of confidence. Look for companies repurchasing their own stock. This indicates management believes the stock is undervalued and is a good use of capital. Research cyclicals at the bottom of their cycle. If you choose to invest in cyclicals, aim to buy when the industry is depressed and sell when it's booming. Consider companies with strong balance sheets. Low debt, plenty of cash, and strong free cash flow are indicators of financial health and resilience. The don'ts. Don't invest in the next hot stock. Avoid chasing fads or stocks that are heavily hyped in the media. By the time they hit the news, they are often already overvalued. Don't buy stocks with complicated or unintelligible business models. If you can't understand it, you can't properly assess its risks or opportunities. Don't confuse a good company with a good stock. A great company can be a terrible investment if you buy its stock at an exorbitant price. Valuation matters. Don't fall in love with a stock. Be objective. If the company's fundamentals deteriorate or its story unravels, be willing to sell, even if you've had a long history with it. Don't try to predict the economy or interest rates. These are notoriously difficult to forecast. Focus on the company's business. Don't ignore fundamentals. Even if you like a company's product, you still need to check its financial health and growth prospects. Don't buy stocks in declining industries. It's often difficult for even well-managed companies to thrive in industries that are facing long-term structural decline. Don't obsess over the latest news or market noise. Daily fluctuations and media chatter are largely irrelevant to the long-term health of a business. Don't over-diversify. While diversification is good, owning too many stocks can make it difficult to properly research and monitor each one. Lynch suggests a manageable number, perhaps 10 to 15 well-researched companies. Don't buy companies with questionable accounting practices. Be wary of companies that use aggressive accounting to pump up their earnings. This chapter serves as a practical checklist. By adhering to these do's and don'ts, investors can significantly improve their odds of success and avoid many common, costly mistakes. It reinforces the idea that successful investing is about common sense, diligent research, and disciplined decision-making, rather than chasing speculative trends.
Chapter 9. What to Avoid. Host. In Chapter 9, Peter Lynch focuses on the negative side, providing a crucial warning system by outlining specific types of stocks and situations that investors should generally avoid. Think of this as the danger ahead signs on your investment journey. The hottest stock in the hottest industry. This is a classic Lynchian warning. By the time an industry or stock becomes hot and everyone is talking about it, it's often already overvalued. The growth has been discovered and priced into the stock. These stocks are often driven by speculation rather than fundamental value. He cites examples from past fads where investors flocked to the latest craze only to be burned when the hype faded. The next everything stock. Be wary of companies that claim to be the next IBM, the next Microsoft, or the next Google. Such pronouncements usually indicate a lack of originality and a tendency to chase fleeting trends rather than build a sustainable business. True innovators don't usually compare themselves to past giants. They create their own path. Whispers and rumors. Never buy a stock based solely on a tip, a rumor, or an exciting story from a friend or colleague without doing your own thorough research. These hot tips are too late or completely unsubstantiated. Companies with diversification. This is Lynch's term for companies that diversify into unrelated businesses that they don't understand, often through expensive acquisitions. Instead of focusing on and excelling at their core competency, they spread themselves too thin, diluting value and often destroying it. Look for companies that stick to their knitting or acquire businesses that genuinely complement their existing operations. Companies with poor financials. This includes companies with excessive debt, negative cash flow, dwindling earnings, or those reliant on frequent stock issuance to stay afloat. A strong balance sheet is crucial for a company's long-term survival and growth. Companies with unintelligible business models. If you can't understand how a company makes money, you can't properly evaluate it. Avoid mystery stocks that operate in complex, opaque industries without clear explanations of their operations. Overpriced stocks. Even a great company can be a bad investment if you pay too much for it. Valuation matters significantly. Lynch emphasizes that you should look at metrics like the P/E ratio relative to growth, or the PEG ratio, and compare it to historical averages and competitors. A company with a fantastic story but an exorbitant price tag is a trap. Companies with constant reinvention. Be cautious of companies that frequently change their business model, product line, or strategic direction. It often signals a lack of clear vision or an inability to execute effectively. Middlemen. In some cases, companies that act as middlemen can be vulnerable if their suppliers or customers decide to cut them out. While not always a rule, it's a factor to consider in industries where direct relationships are becoming easier. Companies with unrealistic growth expectations. If a company's stock price seems to factor in decades of uninterrupted, explosive growth, it's likely overvalued. Even the best companies will experience slowdowns or challenges. This chapter acts as a defensive strategy. By systematically avoiding these red flags, investors can protect their capital and significantly reduce their exposure to high-risk, low-reward investments. Lynch's message is clear. Successful investing isn't just about picking winners, it's also about skillfully sidestepping the losers.
Chapter 10. Earnings, Earnings, Earnings. In Chapter 10, Peter Lynch zeroes in on the single most crucial factor driving stock prices over the long term: earnings. He famously states, "The stock market isn't a game, it's a mechanism for discounting future earnings." This chapter underscores that ultimately a company's value is derived from its ability to generate profits. Lynch makes a clear distinction. Earnings are what matter, not just sales or revenue. A company can have soaring sales, but if it can't translate those sales into sustainable profit, it's not a healthy business. He explains that earnings per share, or EPS, is a vital metric because it shows how much profit the company is making for each share of stock outstanding. Consistent, growing EPS is a hallmark of a successful company. He introduces the concept of the price-to-earnings ratio as a primary valuation tool. The PE ratio is simply the stock price divided by its annual earnings per share. It tells you how much investors are willing to pay for each dollar of a company's earnings. Low PE can indicate an undervalued stock, a slow-growing company, or a company facing temporary challenges. High PE can indicate a fast-growing company, a company with high future expectations, or an overvalued stock. Lynch stresses that the PE ratio shouldn't be viewed in isolation. It needs to be considered in context. Compare to historical PE ratio. How does the current PE compare to the company's average PE over the past few years? Is it historically high or low? Compare to industry average PE. How does it stack up against its competitors? Is it significantly higher or lower without a clear justification? Compare to growth rate. This is where Lynch's famous PEG ratio comes in. Though he doesn't explicitly name it in the book, he certainly uses the concept. The idea is that a company's PE ratio should be roughly equal to its earnings growth rate. If a company is growing earnings at 15% per year, a PE of 15 might be considered fair value. If its PE is 30, it might be overvalued. If its PE is 7, it could be a bargain. He suggests that a PE that is less than or equal to its growth rate is generally attractive. Beyond the PE ratio, Lynch also discusses other important aspects related to earnings. Earnings consistency. Look for companies that consistently grow their earnings year after year rather than having erratic, unpredictable profits. Earnings quality. Be wary of one-time earnings boosts or creative accounting that might inflate profits temporarily. Focus on sustainable, recurring earnings. Reinvestment of earnings. Does the company reinvest its profits back into the business to fuel future growth, which is good for fast growers, or does it primarily pay dividends, more typical for slow growers? Both can be appropriate depending on the company type. Debt-to-equity ratio. While not strictly an earnings metric, debt levels significantly impact the company's ability to generate and sustain earnings, especially during economic downturns. High debt can eat into profits through interest payments. The overarching message of this chapter is that earnings are the engine of stock appreciation. You buy a stock because you believe the underlying business will generate increasing profits over time. By carefully analyzing a company's earnings, its growth prospects, and its PE ratio relative to that growth, investors can make more informed decisions about whether a stock is a good value or too expensive. It's about grounding your investment in the reality of a company's profitability.
Chapter 11. The Perfect Company. What else to check? In Chapter 11, Peter Lynch expands on his concept of the perfect company by detailing additional crucial factors beyond just earnings and category type. This chapter serves as a comprehensive checklist for evaluating a company's fundamental health and long-term potential. It's about looking under the hood, not just at the shiny exterior. Cash position, or cash-to-debt ratio. Lynch places a huge emphasis on a company's balance sheet, particularly its cash and debt levels. A strong cash position acts as a buffer against economic downturns and allows a company to seize opportunities like acquisitions or R&D without relying on external financing. Conversely, high debt is a major red flag, especially for cyclical or fast-growing companies that might face unexpected challenges. He likes companies with more cash than debt, or at least a very manageable debt load. Inventory. For many businesses, particularly retailers and manufacturers, inventory levels are a critical indicator. Growing inventory faster than sales can signal slowing demand, product obsolescence, or poor management, which will eventually hit earnings. Conversely, lean, well-managed inventory can be a sign of efficiency. Lynch advises looking for companies with stable or shrinking inventories relative to sales. Growth rate. While important for fast growers, Lynch clarifies that sustainable growth is key, not just any growth. He warns against hypergrowth that is unsustainable and can lead to spectacular crashes. He prefers companies that can grow earnings at a steady, manageable clip for many years, rather than those that spike dramatically for a short period. Profit margins. Are the company's profit margins, gross, operating, and net, healthy and stable, or are they shrinking? Declining margins can indicate increasing competition, rising costs, or a lack of pricing power. Consistent, healthy margins suggest a strong business model and good management. Capital expenditures, or CapEx. This refers to the money a company spends to acquire, upgrade, and maintain physical assets like property, buildings, and equipment. For some companies, high CapEx is necessary for growth, but excessive or inefficient CapEx can drain cash and reduce profitability. Lynch generally favors companies that don't require massive capital outlays to grow, as this frees up cash flow. Dividends for slow growers and stalwarts. For mature companies, a consistent and growing dividend history is a sign of financial health and a commitment to returning value to shareholders. For fast growers, however, retaining earnings for reinvestment is often preferable to paying dividends. Share buybacks. As mentioned before, Lynch views share buybacks favorably, especially when the company's stock is undervalued. It reduces the number of shares outstanding, boosting earnings per share and often the stock price. It's a sign that management believes in the company's future. P/E ratio relative to growth rate, or PEG ratio concept. He reiterates the importance of comparing the P/E ratio to the earnings growth rate. A P/E that is low relative to the growth rate often signals an undervalued opportunity. Company story revisited. He brings back the importance of having a clear, compelling, and understandable story for why you own the stock. This helps you monitor whether the company is executing on its strategy and whether the original investment thesis remains intact. Management's vision and honesty. While difficult to quantify, Lynch values management teams that are transparent, focused on long-term value creation, and have a clear vision for the company's future. He cautions against CEOs who are overly promotional or frequently blame external factors for poor performance. This chapter reinforces the idea that successful investing is a blend of qualitative and quantitative analysis. It's not enough to like a product or see a good P/E ratio. You need to dig deeper into the company's financial statements and understand the underlying business dynamics to ensure it's truly a perfect company in the making. The more boxes a company checks on this list, the higher its potential to be a winning investment.
Chapter 12. Getting the Facts. Checking Your Story. In Chapter 12, Peter Lynch dives into the practical aspects of research, explaining how individual investors can get the facts and effectively check their story for a potential investment. This chapter is a how-to guide for transforming your observations into actionable investment decisions. It's about becoming a financial detective. Lynch stresses that while your personal observations from Chapter 7 provide excellent leads, they are just the starting point. You need to verify and deepen your understanding through diligent research. He reassures us that this research isn't as daunting as it sounds and doesn't require access to exclusive Wall Street databases. Here are the key sources he recommends for individual investors. Annual reports, 10K, and quarterly reports, 10Q. These are mandatory filings with the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and are a treasure trove of information. The 10K provides a comprehensive overview of the company's business, financial performance, risks, and management discussion. The 10Q offers updated quarterly financial data. Lynch advises reading these carefully, paying attention to the footnotes, which often contain crucial details. Don't skip the management discussion and analysis section. Company annual reports to shareholders. While often more polished and marketing-oriented than the 10K, they still contain valuable financial data and management's message. Brokerage house reports, with caution. Lynch suggests that while these reports can provide some data, investors should be wary of their biases. Use them for facts and figures, but form your own opinion. Remember, brokers often have a vested interest in encouraging trading. Financial press and business magazines. Publications like the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, Forbes, and Businessweek can offer valuable industry insights and company analyses. But again, don't take every article as gospel. Use them as starting points for further investigation. Visiting the company, if practical. For small local businesses, you might actually be able to visit their facilities or talk to employees, ethically, of course. This provides a first-hand look at their operations. For larger companies, observing their stores or interacting with their products and services is still valuable. Supplier and competitor research. Understanding a company means understanding its ecosystem. Talk to suppliers about their relationship with the company, and research competitors to understand the competitive landscape. This can reveal crucial information about a company's strength or weaknesses. Customer feedback. Pay attention to what customers are saying about a product or service. Online reviews, social media, and word of mouth can provide valuable insights into customer satisfaction and brand loyalty. Investor Relations Department. Most public companies have an Investor Relations Department. You can call them to request annual reports, ask specific questions within legal limits, or listen to earnings call transcripts. Lynch emphasizes that the goal of this research is to check your initial story for the stock. Is the story still holding up? Are the numbers supporting the narrative you developed? Are there any red flags emerging that contradict your original thesis? He also encourages investors to monitor their companies periodically, not just at the initial investment. Businesses change, industries evolve, and competitive landscapes shift. Regular check-ins ensure your investment thesis remains valid. The key takeaway is that information is readily available to the individual investor. It just requires diligence and a willingness to dig. By combining your personal observations with readily accessible financial data, you can build a strong, well-reasoned investment case and avoid making decisions based on speculation or incomplete information.
Chapter 13. The Stock Market A to Z, a glossary of financial terms. Chapter 13 shifts gears to provide a crucial tool for understanding the financial world, a comprehensive glossary of terms. While the book is generally written in an accessible style, Lynch recognizes that financial jargon can be intimidating. This chapter aims to demystify those complex words, empowering investors to understand annual reports, news articles, and financial discussions more thoroughly. Since this is an audiobook, I'll briefly highlight the importance of this chapter and a few key terms Lynch would explain, rather than listing a full dictionary. Lynch implicitly emphasizes that you don't need to be a financial analyst to understand these terms, but a working knowledge is essential for making informed decisions. He's saying, don't let the language of Wall Street deter you. Learn it, and you'll speak their language, giving you an edge. Here are some examples of the types of terms Lynch would clarify and why they matter. Assets. What a company owns. Cash, inventory, property, equipment, patents. Understanding a company's assets is vital for evaluating its financial strength and potential for asset plays.
Liabilities, what a company owes. Debts, accounts payable. High liabilities, especially long-term debt, can be a major risk. Equity, or shareholders' equity, the residual value of assets after liabilities are subtracted. It represents the owner's stake in the company. A growing equity base is generally a good sign. Revenue, or sales, the total amount of money a company generates from its sales of goods or services. While important, Lynch reminds us that revenue alone doesn't guarantee profit. Net income, or earnings, the bottom line, what's left after all expenses, taxes, and interest are deducted from revenue. This is Lynch's most important metric. Earnings per share, or EPS, net income divided by the number of outstanding shares. This is crucial for calculating the P/E ratio. Price to earnings ratio, or P/E ratio, stock price divided by EPS, the core valuation metric Lynch uses to compare a company's price to its profitability. Debt to equity ratio, a measure of a company's financial leverage, indicating how much debt it uses to finance its assets relative to shareholder equity. Lower is generally better. Cash flow, the actual cash generated by a company's operations distinct from accounting profits. Positive, strong cash flow is vital for a healthy business. Return on equity, or ROE, net income divided by shareholders' equity. It measures how much profit a company generates for each dollar of shareholders' equity. A high ROE generally indicates efficient management. Insider trading, legal versus illegal. Differentiating between legal insider buying or selling, which Lynch watches for, and illegal use of non-public information. Market capitalization, or market cap, the total value of a company's outstanding shares, share price times number of shares. This helps categorize companies into small cap, mid cap, and large cap. Dividend yield, the annual dividend payment per share divided by the share price, expressed as a percentage, important for income-seeking investors. Book value, the theoretical value of a company if it were liquidated, based on its accounting records, can be useful for asset plays. Lynch's inclusion of this chapter highlights his commitment to empowering the individual investor. By providing a clear and concise explanation of these fundamental terms, he equips readers with the vocabulary necessary to conduct their own research and truly understand the businesses they're investing in, without feeling overwhelmed by Wall Street's specialized language. It transforms what might seem like hieroglyphics into understandable English, making financial analysis accessible to everyone.
Chapter 14. The Stock Market A to Z, an Investor's Checklist. Following the glossary, Chapter 14 provides an invaluable investor's checklist. This chapter brings together all the key qualitative and quantitative factors Lynch discusses throughout the book into a single actionable framework. It's designed to be a systematic guide for evaluating any potential stock investment, ensuring you don't overlook critical aspects. Think of it as your flight pre-check before taking off with your investment. Lynch organizes this checklist to guide you through a thorough analysis. While I won't list every single item, here are the major categories and types of questions he encourages investors to ask. The story. Qualitative factors. What kind of company is it? Slow grower, stalwart, fast grower, cyclical, asset play, turnaround. This helps frame your expectations. Can I understand the business? Is it simple or complicated and opaque? What's the compelling reason to own this stock? Can I articulate its story in 2 minutes? Does it have a niche or competitive advantage, a moat? What protects it from rivals? Is it in a dull industry or does it have an unpleasant name? Potential for being overlooked. Is it a spin-off? Is it ignored by institutions and analysts? Greater opportunity for individual investors. Are there current events or trends that favor the company? 2. Financial health. Quantitative factors, the numbers.
Earnings growth. Is earnings per share growing consistently? At what rate? P/E ratio. What is the current P/E? How does it compare to its historical average, industry average, and its growth rate, PEG concept? Cash position. How much cash does the company have? Is it growing? Debt. How much debt does it have? Is it manageable? Is the debt-to-equity ratio low? Inventories. Are inventories growing faster than sales? Red flag for manufacturers or retailers. Profit margins. Are gross and net profit margins stable or improving? Free cash flow. Is the company generating substantial free cash flow? Share buybacks. Are company buying back its own shares? Insider buying. Are company insiders, management, buying stock? Dividends, if applicable. Is the dividend consistent and growing? Is it sustainable? Return on equity, ROE. Is the ROE high and consistent? 4. Management and strategy. Is management focused on creating shareholder value? Do they have a clear long-term strategy? Are they disciplined with capital allocation, e.g. smart acquisitions, wise CapEx? Are they transparent and honest in their communication? 5. Red flags. What to avoid. Revisiting Chapter 9. Is it a hot stock in a hot industry? Is it the next great thing with no proven track record? Is it heavily owned by institutions? Is it engaging in diversification? Does it have unrealistic growth expectations priced into the stock? This checklist is not meant to be a rigid pass-fail system, but rather a comprehensive framework for due diligence. Lynch encourages investors to use it as a guide to dig deeper, ask probing questions, and understand the nuances of each business. The more positive answers you find and the fewer red flags you uncover, the stronger your investment case becomes. It's about combining intuition from your observations with hard financial facts.
Chapter 15. The final chapter, How to Keep Score. In the concluding chapter, How to Keep Score, Peter Lynch shifts from how to pick stocks to how to manage your portfolio over time. This chapter is about ongoing monitoring, knowing when to sell, and maintaining a healthy perspective on your investments. It's about being a diligent gardener, not just a planter of seeds. Lynch reiterates that investing is a long-term game, not a series of short-term trades. Once you've bought a stock based on a solid story and thorough research, you shouldn't just forget about it. However, you also shouldn't obsess over daily price fluctuations. The key is to monitor the fundamentals of the business. When to sell. This is often the hardest part for investors. Lynch provides clear guidelines. The story has changed for the worst. This is the most important reason to sell. If the original thesis for buying the stock is no longer valid, perhaps competition has intensified, a key product failed, management made a disastrous decision, or the industry is in structural decline, then it's time to reevaluate. The fundamentals have deteriorated. The company's growth has slowed for fast growers. If a fast grower can no longer sustain its high growth rate, it might be time to move on, especially if its P/E ratio still reflects unrealistic growth expectations. It might transition into a stalwart, and its valuation should reflect that. The company has become overvalued. Even a great company can become overpriced. If the P/E ratio has skyrocketed far beyond its earnings growth rate, or if its valuation becomes detached from reality, it might be prudent to take some profits, or even sell it all and redeploy the capital elsewhere. A cyclical has peaked. For cyclical stocks, the time to sell is when the industry is booming. Everyone is optimistic, and the stock price has run up significantly. Don't wait for the inevitable downturn. A turnaround has fully recovered. Once a struggling company has successfully turned itself around, returned to profitability, and its stock price reflects that recovery, its turnaround story is complete. It might then be classified as a stalwart or slow grower, and its future growth might be more modest. You found a better opportunity. Sometimes you find a new company that presents a significantly more compelling investment opportunity than one you currently hold. This can be a valid reason to sell and reallocate capital. What not to do. Don't sell just because the stock price has dropped a bit. Unless the fundamentals have changed, a temporary price dip might be an opportunity to buy more.
Don't sell just because the stock price has gone up a bit. Let your winners run. Don't prune the flowers and water the weeds. Don't sell based on market forecasts or general economic news. Focus on the company, not the noise. Managing your portfolio. Maintain diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Lynch suggests having a manageable number of stocks, like 10 to 15 well-researched companies, across different categories. Rebalance periodically. As some stocks grow, they might take up a disproportionately large part of your portfolio. Rebalance to maintain your desired asset allocation. Continue learning. The market is dynamic. Stay curious, keep reading, and continue refining your investing skills. Lynch concludes by emphasizing that the biggest returns often come from simply not selling your winners prematurely. He shares his own experience with multi-baggers, highlighting that the tendency is often to sell too early. Trust your research, be patient, and let compound interest work its magic. Successful investing, in Lynch's view, is a continuous process of learning, researching, and disciplined portfolio management, empowering the individual to achieve extraordinary financial success.
And that, Vibe Audiobook listeners, brings us to the end of our deep dive into Peter Lynch's monumental work, One Up on Wall Street. What an incredible journey into the mind of a legendary investor. Lynch has shown us that the path to financial independence isn't paved with complex algorithms or insider trading, but with common sense, diligent observation, and a willingness to do our homework. He's empowered us to see our everyday lives as fertile ground for uncovering hidden investment gems. And he's given us the tools, from understanding the 6 stock categories to the crucial investor's checklist, to make informed, confident decisions. Remember, the stock market is not a casino. It's a collection of businesses, and your job as an investor is to find great businesses at fair prices. So start looking around you. What products are flying off the shelves? What services are people raving about? What dull, disagreeable companies are quietly dominating their niche? Ask questions, read those annual reports, and articulate the story behind every stock you consider. Peter Lynch's timeless wisdom proves that the little guy doesn't just have a chance on Wall Street, they often have a significant advantage. It's time to seize that advantage. Thank you for joining me on Vibe Audiobook today. If you found this summary insightful and inspiring, please show your support by hitting that like button, sharing this video with your friends and family, and don't forget to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more empowering summaries of the world's best nonfiction. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep investing with confidence.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform your perspective on life's challenges and triumphs. Have you ever felt like you're carrying a heavy burden, that the world demands more than you can give, even when deep down you know you're meant for something more? If so, then Nate Dallas's profound book, You're Too Good to Feel This Bad, An Orthodox Approach to Living an Unorthodox Life, is the guiding light you've been searching for. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a compassionate companion that offers timeless wisdom for navigating the complexities of modern existence, all delivered with an accessible, orthodox perspective. Get ready to unlock the secrets to a life brimming with purpose, peace, and authentic joy. But before we dive in, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobooks so you never miss another empowering summary. Now, let's begin our exploration, chapter by chapter, into the heart of this transformative work. Introduction: The Paradox of Modern Unhappiness. Friends, let's start with a feeling that might be all too familiar. In the bustling, ever-accelerating symphony of the 21st century, we often find ourselves caught in a peculiar paradox. On one hand, we have unprecedented access to comfort, information, and opportunities. Think about it. A world of knowledge at our fingertips, global communication instantaneous, luxuries our ancestors could only dream of. Yet despite all this external advancement, a pervasive sense of discontent often lingers. Our external lives might appear successful, shiny, and perfectly curated for social media, but our internal landscapes can be riddled with anxiety, emptiness, and that nagging feeling that something is fundamentally off. It's like having a magnificent, high-tech car that looks incredible on the outside, gleaming with new paint and chrome. But beneath the hood, it's running on sputtering, low-quality fuel, causing constant internal misfires. Nate Dallas opens his book by acknowledging this very human dilemma. He doesn't shy away from this uncomfortable truth, but rather he invites us to confront it with honesty and hope. He posits that much of this modern malaise stems from a profound disconnection, a separation from time-tested truths and an over-reliance on fleeting external gratifications. We chase the next promotion, the latest gadget, the perfect vacation, hoping these external achievements will fill an internal void, only to find the void remains, perhaps even grows. He introduces the core idea that an orthodox approach, drawing from deep-rooted traditional wisdom, particularly from the wellspring of faith, can provide the ballast and direction needed to navigate our often unorthodox lives. This isn't about rigid adherence to dogma for its own sake, like blindly following old rules. No, it's about something much more profound. It's about tapping into a reservoir of understanding that has sustained humanity through countless generations, offering stability in a world that often feels like it's spinning out of control. Think of it like a wise grandparent offering advice based on a lifetime of experience. Their words might seem old-fashioned to a modern ear, but their truth is timeless, resilient, and deeply practical. They've seen it all, and their wisdom isn't trendy, it's foundational. Dallas sets the stage for a book that promises not quick fixes, not superficial band-aids for deep wounds, but a profound reorientation toward genuine well-being. This journey, he implies, is not about adding more to your plate, but about stripping away what doesn't serve you, about realigning your internal compass with universal principles that lead to lasting peace. It's an invitation to stop chasing the ephemeral and start building on the eternal. He suggests that the unorthodox nature of our modern lives, characterized by constant change, technological overwhelm, and a blurring of traditional boundaries, desperately needs the grounding stability that an orthodox framework can provide. This introduction is a powerful call to self-awareness, inviting us to acknowledge the pain we might be feeling, and offering a compelling vision for how to move beyond it, not by ignoring it, but by understanding its roots and applying ancient wisdom.
Chapter 1. The Inner Compass, Rediscovering Your True North. Imagine standing at a bustling crossroads in a foreign city, with signs pointing in every conceivable direction, each promising a different path, a different destination. This is often how life feels in our modern world, isn't it? So many options, so many voices telling us what we should do, what we should be. In Chapter 1, Dallas guides us to recalibrate our inner compass. He argues that in our relentless pursuit of external validation, the likes, the applause, the promotions, the societal expectations, and in our constant chase of material gains, we often lose touch with our authentic selves. We forget who we truly are beneath all the layers of expectation and performance. We lose our true north. This isn't just about knowing what you want in life. It's about understanding who you are at your core. It's about peeling back the layers, like an onion, to get to the very essence of your being. Dallas emphasizes the critical importance of self-reflection, not as a narcissistic exercise, a shallow dwelling on our own image, but as a deep spiritual imperative. Drawing from orthodox teachings, he highlights a profound truth. Each individual is created with unique purpose and inherent unconditional worth. This worth exists regardless of our external achievements or our perceived failures. It's about recognizing the divine spark within each of us, a spark that isn't earned, but simply is. He might suggest practical yet profoundly impactful practices like mindful meditation,
journaling, or prayer, not as burdensome chores to check off a to-do list, but as sacred opportunities to quiet the incessant external noise and listen to the gentle whispers of our inner spirit. Think of it like tuning a radio to find a clear signal. You have to cut through the static to hear the music. He helps us discern between our ego's fleeting desires, the urge for immediate pleasure, power, or recognition, and our soul's deeper, more abiding longing for meaning, connection, and peace. It's much like distinguishing between the superficial chatter of a large, anonymous crowd and the clear, loving voice of a trusted friend speaking directly to your heart. This chapter encourages us to shed the masks we wear for the world, the roles we play, the personas we adopt, and courageously embrace our authentic selves. It teaches us that true peace and genuine contentment begin with self-acceptance and a crystal-clear understanding of our intrinsic value. When we know who we are truly, deeply know it, the external chaos loses its power to define us. Dallas explains that many of our anxieties stem from living a life that is out of alignment with our true selves. We are constantly trying to fit into molds that were not made for us, leading to exhaustion and a sense of inauthenticity. By rediscovering our inner compass, we gain the clarity and courage to forge our own path, guided not by external pressures, but by the quiet wisdom of our own spirit. This chapter empowers us to step off the treadmill of societal expectations and reconnect with the profound, unique individual we were always meant to be.
Chapter 2. The Myth of Instant Gratification and the Power of Patience. Instant gratification. It's the siren song of our modern age, isn't it? Instant coffee, instant messages, instant entertainment, instant information at our fingertips. While undeniably convenient and often incredibly useful, Dallas warns us in Chapter 2 that this pervasive mindset can be deeply, insidiously detrimental to our long-term happiness and spiritual well-being. He dissects the myth of instant gratification and champions with profound conviction the transformative power of patience. He illustrates how societal pressures, fueled by relentless advertising and the constant comparison culture of social media, often push us relentlessly towards immediate results. We see others' highlight reels that expect our own lives to manifest perfect outcomes overnight. This leads to a vicious cycle of frustration, burnout, and a persistent feeling of inadequacy when things don't materialize instantly. He likens this to planting a tiny seed in the ground and then expecting a fully grown fruit-bearing tree the very next day. It's simply not how nature or the intricate process of human flourishing truly works. Growth takes time, care, and a steady hand. Drawing on timeless orthodox principles, Dallas emphasizes that true growth, deep meaning, and authentic joy often require a period of waiting, nurturing, and persistent, consistent effort. He introduces the concept of spiritual discipline, but not as some form of harsh punishment or self-deprivation. Instead, he presents it as a loving, intentional commitment to a process that over time yields lasting, profound fruit. This could involve patiently working towards a significant personal or professional goal, understanding that mastery is built brick by brick. It might mean enduring difficult periods with resilience, knowing that challenges often forge strength. Or it could be about cultivating virtues like kindness, compassion, or wisdom, which are not acquired overnight, but through sustained practice and reflection. He might tell stories of great saints, or even everyday individuals who demonstrated extraordinary patience in the face of immense adversity. People who waited years for their prayers to be answered, or who tirelessly worked for a cause without immediate recognition. These narratives show us that waiting can be an active, transformative process rather than a passive, agonizing one.
It's not about idly sitting by, but about actively trusting the process, continuing to sow seeds, and having faith in the harvest. This chapter is a refreshing, much-needed antidote to our fast-paced, I-want-it-now world. It gently but firmly reminds us that some of the most precious, enduring, and deeply satisfying things in life are those that are cultivated slowly, with great care, and with the unwavering conviction that good things take time. It invites us to slow down, to breathe, and to trust in the natural rhythms of life and growth. Dallas clarifies that patience isn't a passive surrender to fate, but an active engagement with reality, a recognition that some things simply cannot be rushed, and that the greatest rewards often come to those who can wait, work, and persevere.
Chapter 3: Community over Individualism. The Strength in Connection. In our modern society, the mantra of individualism often rings loud and clear. We are constantly encouraged to be self-sufficient, fiercely independent, and to carve out our own path above all else. While personal strength and autonomy are undoubtedly valuable, Dallas argues compellingly in Chapter 3 that true resilience, deep-seated happiness, and enduring fulfillment are far more often found within the warm embrace of genuine community. He challenges the deeply ingrained notion that we are meant to go it alone, emphasizing a fundamental truth. Humans are intrinsically social beings, wired for connection, belonging, and mutual support. He draws heavily on the profound Orthodox understanding of the Church, not just as a building or an institution, but as a living body, where each member plays a vital, interconnected role. In this understanding, mutual support, unconditional love, and shared burdens are paramount. Think of a magnificent, strong oak tree standing tall in a forest. Its roots are deeply intertwined with the roots of other trees, sharing nutrients, providing stability, and collectively resisting the strongest winds. It doesn't stand alone. Its strength comes from its connection to the entire ecosystem. Dallas highlights the insidious dangers of isolation, a growing epidemic in our disconnected age, which can lead to profound loneliness, crippling depression, and the debilitating sense of disconnection from purpose. When we isolate ourselves, we deprive ourselves of the emotional, spiritual, and practical support systems that are essential for thriving. He encourages us to actively seek out and cultivate meaningful, authentic relationships, going beyond superficial acquaintances or purely transactional interactions. This isn't about having a huge social circle, but about investing deeply in a few genuine connections. This could involve actively engaging in acts of service within our local communities, participating wholeheartedly in faith communities if that aligns with our beliefs, or simply being truly present, vulnerable, and open with our loved ones, our family and closest friends. He might share poignant anecdotes about how shared struggles, navigated together, and shared celebrations, experienced collectively, not only strengthen bonds, but also provide an invaluable safety net in times of crisis. These stories often reveal how burdens become lighter when shared, and joys become richer when multiplied by the presence of others. This chapter is a powerful, heartwarming reminder that our individual well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of those around us. It teaches us that true strength often lies not in our ability to stand alone, but in our willingness to lean on others when we need support, and perhaps even more importantly, in our capacity to lift up and support others when they need us. Dallas suggests that the very fabric of human existence is woven with threads of connection, and to deny this is to deny a fundamental part of our design. He contrasts the fleeting pleasures of individual achievement with the profound, lasting satisfaction that comes from contributing to something larger than oneself, a community where every individual is valued and supported.
It's a call to re-engage, to reconnect, and to remember that we are all part of a larger, beautiful tapestry of humanity.
Chapter 4. The Practice of Gratitude, Unlocking Abundance. In a world relentlessly bombarding us with advertisements, social media highlight reels, and constant comparisons, we are perpetually tempted to focus on what we don't have, what we lack, or what we need to acquire. In this environment, the simple yet profound practice of gratitude often feels revolutionary. Chapter 4 delves deeply into the transformative power of gratitude, presenting it not just as a pleasant, fleeting emotion we feel on occasion, but as a deliberate, daily, active practice that can fundamentally alter our entire perception of life. Dallas argues that regardless of our external circumstances, whether we are experiencing abundance or hardship, joy or sorrow, there is always, always something to be genuinely thankful for. The act of actively acknowledging these blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, shifts our entire focus from a mindset of scarcity and lack to a mindset of abundance and richness. It's like switching the lens through which we view the world. Suddenly, we start seeing beauty and blessing everywhere. He draws from deep Orthodox traditions that seamlessly integrate Thanksgiving into daily prayers, liturgical life, and spiritual practice, underscoring its profound spiritual significance. For centuries, these traditions have understood that gratitude is not just polite, but essential for spiritual health. He might suggest simple yet highly effective exercises for cultivating this powerful practice. This could involve starting a gratitude journal, where you jot down 3 to 5 things you're genuinely thankful for each day. Or it might be as simple as verbally expressing thanks to loved ones, colleagues, or even strangers who perform small acts of kindness. Another powerful practice is taking a dedicated moment each day to reflect on the good things, however small: the warmth of your coffee, the beauty of a sunset, a kind word from a friend, the comfort of your home. Dallas emphasizes that gratitude isn't about ignoring pain, brushing aside suffering, or denying the very real challenges we face. It's not about putting on a fake smile when you're hurting. Rather, it's about finding pockets of light, moments of grace, and reasons for hope, even in the midst of darkness. It's like training a muscle in your body. The more you consistently practice gratitude, the stronger your capacity for joy, resilience, and inner peace becomes. You literally rewire your brain to look for the good. He might share poignant stories of individuals who, even in the grip of immense hardship, found profound peace and happiness by intentionally embracing gratitude. Stories of people who lost much but found deep appreciation for the little they had, demonstrating gratitude's incredible power to reframe perspectives and cultivate unshakable inner resilience. This chapter offers a practical, accessible, and profoundly impactful pathway to cultivate a more positive, joyful, and ultimately more fulfilling outlook on life. It reminds us that happiness isn't just about what happens to us, but how we choose to perceive and respond to it, and that gratitude is a master key to unlocking that perception of abundance. Dallas asserts that cultivating a grateful heart isn't passive, but an active daily discipline that yields extraordinary returns, transforming our internal landscape and, by extension, our entire experience of the world. Chapter 5. Forgiveness, Releasing the Chains of Resentment. Few things weigh down the human spirit more heavily, more insidiously, than unresolved anger, bitterness, resentment, and a lingering desire for vengeance. In Chapter 5, Dallas courageously tackles the often difficult yet profoundly liberating act of forgiveness. He vividly explains that holding on to grievances and nursing old wounds is akin to drinking poison ourselves and then foolishly expecting the other person to suffer. It only, unequivocally, harms ourselves. It's a self-inflicted wound that festers and drains our energy.
Drawing on the core Orthodox teaching of forgiveness as a fundamental cornerstone of spiritual health and well-being, he emphasizes a crucial distinction. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful actions, excusing bad behavior, or pretending that injustice didn't occur. Rather, it is primarily about releasing ourselves from the emotional prison of anger, bitterness, and the consuming desire for retribution. Forgiveness, he profoundly explains, is fundamentally for the forgiver. It is an intentional choice to let go of the relentless pursuit of vengeance or the need for the other person to pay, and instead to open oneself to the healing balm of inner peace. He realistically acknowledges that this process is rarely easy. It is not a flip of a switch, but often requires a significant emotional and spiritual journey, a process rather than a single event. It might involve grieving the hurt, acknowledging the injustice, and wrestling with our own feelings. He might offer practical, actionable steps for navigating this complex terrain. These could include consciously acknowledging the deep pain we've experienced, cultivating an understanding of the universal human propensity for error and imperfection, recognizing that all humans are flawed, and crucially, seeking divine assistance or external support in the challenging, ongoing work of letting go. Dallas also highlights an equally vital, yet often overlooked aspect of forgiveness: self-forgiveness. How often do we hold ourselves to impossibly high standards, punishing ourselves for past mistakes, perceived failures, or missed opportunities? He argues that forgiving ourselves for our own imperfections and past errors is just as crucial for inner peace as forgiving others. He shares powerful, moving narratives of individuals who, through the courageous and difficult act of forgiveness, both of others and of themselves, found unimaginable peace, profound freedom, and a renewed capacity for joy. These stories powerfully demonstrate that forgiveness is not a sign of weakness, but a path to profound inner liberation, a courageous act of self-love, and a critical step towards living an unorthodox life truly free from the conventional burdens of bitterness, resentment, and the heavy chains of the past. It allows us to move forward, unburdened and open to new possibilities.
Chapter 6. Humility and Service. Finding Purpose Beyond Self. In a world that often vociferously celebrates self-promotion, individual achievement, and the relentless pursuit of personal fame and fortune, the concepts of humility and service can seem profoundly counterintuitive, perhaps even quaint. However, in Chapter 6, Dallas presents them not as outdated ideals, but as essential, vibrant pathways to genuine, lasting purpose and authentic joy. He bravely challenges the ego-driven pursuit of recognition and power, arguing that true, deep fulfillment often lies not in self-aggrandizement, but in transcending the narrow confines of the self and dedicating our energies to something larger, something beyond our own immediate desires. He draws heavily on Orthodox teachings that elevate humility not as self-abasement, but as a foundational virtue, a realistic and healthy self-assessment. Humility, he explains, isn't about demeaning ourselves or denying our talents. Rather, it's about an accurate, balanced assessment of ourselves, acknowledging both our unique strengths and our inevitable weaknesses. It's about recognizing our inherent interconnectedness with all of humanity and the cosmos, understanding that we are part of a larger whole, not the center of it. Service then becomes the natural, spontaneous outflow of a humble heart, giving generously without expecting anything in immediate return. He might share inspiring, moving examples of individuals who found immense satisfaction, profound meaning, and an incredible sense of purpose through selfless acts. These acts of service might range from grand, life-changing gestures that impact many, to small, consistent acts of daily kindness that brighten the lives of those immediately around them.
He argues that by shifting our focus from our own perceived needs and desires to the genuine needs of others, we paradoxically find our own deepest needs met. We discover a profound sense of purpose and belonging that superficial pursuits, no matter how glamorous, can never truly provide. It's a powerful paradox. The more we give, the more we receive. This chapter invites us to undertake a radical shift in perspective, moving our internal question from "what can I get for myself" to "how can I genuinely give and contribute to others?" It's a call to embrace a life characterized by generosity, compassion, and a genuine desire to uplift those around us, promising a life richer in meaning, deeper in connection, and ultimately more joyful than one focused solely on self-interest. Dallas emphasizes that true strength often lies in vulnerability and self-sacrifice, and that by stepping out of our own shadow, we step into a larger, more luminous purpose. It's about building a legacy not of wealth, but of love and service, understanding that this is where true human flourishing resides.
Chapter 7. Embracing Suffering. Finding Meaning in Adversity. This chapter courageously addresses one of the most challenging, uncomfortable, and universally experienced aspects of the human condition: suffering. Rather than shying away from it or offering platitudes to dismiss it, Dallas, in Chapter 7, encourages us to do something truly radical: to embrace suffering. Not as a cruel punishment, but as a profound crucible for personal growth and an unparalleled opportunity to find deeper, more enduring meaning in our lives. This is a stark departure from the modern tendency to avoid pain at all costs, to numb it, distract from it, or pretend it doesn't exist. Drawing from the profound ancient wisdom of Orthodox tradition, he explains that suffering, while undeniably painful and often devastating, can, paradoxically, refine our character, deepen our empathy for others, and bring us closer to a higher purpose or the divine. He doesn't sugarcoat pain or minimize its impact. He acknowledges its brutal reality, but he offers a transformative framework for understanding it. He might share poignant stories of individuals who emerged from immense hardship, grief, illness, loss, injustice, not broken, but with remarkable strength, profound wisdom, and a renewed, clearer sense of purpose. These narratives illustrate how, for many, adversity became the very forge in which their character was truly tested and tempered. Dallas suggests that by allowing ourselves to fully feel pain, to genuinely process it without immediately trying to escape or deny it, and by actively seeking meaning within it, we can transform suffering from a purely destructive force into a powerfully transformative one. This could involve learning unparalleled resilience in the face of insurmountable odds, cultivating extraordinary patience when all hope seems lost, or discovering a profound empathetic sense of solidarity with others who also suffer. It's about recognizing that our shared humanity is often most deeply felt in our shared vulnerability and pain. This chapter is a powerful yet sensitive reminder that even in our darkest moments, when we feel most alone and overwhelmed, there is potential for profound growth and a deeper, more compassionate connection to the human experience. It offers not a dismissal of pain, but a profound, enduring hope and a radically renewed perspective on life's inevitable challenges. Dallas emphasizes that while no one chooses suffering, we can choose our response to it. By choosing to seek meaning, by allowing it to soften our hearts rather than harden them, we can transmute our pain into wisdom, compassion, and a greater capacity for joy. It's a challenging but ultimately liberating message that redefines our understanding of what it means to be truly human.
Chapter 8. The Rhythm of Rest and Renewal, Sabbath in the Modern Age.
In our hyper-connected, always-on, 24/7 world, the very concept of rest often feels like an indulgent luxury, a sign of weakness, or something to be squeezed in only when absolutely everything else is done. However, in Chapter 8, Dallas powerfully argues for the absolutely essential and non-negotiable role of rest and renewal in our lives, drawing on the ancient, deeply wise tradition of the Sabbath. He explains that true rest is not mere inactivity or passive idleness. It is a deliberate, intentional cessation from our regular labor and a conscious reorientation towards spiritual, emotional, and relational replenishment. He warns with significant concern against the insidious dangers of constant busyness, which has become a badge of honor for many in modern society. This relentless activity, this inability to truly disconnect, can lead to profound burnout, crippling emotional exhaustion, a diminished capacity for joy, and a pervasive sense of being perpetually drained. He highlights that Orthodox tradition for millennia has emphasized natural cycles of work and rest, recognizing that humans are not machines designed for endless productivity. We are complex beings who require regular, intentional periods of detachment from our work and digital lives and dedicated time for rejuvenation. He might offer practical, accessible suggestions for effectively incorporating Sabbath principles into our modern, often demanding lives, even if we cannot observe a traditional full day of rest. This could involve dedicating specific, non-negotiable time each week for cherished family interactions, for quiet reflection and introspection, for immersing ourselves in the beauty of nature, or for engaging in spiritual practices that nourish our souls. Crucially, it involves consciously and deliberately stepping away from work emails, social media notifications, and other digital distractions that constantly pull at our attention. Dallas shares how this intentional, deliberate rest can have multifaceted benefits. It not only restores our physical and mental energy, but also deepens our creativity, improves the quality of our relationships by allowing us to be more present, and reconnects us with our inner selves and our sense of purpose. This chapter is a crucial, urgent reminder that slowing down, disengaging, and prioritizing true rest is not only permissible, but absolutely essential for cultivating a sustainable, joyful, productive, and spiritually rich life. It's about recognizing that our worth isn't solely tied to our output, but to our being, and the true rest allows us to be more fully ourselves. He challenges the notion that busyness equals importance, and instead champions the profound wisdom of stillness and intentional downtime as a pathway to clarity and sustained vitality.
Chapter 9. Simplicity and Detachment, Freeing Ourselves from Materialism. Look around you. We're constantly bombarded with powerful, pervasive messages that relentlessly equate happiness, success, and personal worth with acquisition and consumption. Buy this and you'll be happy. You need that to be complete. In Chapter 9, Dallas courageously challenges this pervasive materialistic mindset, advocating instead for the liberating power of simplicity and detachment as fundamental paths to genuine freedom and deep contentment. He argues that our relentless pursuit of more material possessions, more status symbols, more external validation often leads not to the promised joy, but to more anxiety, more debt, more mental clutter, and paradoxically, a greater, more profound sense of emptiness. It's a treadmill where the faster you run, the further behind you feel. He draws on orthodox principles that emphasize the spiritual dangers of excessive attachment to worldly goods. This isn't because possessions are inherently evil or wrong. Rather, it's because when they become our primary focus or source of identity, they can subtly yet powerfully distract us from what truly matters: our spiritual growth, our relationships, our inner peace, and our ultimate purpose. Materialism can become an idol, demanding our time, energy, and devotion, leaving little room for anything else. He might suggest practical, empowering steps towards intentionally simplifying our lives. This could involve decluttering our homes and physical spaces, consciously reducing our consumption by adopting a less is more philosophy, or critically reevaluating our priorities to consciously shift focus from accumulating things to cultivating enriching experiences, meaningful relationships, and spiritual growth. This isn't about embracing asceticism for its own sake or living in destitution. Rather, it's about intentionally creating physical, mental, and emotional space for what genuinely nourishes our souls and aligns with our true values. It's about discerning between true needs and manufactured desires. Dallas shares inspiring stories of individuals who, through embracing a more minimalist lifestyle or practicing profound detachment from material possessions, found immense peace, clarity, and a renewed sense of purpose. These narratives powerfully demonstrate that true wealth lies not in the sheer quantity of what we own, but in the richness of our inner lives, the depth of our connections, and the freedom from the constant pull of consumerism. This chapter serves as a profound invitation to shed the heavy, often unseen burdens of materialism and to discover the liberating joy of living with less stuff, but experiencing far more life and meaning. Dallas emphasizes that true freedom comes not from having everything, but from wanting nothing more than what truly serves our deepest well-being.
Chapter 10. Purposeful Living. Unveiling Your Divine Assignment. The yearning for purpose is a deeply ingrained, universal longing within the human spirit. It's that quiet, sometimes insistent question that asks, why am I here? What am I meant to do? In Chapter 10, Dallas masterfully helps us connect the various threads of personal growth and spiritual insight, guiding us towards what he terms purposeful living, by helping us unveil our unique divine assignment. He posits a powerful and affirming truth. Each of us is uniquely gifted, inherently talented, and specifically placed in the world for a profound reason. True, lasting fulfillment, he argues, comes not from passively waiting for purpose to strike us, but from actively discovering and courageously living out that unique calling. He clarifies that this divine assignment isn't necessarily about finding one grand, monumental, world-changing task, like becoming a famous inventor or a political leader. While it could be, it's more often about integrating our deepest values, our natural talents, and our authentic passions into the fabric of our daily lives, however ordinary or seemingly small they may appear. It's about bringing our unique light to whatever we do, wherever we are. He draws on the profound orthodox understanding that God, in his infinite wisdom, creates each person with a specific, irreplaceable role in the grand, intricate tapestry of creation. No thread is insignificant. Each contributes to the whole. He might encourage deep introspection, earnest prayer, and seeking wise counsel or spiritual guidance to discern our unique strengths, our areas of natural giftedness, and the specific contexts where we can make the most meaningful and impactful contributions. He highlights that purpose often doesn't reveal itself in a single dramatic epiphany, but rather unfolds gradually through a series of small, intentional steps, a willingness to experiment, and, crucially, a heart open to serving others. It's a journey of discovery, not a sudden revelation. He shares inspiring stories of individuals who, by aligning their daily lives and choices with a larger, more meaningful purpose, found profound satisfaction, deep meaning, and an incredible impact, often far beyond what they initially imagined. This could manifest in their chosen careers, in their roles within their families, in their commitment to their local communities, or in their dedication to a cause they deeply believe in. This chapter serves as a powerful, inspiring call to action, encouraging us to actively seek,
diligently discover, and courageously live out the unique and vital purpose for which we were created. Dallas helps us understand that purposeful living isn't about achieving a certain status, but about embodying our authentic self and contributing our unique gifts to the world, knowing that this is where true joy and meaning reside. It's an invitation to stop drifting and start steering our lives with intention and passion.
Chapter 11. The Journey Continues. Living an Unorthodox Life with Orthodox Roots. In this culminating chapter, Nate Dallas masterfully brings together all the diverse threads of his wisdom, weaving them into a cohesive tapestry. He emphasizes a profound truth: the journey of living an unorthodox life, one filled with modern challenges, complexities, and constant change, yet grounded with orthodox roots, those timeless foundational principles, is not a finite destination, but an ongoing, dynamic process. It is a continuous path of growth, learning, adaptation, and, crucially, a constant returning to those unwavering fundamental truths. He reiterates with compassionate realism that setbacks, missteps, and moments of doubt are not only inevitable, but are inherent parts of any meaningful journey. However, he assures us that these are not failures in the ultimate sense. Rather, they are invaluable opportunities to deepen our understanding, strengthen our resolve, and recommit with renewed vigor to our chosen path. Just as a river might encounter rapids, it continues its flow towards the sea, adapting and carving new paths. Dallas encourages us to embrace the principles discussed throughout the book: the profound wisdom of gratitude, the liberating act of forgiveness, the vital strength found in community, the humble posture of service, the essential rhythm of rest and renewal, and the profound satisfaction of purposeful living. He presents these not as rigid, unyielding rules or burdensome dogmas to be blindly followed, but as living, dynamic guides that adapt and inform our unique circumstances, choices, and challenges. They are a compass, not a rigid map. He emphasizes the critical importance of sustained spiritual practice and intentional living. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being consistent in our efforts to nurture our inner lives, to reflect, to pray, to connect, and to serve. By fostering a life that is consciously rich in meaning, deep in peace, and brimming with genuine joy, regardless of the external circumstances that swirl around us, we build an unshakable inner foundation. The book closes not with an abrupt ending, but with a powerful, empowering message of hope and an open-ended invitation. Dallas assures us with deep conviction that we are indeed too good to feel this bad. He instills in us the confidence that, by consciously drawing on timeless wisdom, by intentionally cultivating these ancient virtues, and by embracing a balanced perspective, we inherently possess the inner resources, the resilience, and the divine spark to navigate life's complexities with grace, profound purpose, and authentic joy. This concluding chapter leaves us not with a sense of completion, but with an invitation to embark on a lifelong adventure of self-discovery, spiritual flourishing, and meaningful engagement with the world. It's a call to weave these principles into the very fabric of our being, creating a life that is both deeply rooted and dynamically alive, a true testament to the power of orthodox wisdom in an unorthodox age. It's a promise that the journey, though challenging, is worth every step, leading to a profound sense of peace and fulfillment that truly lasts. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening, in-depth journey through You're Too Good to Feel This Bad, an orthodox approach to living an unorthodox life. I hope this comprehensive summary has provided you with valuable insights and deeply inspired you to explore Nate Dallas's profound wisdom further. Remember, the path to a truly fulfilling life, a life where you feel too good to feel bad, is within your grasp. Embrace these principles, Apply them to your own unique, unorthodox life and discover the profound peace, purpose, and authentic joy you truly deserve. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries and empowering content. Until next time, keep vibrating with positive energy and living your most authentic, joyful life.
Hello, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Have you ever wondered what truly separates the good from the great? What makes some leaders, some companies, and some movements so profoundly influential that they inspire millions, while others with similar resources and ideas falter? If you've ever felt a yearning to understand the hidden force behind true inspiration, then you're in the right place. Today, we're diving deep into a book that has revolutionized the way we think about leadership, purpose, and impact. Simon Sinek's transformative masterpiece, Start with Why: How Great Leaders Inspire Everyone to Take Action. This isn't just another business book, it's a revelation. It's a guide to unlocking your potential to inspire, whether you're leading a team, building a brand, or simply striving to make a difference in your own life. Get ready to discover the golden circle, the power of purpose, and the profound truth that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So grab a warm drink, settle in, and let's embark on this journey to discover your why. Before we begin, if you love what you hear and want more insightful content like this, please remember to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs a dose of inspiration, and most importantly, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss out on our future explorations into the world's most impactful books. Your support truly helps us grow. Now, let's start with why. Chapter 1. Assumptions. In the vast ocean of business and leadership, we often make fundamental assumptions about what drives success. We assume that competition is the primary motivator, that fear of failure pushes us forward, or that simply having the best product or service is enough to win. But Simon Sinek challenges these very assumptions from the outset. He points out that while many companies and individuals know what they do, their products or services, and how they do it, their unique selling propositions, very few truly understand why they do what they do. Imagine a company that meticulously designs a new smartphone. They focus on sleek aesthetics, powerful processors, and innovative features. They launch it with a massive marketing campaign, highlighting all the incredible whats and hows. Yet another company, perhaps Apple, launches a similar product and creates a global phenomenon, inspiring fervent loyalty and unprecedented sales. What's the difference? It's not just about the product itself. It's about something far deeper, something that resonates on an emotional, almost primal level. Sinek argues that our traditional approaches to business, manipulating people through price drops, promotions, fear, or aspirations, might yield short-term gains, but they don't foster loyalty or true inspiration. These tactics are like chasing a mirage. They momentarily quench thirst, but never provide lasting sustenance. True leadership and lasting success don't come from manipulating behavior, but from inspiring it. This inspiration, Sinek reveals, stems from a profound understanding and articulation of one's why. This chapter sets the stage for a paradigm shift, urging us to question everything we thought we knew about what makes people act. It's a call to look beyond the superficial and dive into the core of motivation.
Chapter 2. The Golden Circle. This is where Simon Sinek introduces the concept that has become synonymous with his work, the Golden Circle. It's a simple yet incredibly powerful framework comprising 3 concentric circles. What? This is the outermost circle, representing what we do. Every company, organization, and individual knows what they do. It's the product they sell, the service they offer, or the job function they perform. For a car company, it's making cars. For a nonprofit, it's providing aid.
how. This is the middle circle, representing how we do what we do. These are the processes, the proprietary methods, the unique selling propositions that differentiate us. For that car company, it might be their superior engineering, their efficient manufacturing, or their innovative design process. And then, why? This is the innermost circle, the core. This is where most people and organizations struggle. The why is not about making money. Money is a result. The why is your purpose, cause, or belief. It's the fundamental reason you exist, the vision you're trying to achieve, the problem you're trying to solve. Why does your company exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? Why should anyone care? Sinek observes that most individuals and organizations communicate from the outside in, from what to how to why. They start by telling us what they do, then perhaps how they're different, and rarely, if ever, articulate their fundamental purpose. But inspirational leaders and organizations operate from the inside out, from why to how to what. They start with their purpose, their belief, and only then explain how they manifest that belief and what products or services result. Think of Apple again. They don't start by saying, "We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one?" Instead, their communication starts with, "Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. And we happen to make great computers. Want to buy one?" The difference is subtle but profound. One sells a product. The other sells a belief. People don't buy what Apple does. They buy what Apple believes. The golden circle is not just a marketing tool. It's a biological imperative. Our limbic brain, which controls feelings, trust, and loyalty, has no capacity for language. It responds to feelings. The why speaks directly to this part of the brain, bypassing the rational, language-based neocortex. When we start with why, we tap into people's emotions, their deepest values, and create a sense of belonging and trust. This chapter fundamentally alters our understanding of communication and influence, providing a clear roadmap for truly inspiring action. Chapter 3. Leaders need a following. A leader without followers is just a person taking a walk. This chapter delves into the crucial relationship between a leader's why and their ability to attract and retain a loyal following. Sinek emphasizes that true leadership isn't about having authority or being in charge. It's about having people who willingly choose to follow you, not because they have to, but because they want to. They want to because they believe in what you believe. Consider the Civil Rights Movement and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. He didn't stand up and say, "I have a plan." He said, "I have a dream." His why, a belief in equality and justice, resonated deeply with millions. People didn't follow him for his strategies. They followed him because they shared his profound belief. They marched, they protested, they risked their lives not for a tangible product or a detailed plan, but for a shared vision of a better future. They were inspired to action because their personal why aligned with his. Sinek contrasts this with leaders who operate solely on external incentives or fear. Such leaders might achieve compliance, but never true commitment or passion. People might do what's asked of them to keep their job or earn a bonus, but they won't put in extra effort, innovate, or protect the organization's reputation when no one is watching. True followers are invested emotionally and ideologically. The challenge for leaders, then, is to articulate their why clearly and consistently. This why acts as a filter for decisions, a compass for direction, and a beacon for attracting those who share the same values. When a leader communicates their why first, they attract individuals who are already predisposed to believe what they believe. These individuals don't need to be manipulated. They are self-motivated by the shared purpose. This creates a powerful self-sustaining community where everyone is working towards a common cause, not just common goals. This chapter highlights that the journey of leadership begins not with a plan, but with a deeply held purpose that draws others into its orbit. Chapter 4. The Tipping Point. Building on the idea of attracting followers, Sinek explores how an organization or movement reaches a tipping point, where its ideas spread like wildfire and achieve widespread adoption. He refers to Everett Rogers' diffusion of innovations theory, which categorizes people into different groups based on their willingness to adopt new ideas. Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. The crucial insight here is that for an idea to achieve mass appeal, you don't start by trying to convince the majority. You start by inspiring the innovators, and more importantly, the early adopters. These are the people who are driven by their belief system, who are willing to take risks, and who will embrace an idea because it aligns with their why, not just because it's new or practical. They are the ones who will stand in line overnight for a new product, or join a movement even before it gains mainstream traction. Sinek argues that the golden circle provides the perfect mechanism for attracting these critical early adopters. When you communicate your why, you speak directly to their limbic brain, triggering an emotional connection. These early adopters don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. They are the evangelists, the ones who will passionately share your message and champion your cause to their networks. The early majority and late majority, on the other hand, are more pragmatic. They need social proof. They won't jump on board until they see that others, especially the early adopters they respect, have already embraced the idea. By inspiring the early adopters, you create the momentum necessary to eventually cross the chasm and reach the broader market. It's a domino effect. Inspire the few who believe, and they will in turn inspire the many. This chapter underscores that focusing on what or how might attract customers based on features or price, but it won't create a movement. To reach a tipping point and achieve lasting impact, you must first articulate your why to attract those who share your core beliefs. It's a strategic approach to growth that prioritizes emotional connection over logical persuasion, understanding that true influence stems from shared values. Chapter 5. Clarity, Discipline, and Consistency. Having a clear why is powerful, but it's not enough on its own. To truly inspire and sustain that inspiration, an organization needs 3 critical components: clarity of why, discipline of how, and consistency of what. These 3 elements form a symbiotic relationship, ensuring that the why is not just a lofty ideal, but a living, breathing reality within the organization. Clarity of why. This is the starting point. Every member of the organization, from the CEO to the newest intern, must understand and be able to articulate the organization's fundamental purpose, cause, or belief. It's not a slogan. It's a profound understanding of why the organization exists beyond making money. When the why is clear, it serves as the ultimate filter for every decision, every strategy, and every hiring choice. It provides direction and meaning, allowing individuals to connect their daily tasks to a larger purpose. Without a clear why, decisions become arbitrary, and efforts can become fragmented. Discipline of how. The how represents the values and principles that guide the actions taken to bring the why to life. These are the systems, processes, and culture that embody the organization's beliefs. If your why is about challenging the status quo, your how might involve fostering innovation, encouraging risk-taking, and empowering employees. The how dictates how you operate every single day. It requires discipline because it means consistently acting in accordance with your values, even when it's difficult or inconvenient. These hows are the actions that demonstrate the why in practice. Consistency of what? The what refers to the tangible results, the products, services, and communication that an organization offers. These whats must be consistent with the why and the how. If your why is about sustainability and your how involves ethical sourcing, then your what, your products, must clearly reflect these values. Inconsistency between what you say you believe, why, and what you actually do, how and what, leads to confusion, mistrust, and ultimately a loss of inspiration. People need to see and feel that your actions align with your stated purpose. Sinek uses the analogy of a megaphone. The what is what people hear. The how is how it's amplified, and the why is the voice itself. If the voice or why is unclear, no amount of amplification, how, or clever messaging, what, will make a lasting impact. When all three are aligned, they create authenticity and build unwavering trust. This chapter serves as a practical guide for operationalizing the Golden Circle, turning abstract purpose into concrete, inspiring action.
Chapter 6. The Biology of the Golden Circle. This chapter takes the Golden Circle from a conceptual framework to a biological imperative, grounding it in neuroscience. Sinek explains that our brains are structured in a way that perfectly aligns with the Golden Circle. The neocortex. This is the newest part of our brain, responsible for rational thought, analytical processing, and language. It's where we process facts, figures, and features, the what and how. When companies communicate from the outside in, focusing on what they do and how they do it, they are primarily engaging the neocortex. While the neocortex can understand vast amounts of complex information, it doesn't drive behavior directly. It allows us to rationalize decisions, but it doesn't create them. The limbic brain. This is the older, inner part of our brain, responsible for all our feelings, such as trust and loyalty, and for all human behavior and decision-making. However, the limbic brain has no capacity for language. This is why, Sinek explains, when someone makes a decision from the gut, or it just felt right, they often struggle to articulate why they made that choice. The decision was made in the limbic brain, which controls feelings but not language. This part of the brain is activated by the why. When leaders communicate from the inside out, starting with why, they speak directly to the limbic brain. This creates an emotional connection, a sense of trust and belonging, before the rational brain, neocortex, even processes the what and how. This is why people don't just buy Apple products, they feel loyal to Apple. This loyalty isn't rational, it's emotional. They feel that Apple understands them, that they are part of something bigger than just a product. Sinek illustrates this with simple examples. If you list all the features of a car, your audience might rationally conclude it's a good car. But if you start by saying, "We believe in the freedom of the open road, in the joy of discovery, and in building vehicles that empower you to explore without limits," you've tapped into something deeper. People will then be predisposed to trust your cars, to feel a connection, and to rationalize their purchase based on those feelings. This biological explanation provides a powerful scientific basis for why the start with why approach is so effective. It's not just a clever marketing tactic, it's tapping into the fundamental neurological pathways that govern human behavior and decision-making. Understanding this biological link empowers leaders to move beyond mere persuasion to genuine inspiration, fostering deep-seated loyalty and action.
Chapter 7. Where do whys come from? If the why is so critical, how does one discover it? Cynic clarifies that a why is not something you invent, it's something you discover. It's not a marketing statement or a strategic objective. It's a reflection of your core purpose, your fundamental belief that has been present since the very beginning of your journey or your organization's inception. For an individual, discovering your why involves introspection. It means looking back at your life experiences, identifying recurring themes, moments of profound satisfaction, and times when you felt most alive and purposeful. It's about understanding the core contribution you want to make to the world, the impact you want to have, and the belief that fuels your actions. Your personal why remains constant throughout your life, even as your career path or interests may change. It's your underlying motivation, your reason for being. For an organization, the why typically originates with the founder or the founding team. It's their original vision, their driving passion, the problem they set out to solve, or the belief they wanted to propagate. The why of a company is not a consensus decision made in a boardroom. It's an articulation of its inherent reason for existence. This is why many successful companies often struggle as they grow and their original founders depart. The clarity of the why can get diluted, replaced by a focus on what and how, metrics, processes, profit. Cynic emphasizes that the why is rarely about the product or service itself. It's about the deeper contribution. For example, Southwest Airlines' why isn't just to fly planes. It's to democratize air travel, making it accessible and enjoyable for everyone. That why guides everything they do, from their no-frills approach to their fun, friendly customer service. The process of discovering your why is often challenging because it requires vulnerability and deep self-reflection. It requires peeling back layers of assumptions, habits, and external pressures to reveal the authentic core. But once articulated, the why becomes a powerful compass, guiding decisions, attracting like-minded individuals, and providing a source of unwavering inspiration. It's a journey of self-discovery, leading to profound clarity and purpose. Chapter 8. The Why in Action. This chapter provides tangible examples of organizations that exemplify the Start with Why principle, demonstrating how a clear why translates into real-world success, innovation, and enduring loyalty. Cynic showcases a diverse range of companies and leaders, illustrating that the golden circle is universally applicable. He often revisits the example of Apple. Their why, challenging the status quo and thinking differently, permeates every aspect of their business. It's evident in their product design, their marketing campaigns, their retail store experience, and even their hiring practices. People don't just buy an iPhone, they buy into the Apple philosophy, becoming part of a community that values creativity and innovation. This unwavering commitment to their why has allowed them to consistently disrupt industries and maintain a cult-like following. Another compelling example is Southwest Airlines. Their why is to give everyone the freedom to fly, to democratize air travel. This isn't about cheap tickets. It's about providing accessible and enjoyable experiences. Their how involves creating a fun, friendly, and efficient environment. Their what is low-cost air travel. Every decision, from boarding procedures to employee engagement, is filtered through this why, resulting in a consistently positive customer experience and fierce employee loyalty. Their employees are often cited as their greatest asset, and this stems from a shared belief in the company's purpose. Cynic also touches upon Harley-Davidson. Their why isn't just about selling motorcycles. It's about providing a sense of freedom, adventure, and belonging to a community. Their bikes are symbols of this larger purpose.
Owners often tattoo the logo on their bodies, not just because they like the product, but because they identify with the why that the brand embodies. It's a powerful illustration of how a why can transcend mere functionality and tap into deep human desires. These examples highlight that organizations with a clear why don't just compete on price or features, they compete on belief. They attract customers and employees who resonate with their purpose, leading to greater resilience, innovation, and long-term success. When the why is clear, the hows and whats naturally fall into place, creating an authentic and inspiring brand that stands the test of time. This chapter provides concrete evidence that starting with why is not just theory, but a proven path to extraordinary impact.
Chapter 9. The Right People. One of the most profound impacts of starting with why is its ability to attract and retain the right people, those who genuinely fit and thrive within an organization. Sinek argues that while many companies hire for skills and experience, the what and how, truly successful organizations hire for shared belief, the why. When you hire based on why, you're not just looking for someone who can do the job, you're looking for someone who believes in the same purpose, cause, or vision as your organization. These individuals are more than just employees. They are advocates, passionate contributors, and intrinsically motivated team members. They don't just work for a paycheck, they work for a purpose. Think about it. Skills can be taught and experience can be gained, but a person's core belief system is much more deeply ingrained. If someone fundamentally believes in what your organization is trying to achieve, they will be more resilient, more innovative, and more committed, even when faced with challenges. They will go above and beyond because their work feels meaningful, not just transactional. Sinek uses the analogy of a dating profile. You wouldn't just list your job title and salary. You'd share your values, your passions, your aspirations, your why. In the same way, organizations should communicate their why in their recruitment efforts. This acts as a natural filter, attracting candidates who are already aligned with the company culture and purpose, and deterring those who are purely motivated by external factors. The consequences of hiring the wrong people, those who don't align with the why, can be devastating. They might be skilled, but they won't be inspired. They can drain morale, hinder progress, and ultimately undermine the culture. Conversely, a team united by a shared why becomes incredibly powerful, capable of overcoming obstacles and achieving remarkable feats. This chapter underscores that starting with why is not just about attracting customers. It's fundamentally about building a cohesive, passionate, and high-performing team. It's about recognizing that people are your greatest asset, and their alignment with your purpose is the key to unlocking their full potential.
Chapter 10. The Cell Phone. This chapter uses the metaphor of a cell phone to explain the different levels of connection and communication that result from operating with or without a clear why. Imagine a generic utilitarian cell phone. It makes calls, sends texts, and performs basic functions. Its manufacturers might try to sell it by listing its features, what, or its competitive price, how. This approach appeals to the rational part of the brain, leading to a transactional relationship with the consumer. There's no emotional connection, no loyalty. If a slightly cheaper or more feature-rich phone comes along, consumers will easily switch. This represents communication without a clear why. It's about manipulation, price, features, rather than inspiration. Now, compare that to an iPhone. Apple doesn't just sell a device, it sells a philosophy. Its why, challenging the status quo and empowering individuals, creates a profound emotional bond with its users. When someone buys an iPhone, they're not just buying a gadget, they're buying into a lifestyle, a set of values, a sense of belonging to a community that thinks different. The features, what, and the user experience, how, are important, but they are expressions of the why.
This deep connection fosters fierce loyalty. People will often pay a premium, wait in lines, and passionately defend their choice because it resonates with their own values. Sinek extends this metaphor to internal communication within an organization. If a leader only communicates what needs to be done and how to do it, employees become like the generic cell phone. They perform their functions, but without passion or deep engagement. They are simply following instructions. However, when a leader communicates the why, the inspiring purpose behind the work, employees become more like iPhone users. They feel a sense of ownership, purpose, and emotional investment. They understand the bigger picture, connecting their individual tasks to a meaningful cause. The cell phone metaphor brilliantly illustrates the difference between simply doing work and being inspired to work. It highlights that a transactional relationship, whether with customers or employees, is fragile and easily broken. A relationship built on shared purpose and belief, however, is resilient, fosters loyalty, and unlocks extraordinary potential. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that the why is the ultimate differentiator, transforming a commodity into a beloved icon and a job into a mission.
Chapter 11. The Abstract Why. This chapter addresses a common challenge. The why is often abstract, a feeling, a belief. How do you make something so intangible, concrete, and actionable? Sinek explains that while the why itself is abstract, its power lies in its ability to inspire tangible actions, behaviors, and products, the hows and whats. The why provides the direction, a clear North Star. It's the conviction that guides all decisions. However, for that why to have an impact, it needs to be manifested through clear hows, the values, principles, and systems, and consistent whats, the products, services, and communications. Think of it like a journey. The why is your destination. The hows are your map and mode of transport, and the whats are the specific roads you take and sights you see along the way. Without a clear destination, all the maps and vehicles in the world won't get you anywhere meaningful. Sinek also discusses the split that often occurs in organizations. The why person, the visionary, the founder, the charismatic leader, and the how person, the pragmatist, the operator, the one who brings the vision to life. Steve Jobs was the why for Apple, while Tim Cook is arguably the master of the how. They are two halves of a whole, each essential for sustained success. The abstract nature of the why is precisely its strength. It allows for flexibility and innovation in its execution. The why never changes, but the hows and whats can and should evolve over time as circumstances change. For example, a company whose why is to empower individuals through technology might start by making personal computers. What? Then move to music players, smartphones, and wearable tech. The what's change, but the core why remains constant, providing a consistent sense of purpose. This chapter helps bridge the gap between inspiration and execution. It clarifies that while the why is deeply philosophical, its true power is unleashed when it is meticulously translated into concrete actions and tangible offerings. It's about ensuring that the abstract belief is consistently demonstrated through every facet of an organization's existence, making the intangible feel real and impactful.
Chapter 12. The Origin of a Why. Reiterating and expanding on previous points, Sinek delves deeper into the profound truth that a why is not manufactured, it is discovered. It stems from a singular moment or a series of deeply impactful experiences that shape an individual's or an organization's foundational beliefs. For an individual,
Your why often crystallizes in your formative years, driven by specific experiences, challenges, or revelations that instilled a core purpose within you. It's an internal belief that feels immutable, a deep conviction that fuels your passion and drives your actions. Cynic often talks about a why statement not being a declaration of ambition, but a statement of contribution. It defines the impact you seek to make on others, a contribution that gives meaning to your own life. For organizations, the why is typically born out of the original founder's vision and passion. It's the specific problem they wanted to solve, the particular belief they wanted to champion, or the unique impact they aimed to create. This original why is often infused with their personality, values, and experiences. For example, Walt Disney's why was to bring joy and wonder to families through storytelling and immersive experiences. This why predates Disneyland, Mickey Mouse, and all the whats that followed. The challenge arises when organizations grow and founders move on. Without diligent effort, the original why can become diluted, forgotten, or replaced by a focus on market share, profit margins, or short-term goals. When an organization loses sight of its why, it loses its ability to inspire. It becomes just another company competing on price and features, struggling to differentiate itself and foster loyalty. This chapter is a call to revisit the roots, to uncover or rediscover the fundamental reason for existence. It emphasizes that this discovery process is not a one-time event, but an ongoing commitment to staying true to the original purpose. By understanding the origin of the why, leaders can protect and nurture it, ensuring that their organization remains a source of genuine inspiration for years to come. It's about preserving the soul of the organization and ensuring its enduring relevance.
Chapter 13. What happens when why gets fuzzy? The decline of many once great organizations can often be traced back to a fuzzy why. This chapter explores the consequences when an organization loses clarity on its core purpose, cause, or belief. When the why becomes vague or forgotten, the organization starts to make decisions based on external pressures rather than internal conviction. One of the most common symptoms of a fuzzy why is an over-reliance on external incentives and manipulations. Companies resort to aggressive pricing strategies, short-term promotions, fear-mongering advertisements, or appealing to fleeting trends. These tactics might deliver temporary spikes in sales or market share, but they erode trust, commoditize the brand, and fail to build lasting loyalty. Without a clear why to guide decisions, companies chase competitors, blindly adopt best practices without understanding their underlying principles, and lose their unique identity. Cynic uses the example of retailers who try to compete solely on price. While initially effective, this strategy eventually leads to a race to the bottom, where profit margins shrink and brands become indistinguishable. They've lost their why and are left competing on the what, that is, lowest price, without a compelling reason for customers to choose them beyond cost. Another consequence is a decline in internal morale and employee engagement. When employees don't understand why they're doing what they're doing, their work can feel meaningless and uninspiring. They become cogs in a machine, clocking in and out, rather than passionate contributors to a shared mission. This leads to higher turnover, lower productivity, and a general sense of apathy within the organization. A fuzzy why also hampers innovation. Without a clear purpose to guide it, innovation becomes scattered and aimless, often resulting in products or services that don't truly resonate with customers. When the why is clear, innovation is focused, purposeful, and driven by a desire to bring the why to life in new and meaningful ways. Ultimately, a fuzzy why leads to a loss of authenticity.
When an organization's what's and how's no longer align with a clear purpose, consumers sense the disconnect. They might not be able to articulate why they feel uneasy, but they will intuitively distrust the brand. This chapter serves as a stark warning. Losing sight of your why is a perilous path that can lead even the most successful organizations to decline and irrelevance. It underscores the critical importance of continuously nurturing and reaffirming the core purpose.
Chapter 14. The Split. When why and how diverge. As organizations grow, a common and dangerous phenomenon occurs: the split between the why, the visionary founder or leader, and the how, the operational leadership. This split, if not managed carefully, can lead to the why becoming fuzzy and the organization losing its way. Initially, a small startup is often driven by the founder's personal why. They are the living embodiment of the company's purpose, inspiring everyone around them with their vision and passion. As the company grows, it needs structure, systems, and efficient processes to scale. This is where the how person or team becomes critical, the pragmatists who can translate the abstract why into concrete hows and manage the what's. The problem arises when the why person is no longer directly involved in the day-to-day operations, or when the how people lose connection with the original why. The why person might become too far removed, or the how person might become overly focused on metrics, efficiency, and short-term goals, forgetting the underlying purpose. Sinek uses the analogy of an artist and a CEO. The artist, the why person, has a vision, a passion, a belief they want to express. The CEO, the how person, then builds the structure to support that artist, ensuring their work can reach a wider audience sustainably. Both are essential. If the artist tries to be the CEO, they might lose their creative spark. If the CEO forgets the artist's original vision, the art itself loses its soul. When this split occurs without proper bridge building, the why can become a mere slogan, disconnected from the daily reality of the organization. Decisions are made not to advance the why, but to optimize for efficiency or profit, leading to a focus on manipulation rather than inspiration. Employees and customers sense this disconnect, and the organization's authenticity suffers. To prevent this split from becoming detrimental, Sinek emphasizes the need for constant communication and alignment between the why and how functions. The how people must always be reminded of the why they are serving, and the why person must trust the how people to execute the vision. This symbiotic relationship, where the why sets the direction and the how builds the path, is crucial for sustained inspiration and growth. This chapter underscores the vital importance of integrating purpose into every level of an organization, ensuring that the why remains vibrant and actionable.
Chapter 15. The Emergence of Trust. Trust is not given, it is earned. And according to Sinek, it is earned when an organization consistently demonstrates that its why and its what's are in perfect alignment. This chapter explores how starting with why is the most powerful way to build deep, enduring trust with customers, employees, and partners. Most organizations try to build trust by talking about their what's, quality products, great service, or their how's, our integrity, our ethical practices. While these aren't important, Sinek argues that true trust emerges when people believe you are driven by something more profound than just self-interest or profit. Trust is built when people feel that you share their values, that you have their best interests at heart, and that you stand for something bigger. When an organization consistently communicates its why and demonstrates it through its how's and what's, it creates a sense of authenticity. People intuitively recognize when an organization is genuinely driven by a purpose beyond its products. This authenticity fosters trust.
For example, Patagonia's why is about environmental activism and quality gear for explorers. Every product, every marketing campaign, every supply chain decision aligns with this why. Customers trust Patagonia not just for their jackets, but because they believe in what the company stands for. Trust is also fundamental for innovation. When employees trust their leaders, because leaders operate from a clear why, they feel safe to take risks, share new ideas, and admit mistakes. They believe their leaders have their backs and are genuinely working towards a shared purpose. This psychological safety is crucial for fostering a culture of innovation and continuous improvement. Furthermore, trust creates loyalty. Loyal customers don't just buy your products, they become advocates, defending your brand and recommending it to others. Loyal employees don't just work for you, they become ambassadors, actively contributing to the company's success and embodying its values. This deep emotional trust is far more resilient than loyalty based on price or features, which can easily be eroded by competitors. This chapter positions trust not as a soft skill, but as the bedrock of sustainable success. It's the ultimate outcome of consistently communicating and living your why. When trust emerges, it creates a powerful, virtuous cycle, attracting the right people, inspiring innovation, and fostering a community around a shared belief. It's the ultimate currency of inspiration.
Conclusion. And so, we've journeyed through the profound insights of Simon Sinek's Start With Why, a book that challenges us to fundamentally rethink how we lead, how we communicate, and how we inspire. We've seen how the golden circle, why, how, what, isn't just a marketing gimmick, but a biological and psychological blueprint for human connection and action. We've learned that great leaders and organizations don't just manipulate, they inspire. They don't just sell products, they sell beliefs. They understand that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The why is the beating heart of any truly inspiring endeavor, the purpose that gives meaning to every action, every product, and every interaction. From understanding the biology of trust to the critical importance of clarity, discipline, and consistency, Sinek has armed us with a powerful framework to discover our own why, both personally and professionally. He's shown us that by starting with purpose, we can attract the right people, build unwavering loyalty, and create a lasting impact that transcends mere success. So, as you go forward from today, I encourage you to ask yourself, what is your why? What is the purpose, cause, or belief that truly drives you? How can you articulate it with clarity, live it with discipline, and demonstrate it with consistency? The journey to discovering and living your why may not always be easy, but it is undoubtedly the most fulfilling path to true leadership and genuine inspiration. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please give us a like, share this episode with friends or colleagues who might benefit, and subscribe to our channel for more enriching content. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best insights from the world's most impactful books. Until next time, keep seeking your why, keep inspiring, and keep making a difference. Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to another journey into the depths of timeless wisdom. Today, we're diving into a book that holds the keys to unlocking not just sales success, but success in every facet of your existence. Forget what you think you know about selling, because Napoleon Hill, the legendary author of Think and Grow Rich, is about to revolutionize your understanding. In How to Sell Your Way Through Life, Hill reveals that selling isn't just a profession, it's a fundamental skill,
a philosophy, and a way of life that can empower you to achieve your wildest dreams. Whether you're an aspiring entrepreneur, a seasoned professional, or simply someone looking to improve their influence and persuasion, this book is a treasure trove of insights. So sit back, relax, and prepare to absorb the wisdom that will transform your approach to life's biggest challenges and opportunities. And while you're at it, don't forget to hit that like button, share this invaluable content with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative literary journeys.
Chapter 1. The New Concept of Selling. In the opening chapter, Napoleon Hill immediately challenges conventional notions of selling. He argues that selling is not merely about exchanging goods or services for money. It's a fundamental human activity that permeates every aspect of our lives. From convincing a child to eat their vegetables to negotiating a business deal, we are all constantly engaged in the art of persuasion and influence. Hill introduces the idea that selling is essentially the process of causing others to see things your way, to accept your ideas, and to cooperate with you in achieving a common objective. He emphasizes that true selling is rooted in service and mutual benefit, not manipulation or coercion. This chapter lays the groundwork for understanding that success in life, regardless of your chosen profession, is inextricably linked to your ability to effectively sell yourself, your ideas, and your vision to others. Hill highlights the importance of a positive mental attitude, clear communication, and a genuine desire to help others as the cornerstones of this new concept of selling. He also introduces the idea that every individual has a personal selling power that can be developed and refined. This power is not just about charisma, it's about the synthesis of character, knowledge, experience, and the ability to articulate one's value. The chapter sets a progressive tone, urging readers to shed old biases against selling and embrace it as a vital skill for personal and professional growth. Hill posits that recognizing and cultivating this inherent selling ability is the first step toward mastering one's destiny. He differentiates between the old school of selling, often characterized by aggressive tactics and a focus on immediate transactions, and the new concept, which is built on long-term relationships, trust, and a deep understanding of human psychology. This new concept extends beyond the transactional and into the transformational, where the seller becomes a problem solver and a value creator.
Chapter 2. The Master Key to Success in Selling. This chapter delves into what Hill considers the single most crucial element for success in selling, and indeed in life, a definite chief aim. He asserts that without a clear, specific, and burning desire, individuals drift aimlessly, lacking the focus and persistence required to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. A definite chief aim acts as a powerful magnet, attracting the necessary resources, opportunities, and people to its fulfillment. Hill instructs readers on how to formulate their own definite chief aim, emphasizing the importance of writing it down, visualizing its attainment, and affirming it daily. This aim must be personal, exciting, and specific, providing a constant source of motivation. He connects this concept directly to selling by explaining that a salesperson with a clearly defined goal for their career, their income, or their impact will naturally exert more effort and find more innovative ways to succeed than someone who lacks such clarity. The master key is not just about having a goal, it's about the unwavering commitment to that goal, backed by unshakable faith and a plan of action. Hill also introduces the concept of the power of the mind and how focusing one's thoughts on a specific aim can literally shape one's reality. He explains that the subconscious mind works tirelessly to achieve whatever the conscious mind feeds it, making a definite chief aim a crucial directive for this powerful inner mechanism. The chapter also touches upon the importance of self-analysis in identifying one's strengths and weaknesses in relation to their chief aim. By understanding these aspects, individuals can strategically leverage their assets and work on improving areas that might hinder their progress. This self-awareness is critical for building the confidence and competence required to effectively sell oneself and one's ideas. Furthermore, Hill expands on the idea that a definite chief aim should be in harmony with the law of compensation, meaning that one's gains should be proportional to the service rendered. This reinforces the ethical foundation of selling that Hill advocates.
Chapter 3. The Art of Getting Along with People. Hill dedicates an entire chapter to the paramount importance of interpersonal skills in selling. He argues that the ability to get along with people, to inspire trust, and to build rapport is more valuable than any product knowledge or selling technique. This chapter explores various principles for effective human relations, including the importance of a pleasing personality, genuine interest in others, active listening, and the ability to praise sincerely. Hill emphasizes that people buy from those they like and trust. He details how to cultivate a personality that attracts others, stressing sincerity, empathy, and a positive demeanor. He advises against criticism and instead encourages understanding and appreciation. The chapter also delves into the psychology of persuasion, suggesting that understanding people's desires, fears, and motivations is key to presenting your ideas or products in a way that resonates with them. This isn't about manipulation, but about connecting with individuals on a human level. The ability to make others feel important, to acknowledge their perspectives, and to offer solutions that genuinely benefit them are central to Hill's philosophy of getting along. He provides practical advice on how to improve communication, including learning to speak less and listen more, asking intelligent questions, and remembering names. He also highlights the destructive power of gossip and negativity, advocating for a consistently constructive and optimistic approach to interactions. Hill suggests that by mastering the art of getting along, individuals not only enhance their selling capabilities, but also enrich their personal lives, fostering stronger relationships and a greater sense of well-being. The chapter serves as a comprehensive guide to social intelligence, presenting it as an indispensable asset for anyone aspiring to leadership or influence. He also introduces the concept of the mirror principle, where people tend to reciprocate the emotions and attitudes they receive from others. Therefore, projecting positivity, respect, and genuine interest will often elicit the same in return. Chapter 4. The Habit of Doing More Than You Are Paid For. This chapter introduces one of Hill's most iconic and impactful principles, the going the extra mile habit. He asserts that consistently doing more than is expected of you, without being asked and without immediate expectation of reward, is a powerful catalyst for personal and professional advancement. This habit not only distinguishes you from the competition, but also creates a positive ripple effect, leading to increased opportunities, recognition, and financial rewards in the long run. Hill explains that the universe, through the law of compensation, ultimately rewards those who provide exceptional value. By exceeding expectations, you not only impress clients and employers, but also develop a stronger work ethic, build a reputation for reliability, and foster a sense of personal pride and mastery. This principle applies not only to tangible tasks, but also to attitude, effort, and commitment. For a salesperson, it means understanding customer needs beyond the surface, providing exceptional service, and genuinely caring about their success. It's about seeing problems as opportunities to serve more deeply. Hill argues that this habit builds a reservoir of goodwill that eventually pays dividends far beyond the initial effort. It transforms work from a chore into a mission, fostering creativity and initiative. He emphasizes that this habit cultivates a mindset of abundance and contribution, shifting focus from what one can get to what one can give. This proactive approach to work and service inevitably attracts greater opportunities and success. The chapter also touches upon the idea of personal initiative, where individuals take responsibility for their own growth and seek out ways to add value without constant supervision. This self-driven approach is a hallmark of successful individuals across all fields, and Hill firmly places it at the core of the going the extra mile philosophy. He presents numerous anecdotes and examples of individuals who rose to prominence by consistently applying this principle, demonstrating its universal applicability and transformative power.
Chapter 5. Applied Faith and How to Use It in Selling. In this chapter, Hill explores the profound role of applied faith as a driving force in selling and in life. He clarifies that faith in this context is not necessarily religious, but rather an unwavering belief in oneself, in one's product or service, and in the possibility of achieving one's goals. This applied faith translates into confidence, persistence, and an infectious enthusiasm that can inspire others. Hill teaches that faith is cultivated through belief, visualization, and consistent action. When you have absolute faith in what you are offering, that conviction naturally communicates itself to potential customers, overcoming their doubts and building their trust. He emphasizes that fear, doubt, and indecision are the greatest enemies of faith, and he provides strategies for overcoming these mental obstacles. This chapter is about mastering your inner world to influence your outer reality. It's about developing an unshakable belief in your ability to succeed, even in the face of rejection or setbacks. Applied faith fuels perseverance, enabling you to continue striving when others would give up. Hill links this directly to the definite chief aim, explaining that faith provides the emotional power to pursue that aim relentlessly. He details how to build this kind of faith through self-suggestion and constant affirmation of one's goals and capabilities. He encourages readers to fill their minds with positive thoughts and to filter out any negativity that could undermine their belief. Furthermore, Hill discusses the power of autosuggestion as a means of embedding positive beliefs into the subconscious mind. By repeatedly affirming one's capabilities and desired outcomes, individuals can reprogram their internal dialogue and strengthen their resolve. He also addresses the importance of associating with individuals who possess similar positive mindsets, as faith can be contagious and mutually reinforcing.
Chapter 6. Initiative and Leadership. Hill underscores the critical importance of initiative and leadership, not just for managers or executives, but for every individual who wishes to sell their way through life. Initiative is defined as the ability to act without being told, to identify opportunities, and to take responsibility for making things happen. Leadership, in this context, is the ability to inspire and guide others towards a common goal. Hill argues that true leaders are also excellent salespeople, as they must effectively sell their vision, motivate their teams, and resolve conflicts. He outlines the essential qualities of a leader, including courage, self-control, a keen sense of justice, decisiveness, and a willingness to assume full responsibility. He also emphasizes the importance of a pleasing personality and the ability to inspire loyalty. This chapter challenges readers to move beyond merely following instructions and to proactively seek out ways to contribute and lead, regardless of their formal title. It highlights that leadership is not a position, but a mindset and a set of actions. For a salesperson, initiative means proactively seeking out new leads, developing innovative sales strategies, and taking ownership of customer satisfaction. Leadership means becoming a trusted advisor to clients and an inspiring team member to colleagues. Hill also distinguishes between leadership by consent and leadership by force, advocating strongly for the former, which is based on respect, competence, and persuasion rather than coercion. He details how to cultivate a leadership persona through consistent self-improvement and a commitment to serving others. The chapter is a call to action for personal empowerment, encouraging individuals to step into their innate capacity for leadership and to use it to drive their selling efforts and broader life goals. It also delves into the concept of mastermind groups as a way for individuals to combine their initiative and leadership qualities with others, amplifying their collective power and problem-solving abilities.
Chapter 7. Enthusiasm, the mark of the real seller. Enthusiasm, according to Hill, is the vital spark that ignites action and inspires confidence in others. This chapter explores enthusiasm not as a superficial emotion, but as a deep-seated passion and conviction that emanates from within. Hill asserts that true enthusiasm is contagious and is one of the most powerful tools in a salesperson's arsenal. He explains that enthusiasm is born from a genuine belief in oneself, in one's product or service, and in the value one offers. It reflects a positive mental attitude and an optimistic outlook. Hill teaches readers how to cultivate and project genuine enthusiasm, even when facing challenges or setbacks. He suggests that enthusiasm can be generated through vivid visualization of success, by focusing on the benefits of one's offerings, and by consciously choosing a positive emotional state. He warns against feigned enthusiasm, which is easily detected and can undermine trust. For a salesperson, enthusiasm translates into energy, dynamism, and an undeniable passion that excites potential customers and motivates them to take action. It transforms a mundane presentation into a compelling experience. Hill emphasizes that enthusiasm is a choice and a habit that can be developed through consistent practice. It's about radiating positive energy that attracts and persuades. He posits that enthusiasm is often the differentiator between an average performer and a truly exceptional one, as it directly impacts engagement and influence. The chapter also explores the physiological aspects of enthusiasm, suggesting that it invigorates the body and mind, enhancing creativity is paramount.
Chapter 8. Self-control, the foundation of all power. This chapter highlights the indispensable role of self-control in achieving sustained success in selling and in life. Hill argues that without the ability to master one's thoughts, emotions, and actions, all other efforts are likely to be undermined. Self-control is presented as the foundation upon which all other virtues and powers are built. It involves discipline, emotional intelligence, and the ability to remain calm and focused even under pressure. Hill emphasizes that a salesperson who lacks self-control may easily succumb to frustration, anger, or discouragement, which can alienate customers and sabotage deals. He teaches strategies for developing self-control, including the power of conscious thought, the ability to pause before reacting, and the practice of constructive self-analysis. This mastery over oneself allows for rational decision-making, effective problem-solving, and the maintenance of a positive and professional demeanor regardless of external circumstances. Self-control enables you to regulate your emotions, manage stress, and avoid impulsive actions that could lead to negative outcomes. It's about acting with purpose and intention, rather than being swayed by momentary impulses. Hill connects self-control directly to perseverance, explaining that the ability to regulate one's internal state is crucial for enduring setbacks and maintaining a long-term focus on one's goals. He stresses that true power comes not from controlling others, but from controlling oneself. The chapter provides practical advice on how to monitor one's thoughts and reactions, and how to consciously choose responses that align with one's objectives, rather than being driven by immediate emotional impulses. This self-mastery is not about suppression, but about channeling one's energies constructively.
Chapter 9. The Habit of Saving.
Hill introduces the often overlooked but crucial habit of saving, not just money, but also time, energy, and opportunity. He argues that the ability to manage and conserve resources is a hallmark of successful individuals. While primarily focusing on financial saving as a means to achieve independence and security, Hill extends the concept to encompass prudent management of all valuable assets. He explains that financial saving provides a buffer against unforeseen circumstances, reduces stress, and offers the freedom to pursue opportunities that might otherwise be out of reach. For a salesperson, financial stability can lead to greater confidence and less desperation, allowing them to focus on genuine service rather than just making a quick sale. Beyond money, Hill emphasizes the importance of saving time through effective planning and prioritization, and saving energy by avoiding unproductive activities and maintaining physical and mental well-being. He also highlights the importance of saving opportunities by recognizing and seizing them when they arise. This chapter is about building a foundation of resourcefulness and foresight, ensuring that you have the means to support your ambitions and weather any storms. The habit of saving cultivates discipline, delayed gratification, and a long-term perspective. Hill connects this to the principle of definite chief aim, suggesting that financial saving is often a necessary step towards achieving larger life goals. He also discusses the concept of investing one's savings wisely, whether in personal development, business ventures, or financial instruments, to further amplify one's resources. The chapter serves as a practical guide to personal financial management and strategic resource allocation, presenting it as an integral component of a successful life and selling career. He also elaborates on how saving one's mental and emotional energy by avoiding negative influences and engaging in restorative activities can significantly boost one's overall productivity and well-being.
Chapter 10: The Power of the Mastermind. One of Hill's most famous and transformative principles, the Mastermind Alliance, is thoroughly explored in this chapter. He defines a mastermind as the coordination of knowledge and effort between two or more people in a spirit of harmony, for the attainment of a definite purpose. Hill argues that when individuals unite their intelligences and efforts with a common goal, a third mind or synergistic force is created, which is infinitely more powerful than the sum of its individual parts. This alliance provides an invaluable source of inspiration, creative ideas, practical advice, and emotional support. For a salesperson, a mastermind group can consist of mentors, colleagues, or even clients with whom they regularly collaborate to solve problems, develop strategies, and overcome challenges. Hill emphasizes that the key to a successful mastermind is the spirit of harmony and mutual respect among its members. He advises readers on how to form and utilize a mastermind alliance effectively, stressing the importance of shared goals, open communication, and a willingness to contribute and receive. This chapter reveals that no great success is achieved in isolation. Collaboration and collective intelligence are essential. The mastermind concept is presented as a powerful accelerator for personal and professional growth, enabling individuals to tap into a collective wisdom and energy that would be impossible to access alone. It is about leveraging the strengths and perspectives of others to amplify one's own capabilities and achieve breakthroughs. Hill explains that the mastermind principle is rooted in the concept of brainstorming and collaborative problem-solving, but elevated to a higher level through sustained mutual support and shared vision. He provides examples of historical figures who utilized mastermind alliances to achieve monumental success, further illustrating its practical power.
Chapter 11: The Law of Attraction in Selling. This chapter delves into the law of attraction, explaining how our dominant thoughts and emotions tend to attract corresponding circumstances and experiences into our lives. Hill applies this universal law specifically to the realm of selling, demonstrating how a positive mental attitude, unwavering faith, and clear visualization of success can draw opportunities, clients, and favorable outcomes. He argues that thoughts are powerful forms of energy, and by consistently focusing on what you want to achieve, you create a vibrational match that attracts those desires into your reality. Conversely, fear, doubt, and negative thinking can attract undesirable outcomes. For a salesperson, this means cultivating a mindset of abundance, expecting success, and visualizing successful sales calls and satisfied customers. Hill emphasizes that the law of attraction is not passive. It requires active engagement, clear intention, and consistent effort. It works in conjunction with all the other principles, acting as a magnetic force that amplifies your actions and beliefs. This chapter encourages readers to become conscious creators of their reality by carefully managing their thoughts and emotions, ensuring they are aligned with their definite chief aim. It's about developing an internal magnetism that naturally draws success towards you. Hill details how to apply visualization techniques and affirmations to program the subconscious mind for success, thereby activating the law of attraction more powerfully. He also cautions against the law of reverse effort, where excessive striving and desperation can actually repel desired outcomes, emphasizing the importance of a balanced approach, combining faith and action. The chapter empowers readers to take control of their inner landscape as a means of shaping their external world, making them active participants in their own success story.
Chapter 12. Applied Psychology in Selling. Hill dedicates this chapter to the practical application of psychology in the selling process. He asserts that effective selling is fundamentally about understanding human nature, what motivates people, what their underlying needs and desires are, and how they make decisions. This is not about manipulation, but about empathy and strategically presenting your offerings in a way that resonates with the prospect's psychology. Hill delves into various psychological principles, such as the power of suggestion, the importance of creating desire, overcoming resistance, and the art of closing. He emphasizes that successful salespeople are astute observers of human behavior, capable of reading nonverbal cues and adapting their approach to individual personalities. He discusses the difference between selling features and selling benefits, explaining that people buy solutions to their problems and fulfillment of their desires, not just product specifications. This chapter provides insights into how to build rapport, ask effective questions that uncover needs, and craft persuasive messages. Hill also touches on the psychology of decision-making, including the role of emotions, logic, and social proof. He guides readers on how to identify psychological buying triggers and how to address common objections effectively. By mastering applied psychology, salespeople can move beyond transactional interactions and build meaningful, long-lasting relationships based on trust and mutual understanding. This involves becoming a mind reader in a benevolent sense, anticipating needs and offering value proactively. Hill further explores the concept of priming, where subtle cues and framing can influence a prospect's perception and receptivity. He also discusses the importance of storytelling as a psychological tool to engage emotions and make a compelling case. The chapter reinforces the idea that understanding the human mind is the ultimate competitive advantage in any persuasive endeavor.
Chapter 13. Accurate Thinking, the Basis of All Sound Judgment. This chapter introduces the vital skill of accurate thinking as a prerequisite for sound judgment and effective decision-making in selling and in life. Hill argues that many failures stem from fuzzy, inaccurate, or emotionally biased thinking. Accurate thinking involves the ability to separate facts from opinions, to analyze information objectively, and to draw logical conclusions. He emphasizes the importance of gathering all relevant information before making a decision, critically evaluating sources, and avoiding hasty judgments. For a salesperson, accurate thinking means thoroughly understanding the product, the market, the competition, and the customer's specific needs. It means being able to accurately assess a sales situation, anticipate potential objections, and formulate effective strategies based on solid data rather than assumptions or wishful thinking. Hill explains that accurate thinking is a learned skill that can be developed through consistent practice of critical analysis, problem solving, and a commitment to truth. It involves the discipline to question one's own biases and to seek out diverse perspectives. This chapter is about cultivating intellectual rigor and intellectual honesty, ensuring that your decisions are based on a realistic appraisal of facts. It also involves the ability to differentiate between constructive criticism and destructive negativity, allowing you to learn and grow from feedback. Hill links accurate thinking to the ability to identify and overcome personal weaknesses, as well as to leverage one's strengths effectively. He suggests that by consistently applying accurate thinking, individuals can make more informed choices, minimize risks, and increase their chances of success in all endeavors. He further elaborates on the process of inductive and deductive reasoning, providing practical examples of how these logical frameworks can be applied to selling scenarios.
Chapter 14: Personal Initiative and Organized Effort. Building on previous chapters, Hill emphasizes the synergistic power of personal initiative combined with organized effort. Personal initiative, as discussed earlier, is the self-starting impulse to act without being prompted. Organized effort is the systematic planning and execution of actions to achieve a specific goal. Hill argues that initiative without organization can be chaotic and unproductive, while organization without initiative is stagnant. The two must work hand in hand for optimal results. This chapter guides readers on how to transform their initiative into concrete, actionable plans. It involves setting clear objectives, breaking down large tasks into manageable steps, establishing timelines, and allocating resources effectively. Hill stresses the importance of continuous planning and adaptation, recognizing that circumstances can change and plans may need adjustments. For a salesperson, this means taking the initiative to develop a sales plan, organize their leads, schedule their appointments efficiently, and systematically follow up with prospects. It's about working smarter, not just harder, by leveraging foresight and methodical execution. Organized effort also extends to personal habits, such as time management, goal setting, and self-discipline. Hill highlights that consistent organized effort, fueled by personal initiative, creates momentum and leads to compounding success over time. This chapter empowers individuals to become effective self-managers and strategic thinkers, transforming their potential into tangible achievements. He further explores various organizational tools and techniques, from simple to-do lists to more complex project management strategies, all aimed at maximizing productivity and efficiency. Hill also discusses the importance of delegation as part of organized effort, understanding when to enlist the help of others to amplify one's own initiative.
Chapter 15: The Importance of a Pleasing Personality. Hill dedicates this entire chapter to the immense power of a pleasing personality in selling and in all human interactions. He asserts that while skills and knowledge are important,
It is often a person's personality that ultimately determines their level of success and influence. A pleasing personality is defined as a combination of traits that attract others, inspire trust, and foster rapport. These traits include genuine enthusiasm, a positive mental attitude, sincerity, empathy, good manners, a sense of humor, and the ability to make others feel important. Hill emphasizes that a pleasing personality is not something one is born with. It is a cultivated asset that can be developed through conscious effort and practice. He provides practical advice on how to enhance one's personality, from improving one's appearance and vocal tone to developing active listening skills and expressing genuine appreciation. For a salesperson, a pleasing personality is an invaluable asset, as people are more likely to buy from someone they like and trust. It builds bridges, overcomes resistance, and creates a positive selling environment. Hill warns against negative traits such as cynicism, arrogance, and a complaining attitude, which can repel others and undermine selling efforts. This chapter is about understanding the psychology of attraction and deliberately cultivating traits that foster positive relationships. It's about becoming the kind of person others genuinely enjoy being around and doing business with. Hill stresses that a pleasing personality is not about being fake or putting on an act, but about genuinely developing and expressing the best version of oneself. He also discusses the concept of charisma, not as an inherent gift, but as a composite of cultivated traits that can be learned and refined. The chapter serves as a comprehensive guide to personal branding and interpersonal charm.
Chapter 16. Failure is a blessing in disguise. In a truly inspiring chapter, Hill reframes the concept of failure, arguing that it is not an end but merely a temporary setback, a valuable teacher, and often a blessing in disguise. He challenges the common fear of failure, encouraging readers to view it as an essential part of the learning process and a necessary stepping stone to ultimate success. Hill asserts that every significant achievement in history has been preceded by numerous failures, and that these experiences provide invaluable lessons that cannot be learned any other way. He teaches readers how to analyze failures objectively, extract the lessons they offer, and use that knowledge to refine their strategies and improve their approach. For a salesperson, rejection or a lost sale is not a personal indictment, but an opportunity to understand what went wrong, adapt their pitch, and come back stronger. Hill emphasizes the importance of resilience, persistence, and a positive attitude in the face of setbacks. He explains that individuals who learn from their failures and continue to strive are ultimately the ones who achieve greatness. This chapter is about developing mental toughness and an unwavering belief in one's ability to overcome obstacles. It teaches the importance of not allowing temporary defeats to define one's ultimate destiny. Hill encourages a mindset where setbacks are viewed as feedback, providing critical information for improvement rather than reasons for discouragement. He emphasizes that great wisdom is often forged in the fires of adversity, and that embracing these challenges is key to personal growth and achieving mastery. The chapter serves as a powerful antidote to the fear of failure, empowering readers to take calculated risks and to persist with optimism.
Chapter 17. Cooperation, the Master Key to Achievement. Hill returns to a fundamental principle for collective and individual success, cooperation. He defines cooperation as the harmonious blending of effort and thought among individuals for the attainment of a definite common purpose. This chapter reiterates and expands upon the mastermind principle, emphasizing that no great success is ever achieved in isolation. Hill explains that cooperation is essential not only within teams and organizations, but also in dealings with customers, suppliers, and even competitors in certain contexts, such as industry associations. He highlights that genuine cooperation is built on trust, mutual respect, and a shared vision. For a salesperson, cooperation means working effectively with colleagues, supporting marketing efforts, and collaborating with customers to find the best solutions. It's about seeing oneself as part of a larger ecosystem where mutual support leads to collective prosperity. Hill warns against the destructive nature of jealousy, rivalry, and internal conflict, which can sabotage even the best efforts. He teaches how to foster a spirit of cooperation by focusing on common goals, acknowledging contributions, and practicing open communication. This chapter reinforces the idea that true success is a collective endeavor, and that by becoming a skilled cooperator, individuals can amplify their own impact and achieve far greater results than they could alone. It's about leveraging the power of synergy and collective intelligence. Hill distinguishes between voluntary cooperation, which is the most powerful form, and coerced cooperation, which is generally less effective and unsustainable. He details how to build a reputation as a valuable and cooperative team player, thereby attracting more opportunities for collaboration and growth. The chapter underscores the ethical dimension of success, where collective well-being is intertwined with individual achievement.
Chapter 18. Imagination, the workshop of the mind. In this pivotal chapter, Hill extols the power of imagination, referring to it as the workshop of the mind, where all plans are created and all ideas are formed. He emphasizes that imagination is the faculty through which we can visualize our desires, conceive new ideas, and devise innovative solutions to problems. Hill distinguishes between synthetic imagination, rearranging old concepts into new combinations, and creative imagination, originating entirely new ideas. He encourages readers to cultivate and actively use their imagination, not just for daydreaming, but as a practical tool for achieving their goals. For a salesperson, imagination means visualizing successful sales presentations, conceiving new ways to approach difficult prospects, and creatively solving customer problems. It's about seeing possibilities where others see limitations. Hill provides methods for stimulating imagination, such as brainstorming, asking what-if questions, and consciously feeding the mind with inspiring material. He asserts that all inventions, artistic creations, and successful business ventures began as an idea in someone's imagination. This chapter is about unlocking your innate creative potential and harnessing it to devise effective strategies for selling and for life. It's about daring to dream big and then using your imagination to map out the path to make those dreams a reality. Hill emphasizes that without imagination, there can be no innovation, no progress, and no true leadership. He provides a framework for translating imaginative thoughts into tangible plans, bridging the gap between abstract ideas and concrete action. The chapter serves as a powerful call to embrace and develop one's creative faculties as a primary driver of success.
Chapter 19. Perseverance, the sustained effort to induce faith. Hill dedicates this chapter to perseverance, defining it as the sustained effort necessary to induce faith in the pursuit of a definite chief aim. He argues that while initial enthusiasm is important, it is perseverance, the ability to persist in the face of obstacles, setbacks, and discouragement that ultimately determines success. Hill explains that perseverance is not merely stubbornness. It is a conscious, disciplined choice to continue moving forward, backed by a clear purpose and an unwavering belief in one's eventual triumph. He outlines the essential elements of perseverance, including definiteness of purpose, self-reliance, definiteness of plans, accurate knowledge, cooperation, willpower, and the habit of going the extra mile. For a salesperson, perseverance means making that extra call,
refining the pitch after a rejection, and not giving up on a difficult prospect. It's about seeing every no as one step closer to a yes. Hill emphasizes that perseverance is often the quality that separates those who achieve greatness from those who merely start with good intentions. He teaches readers how to strengthen their willpower and develop an unshakable resolve to overcome any challenge. This chapter is about cultivating mental toughness and an indomitable spirit. It reveals that setbacks are not reasons to quit, but rather tests of one's commitment and opportunities to grow stronger. Hill provides practical strategies for developing perseverance, such as consistently reminding oneself of one's chief aim and surrounding oneself with supportive individuals who embody this trait. He also discusses the concept of mental resilience, the ability to bounce back from adversity with renewed determination. The chapter serves as a powerful motivator for anyone striving to achieve ambitious goals.
Chapter 20. The Power of Habit. In this conclusive chapter, Hill synthesizes many of the preceding principles by focusing on the power of habit. He explains that both success and failure are largely the result of cultivated habits, consistent patterns of thought and action. Hill asserts that good habits can be deliberately formed and negative habits can be broken through conscious effort and persistent application of willpower. He summarizes the key habits discussed throughout the book, such as a positive mental attitude, going the extra mile, self-control, accurate thinking, and perseverance, framing them as essential building blocks for a successful life and selling career. He encourages readers to consciously identify the habits that serve their definite chief aim and to cultivate them daily, while simultaneously identifying and eliminating habits that hinder their progress. Hill explains that habits operate largely on a subconscious level, making it crucial to program the subconscious mind with positive and productive routines. For a salesperson, this means developing habits of prospecting, follow-up, continuous learning, and maintaining a positive attitude. This chapter is about taking control of your daily routines and transforming them into powerful engines of progress. It's about understanding that consistent, small actions, when practiced habitually, lead to significant results over time. Hill provides practical advice on how to form new habits, emphasizing the importance of repetition, emotional intensity, and linking new habits to existing ones. He also discusses the concept of keystone habits, small changes that can lead to a cascade of positive transformations in other areas of life. The chapter serves as a powerful call to action, empowering readers to intentionally design their lives for success by mastering the power of habit.
Conclusion. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive journey through Napoleon Hill's How to Sell Your Way Through Life. This isn't just a book about sales, it's a blueprint for living a life of purpose, influence, and achievement. Hill's timeless principles, from cultivating a definite chief aim to harnessing the power of the mastermind and embracing failure as a stepping stone, provide an actionable framework for anyone seeking to master the art of persuasion and success in every endeavor. Remember, selling is a fundamental skill that underpins all human interaction, and by understanding and applying these laws, you can unlock your full potential. So take these insights, apply them diligently, and watch as you begin to sell your way to the life you've always dreamed of. If you found this summary inspiring and valuable, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this video with friends and colleagues who could benefit, and subscribing to Vibe Audiobook for more profound literary insights that empower your journey to success. Your engagement helps us bring more transformative content your way. Thank you for listening, and until next time, keep vibing with wisdom.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we delve into the depths of human psychology and uncover the hidden forces that shape our world. Today, we're embarking on a fascinating and perhaps unsettling journey into the shadows of the human mind as we explore Michael Pace's Dark Psychology 101, learn the secrets of covert emotional manipulation, dark persuasion,
undetected mind control, mind games, deception, hypnotism, brainwashing, and other tricks of the trade. Before we begin, remember to hit that like button, share this podcast with anyone who seeks to understand the unseen influences around them, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more deep dives into compelling subjects. Now, let's unlock the secrets within.
Introduction: The Unseen Architect of Influence. In a world brimming with interactions, negotiations, and relationships, we often operate under the assumption of free will and rational decision-making. Yet beneath the veneer of conscious thought lies a complex interplay of emotions, biases, and subconscious programming that can be subtly, and sometimes not so subtly, influenced by others. Dark Psychology 101 by Michael Pace serves as a stark reminder that while the principles of influence can be used for good, they also possess a darker counterpart: methods designed to manipulate, control, and deceive for personal gain, often at the expense of others. This book is not an endorsement of such practices, but rather a vital illumination, equipping us with the knowledge to recognize, understand, and ultimately defend against these covert tactics. The term dark psychology itself might evoke images of shadowy figures and sinister plots. In essence, it refers to the study and application of psychological principles and tactics to manipulate, exploit, and control others. It's a field that delves into the darker aspects of human nature, exploring how individuals can be coerced into actions they might otherwise resist, often without their conscious awareness. From subtle conversational cues to elaborate schemes, the methods explored in this book are varied and pervasive, touching every aspect of human interaction, from personal relationships to professional settings and even the broader socio-political landscape. Pace's work is crucial because ignorance is not bliss when it comes to manipulation. To deny the existence of dark psychology is to leave oneself vulnerable. By understanding the mechanisms behind covert emotional manipulation, dark persuasion, undetected mind control, and other tricks of the trade, we empower ourselves. This knowledge transforms us from potential targets into astute observers, capable of discerning genuine influence from exploitative tactics. It arms us with the ability to protect our emotional well-being, maintain our autonomy, and foster healthier, more authentic relationships. This comprehensive summary will dissect Dark Psychology 101 chapter by chapter, unveiling the intricate web of techniques that constitute this often hidden domain. We will explore the psychological underpinnings of these methods, examine their practical applications, and discuss the critical importance of self-awareness and ethical considerations in navigating this complex landscape. Our goal is to demystify dark psychology, bringing its mechanisms into the light so that we can better understand the human experience and safeguard our own minds against undue influence.
Chapter 1: The Foundations of Dark Psychology: Understanding the Human Mind's Vulnerabilities. To understand dark psychology, one must first grasp the inherent vulnerabilities within the human mind. Pace begins by laying this foundational knowledge, illustrating how our cognitive biases, emotional triggers, and fundamental psychological needs can be exploited. This chapter is critical because it establishes the why behind dark psychology's effectiveness. Humans are not purely rational beings. Our decisions and perceptions are heavily influenced by a myriad of cognitive biases. These mental shortcuts, while often efficient, can lead to systematic errors in judgment, making us susceptible to manipulation. Pace likely discusses biases such as confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms one's preconceptions. A manipulator can feed a target information that aligns with their existing beliefs, subtly steering them towards a desired conclusion. Anchoring bias, the tendency to rely too heavily on the first piece of information offered, the anchor, when making decisions. A skilled persuader can set a high or low anchor to influence subsequent negotiations or perceptions of value. Framing effect, the principle that our choices are influenced by how information is presented or framed. Presenting an option in terms of gains versus losses can significantly alter a person's decision. Authority bias, the tendency to attribute greater accuracy to the opinion of an authority figure unrelated to its content, and be more influenced by that opinion. Manipulators often feign expertise or social status to leverage this bias. Scarcity principle, the psychological effect that places a higher value on an object or opportunity that is perceived to be rare or limited. This is widely used in sales and persuasion to create a sense of urgency. Beyond biases, our emotional landscape provides fertile ground for manipulation. Emotions like fear, desire, insecurity, guilt, and pride can be powerful motivators. A manipulator understands these emotional levers and knows how to pull them. Fear, instilling fear of loss, social rejection, or negative consequences, can drive individuals to comply with demands they might otherwise resist. Desire, tapping into desires for love, acceptance, wealth, power, or status, can make individuals more open to suggestions that promise to fulfill these needs. Insecurity.
Chapter 2. Covert Emotional Manipulation, the Art of Pulling Heartstrings and Brain Strings. Building upon the vulnerabilities discussed in Chapter 1, this chapter plunges into the specific techniques of covert emotional manipulation. Pace explores how manipulators subtly play on emotions to achieve their goals, often leaving the target confused, drained, and unaware of the puppet strings being pulled. Key techniques likely covered include gaslighting. This is a particularly insidious form of manipulation, where the manipulator makes the target question their own memory, perception, or sanity. By consistently denying events, distorting facts, or telling the target they're too sensitive or crazy, the manipulator erodes the target's self-trust and makes them more reliant on the manipulator's version of reality. For example, the manipulator might say, "I never said that. You're imagining things," even when presented with clear evidence. The goal is to destabilize the target's mental state. Guilt tripping, as touched upon earlier, involves making the target feel responsible for the manipulator's negative emotions or circumstances. Phrases like, "After everything I've done for you," or "You always make me feel this way," are classic examples. The manipulator leverages the target's sense of empathy or obligation to coerce them into desired actions. Playing the victim, often seen in the initial stages of abusive relationships or cult recruitment, involves overwhelming a target with excessive affection, attention, and flattery. The manipulator creates an intense emotional bond quickly, making the target feel special and loved, thereby lowering their defenses and making them more susceptible to later manipulation. This creates an emotional debt that can be exploited. The silent treatment and withholding involves withdrawing communication, affection, or attention as a form of punishment or control. The manipulator creates anxiety and insecurity in the target, who then often tries to appease the manipulator to restore the connection, thereby reinforcing the manipulator's power. Emotional blackmail occurs when a manipulator threatens to punish the target, for example, withdraw love, expose secrets, or harm themselves if their demands are not met. This creates a high-stakes emotional dilemma for the target, forcing compliance out of fear. Feigned vulnerability. Manipulators might strategically reveal a weakness or past trauma to evoke empathy and trust. This can make the target feel closer to the manipulator and more inclined to help or forgive them, even when the manipulator's intentions are less than pure. Pace would likely emphasize that these tactics are often used subtly and in combination, making them hard to detect. The key to covert emotional manipulation lies in its indirectness. The target often feels a strong emotional pull to act a certain way, but struggles to pinpoint why, attributing their feelings to their own faults or the natural course of events. This chapter empowers readers to recognize these hidden patterns, understand the emotional hooks, and begin to disentangle themselves from manipulative dynamics. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward reclaiming emotional autonomy.
Chapter 3: Dark Persuasion, the Art of Undetected Influence. While manipulation overtly plays on emotions, dark persuasion operates more subtly, often bypassing the target's conscious awareness to influence their thoughts and decisions. This chapter delves into the sophisticated linguistic and psychological techniques used to sway opinions and actions without the target realizing they are being persuaded. Key elements of dark persuasion likely discussed include neuro-linguistic programming techniques, also known as NLP. While NLP has legitimate applications in therapy and communication, its principles can be twisted for manipulative purposes. PACE might cover pacing and leading, matching a person's posture, breathing, voice tone, or language patterns, that's pacing, then subtly shifting your own behavior to influence theirs. The idea is to create unconscious mirroring and connection, making the target more receptive. Anchoring, creating strong associations between a specific stimulus, for example, a touch, a word, a gesture, and an emotional state. A manipulator might, for instance, touch your arm gently while praising you, then later use that same touch to elicit a positive response when asking for a favor. Embedded commands, hiding commands within seemingly innocent sentences, often using specific voice inflections or pauses to highlight them. For example, you might want to consider this option. The command might want to consider is subtly delivered. Pattern interrupts, disrupting a person's thought patterns or routine to make them more receptive to new ideas or suggestions. This can be as simple as an unexpected question or a sudden change in topic. Hypnotic language patterns. These involve using language in ways that bypass the conscious critical mind and appeal directly to the subconscious. Presuppositions. Statements that assume something to be true without explicitly stating it, thereby embedding a belief. For instance, when you decide to help me, what will be your first step? Presupposes that the person will decide to help. Truisms and pacing current experience, starting with statements that are undeniably true or describe the target's current experience. You're sitting there now listening to my voice, to build rapport and lead them into accepting subsequent, less verifiable statements. Open-ended questions for direction, asking questions that subtly guide the target's thought process toward a desired outcome, rather than giving direct commands. Vague language and abstraction, using ambiguous terms that allow the target to fill in the blanks with their own meanings, making them feel like the idea was their own. This makes the idea more palatable and less likely to be resisted. For example, instead of saying, "You should buy..."
Chapter 4: Undetected Mind Control, the Erosion of Autonomy. This chapter escalates the discussion from subtle persuasion to the more profound and often long-term process of undetected mind control.
Pace differentiates between persuasion and mind control by focusing on the systematic erosion of an individual's autonomy, critical thinking, and independent identity, leading to profound dependence on the manipulator. Mind control, in this context, does not necessarily imply exotic technologies or brainwashing chambers, but rather a set of psychological tactics applied consistently over time to induce a significant shift in a person's beliefs, values, and behaviors. Key aspects likely covered include isolation, one of the most effective tools for mind control. By isolating a target from their existing support network, friends, family, colleagues, the manipulator becomes the primary, if not sole, source of information, emotional support, and social validation. This creates a vacuum that the manipulator can then fill with their own agenda. Isolation also prevents dissenting opinions from reaching the target. Sleep deprivation and physical exhaustion. These physical stressors significantly impair cognitive function, making individuals more suggestible, less able to think critically, and more susceptible to new ideas. This is often used in cults or interrogation settings. Information control and indoctrination. Controlling the information stream, restricting access to external news, books, or diverse perspectives, while simultaneously flooding the target with specific, repetitive messages that reinforce the manipulator's ideology. Repetitive messaging, repeating key phrases, slogans, or ideas until they become deeply ingrained in the target's subconscious. Creating a us versus them mentality, fostering a clear distinction between the group, led by the manipulator, and the outsiders, who are often demonized or portrayed.
Chapter 5. Mind Games and Deception, the Psychology of Trickery. This chapter moves from the more systemic forms of control to the intricate world of individual mind games and deliberate deception. Pace explores the psychological tactics used in one-on-one or small group interactions to confuse, mislead, and outmaneuver others, often for short-term gain or to assert dominance. Key techniques and concepts likely covered include bluffing and feigned ignorance or naivete. Bluffing, pretending to have a stronger hand, more knowledge, or greater leverage than one actually possesses to intimidate or mislead an opponent. This is common in negotiations and competitive scenarios. Feigned ignorance or naivete, pretending to be less knowledgeable, skilled, or aware than one actually is. This can disarm others, make them reveal more information, or underestimate the manipulator. The art of misdirection, drawing attention away from the crucial details while focusing it on irrelevant or misleading information. This is a core technique in magic, but also in political discourse, sales, and personal arguments to evade accountability or shift blame. Changing the goalposts or moving the target. After an agreement or expectation has been set, the manipulator subtly or overtly changes the criteria for success or the terms of the agreement, making it impossible for the target to meet expectations or fulfill their end. This keeps the target in a perpetual state of trying to please or catch up. Word games and semantic manipulation. Ambiguity and euphemisms, using vague or softened language to obscure the true meaning or harsh reality of a situation. For instance, downsizing instead of firing. Loaded language, using words with strong emotional connotations, positive or negative, to sway opinions without presenting logical arguments. Spinning, presenting information in a biased way to favor one's own position, even if it distorts the truth. The double bind, a situation in which a person receives two or more conflicting messages, where one message negates the other, creating a no-win situation. For example, a parent telling a child, "Be spontaneous." The child cannot obey without disobeying the command to be spontaneous. This creates confusion and anxiety, often leading the target to seek guidance from the manipulator. Projection, attributing one's own undesirable traits, feelings, or intentions to another person. A manipulator who is deceitful might accuse their target of being untrustworthy. This deflects blame and can confuse the target into self-doubt. Sowing discord and divide and conquer. Manipulators often thrive by creating conflict or mistrust between others, by spreading rumors, exaggerating differences, or playing.
Chapter 6. Hypnotism and Brainwashing. Deeper dives into altered states. This chapter ventures into the more intense and often misunderstood territories of hypnotism and brainwashing, clarifying what they are, how they work, and how they can be applied for manipulative purposes. Pace likely distinguishes between legitimate therapeutic hypnotism and its darker applications. Hypnotism. Understanding hypnosis. Pace would likely explain that hypnosis is not mind control in the Hollywood sense, where a person loses all will and performs actions against their will. Instead, it's a state of highly focused attention and reduced peripheral awareness, often accompanied by increased suggestibility. The critical, conscious mind takes a back seat, allowing suggestions to be more readily accepted by the subconscious. Induction techniques. Common methods to induce a hypnotic state include progressive relaxation, guiding a person through a process of relaxing each part of their body. Fixation, focusing attention on a single point, e.g. a pendulum or a spot on the wall. Confusion techniques, overloading the conscious mind with contradictory or illogical statements to bypass its critical faculties. Repetitive suggestions, using monotonous speech or repeated phrases to lull the conscious mind. Suggestibility and compliance. In a hypnotic state, an individual's suggestibility is heightened. This means they are more open to accepting ideas or instructions that align with their existing beliefs and moral framework. However, a person typically will not do anything under hypnosis that fundamentally violates their core values or puts them in danger. Dark applications of hypnotism. Informal and covert. Covert hypnotic language. As discussed in Dark Persuasion, manipulators use embedded commands, presuppositions, and vague language to induce a subtle, trance-like state during normal conversation, making people more receptive to their suggestions without a formal induction. Anchoring negative states. Creating an anchor for insecurity or fear, and then triggering it to make a person more compliant. Reframing reality, using hypnotic language to subtly alter a person's perception of events or individuals. Eliciting information, making a person feel safe and open, thereby encouraging them to reveal personal information that can later be used against them. Brainwashing. Defining brainwashing. Pace would likely define brainwashing as a more intensive, systematic, and coercive process aimed at fundamentally altering a person's beliefs, values, and identity. It often involves a controlled environment and prolonged exposure to manipulative tactics. It's a form of mind control taken to its extreme. The milieu control environment. A key aspect of brainwashing is the creation of a milieu control environment, often found in cults, prisoner of war camps, or totalitarian regimes. This environment involves complete information control. Only approved information is allowed, and dissenting views are suppressed. Social isolation, severing ties with past relationships.
Chapter 7. Traits of the Dark Triad and How They Manipulate. This chapter is crucial for understanding the types of individuals most likely to engage in dark psychology tactics. Pace introduces the dark triad of personality traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, and explains how these traits manifest in manipulative behaviors.
Narcissism. Core trait. Characterized by a grandiose sense of self-importance, a pervasive need for admiration, and a profound lack of empathy. How they manipulate. Exploitation. They view others as extensions of themselves or as tools to fulfill their needs. They exploit relationships for personal gain, status, or attention. Entitlement. They genuinely believe they are special and deserve preferential treatment, which justifies their manipulative actions in their own minds. Lack of empathy. Unable to truly understand or share the feelings of others, they don't feel remorse for causing pain or distress through manipulation. Gaslighting and blame shifting. To protect their fragile ego and maintain their grandiose self-image, they frequently deny reality, project their faults onto others, and refuse to take responsibility. Charm and charisma, often superficial. They can be highly charming and engaging initially, using this to draw people in and gain trust, which they then exploit. Constant need for admiration. Their manipulative tactics often revolve around securing constant praise, attention, and validation from others, love bombing, playing the victim for sympathy. Machiavellianism. Core trait. Characterized by a cunning, strategic, and often cynical approach to social interactions. Machiavellians are pragmatic and focus on their own self-interest, using manipulation as a tool to achieve their goals. Strategic deception. They are masters of lying, cheating, and withholding information when it serves their purpose. They see deceit as a legitimate and effective strategy. Emotional detachment. They keep their emotions in check and are largely unaffected by the emotions of others, allowing them to make calculated decisions without being swayed by empathy or guilt. Calculated manipulation. Their manipulation is often cold, deliberate, and well-planned. They identify weaknesses in others and exploit them systematically. Lack of morality or ethics, situational. While not necessarily immoral, their morality is flexible and subservient to their goals. If a tactic achieves their objective, they will use it regardless of ethical implications. Control and power. Their primary motivation is often to gain and maintain control over situations and individuals. Exploiting trust. They can build trust deceptively, only to betray it when it benefits them. Psychopathy. Antisocial personality disorder. Core trait. Characterized by a severe lack of empathy, impulsivity, superficial charm, pathological lying, and a profound disregard for social norms and the rights of others, often associated with criminal behavior, but can exist in non-criminal forms, for example, corporate psychopaths. How they manipulate. Profound lack of empathy. This is the defining trait. They literally cannot understand or feel the emotions of others, making them utterly ruthless in their manipulation. They see others as objects. Pathological lying. They lie easily, frequently, and convincingly, often for no apparent reason other than to exert control or avoid accountability. Superficial charm. They are often highly charismatic, articulate, and engaging, which they use to ensnare victims. Their charm is a mask for their true nature. Impulsivity and irresponsibility. While some manipulation is calculated, they can also act on impulse, using manipulative tactics in the moment to get what they want without considering long-term consequences. Violation of social norms. They have a complete disregard for rules, laws, and the rights of others, making their manipulative actions particularly egregious and destructive. Callousness and remorselessness. They feel no guilt, shame, or regret for their manipulative actions, no matter how much harm they cause. Grandiosity. Similar to narcissism, but often more extreme. Inflated sense of self-worth and power. Pace would likely emphasize that these traits exist on a spectrum, and individuals can exhibit elements of one or more of them without meeting the full diagnostic criteria. However, understanding these core personality types helps in identifying patterns of behavior and recognizing when one is dealing with someone who consistently employs dark psychology tactics. The recognizing the dark triad traits is not about labeling people, but about understanding consistent behavioral patterns that indicate a high risk of manipulation.
Chapter 8. Defense Against Dark Psychology, Building Your Shield. Having illuminated the dark arts of manipulation, Pace dedicates this crucial chapter to empowerment, how to recognize these tactics, and more importantly, how to defend against them. This is the practical application of all the preceding knowledge, turning awareness into resilience. Self-awareness, the first line of defense. Know your vulnerabilities. Understand your own emotional triggers, cognitive biases, insecurities, and unmet needs, as discussed in Chapter 1. When you know what makes you susceptible, you can guard against those specific hooks. Emotional intelligence. Develop the ability to identify and manage your own emotions and to recognize the emotions of others. This helps you discern genuine emotion from manipulative displays. Boundaries. Learn to set clear personal boundaries, what you will and will not tolerate, what you are and are not responsible for. This is fundamental to protecting your mental and emotional space. Trust your gut. Often our subconscious picks up on incongruencies or subtle manipulative cues before our conscious mind does. Learn to pay attention to feelings of unease, confusion, or being off about a situation or person. Self-esteem. Cultivate a strong sense of self-worth. Manipulators prey on insecurity. When you value yourself, you are less likely to seek external validation that can be exploited. Recognizing red flags and warning signs. Consistent inconsistency. Gaslighting. If someone constantly denies things you remember, makes you question your sanity, or shifts blame, it's a major red flag. Love bombing followed by devaluation. Intense, overwhelming affection followed by sudden criticism, withdrawal, or demeaning behavior. Isolation attempts. Efforts to separate you from friends, family, or your support network. Pressure and urgency. Insistence on immediate decisions or actions, preventing you from thoughtful consideration. Playing the victim or guilt-tripping. Constant attempts to make you feel responsible for their problems or emotions. Superficial charm with no substance. Someone who is overly charming but lacks genuine empathy or consistent positive actions. Double binds and contradictory messages. Feeling perpetually confused or in a no-win situation due to conflicting demands. Violation of boundaries. Persistent disregard for your expressed limits. Practical defense strategies. Assertiveness and direct communication. Clearly state your needs, opinions, and boundaries. Manipulators thrive on ambiguity and passive targets. Saying no. Learn to decline requests or demands that are unreasonable, uncomfortable, or against your best interest without guilt. Gather information and fact-check. Don't automatically accept information at face value. Seek external validation or additional perspectives. Delay tactics. If pressured, tell the manipulator you need time to think, consult others, or verify information. This buys you time and disrupts their momentum. Gray rock method. If you cannot escape a manipulator, make yourself as uninteresting and unresponsive as possible. Provide only factual, minimal responses, offering no emotional reaction or personal information. This starves the manipulator of the reaction they crave. Disengage and create distance. Limit contact or, if necessary, cut ties with manipulative individuals. Seek support. Talk to trusted friends, family, or professionals, therapists, counselors. External perspectives are invaluable when you're caught in a manipulative dynamic. Document everything. In extreme cases, keeping a record of manipulative behaviors, conversations, and dates can be useful for clarity and potential intervention. Question everything. Healthy skepticism. Develop a healthy skepticism towards overly persuasive language, grand promises, or claims that seem too good to be true. Rebuilding after manipulation. Self-forgiveness. Understand that being manipulated is not a sign of weakness or stupidity, but often a testament to the manipulator's skill and your own empathy. Reestablish self-trust. Consciously work to trust your own perceptions and judgments again. Process emotions.
Allow yourself to feel anger, sadness, or betrayal. Learn from the experience. Reflect on what happened, identify the vulnerabilities that were exploited, and reinforce your defenses. Pace's message in this chapter is ultimately one of empowerment. By understanding the tools of dork psychology, we are not left defenseless. Instead, we are equipped with the knowledge to recognize the subtle cues, protect our mental and emotional well-being, and maintain our autonomy in a world where unseen forces constantly seek to influence us. This chapter transforms fear into vigilance.
Chapter 9: Ethical Considerations and the Responsibility of Knowledge. This concluding chapter by Michael Pace shifts focus from the mechanics of dark psychology to its profound ethical implications. It serves as a strong cautionary note, emphasizing the responsibility that comes with understanding such powerful tools. Pace underscores that knowledge of dark psychology is a double-edged sword. It can be used for protection or for perpetration. The power of knowledge. Pace highlights that learning about manipulation, persuasion, and mind control grants immense power. With this power comes the inherent temptation to use these techniques for personal gain, even at the expense of others. The chapter likely emphasizes that the primary purpose of revealing these secrets is not to encourage their use, but to arm individuals against them. The definition of unethical manipulation. The core distinction lies in intent and outcome. Pace would likely define unethical manipulation as self-serving at the expense of others, when the manipulator's sole aim is to benefit themselves without regard for the well-being, autonomy, or rights of the target. Deceptive and covert, when the target is unaware they are being influenced or is deliberately misled about the manipulator's true intentions. Undermining autonomy, when the manipulation diminishes the target's ability to make free and informed choices. Harmful outcomes, when the manipulation leads to emotional, psychological, financial, or physical harm to the target. The slippery slope. Pace would likely warn against the slippery slope phenomenon. Even if one starts with seemingly harmless persuasive tactics, the line between ethical influence and unethical manipulation can blur, especially when results are prioritized over respect for others. The continuous use of such tactics can also erode the manipulator's own sense of empathy and integrity. Personal and societal impact. Erosion of trust. Widespread use of dark psychology destroys trust in relationships, institutions, and society at large. Psychological damage. Targets of manipulation often suffer from anxiety, depression, loss of self-esteem, cognitive dissonance, and trauma. Unhealthy relationships. Relationships built on manipulation are inherently unbalanced and unsustainable, leading to resentment and conflict. Ethical leadership. The chapter would likely stress the importance of ethical leadership in all spheres, personal, professional, and political, where genuine influence is based on transparency, respect, and mutual benefit, not covert control. The ethical imperative to not use dark psychology. Respect for autonomy. The fundamental ethical principle of respecting another person's right to make their own choices, even if those choices differ from what we desire. Empathy and compassion. Engaging with others from a place of genuine understanding and care, rather than viewing them as objects to be controlled. Integrity and authenticity. Building relationships and achieving goals through honest means, fostering genuine connections. Long-term consequences. Recognizing that short-term manipulative gains often lead to long-term damage to reputation, relationships, and self-respect. Using knowledge for good.
pace would encourage readers to leverage their understanding of psychology for positive ends. Empowerment and self-defense, protecting oneself and loved ones from manipulative individuals and groups. Promoting healthy communication. Understanding psychological dynamics can improve communication by making it more clear, empathetic, and effective. Recognizing and challenging injustice. Identifying manipulative rhetoric in public discourse, advertising, or political campaigns to advocate for truth and fairness. Fostering empathy. Paradoxically, by understanding the vulnerabilities of the human mind, one can develop greater empathy for why people might be susceptible to manipulation, and also for the internal struggles of those who resort to manipulation. This chapter serves as the moral compass of the book. It transforms the knowledge gained from the preceding chapters from a set of tools into a framework for ethical interaction. It implores readers to not only recognize the darkness, but to actively choose the path of light, using their newfound understanding to build a more authentic, respectful, and autonomous existence for themselves and those around them. This chapter is a call to conscious living and responsible knowledge.
Conclusion: Navigating the Labyrinth of Influence. We have journeyed through the intricate and often unsettling landscape of dark psychology, guided by Michael Pace's comprehensive exposé. From the fundamental vulnerabilities of the human mind to the sophisticated techniques of covert emotional manipulation, dark persuasion, undetected mind control, mind games, and even the intense processes of hypnotism and brainwashing, we've uncovered the hidden mechanisms that shape influence. We've also explored the personality traits of the dark triad, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, which often fuel these manipulative behaviors. The insights gleaned from Dark Psychology 101 are not merely academic, they are profoundly practical. They serve as a critical toolkit for self-awareness, enabling us to recognize our own psychological blind spots and emotional triggers. This self-knowledge is the bedrock of defense against those who would exploit us. More importantly, this book equips us with the ability to identify the subtle and overt red flags of manipulation in our personal relationships, professional interactions, and the broader social environment. The knowledge shared here is a powerful shield. It empowers us to set firm boundaries, to assert our needs, to question what seems off, and to disengage from toxic dynamics. It reminds us to trust our instincts and to seek clarity where there is confusion. In a world increasingly saturated with information and persuasive messages, the ability to discern genuine connection from calculated control is an invaluable asset. However, with this profound understanding comes a significant responsibility. The ethical considerations discussed in the final chapter are paramount. Our exploration of dark psychology is not an invitation to wield these tools ourselves, but a solemn reminder to uphold integrity, foster empathy, and respect the autonomy of others. The true power lies not in manipulation, but in the ability to protect oneself and others from it, and to cultivate relationships built on honesty, trust, and mutual respect. By understanding the darkness, we are better able to appreciate and champion the light. We can strive to create a world where influence is exercised transparently and ethically, where individuals are empowered to make their own choices, and where genuine connection flourishes. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening, albeit challenging, exploration. Remember to like this podcast, share it with others who seek to understand the complexities of human interaction, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into the depths of knowledge. Stay vigilant, stay informed, and always protect your mind.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform your understanding of leadership, not by seeking the spotlight, but by embracing the profound power of solitude. Have you ever felt the relentless pull of constant demands, the never-ending stream of decisions, and the subtle erosion of your inner compass amidst the noise of the world? If so, then Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude by Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge is the guiding light you've been searching for. This isn't just another leadership book. It's a profound invitation to step back, reconnect with your authentic self, and discover that the most impactful leadership begins not with a grand declaration, but with quiet, introspective moments. Prepare to unlock a richer, more resilient, and truly inspiring leadership style that springs from the wellspring of your own inner wisdom. Before we dive into this incredible wisdom, take a moment to hit that like button. Share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Vibe Audiobooks so you never miss another transformative listening experience. Now, let's begin. Introduction: The Unseen Foundation of Great Leadership. Imagine a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching wide, its leaves providing shade and shelter, its grandeur undeniable. We admire its strength, its resilience, and its ability to weather storms, but often we overlook the unseen power beneath the earth, its intricate network of roots. These roots silently drawing sustenance, anchoring the tree against gales, and supporting its monumental growth, are a perfect metaphor for the concept of solitude, as presented in Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude by Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge. In a world that seems to operate at an ever-increasing pace, constantly demanding our attention, where busyness is often mistakenly equated with productivity and constant connectivity is the norm, Irwin and Kethledge invite us to pause, breathe, and profoundly reconsider the very bedrock of effective leadership. Their central argument is both simple and revolutionary. True, impactful leadership doesn't emerge from the cacophony of constant interaction, the endless pursuit of external validation, or the loudest voice in the room. Instead, it quietly blossoms from within, nurtured by deliberate moments of solitude, deep reflection, and quiet introspection. The authors gently, yet firmly, challenge our preconceived notions of what makes a great leader. We are often taught to network more, delegate more, communicate more, and be more visible. While these are undoubtedly valuable skills, Irwin and Kethledge argue that without an equally strong internal foundation, these external actions can become hollow, reactive, and ultimately less effective. They posit that the most successful and inspiring leaders throughout history, from diverse fields and eras, shared a common, often overlooked practice, a conscious commitment to solitude. It was in these quiet moments that they gained clarity, found courage, sparked creativity, and cultivated a deep sense of compassion, the very hallmarks of exceptional leadership. This introduction sets the stage for a transformative journey, gently nudging us to question the dominant paradigms of leadership and to open our minds to a more profound, sustainable, and ultimately more fulfilling path. It's an invitation to embark on an inward expedition, promising that by doing so, we will not only emerge as leaders who are more effective in guiding others, but also as individuals who are more authentic, resilient, and truly inspiring. The book isn't just advocating for solitude as a personal preference, it's presenting it as a vital, strategic imperative for anyone aspiring to lead with purpose and impact in today's complex world. It's about building an unshakable inner core that enhances your ability to navigate challenges and drive meaningful change. The authors assure us that by embracing solitude, we can transform our leadership from a state of constant reaction to one of thoughtful, intentional, and deeply resonant action.
Chapter 1: The Scarcity of Solitude in the Modern World. In this foundational chapter, Irwin and Kethledge don't mince words as they paint a stark and compelling picture of the modern landscape, a world relentlessly characterized by hyperconnectivity, an overwhelming deluge of digital noise, and a pervasive, almost pathological aversion to being truly alone with one's thoughts. Take a moment to reflect on your own daily life. Our smartphones have become virtual extensions of our hands. A constant stream of notifications vies for our dwindling attention spans, and even our moments of supposed downtime are often filled with the passive consumption of social media feeds, endless streaming content, or the ever-present hum of digital communication. The authors argue, with growing urgency,
that this pervasive scarcity of solitude isn't merely a lifestyle choice or an unfortunate byproduct of technological advancement. It is, in fact, a silent but profound crisis for leadership with far-reaching implications. They contend that without dedicated, intentional time for quiet reflection, leaders become trapped in a reactive loop, constantly responding to the latest crisis, the most urgent email, or the loudest voice in the room. This state of perpetual reaction prevents them from being proactive, strategic, and deeply thoughtful. It's akin to a ship's captain trying to navigate treacherous waters in a dense fog, constantly bumping into obstacles without a clear vision of the destination or a reliable compass to guide them. The absence of solitude leaves leaders easily swayed by external pressures, prone to superficial judgments, and increasingly detached from their core values and long-term vision. The authors meticulously detail how this erosion of personal space and quiet time directly impacts a leader's most critical faculties. Without the mental breathing room that solitude provides, critical thinking becomes shallow, sound judgment is compromised by impulsivity, and maintaining emotional equilibrium amidst constant stress becomes an almost impossible feat. Leaders risk becoming mere managers of tasks and information rather than visionary architects of the future. The chapter delves into the societal mechanisms that contribute to this scarcity of solitude, from the glorification of busyness as a sign of importance to the fear of missing out that keeps us tethered to our devices and social circles. Irwin and Kethledge are careful to clarify that this chapter is not a condemnation of technology itself, nor is it a call to retreat into isolation. Rather, it is a powerful and sobering warning about the dangerous imbalance we, as individuals and as a society, have collectively created. It highlights how the relentless onslaught of external stimuli actively inhibits the internal processes necessary for deep thought, ethical consideration, and innovative problem-solving. By illuminating the problem so clearly and meticulously, the authors lay a robust and undeniable groundwork for why the solution, a conscious and deliberate embrace of solitude, is not merely beneficial or desirable, but absolutely essential for anyone aspiring to lead with genuine purpose, profound impact, and sustained resilience in the relentlessly hyper-connected and increasingly complex world we inhabit. They challenge us to acknowledge the pervasive addiction to external stimulation and to confront our own discomfort with the quietude necessary to truly hear our own thoughts. This chapter serves as a stark wake-up call, urging us to recognize the profound cost of a life devoid of intentional solitude, particularly for those entrusted with the responsibility of leadership.
Chapter 2. What solitude truly is and isn't. Having underscored the critical need for solitude, Irwin and Kethledge dedicate this pivotal chapter to meticulously defining what solitude genuinely means in the context of effective leadership, while simultaneously dispelling common and often harmful misconceptions. This clarification is absolutely crucial, because for many, the word solitude immediately conjures images of loneliness, isolation, or even a sense of punishment. The authors go to great lengths to disabuse us of these notions, emphasizing that true solitude, as they advocate for it, is something entirely different and profoundly beneficial. They explain, with thoughtful nuance, that genuine solitude is not about being miserable, feeling disconnected from others, or retreating from societal obligations. On the contrary, it is a deliberate, purposeful, and often invigorating act of stepping away from external distractions, influences, and the constant hum of other people's expectations. Its primary objective is to create an unencumbered space for deep internal engagement and reflection. To illustrate, consider the analogy of a master sculptor carefully, patiently, and precisely chiseling away excess stone to reveal the magnificent masterpiece hidden within. Solitude, in this context, is that very chiseling process for the mind and spirit. It's about consciously creating mental and emotional space where you can clearly hear your own thoughts, critically examine your beliefs and assumptions, and reconnect with your authentic self without the relentless bombardment of external opinions, urgent demands, or the unspoken expectations of others. It's a dedicated time for self-dialogue, for internal audit, and for recalibrating your inner compass. The authors meticulously emphasize that solitude is incredibly versatile and can manifest in various forms, making it accessible to virtually anyone. It doesn't necessarily demand prolonged physical isolation, though that can certainly be a powerful component. Instead, it's defined by the absence of external input and the presence of internal focus. This could be a long, unhurried walk in nature, where the gentle rhythm of your steps and the sounds of the environment allow your thoughts to flow freely. Dedicated meditation or mindfulness practices, focusing on breath and observation of thoughts without judgment. The ritual of daily journaling, where putting thoughts onto paper creates clarity and structure. Simply sitting quietly in a room, deliberately turning off all electronic devices and allowing your mind to wander and settle. Even a few moments of intentional quiet during a busy day, perhaps while waiting for a meeting to start, choosing to breathe and observe rather than immediately checking your phone. This chapter brilliantly clarifies that solitude is not a passive state of doing nothing, but rather an active choice, a disciplined practice, and a profoundly powerful tool for self-discovery, self-mastery, and the cultivation of inner wisdom. By distinguishing it so sharply from loneliness, Irwin and Kethledge lay an unshakable foundation for understanding its profound and multifaceted benefits for leadership. They challenge us to embrace solitude as an essential, invigorating practice that empowers us to become more grounded, more reflective, and ultimately more effective leaders, fully in command of our inner landscape.
Chapter 3. The 4 Pillars of Solitude-Driven Leadership. In this pivotal chapter, Irwin and Kethledge introduce the very core framework of their argument, unveiling the 4 crucial elements that solitude uniquely cultivates and strengthens within a leader. They present these not as mere attributes, but as fundamental pillars, like the 4 robust cornerstones supporting a magnificent, enduring edifice. This edifice, they imply, is your leadership legacy, built on a foundation of deep internal strength. These 4 pillars are clarity, courage, creativity, and compassion. Let's explore each one in detail. First, clarity. Imagine trying to see the bottom of a pond that has been constantly stirred and agitated. Its depths remain obscured by swirling mud and debris. Now, picture that same pond when left undisturbed. With time and stillness, the sediment settles, the water clears, and you can see with perfect transparency to its very bottom. Solitude offers precisely this clearing process for the mind. When you consciously step away from the relentless noise, the endless demands, and the constant barrage of information, your mind gains the necessary space and quietude to process information deeply, identify true priorities amidst distractions, and gain a much-needed perspective on complex situations. This inner clarity allows leaders to cut through the trivial, discern the essential from the urgent, and focus their energy and resources on what truly matters. It enables them to make decisive, well-reasoned judgments that are not reactive, but proactive and strategic. Without clarity, leadership becomes a frantic, rudderless activity. With it, a leader becomes a precise, purposeful navigator. Second, courage. True courage in leadership is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act decisively and ethically despite fear. In moments of quiet, uninterrupted reflection, leaders can confront their deepest fears, meticulously assess risks without external influence, and solidify their convictions. This profound inner strength, carefully forged in the crucible of solitude, empowers them to stand firm in their principles, even when facing significant opposition, internal doubts, or external pressures to conform.
It is the courage to make unpopular but necessary decisions for the long-term good, to challenge the status quo, to speak truth to power, and to lead with unwavering conviction rather than being perpetually driven by consensus or expediency. Solitude allows a leader to truly understand why they believe what they believe, giving them the moral fortitude to act on those beliefs, even when the path is difficult or lonely. These four pillars are not isolated. They are deeply interconnected and mutually reinforcing. The authors brilliantly illustrate how intentionally cultivating solitude systematically strengthens each of these pillars, transforming a leader from someone merely managing tasks and reacting to circumstances into someone who genuinely inspires, innovates, and makes a profound, lasting impact. Solitude, therefore, is not a retreat from leadership. It is the essential crucible where extraordinary leadership is forged.
Chapter 4. Case Studies. Leaders who embraced solitude. This chapter serves as a powerful validation of Irwin and Kethledge's central thesis, moving from theoretical arguments to compelling real-world evidence. Here they offer vivid case studies of historical and contemporary leaders from various fields who not only understood but deliberately and consistently integrated solitude into their lives, and whose leadership was undeniably shaped, strengthened, and elevated by this profound practice. Think of it as looking at the magnificent blueprints of architectural masterpieces and meticulously examining the hidden yet absolutely vital structural supports that allowed them to stand tall and endure for centuries. The authors likely delved into the lives of iconic figures, revealing the often overlooked role of their solitary practices. Consider Abraham Lincoln, a leader who carried the immense weight of a fractured nation during the American Civil War. His biographers often describe him retreating to his tent, sometimes late into the night, wrestling with monumental decisions, drafting speeches that would define a nation, and grappling with the moral complexities of war and emancipation. His most profound insights and resolute actions were often forged in agonizing solitude, away from the clamor of his advisors and the demands of war. These were not moments of weakness, but of profound strength-building and moral clarity. Similarly, Winston Churchill, the indomitable wartime leader of Britain, was renowned for his periods of deep reflection and strategic planning. Accounts reveal him often alone in his study at Chartwell, contemplating the fate of his nation during its darkest hours, meticulously crafting his powerful speeches. These were not hours of idleness, but of intense mental and emotional work, where he synthesized information, formulated strategy, and cultivated the courage to inspire a nation. His ability to articulate a clear vision and unwavering resolve sprang directly from these periods of isolated thought. Beyond these historical titans, the book might also explore the lives of leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi, whose practice of fasting and silent reflection was central to his philosophy of nonviolent resistance and his ability to maintain moral clarity in the face of immense political pressure. Or figures like Martin Luther King Jr., who frequently retreated for prayer and meditation, seeking spiritual and moral guidance that underpinned his civil rights leadership. The authors don't limit themselves to political or military leaders. They might also feature contemporary leaders from the worlds of business, science, or even the arts, who consciously carve out time for solitude, whether it's through daily meditation, long walks in nature, regular journaling, or simply by strategically disconnecting from technology. These examples serve as powerful and tangible affirmations, demonstrating that regardless of the era, the cultural context, or the specific field of endeavor, the intentional practice of solitude consistently fuels clarity, courage, creativity, and visionary leadership. These case studies are not just historical anecdotes, they are humanized narratives that make the concept of solitude relatable and actionable. They illustrate that anyone,
from a CEO navigating complex market shifts to a team leader managing daily projects, can benefit profoundly from integrating this transformative practice. The stories resonate deeply because they reveal not just what these extraordinary leaders achieved, but how their deliberate solitary practices directly contributed to their exceptional accomplishments, their resilience in the face of adversity, and their enduring legacies. This chapter underscores that solitude is not merely a personal preference, but a proven, powerful tool for leadership excellence.
Chapter 5. Practical Strategies for Cultivating Solitude. Having meticulously established the compelling why and clarified the nuanced what of solitude, this chapter marks a crucial transition to the actionable how. It's one thing to intellectualize the benefits of solitude. It's an entirely different and often challenging endeavor to consistently weave this vital practice into the complex, demanding fabric of a modern, busy life. Here, Irwin and Kethledge provide an invaluable array of practical, actionable strategies that readers can immediately implement, transforming the abstract ideal of solitude into a tangible, sustainable habit. Think of this chapter as a well-stocked toolkit, offering various instruments designed to help you construct and protect your own personal sanctuary of quiet introspection. The authors demonstrate a keen understanding that finding solitude is not a one-size-fits-all solution. They recognize that different individuals have different schedules, preferences, and environmental constraints. Therefore, they wisely offer a diverse range of approaches catering to various lifestyles and situations. This comprehensive suite of strategies likely includes scheduling solitude sprints or quiet appointments. This is perhaps the most fundamental and effective strategy. The authors advocate for deliberately blocking out short, regular periods, perhaps 15 to 30 minutes, in your daily calendar. These are non-negotiable appointments with yourself, explicitly designated for uninterrupted reflection, completely free from meetings, emails, phone calls, or any other external demands. This could be the first thing in the morning, during a dedicated segment of your lunch break, or quietly before bed. The key is intentionality and consistency, treating it with the same importance as any other critical meeting. The power of the mindful walk. Encouraging mindful walking, especially in natural settings like a park, a quiet street, or a hiking trail, as a potent form of active solitude. The rhythmic movement, combined with intentional observation of your surroundings or simply letting your mind wander without judgment, can clear mental clutter, reduce stress, and foster a fertile ground for creative insights. The physical activity helps to calm the body, allowing the mind to achieve a state of relaxed awareness. Implementing digital detoxes and boundaries. This is crucial in our hyper-connected age. The authors suggest regular periods of consciously disconnecting from technology, perhaps an hour each evening, an entire afternoon on the weekend, or even a full day once a month. This involves turning off notifications, putting your phone in another room, and resisting the urge to endlessly scroll. This strategic disconnection reduces the incessant external noise, allowing internal thoughts, feelings, and ideas to surface and be processed. It's a direct conversation with yourself that builds self-awareness. Creating a solitude space. Suggesting the designation of a particular physical space, however small or simple, as a personal sanctuary. This could be a specific chair, a quiet corner of a room, a bench in your garden, or even your car during a commute. The idea is to have a designated spot where you can go to be alone with your thoughts, free from immediate interruptions, and where the environment itself cues your mind to enter a state of reflection. Engaging in mindful practices.
introducing accessible techniques like focused breathing exercises, short meditation sessions, or body scans as ways to achieve mental stillness and present moment awareness, even amidst a busy and potentially noisy environment. These practices train the mind to observe rather than react, creating internal calm irrespective of external circumstances. The overarching message of this chapter is that cultivating solitude is not about grand, unattainable gestures, but about consistent, incremental commitments. It's about building a sustainable practice that, slowly but surely, enriches your inner life, strengthens your mental fortitude, and profoundly enhances your leadership capacity. The authors provide a compassionate and practical roadmap, assuring readers that even seemingly small, consistent steps can lead to monumental personal and professional transformation, making solitude an achievable, indispensable, and deeply rewarding part of their daily routine. It's about being proactive in protecting your most valuable resource, your inner self.
Chapter 6. Overcoming Obstacles to Solitude. Even with the most fervent desire and a robust understanding of its benefits, successfully integrating solitude into the relentless demands of a bustling modern life is often easier said than done. This crucial chapter directly addresses the common challenges, both external and psychological, that frequently prevent leaders from embracing quiet reflection. Irwin and Kethledge don't just identify these obstacles, they offer empathetic, practical, and highly effective advice on how to navigate, mitigate, and ultimately overcome them. Think of this chapter as having a seasoned guide who walks alongside you, pointing out the potential pitfalls on your journey to solitude, and showing you exactly how to safely bypass them, transforming hindrances into opportunities for growth. One of the most significant and insidious obstacles is the pervasive busyness badge culture, the societal and organizational pressure to always be on, always accessible, and always visibly engaged. In many professional environments, admitting a need for quiet time can mistakenly be perceived as a lack of commitment, a sign of weakness, or an inability to keep up. The authors powerfully tackle this by reframing solitude not as a retreat or an escape, but as a strategic asset, a proactive and essential investment in one's long-term effectiveness, clarity, and well-being. They might suggest communicating the purpose of your solitude to trusted colleagues, explaining that this dedicated time allows you to think more clearly, make better decisions, and ultimately serve the team more effectively. This recontextualizes solitude as a responsible leadership practice. Another common and often deeply rooted hurdle is fear. The fear of being truly alone with one's own thoughts, of confronting uncomfortable truths, unresolved emotions, or nagging anxieties that the constant hum of external distractions usually keeps at bay. There's also the very modern fear of missing out, FOMO, the anxiety that something important is happening elsewhere while you're offline or disengaged. This chapter offers strategies to gently ease into solitude, perhaps starting with very short, manageable periods, and emphasizing that genuine growth and self-discovery frequently occur precisely when facing these internal discomforts. It might encourage using journaling as a structured way to externalize and process these fears and anxieties, making them less overwhelming. The authors reassure that sitting with discomfort is a skill that strengthens over time. Practical constraints are another significant barrier. Demanding schedules, relentless meetings, family responsibilities, open-plan offices that offer little privacy, and the sheer volume of tasks can make finding even a few quiet moments seem impossible. The authors offer creative and realistic solutions here. Leveraging found time, utilizing seemingly unproductive moments like commutes, if not driving, waiting for appointments, or even short breaks between meetings for mindful breathing or focused reflection instead of immediately reaching for a phone. Waking up earlier, advocating for using the serene hours before the household or workday begins as a prime time for undisturbed solitude. Strategic time blocking, encouraging leaders to literally block out do not disturb time in their calendars, treating it as seriously as any external meeting. Setting boundaries, learning to say no to non-essential commitments and communicating the need for uninterrupted work or reflection time to family and colleagues. Finally, the chapter likely addresses the pervasive addiction to distraction, our conditioned reflex to immediately reach for our phones, open a new tab, or seek external stimulation whenever a moment of quiet arises. Strategies here could include digital nooks, designating specific times or locations where devices are turned off or put away. Boredom practice, consciously allowing oneself to be bored for a few minutes, resisting the urge to fill every silence, thereby training the mind to settle and generate its own internal activity. Creating rituals, developing small rituals around entering and exiting solitude, such as brewing a cup of tea, listening to a specific piece of music, or doing a short stretching exercise, to signal a shift in focus. By anticipating these common obstacles and providing realistic, empathetic, and actionable solutions, Irwin and Kethledge empower readers to proactively protect and cultivate their solitude. They transform it from a rare luxury into a non-negotiable, sustainable component of their leadership practice, building resilience against the constant external forces that conspire to keep us from our inner selves and our deepest wisdom.
Chapter 7. Solitude and Decision-Making. This chapter meticulously delves into one of the most critical and defining aspects of leadership, the art and science of making effective, impactful decisions. Irwin and Kethledge make a profound argument that solitude is not merely a beneficial supplement to the decision-making process. It is, in fact, absolutely foundational, enabling leaders to transcend reactive impulses and move towards well-considered, strategic, and profoundly impactful choices. To truly grasp this, imagine a master chess grandmaster immersed in deep thought before making a crucial move, retreating into the quiet depths of their mind to analyze countless possibilities. That is the very essence of solitude's role in superior decision-making. The authors explain that in an environment where a leader is constantly bombarded with an overwhelming influx of information, a multitude of conflicting opinions, and relentless pressures from various stakeholders, decisions often become rushed, superficial, and easily influenced by the loudest voice or the most immediate crisis. These reactive decisions, while sometimes necessary, rarely lead to optimal or long-term strategic success. Solitude, by contrast, provides the essential mental space and unhurried time necessary to process information deeply and holistically. Away from distractions, the mind can truly synthesize disparate data points, identify subtle patterns, connect seemingly unrelated facts, and critically evaluate underlying assumptions without the pressure of immediate feedback or the need to articulate thoughts prematurely. This allows for a much more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the situation at hand. Gain broader perspective. Stepping back from the immediate fray and the granular details helps leaders to see the bigger picture, understand the long-term implications of various choices, and avoid getting bogged down in short-term crises. It's akin to ascending to a higher vantage point to survey an entire battlefield, rather than being caught in the thick of a skirmish. This panoramic view is crucial for strategic foresight. Connect with core values and principles. In quiet reflection, leaders have the invaluable opportunity to align potential decisions with their fundamental personal and organizational principles, their ethical compass, and their overarching mission. This ensures that decisions are not just pragmatic or politically expedient, but also morally sound, consistent with their integrity, and authentic to who they are and what their organization stands for. Solitude helps to filter out noise that might compromise these values. Anticipate consequences and mitigate risks. Solitude provides the crucial mental bandwidth to run what-if simulations in one's mind, methodically considering various potential outcomes, identifying unforeseen risks, and developing contingency plans before committing to a course of action. This proactive foresight significantly reduces the likelihood of costly mistakes and enhances preparedness. Foster and trust intuition. While data and logical analysis are undeniably crucial, many truly great leadership decisions also spring from a leader's cultivated gut feeling or intuition. Solitude hones this inner voice, allowing it to emerge more clearly and powerfully, free from external biases. It's about developing a profound sense of knowing that complements rational thought, born from deep experience and quiet reflection. The authors likely provide compelling examples of how poor decisions often result from a glaring lack of solitude, demonstrating the pitfalls of reactive leadership. Conversely, they would highlight instances where well-structured solitary reflection led to strategic breakthroughs, innovative solutions, and unwavering resolve in the face of uncertainty. This chapter powerfully reinforces that time deliberately spent in quiet thought is far from unproductive. It is in fact an essential, high-leverage investment that directly correlates with higher quality, more confident, more strategic, and ultimately more impactful leadership decisions. It elevates solitude from a mere personal practice to an indispensable strategic imperative for any leader committed to making truly wise and enduring choices.
Chapter 8. Solitude as a Source of Resilience. In an increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous VUCA world, where constant change, unexpected setbacks, and escalating pressures are the norm, resilience has emerged as an absolutely indispensable quality for any leader. This chapter delves deeply into how solitude serves not merely as a temporary escape, but as a profound, continually replenishing wellspring of mental, emotional, and spiritual strength. It actively enables leaders to navigate adversity with grace, bounce back swiftly and robustly from failures, and maintain their unwavering resolve even in the face of the most daunting challenges. To grasp this concept, envision a meticulously engineered ship, designed with an internal structure of immense strength and intelligent flexibility, allowing it to withstand the fiercest storms without capsizing or breaking apart. That internal fortification is analogous to a leader's resilience, carefully cultivated and reinforced through the consistent practice of solitude. The authors eloquently explain that solitude offers critical opportunities to process emotions healthily. Leadership inevitably brings forth a spectrum of intense emotions: stress, frustration, fear, disappointment, and even anger. Instead of suppressing these emotions or reacting impulsively to them, solitude provides a safe, private, and judgment-free space to acknowledge, understand, and thoughtfully process these feelings. This allows leaders to gain perspective, learn from their emotional responses, and develop healthier, more constructive coping mechanisms rather than letting emotions dictate their actions. It's about observing emotions, not being consumed by them. Recharge and replenish vital energy. Leadership is inherently draining. The constant demands on one's intellectual, emotional, and physical reserves can quickly lead to burnout, exhaustion, and a diminished capacity for effective action. Solitude acts as a vital period of deep rest, recovery, and psychological restoration. It allows the mind and spirit to decompress, rejuvenate, and replenish their energy stores, actively preventing burnout and fostering a sustained level of mental and emotional vitality. It's like plugging yourself into a power source to recharge. Cultivate profound self-awareness. Through regular, deliberate introspection, leaders develop a deeper, more nuanced understanding of their own strengths, inherent weaknesses, personal triggers, core values, and absolute limits. This profound self-knowledge is an utterly crucial component of resilience. It enables them to proactively manage their own well-being, anticipate potential stressors, avoid situations that might overwhelm them, and play to their natural strengths. A leader who knows themselves deeply is far better equipped to withstand external pressures. Reaffirm and clarify purpose.
In moments of quiet reflection, away from the daily grind and external pressures, leaders can reconnect with their fundamental mission, their ultimate goals, and their most cherished values. This renewed and solidified sense of purpose acts as an unshakable anchor during turbulent times, reminding them why they do what they do, providing an intrinsic source of motivation and unwavering resolve to persevere when the path becomes arduous. Purpose, clarified in solitude, is a powerful motivator for enduring adversity. Develop mental fortitude and inner peace. The consistent practice of sitting with one's own thoughts, even the uncomfortable or challenging ones, builds immense mental toughness and fortitude. It teaches self-reliance, the ability to find inner peace and calm amidst external chaos, and the strength to confront difficult realities without crumbling. It fosters an internal locus of control, where a leader can find stability and direction from within, rather than being buffeted by every external change. This chapter powerfully underscores that resilience is not merely about enduring hardship. It's fundamentally about growing stronger and wiser through adversity. Solitude empowers leaders to cultivate this deep inner fortitude, transforming challenges from debilitating obstacles into valuable opportunities for profound personal and professional growth. They emerge from difficult situations not just intact, but more capable, more robust, and ultimately more effective than before. It frames solitude as a potent preventative measure against leadership burnout and a proactive, strategic investment in long-term leadership sustainability and unwavering effectiveness.
Chapter 9. Leading Authentically from Your Inner Core. This chapter stands as the culmination of the book's core message, drawing together all previous insights and connecting solitude directly to the profound concept of authentic leadership. Irwin and Kefledge make a compelling case that true authenticity in leadership doesn't stem from projecting a certain image, adopting the latest popular leadership fad, or mimicking the styles of others. Instead, it originates from leading consistently, courageously, and with unwavering integrity from one's deepest values, core beliefs, and inner wisdom. A wisdom that is meticulously cultivated, sharpened, and clarified through the disciplined practice of solitude. Think of it as a process of carefully peeling back layers of external expectations, societal pressures, and perceived necessities to reveal the true, shining, and unshakable core beneath. The authors explain that without dedicated, regular time for introspection and self-reflection, leaders can easily become predominantly external-facing. They might find themselves constantly reacting to perceived expectations from stakeholders, attempting to please various groups, or simply adopting behaviors that seem to garner approval. This constant external orientation inevitably leads to a state of inauthenticity, where their actions and words become increasingly misaligned with who they truly are at their core. This dissonance, they argue, is not only personally draining, but ultimately erodes trust, diminishes influence, and significantly reduces a leader's long-term impact. Followers can sense when a leader is not genuine, and trust is the bedrock of effective leadership. Solitude, on the other hand, provides the indispensable space and quiet needed for leaders to define and anchor personal values. Through quiet reflection and careful consideration, leaders can clearly articulate and prioritize what truly matters to them. This process helps them establish an unshakable internal compass, a set of guiding principles and values that inform every decision, every interaction, and every action. These values, once clarified, become the non-negotiable standards by which they lead. Identify and leverage strengths, acknowledge weaknesses. Deep self-awareness, painstakingly honed in solitude, allows leaders to not only identify and strategically leverage their natural talents and unique strengths, but also to honestly acknowledge and address areas for development. This genuine understanding fosters true self-improvement and allows leaders to delegate effectively, build complementary teams,
and lead with confidence rooted in self-knowledge, not arrogance. Develop a unique and compelling vision. A leader's most profound and compelling visions for the future rarely emerge from noisy brainstorming sessions or superficial trend analyses. They are often born from deep, independent thought, allowing the leader to transcend groupthink and envision possibilities that are truly innovative and distinct. Solitude provides the fertile ground and mental freedom to formulate and articulate a unique, authentic direction that can genuinely inspire others. Build unshakable self-trust. By consistently listening to their own inner voice, acting on their carefully considered convictions, and reflecting on the outcomes, leaders gradually build profound confidence and trust in their own judgment. This internal validation significantly reduces their reliance on external approval or validation, freeing them to lead with greater autonomy and conviction, even when facing criticism or uncertainty. Communicate with profound conviction and resonance. When leaders operate from a place of deep self-understanding and align their actions with their core values, their communication becomes incredibly genuine, powerful, and resonant. Their presence becomes more authoritative, not because of brute force, but because of intrinsic authenticity. Their messages carry greater weight, their vision is more compelling, and their ability to inspire and rally others is significantly enhanced. Others sense the integrity and are far more likely to follow with commitment and loyalty. This chapter powerfully articulates that the most inspiring, effective, and enduring leaders are those who are profoundly connected to their inner selves. Solitude, therefore, is not merely a beneficial personal habit. It is the primary, essential means by which this vital connection is forged, maintained, and continuously strengthened. It allows leaders to shed superficial pretense, lead with unwavering integrity, possess unparalleled clarity, and wield a powerful, authentic sense of who they truly are, making their leadership not just effective, but truly transformative. It's about becoming the leader you were authentically meant to be, rather than striving to be the leader you think others want you to be.
Conclusion: the quiet revolution of leadership. As we draw this incredible journey through Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude to a close, Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge leave us with a powerful, inspiring, and profoundly practical call to action. This isn't merely the summary of a book. It is a meticulously constructed manifesto for a quiet revolution in leadership, one that fundamentally shifts our focus from the relentless pursuit of external engagement to the potent, often underestimated power of the internal world. The authors revisit and powerfully reiterate their core message. In an increasingly noisy, demanding, and constantly connected world, the ability to consciously step back, to reflect deeply, and to reconnect with one's authentic inner self is not a weakness, a luxury, or an indulgence. On the contrary, it is presented as the ultimate, enduring source of strength, unparalleled clarity, profound resilience, and truly sustainable leadership. They serve as wise guides, reminding us that the greatest leaders throughout history, across diverse fields, from the quiet contemplation of philosophers to the strategic retreats of military generals, from the moral introspection of social justice warriors to the innovative breakthroughs of scientific pioneers, all shared a common, often overlooked thread: a deliberate, unwavering commitment to quiet introspection and solitude. They issue a powerful challenge to us, the modern leaders and aspiring leaders. Resist the pervasive societal pressure to always be on, to constantly be visible, and to endlessly engage. They encourage us to embrace the initial discomfort that often accompanies silence and introspection, recognizing that it is precisely in these moments of quiet vulnerability that true growth and profound insights emerge.
The call is to consciously and consistently carve out dedicated moments for deliberate solitude, integrating it as a non-negotiable component of our daily and weekly rhythms. By choosing to do so, the authors promise, we will not merely become more effective leaders who achieve external goals, we will embark on a deeper transformation. We will become better, more grounded, more authentic, and more complete human beings. The book's conclusion is an encouraging and deeply reassuring reminder that the journey inward, the deliberate cultivation of solitude, is in fact the most powerful and transformative journey any leader can undertake. It promises that the benefits of this quiet revolution, enhanced clarity of thought, unwavering courage in conviction, boundless creativity in problem-solving, and a profound capacity for compassion will not remain contained within us. Instead, they will inevitably ripple outwards, impacting our teams with renewed purpose, inspiring our organizations towards greater innovation, and ultimately shaping the world around us in meaningful, lasting ways. It's a vision of leadership that is deeply human, powerfully effective, and profoundly inspiring, a testament to the enduring power of leading yourself first. And there you have it, Vibe audiobook listeners, a deep dive into the transformative power of Lead Yourself First, inspiring leadership through solitude. This book is a profound reminder that the most impactful leadership isn't found in the spotlight, but in the quiet, reflective moments that forge our inner strength and clarity. I truly hope this journey has resonated with you and offered valuable insights into cultivating a more authentic and resilient leadership style. If you found this summary helpful and inspiring, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with your friends, colleagues, or anyone who could benefit from this powerful message. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss our future explorations into books that uplift and empower. Remember, the greatest leadership begins with leading yourself first. Thank you for listening, and until next time, keep cultivating your inner wisdom.
Hello and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we're diving into a book that promises to unlock the secrets of human behavior, a guide to understanding what people are truly thinking and feeling, even when they're not saying a word. Get ready to enhance your social intelligence, improve your relationships, and become a master observer of the world around you. We're talking about Joe Navarro and Marvin Carlin's groundbreaking work, What Every Body is Saying. Before we jump in, if you're enjoying the insights and wisdom we're sharing, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who might benefit, and, of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss another journey into the world of transformative ideas. Your support helps us bring more incredible content your way. Now, imagine having a superpower, the ability to read minds, not through magic, but through meticulous observation. That's essentially what this book offers. Joe Navarro, a former FBI counterintelligence agent, spent decades honing his skills in nonverbal communication, learning to interpret the subtle cues that betray our true intentions, fears, and desires. He's condensed that lifetime of expertise into this accessible guide, turning complex psychology into practical, actionable insights. This isn't just about catching someone in a lie, although it certainly helps with that. It's about building deeper connections, understanding unspoken needs, and navigating social situations with greater confidence and empathy. It's about becoming a more astute negotiator, a more perceptive friend, and a more insightful leader. So, let's peel back the layers, chapter by chapter, and discover what every body is saying. Chapter 1. The Power of Nonverbals, the Silent Language of the Mind. Imagine you're walking into a bustling room. Before a single word is exchanged, your brain is already processing a deluge of information. The way people stand,
the expressions on their faces, the subtle shifts in their posture, all of it paints a picture. This immediate, intuitive understanding is the essence of nonverbal communication, a language we all speak and interpret, often unconsciously. Joe Navarro begins what every body is saying by emphatically declaring that nonverbal communication is not just a form of communication, it is, in many ways, the primary form. He argues that our bodies are constantly broadcasting signals, a continuous stream of information that often reveals more truth than our carefully chosen words. Why is this silent language so powerful? Because it is largely governed by our limbic system, the most ancient and primitive part of our brain, responsible for our survival instincts, fight, flight, or freeze. These limbic reactions are instantaneous, honest, and largely involuntary, making them incredibly reliable indicators of our true internal state. Navarro, drawing from his extensive experience as an FBI counterintelligence agent, recounts how crucial understanding nonverbals was in his line of work. His job wasn't just to listen to what suspects said, but to meticulously observe how they said it. The subtle tremors, the averted glances, the fidgeting hands. These minute details, often dismissed by the untrained eye, were critical in assessing credibility, detecting stress, and uncovering hidden intentions. He realized early on that when words and body language contradict each other, the body almost always tells the more accurate story. Consider a common scenario. Two people are discussing a business deal. One person is verbally agreeing to terms, but their arms are tightly crossed, their feet are pointed towards the door, and their jaw is subtly clenched. The words say yes, but the body screams no. Navarro teaches us to trust the scream, not the whisper. He stresses that the limbic system, being the emotional core, prioritizes comfort and safety. When we feel good, our body language is generally relaxed and open. When we feel threatened, uncomfortable, or stressed, our body language will invariably reflect that distress, often through pacifying behaviors, blocking gestures, or attempts to create distance. This foundational chapter is an urgent call to awareness. It challenges us to move beyond superficial listening and to become active, engaged observers. Navarro urges us to recognize that everyone around us, including ourselves, is constantly communicating through their bodies. By tuning into this